Good morning. Good morning. I am going to begin the public hearing for Judiciary today, March 9th. We have a lot of folks signed up, and I would like to have everybody have their opportunity today to testify. So we're going to remind folks that if you've submitted written testimony, we have that, and you could summarize the salient points of your testimony to make sure that you actually get them, because at 3 minutes, which goes faster than people usually think it does, uh, we are going to remind you that your time to testify has ended. And I know sometimes folks feel that they have some really important things to tell us, and they do. So consider giving us not every word in your testimony, but the things that are important. And I'm not going to back down from that, because every time I do that, someone else who doesn't get an additional amount of time reminds me that this person got it and that person didn't. So we're going to try to be fair to everybody. I'd also remind the committee that there are different levels of people testifying, some with more knowledge than others. Let's try to keep that in mind as we think about the questions we ask to the public. So, you will hear a bell, a buzzer, a sound that indicates your 3 minutes are up. When that happens, I will remind you your 3 minutes are up and ask you to summarize. And that does not mean to continue with your testimony to the end, which some folks sometimes think. It means to really try to draw yourself to an end very quickly. Please don't make us have to cut you off. I don't like that. You don't like that. It's unnecessary. So, here we go. Cassandra Santiago. It's Cassandra Santiago here. And I'm going to tell you, unfortunately, if you are not here, you can go at the end, but we're not going to make exceptions unless it's very extenuating circumstances. And don't worry, you can still submit your written testimony. And as I look at the list, I suspect some of the folks who aren't here, their testimony will be very similar to those who are not. One more time, Cassandra Santiago. See how I tried to give an extra couple of seconds. Anahai Brito. Anahai Brito. Japhet Gonzalez.
Hello,
Good
I'm
morning.
here. Oh, wait.
You may testify.
Okay. Can you guys see me? There we go.
We see you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jafet Gonzalez. I am a student from high school in the community, also known as HSC. I am a senior and I am 17 years old. Today, I will be testifying on Senate Bill 91. When I think about a school, I don't envision danger, I see education. When I think about a hospital, I don't envision danger, I see care. When I think about a church, I don't envision danger, I see community. ICE agents are out of control. Not a single sane person can think of ICE and think of a positive thing. That's a system they set up for themselves. That is the reason we don't want them anywhere near our community. I am understanding that they are just doing their job, but when you're entering schools and trying to take kids from it and attempting to enter places that don't allow you to be there, it raises questions in all of America of why you are taking things so far. Why they think money is more important than safety, than lives, and sanity. When you search up ICE anywhere on the internet, you are left shattered and concerned and left with so many questions on why they are doing the things they do. It leaves one scared for their community, and that's a fear that shouldn't exist in the first place. We shouldn't fear to enter our school because some people are choosing a paycheck over dignity. We shouldn't have to delay our hospital appointments because the anxiety you get thinking about it being your last. We shouldn't have to hide from the public. We shouldn't have to disguise. We shouldn't have to shelter from the real world just because there is hatred targeted towards people other than white. It's not just Hispanic people. It is anyone who dares to be different in this world that is discriminated against, and I am truly sick of it. It makes my stomach curl thinking that my personality, my background, my culture could potentially lose my life. People are dying in the world over these things. It's not a joke. It's not an easy conversation nor a light topic, but that alone should be enough to shake a person to do the right thing. My right thing is being here today and testifying to you all. And so I ask that your right thing be to put all your thoughts and consideration into this bill and pass it. We are strong together. If we choose to stick together, if we choose to fight together, I won't stop testifying, I won't stop speaking, and I won't stop fighting until the proper justice for all Latino, Hispanic, and my whole community is served. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. Well, first of all, thank you for taking the time to testify. I will say that people have differing opinions on immigration and customs enforcement. I think they perform an extremely valuable purpose here in the United States. I understand the problems that occurred in Minneapolis. We never want to see something like that happen in the state of Connecticut, but I think without immigration and customs enforcement, we would have a lawless society in many areas. It's also my understanding, you had stated, and maybe it's because you don't want the laws to be changed, but you felt that it would be wrong for immigration and customs enforcement people to enter a school. It's my understanding that it's already the law in the state of Connecticut that ICE cannot enter a school. Do you have a differing opinion regarding that?
Um, from what I know, is that given that the president is trying to remove that ability for everyone, I think that Connecticut as a state should try its hardest to protect our community as a whole because I don't think that's a guaranteed right for all of us as of right now. And I think that all schools and all places that are protected should stay protected. And I'm just trying to make sure that my community does not achieve the same status that other states are currently going through right now.
Well, I appreciate your answer, but I think it's important for people to know this is not about President Trump. This is about the state of Connecticut, whether we move in one direction or another, and it's currently the law in Connecticut that ICE agents cannot enter school premises to do anything with anybody in there. And I think that's important to be known. But thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much.
Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Thank you for coming here to testify. Um, I too, I learn a lot up here. I don't know everything. Can you give me an instance in Connecticut where ICE has entered a school?
I remember, I think it was a couple months ago, that a student from Wilbur Cross was taken. And that's pretty much the only instance I remember. But for my testimony, I'm trying to prevent it happening in the future, given that it is happening everywhere around us. I'm just trying to make sure that it does not happen in our community.
Okay. If I recall correctly, that incident, Wilbur Cross, ICE did not enter the school. So you also said that President Trump is trying to change this. Can you just give me a bill or something that is being proposed federally that would change this and affect Connecticut?
I am not entirely sure at this moment. I will make sure to research about it later, but it's chatter that I've heard so far. So,
Okay, and then you said that you're here in favor of SB 91, right? That's the bill you came to testify on?
correct.
So how would SB 91, can you just point me to a particular portion? How would that be of help to your concern?
Um, I am going to say again, I'm not entirely sure. I apologize. I will make sure to research about it later.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for taking the time to spend with us this morning, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there comments or questions from other members of the committee? I do have one question as a follow-up to Representative Fishbein, because he asked you if there was a bill that raised this concern. I would ask you, have you heard about the rescission of the secure locations policy of the administration?
No, I have not heard of
Does
that.
does that generate some of the concern?
I have not heard of that, no,
No.
unfortunately.
All right. Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? I see none. Thank you very much for joining us. You did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seth Garbin. When you're seated, hit the red button. Your light will come on your mic and you may testify. Good morning.
Is it on?
Just make sure you.
Oh, Dear chairs and members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Seth Garvin. I'm a resident of New Fairfield and a member of Danbury Unites for Immigrants. I'm here in support of SB 91, and I doubt very much the humanity of those among you who would vote against it. I'm a private citizen. My preoccupations are justice, freedom, and truth. And the truth is the enormities of violence committed by ICE agents against black and brown bodies, indigenous bodies, young and old, pregnant and infirm, have been made so abundantly clear that one need either be woefully delusional, unpardonably ignorant, or an irredeemable monster to continue to assert that these vicious, misbegotten, racist, misogynistic, unintelligent, thuggish malformations of human beings will somehow, contrary to their twisted natures and defective personalities, contrary to the illegal orders they have received from their scofflaw superiors and are dutifully intent on carrying out, keep our communities safe. These agents of fascism have renounced the right to participate in civil society, much less access a church, temple, or mosque. They belong before a people's tribunal, not in our schools. For those among you who still harbor the misguided, or perhaps evil belief that they do, you must reflect on which applies in your case. Is it delusion, ignorance, or monstrosity? If it is delusion, wake up. Since 2025, ICE has killed 28 people alone that we know of. They're responsible for 38 injuries, and 48 people have died while in ICE custody, which amounts to murder. If it is ignorance, and you subscribe to the belief that immigrants, documented or not, pose a great threat to this country, then citizens, allow me to educate you. By the Justice Department's own reporting, US-born citizens are 10 times more likely than immigrants to be incarcerated for committing weapons-related offenses, 5 times more likely for violent offenses, more than twice as likely for property crimes, and nearly twice as likely for drug offenses. Those who express concern for the safety of our communities ought to look first at their own before casting blame on immigrants. If it is a perversion of the soul from which you suffer, it is likely you will not be persuaded by appeals to conscience, by reminding you that all people deserve to go about their education without the ever-present fear that at any moment masked secret police will kidnap them or their parents, and they will be denied even pencil and paper with which to finish their studies while confined to a concentration camp. That all people deserve access to health care without having to question whether their attending nurse is snitching on them to immigration enforcement. That all people should be able to find refuge in a place of worship, knowing that the hounds of hell will not beat down the doors and drag them away from their God. To these basic appeals to humanity and decency, you are already impervious. And if you truly suffer from a perversity of character, perhaps the only recourse is one that appeals to your careerist instinct for self-preservation. The passage of this bill, should you vote in favor of it, may not absolve you of your support for ICE in the past. But you can hope that the people will show mercy.
Mr. Garvin, your time has elapsed. If you just, thank you. Okay, so Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. Mr. Garvin, thank you for taking the time to come to Hartford and testify. And I'm going to be very honest. I appreciate passion. You know, I think it's terrific when people feel passionate enough to take time out of their day and come and testify. And at the same time, though, I would say that, and some of your testimony was almost poetic in the use of language, and I have no problem with that either.
Can you cut to the chase, please?
Mr. Garvin,
Well, I'm
Mr.
the one
Garvin,
speaking right now.
hold on a second, Senator. The senator has the right and ability to ask a question. When he poses the question or makes the statement, there will be opportunity for you to respond. Please do not cut him or anyone else on the committee off. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. I guess your statement just there proves my point. If you're here to try to get us information regarding specific bills, we are all ears. I don't think that it wins anybody over when you make these wide-ranging accusations as to our character and who we are as human beings. We're elected officials. There's 100,000 people in my district that elected me to represent them here. And I'm here looking forward to hearing both sides of various issues and various bills. And so I just would say, don't condemn us all before you know where we're coming from, because there's a lot of people here that are very sensitive and in tune with the positions that you take. But sometimes that gets lost in the rhetoric. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I can respond. I didn't disqualify you all. I said that if you vote against this bill, it would disqualify you outright.
Thank you. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. Thank you for joining us. Gina E. Romano. Gina E. Romano. Okay. Senator Looney here. Okay. Senator Looney, I know what he looks like, so.
You pulled a good number.
Mariella Gutama. Mariella Gutama. And I'll just take this opportunity to remind you, it's not that you won't get to go, but you will go to the back of the list, so I will not quickly pass you to give you an opportunity. Dayanara Fares. Dayanara Fares. Okay. Robin Gilmartin. All right. Same thing, when you get up here, please hit the red button in front of you to activate your microphone, and you may begin your testimony. Good morning. The red button right in front of you on the micro. There you go.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Robin Gilmartin. I'm testifying today in favor of Senate Bill 91. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony. I'm a licensed clinical social worker with 30 years experience working with trauma survivors, first as PTSD clinical program director treating combat vets at VA Connecticut Healthcare, and for the last 11 years treating civilians with PTSD. My testimony concerns the effects of violence and threats of violence by federal immigration enforcement officials and agents on those with a history of trauma. Widely circulated cell phone video of federal agents assaulting immigrants, citizen documenters, protesters, journalists, and others is disturbing. For trauma survivors, is also highly triggering. For survivors of severe childhood abuse at the hands of parents or adult caregivers, state violence is especially re-traumatizing because there's a parallel. If those who are expected to be protectors, that is parents or the government, are instead perpetrators, there is no safety. In my practice, I am seeing many clients become fearful and more symptomatic, along with a decline in functioning. The world outside the home is scary and unpredictable. When the federal government fails to protect, the state government needs to do more to protect residents. Legislation to protect areas such as schools, religious spaces, municipal facilities, and healthcare environments, including my office, is very much needed to help all residents of the state, particularly those rightly fearful, to fully participate in all areas of civic life. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you. Question, comment from members of the committee. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for, over here, that's okay, no problem. Thank you for coming
Yes,
here today. You know, as I said before you were here, you know, I'm always learning, and I listened to your testimony, and I'm looking at SB 91, which appears that the change is to insert this clause, any federal law enforcement officer, and there's a defining statute. How specifically does that help? You mentioned your place of business, that kind of stuff. How specifically does this language assist you in your goal?
Well, there's perception and fear, and then there's particulars. And what I'm really focused on is the fear. And I don't know if you watch, if you use social media, if you look at many of the videos, and there are hundreds and hundreds of them, of federal agents assaulting people and denying rights and carting them off. And for somebody who has a history of trauma, there's not an assumption that won't happen to me, because the worst has already happened to them. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but
Well,
it makes what's happening now for many trauma survivors particularly frightening.
Okay, I'm just trying to put that together with the language that's before us. You know, it appears putting a sign on the door of your place of business, you're a social worker, you do counseling, so you meet with people, you know, with flowers on it, you know, be calm, this is a safe place, you know, that would massage fear also, right? I would expect that ICE is not like walked into your office and tried to take away somebody that you were counseling, right? Because we didn't hear that. And I'm just trying to figure out, maybe you've answered the question, how this language would make fear go away. I mean, that's what you're talking about, right? So when I'm looking at this language, I mean, people are going to be fearful, you know, for various reasons. So how does this language help get rid of fear?
I don't think it gets rid of fear. I think there's comfort knowing that, and I actually can relate to this. There's comfort knowing that the state essentially has your back. I'm sort of using military language here because this is what you hear a lot, both from vets and from people who've been traumatized. Who has my back? I'm also retired from federal government. And I'm in part speaking here as a retired civil servant, because we are routinely seeing civil servants who took the same oath I did, violating First Amendment rights, Fourth Amendment rights, and so forth. And this is irrefutable. So I think it's of vital importance for the state of Connecticut to step up. Now, I'm not a legislator. I'm not one to speak on what's already covered by earlier bills and what's that's not my expertise. So if something is duplicated or it's already in existing law, I would suspect that part of the process here would be to pare the bill, pare the language, make it fit.
And that's why I'm looking at, is
Yeah.
there a hole, does it need filling, and does this language fill it? But I thank you for coming here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? There are none. I want to thank you very much for joining
Thank
us
you.
this morning. Leora Madison. Can you? I don't hear you.
Oh,
There you go.
sorry about that. Hi. I would like to give my testimony in favor of SB 91. I will say, in reference to an earlier question, that my understanding is where there had been a norm of not going to safe spaces such as places of worship, schools, and medical facilities. that norm had been overturned. However, I am not a lawyer, and I would ask to direct that question to a lawyer. I speak as someone who is a medically high-risk individual who has been horrified by the number of deaths and denial of medical care in ICE custody. And I will say that unless we are fine with cruel and unusable punishment of denial of medical care for medically high-risk people, then we should not be making it easier for more Connecticut to not be making it easier for more people to wind up in ICE custody where they will be denied medical care and denied necessary medications and could easily die an early death. Such things, and Connecticut should therefore be having having strict regulations on where ICE could go and what ICE can do. Because being in ICE custody is a public health issue and it is a public safety issue. And even if one is somehow subscribed to the belief that immigrants are more dangerous than the average person, which I honestly find a rather bizarre belief, considering plenty of American citizens also commit crimes. I do not see why we need ICE as a special task force specifically to go after immigrants, and we already have regular police forces to do that. So the bill already does allow exceptions for immigrants who have committed very serious crimes, but which again I find kind of bizarre that we think we need that when we already have regular. If someone is a danger, we already have regular police, and all these bills having ICE specifically target immigrants puts immigrants in danger and is itself a public safety issue, and it could wind up killing someone over
Ms.
lost paperwork. Okay.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions? If not, thank you very much for joining us today to provide us with your testimony. Joshua Caskey. Norma Martinez Hosang. All right, I think you know the deal. Hit the button when you get up here.
Hello. Okay. Good morning, members of the Judiciary Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Norma Martinez Hosang. I live in Hamden, and I'm the director of the Connecticut for All Coalition. Speaking here in support of SB 91, SB 397, and HB 5449. These proposals are part of our Protect Our Freedoms agenda of the Connecticut for All Coalition. We believe that Connecticut leaders have a role to protect the people of Connecticut from the federal chaos, and these, I believe, are common sense proposals. I'll start by saying that just with H1 alone, Trump enacted the largest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich in a single law in U.S. history. And with that money is now terrorizing our communities, just as because trillions of dollars have been made in cuts in services. So our communities are facing cuts to SNAP, healthcare benefits, housing support programs, and mental health support for our students. At the same time, the ICE budget has tripled. And so SB 91 as written is a good vehicle to keep ICE out of our schools, houses of worship, municipal and state buildings, healthcare facilities, social services agencies, and other public places where the communities gather. and this is a good thing for all of our communities. HB 5449 outlines guardrails to protect residents from surveillance overreach by putting some needed boundaries on how data is collected and stored, and with whom it's shared, and so that these systems don't become vehicles of mass surveillance. And finally, SB 397 is needed to assure accountability when civil rights are violated, and it ensures that law enforcement, including federal officers that are operating in Connecticut, they're subject to oversight and legal accountability. In other states, we've seen unnecessary escalations that have resulted in chaos to local communities, and this bill strengthens that oversight, and we need that here. So passing these policies to protect Connecticut residents are common sense, we think. Students should be able to attend class, participate in after-school programs, and meet with guidance counselors without fearing that immigration enforcement will appear in their hallways. Families should be able to pray at church services, attend community meals or mosques or synagogues, and gather for holiday celebrations without worrying that law enforcement actions are outside the door. Patients should feel safe going to hospitals for emergency treatment, taking their children to pediatric checkups, or visiting community health clinics for vaccinations and prenatal care. And people seeking food from pantries, domestic violence shelters, or mental health counseling centers should be able to walk through the door knowing that their safety and privacy will be respected. So we feel that these protections are needed. We feel that protecting these everyday spaces through SB 91 and with the other two proposals, that we will have a safer community for all of us here in Connecticut. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my testimony with all of you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate your concerns. But as I had stated to the first speaker, it's my understanding that right now the law of the land here in Connecticut is that ICE agents cannot enter school premises. And do you have any information that's not the case?
Yeah. My understanding is that it got rescinded by the federal government, and now that guidance was given to Connecticut local departments, and so it is. There is a threat of rescinding that, and I think that some other attorneys are going to speak behind me that will have that legal language, but my understanding is that that's in jeopardy, kind of these protections that this bill would secure.
Well, I appreciate that. It's not my understanding. I will confer with our attorneys, but it's my understanding that here in Connecticut, unless we change the law is as it stands. But I think it's worth looking into that issue, and I appreciate your testimony.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, thank you very much for joining us
Thank you
again
so
and providing
much.
us with your testimony. Next, number 13 is Camilla Bortoletto, who will come up with number 92. They will share their time. I'll give them an additional 30 seconds or so they will have about 3 minutes and 30 seconds. And also, just to say, if you are with someone and think that you can share your time in that kind of a constraint, we would be happy to have you do so, because we're going to be here a long time. All right, if you guys are ready, you can testify.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Judiciary Committee, for having us here today. My name is Camilla Bortoletto. I'm a member of the Husky for Immigrants Coalition, Connecticut Students for a Dream, and Danbury Unites for Immigrants. I am speaking in support of SB 91, as well as HB 5449 and SB 397. I'm an immigrant myself. I grew up undocumented in this country for 27 years. I am also part of the Husky for Immigrants Coalition, which has advocated to expand Husky Medicaid access for immigrant children and pregnant and postpartum individuals, where I am a member of the steering committee and the co-chair of the Healthcare Providers Committee. We hear countless stories of immigrant families who are scared to get the health care they need for fear they might encounter ICE. This protection in SB 91 is essential for patients to be able to access hospitals and clinics without fear of deportation. I work with doctors and healthcare providers as part of our Healthcare Providers Committee, and today about a dozen of these doctors and providers have submitted written testimony, and a few are providing verbal testimony on the importance of ensuring that Connecticut protects hospitals and health clinics from ICE. Hi, everyone. My name is Carolina. The points that Camilla made is not just hearsay, there is data. The fear that's in our community impacts not just immigrants, but all of us. Data Haven released a community well-being survey that said that 31% of Connecticut residents worried a lot or some about their own immigration status or someone close to them. Of those 31%, 19% said they have avoided work, school, or community activities themselves, or they know someone who has. In Danbury, we've heard from educators every day that when there is ICE presence in Danbury, the following day there's a higher rate of absenteeism of students. There is no law currently in Connecticut that prevents ICE from entering schools. That policy was rescinded on the federal level, and the Connecticut Department of Education issued a policy of recommendation. We are asking to codify that into law. I urge you to support SB 91 with the following changes. Require clear written policy so that staff know how to respond to ICE presence. Require a judicial warrant signed by a judge, not just administrative paperwork. Remove broad exemptions and add provisions to allow people to find a way to recourse if they were detained and wrongly detained. I'm also here in support of HB 5449, which puts guardrails on surveillance technology like license plate readers. As I said, I am undocumented. My family recently learned about automatic license plate readers and how that data is shared with immigration. My parents' friends were over, and the conversation turned to an Instagram video explaining what those cameras were. Although the mood was light, I know that conversation changed my dad's sense of safety from that day onward. Just soon the conversation turned about where the cameras were. By the Danbury Mall, I heard, by the DMV, by Park Avenue. Yes, just this morning, actually, when my dad was driving me so I could get here today, suddenly he paused our conversation. He pointed down the road and said, "What's down there?" I spotted when I was driving up. "It's a camera," he said. "They're always watching." So I urge you to support HB 5549 and SB 91 so that all Connecticut families can feel safe in the place they call home. Particularly for the license plate bill, I urge you to support the 7-day data retention limit and also putting strong limits on data sharing. Police departments should not be able to freely share data with out-of-state agencies or federal entities without clear rules and safeguards. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you both for fitting into the time. That was good. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. I want to thank both of you. Your testimony was illuminating. So, first of all, I agree with you on the license plate readers. We will look at the specific language, but I think making sure data is secure is very important. I don't have a problem with law enforcement sharing data if it's towards an important public safety goal, but as we've seen in the private sector, a lot of times if we let data accumulate, then there's a breach, and then all of a sudden all of our data is out being sold on the marketplace or used for bad purposes. On the other issue, so we have rules and laws in Connecticut that protect certain areas from immigration and customs enforcement from going into them. Recently, we even adopted rules and regulations regarding certain areas around courthouses. The concern was you don't want ICE agents rolling into a courthouse as someone's trying to argue a case or assert their rights, and so certain areas of the courthouse premises were considered not appropriate for ICE to be at. And we had a debate regarding how far does that go? Does it go to the sidewalk? Does it go to the parking lot? And, you know, what we passed was what we passed. Is it your testimony that what the administration or Congress or a combination did in Washington took away some of the things, for example, school security, from where we always thought ICE can't go, but because of something in Washington, now that's in doubt? And is it your position that you'd like us to reaffirm through statute what we had always thought was the law of the land here in Connecticut?
Yeah, exactly it. I would like Connecticut to codify in statute that ICE agents can only go in sensitive locations if they have a judicial warrant signed by a judge. And that should be pretty straightforward.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Very sensible, very right to the point.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to both of you. Thank you for coming here. You mentioned with regard to 5449, the license plate reader statute, the 7-day retention period. Can you just point out, I didn't see that in the language, maybe I was reading too fast, where that appears in the language?
Yeah, I have not fully read the bill myself. I know there will be others testifying soon from the ACLU and other lawyers and folks who can speak to what's actually in the language. I'm just here to say that a 7-day data retention limit sounds very reasonable, right, between the investigator needs and privacy protections, and that's what I'm asking for.
So, it's been pointed out to me that it's in line 56. Personally, my concern on that is I know that departments use this information for what's known as triangulation, where they'll get data from, let's say, a weekend of cars entering their jurisdiction on, let's say, Saturday night between 1 and 4 a.m., and then, somewhere in the town, they see that cars are being ransacked during that time, and then they'll archive that data and that information, and then 2 weeks later, another department in another area has the same car coming through. The impediment on law enforcement doing their investigations, in my discussions, retention period should be more like 90 days here. The other thing is, I had a client who was picked up on a bad license reader case. They had the wrong person, and the fact that I needed that information for my case. So I guess the balance here is if we say you can't get it, because this language even says you can't get it under the Freedom of Information Act. So I would not be able to get that information to exonerate my client. I'm just really concerned about this 7-day retention period here. But, yep. Do you want to respond?
Yeah, and I'm sure there'll be other folks coming up who can dive down to the details of like why the 7-day and the 90 and whatnot. On my end, I'll just say that if cars are being ransacked, I hope that the police would investigate them, that day and that week, and that they wouldn't need to come back, months later to see, hey, was the car actually ransacked? So in my view, 7 days should be enough.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Howard.
Good morning, ladies. Always a pleasure. Just jumping on the LPR thing. So I know from previous testimony, you fully support our current Trust Act. Is that correct?
Yes.
Perhaps we should expand upon it, but you do support it, right?
Correct.
Is your reading of that bill, 5449, my reading is that it's very clear that neither Connecticut law enforcement nor any outside agency that accesses it would be able to use LPR data in violation of the Trust Act. Is that your read of it as well?
So right now, I believe that the ALPR data, there's no limits necessarily on sharing it, so it can be shared with federal entities. I can't speak to the specifics of if someone was asking, it is a private company, so that's also what we're looking to do, right? Regulate private companies so that private companies cannot use our data for profit. And that goes beyond the Trust Act.
Yes, I agree. I agree. Currently, there is, under current law, well, I would say under current law, the sharing of that data is likely prohibited by the Trust Act. However, the mechanisms aren't really in place to prevent it,
So
right?
private companies aren't held to the Trust Act, so the private company right now can't share any of their data to the federal government, and then the federal government can do what it wants with it when it has the data. My understanding is that the Trust Act only regulates communication between state agencies and all with like private companies. So this is kind of trying to, as Carolina said here, put some regulations on the private company sharing of data, which is like an unregulated data section in Connecticut law. Yeah, that's outside of the Trust Act. Because right now the companies can share whatever they want with the federal government, and the federal government can do what they want with the data.
Well, okay. So that sort of brings me to this question, though, because the legislation, I'm in line, do you have it in front of you? I'm in line 26 to 28, says that no public agency or law enforcement agency shall share this, should use LPRs except as follows. So this legislation speaks to public agencies and law enforcement agencies.
I believe the legislation is speaking to the flock cameras, so the private companies, so that they can't share data with the federal government. So it's trying to fix that. But again, I am not a lawyer. There's more people who can answer that question for you.
Okay, well, if whoever can answer that question could just let me know who they are when they come up, because that would be best. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, thank you very much for joining us, and your desire to have 7 days is part of a larger ongoing conversation that we will continue to have as this moves forward. Tracy Graves. Tracy Graves. Elliot Prescott. Good morning.
Good morning. Senator Winfield, Senator Kissel, distinguished members of the committee. I'm Elliot Prescott. I'm the State Inspector General, and I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 397 and Senate Bill 91. As you know, both of these pieces of legislation would seek to change the definition of peace officer. Currently, peace officer is defined in the statutes in 53A-3. It's a broad definition, and with respect to federal agents, it defines federal agents, or makes federal agents a peace officer if they have Title 21 authority under the United States Code. Title 21 is a broad title that has to do with narcotics enforcement in part. So those federal agents who are currently exercising Title 21 authority under the United States Code are peace officers within the definition of our statutes. There are some federal agents that are not exercising Title 21 authority, and this legislation would seek to cover those federal agents with a very broad definition of federal law enforcement officers. The proposed change to the definition of peace officer would do nothing to alter the fundamental fact that the state of Connecticut currently has a broad sovereign interest in ensuring that everyone complies with the criminal laws of the state of Connecticut, including all federal officers. The state has the sovereign right to enforce the criminal laws against federal agents, regardless of what agency they work for. The other important thing to know about this proposed change is it would not affect the general state authority to exercise regulation over federal agents. It would simply make it clear that that authority to do those investigations and prosecutions, if necessary, lies with me and my office rather than an individual state's attorney. So again, this doesn't change the fact that if any federal agent were to violate our criminal laws in the exercise and performance of their duties, that they could be prosecuted by the state. Again, this just makes it clear that the authority to do the investigation and the prosecution would be done by my office, which is uniquely situated, I think, to do these cases because we already have the personnel, we have the experience to investigate officer-involved shootings, and so it makes a lot of sense to make clear that these investigations of federal officers would fall within the jurisdiction of my office. I can't say I'm anxious.
You can finish your sentence.
Okay. I don't want to say I'm anxious to take on this role, but I'm sure that the 13 states' attorneys around the state are happy about that.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say to folks, you have a little bit of time to finish your sentence. I'm not. That's other people. Question or comment from members of the committee? I hate when I do that. I just drew a blank. Representative?
6 years isn't enough?
I have done it to people I've known for 17 years. It happens.
It's Representative Callahan.
Good morning, sir.
I was reading in lines 208 through 216 of Raised Bill 397, and it talks about your authority over federal agents. I have a federal correction institute in Danbury. So if something happens there, we're going to send the state's attorneys in to investigate.
If they were to fall within the definition of a federal law enforcement officer, the answer would be we have an interest in enforcing our criminal laws. I don't know whether or not federal corrections officers fall within the definition of federal law enforcement. That would be an issue that we would look at.
They would, and so that would mean you'd be coming into the FCI.
Now, there are some, I think, some limitations on this and some legal questions that I don't necessarily have the answer to as I sit here now. For example, what about the sub-bases and some other places like federal prisons that would be an issue, and I think that's something we would have to look at.
But in your answer in reading the bill, it seems like some of this was prepared in haste to succumb to political pressure for this public hearing today. So these are words that have consequences in districts like mine, and it seems to me that the state of Connecticut is going to start redefining what certain officers are in order to fit a mold so the state can come in and prosecute. I have reservations about that, sir, and I'm going to be also doing some digging behind this, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there comments or questions from other members of the committee? Representative Howard.
Thank you. Judge Prescott, good morning still? Yeah. So thanks for being here. To your final comment that you're not anxious, I think we could all find agreement that we would love it if you and the people in your office had nothing to do at any moment in time. There'd be one state agency would be happy to say that about because of the buckets of things that you investigate. But these things do happen. So my understanding when your office was created back in 2020, in Public Act 20-1, my understanding the intent then was to have an independent office investigate police uses of force that resulted in death or were deadly uses of force. And because of certain definitions that were referenced, it didn't quite include all federal officers, and the legislation before us is seeking to do that. Is that a fair understanding?
I think that's generally correct, yes.
Because the current definition, as we say today, for law enforcement officer or for peace officer in the state only includes federal officers that can enforce U.S. Code 21, which is narcotics. So that would be DEA, FBI officers, perhaps some ICE officers that are cross-trained, but are cross-sworn. But generally speaking, ICE officers would not fit the definition of peace officer in Connecticut. Therefore, potentially, as a direct read of the statute, wouldn't fall under your authority, and you're seeking to bring them in.
I think it's an open question. There are some instances in which ICE agents have Title I authority, but it's much more limited than the other types of federal agents you referenced.
And is your legislation, this legislation, in any way seeking to expand your office as far as what you investigate? In other words, currently you investigate, as I said, in custody deaths, use of force by a peace officer, death resulting or use of deadly physical force. You're not attempting to, as I understand it, expand to investigate uses of force by ICE if it's not deadly force. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Because you're aware of this memo that was sent by your office to police officers or in police departments in February 6th, and it seems to say that you want to be notified of ICE operations even if there is no deadly force.
Well, we asked municipalities to give us advance warning. It was a request. They're not required to, but it was a request to give us advance warning if ICE is operating in their location so that we can be prepared if there is an event that falls within my jurisdiction. But we're not seeking to expand the types of cases that we do.
Have you issued, is your office, since you've been there, I know you've been there a long time, issued guidance to municipalities about any other incidents like that? In other words, hey, if you're going to a barricaded subject, please give us a heads up in case something happens. Have you done that with any other written guidance to municipalities or just on the ICE one?
I don't think we've done it on a written basis, but we have asked that we be notified of instances where there is a barricaded person because of the greater chance that there'll be the use of deadly physical force by a police officer.
Okay, I mean, just because one of the concerns that I have in that is, you know, police officers in this state, as you well know, when they use force, that force, whether or not it's justified, is measured to a standard of objectable reasonableness by Supreme Court and in accordance 53A22, right? We're in agreement about, generally, it's probably more complex than that, but I'm not an attorney. But generally speaking, the law enforcement officer makes that determination in a split second, in the heat of the moment. I don't think that there's police officers in this state that say, okay, I'm going to this call in about a couple hours and I'm going to go shoot somebody or use deadly physical force or kill somebody. It's kind of a concern to me when, and today is a great example of legislation that is born out of public perception. And not to say some things here are not happening and need to be changed, I acknowledge that. But I think the public perception could be pretty bad if a police officer were to call your office and say, hey, we're heading to an incident in an hour and a half, and we might use deadly physical force, and then they do. It almost gives a, maybe not in legal terms, but in public perception terms, sort of an optic of premeditation. Can you understand that concern?
I think I understand what you're saying. I respectfully disagree. I don't think it would be a factor in analyzing whether or not the officer's subsequent use of deadly physical force was justified. I think it would be a good faith attempt to notify the appropriate authorities that there may be an incident that they would have to be involved in.
And I would agree with you, and I have full faith and confidence that your office would look at it that way. What I'm saying is, in public perception, and I'm certainly going to ask you to comment on this because I understand that you have an open investigation on this, but most recently there was a newspaper article that came out that an incident recently in Hartford was deemed a homicide. And I had, including police officers, by the way, several people call me and conflated that with a determination by your office. And you and I both know that, no, the determination of homicide is made by a medical examiner, meaning that it was the taking of one human life by another. The legality of it is still in question and is to be answered by your office. But the public perception immediately was, oh, this was an unjustified shooting because the paper said this is a homicide, right? So again, if you want to comment, but I'm not going to ask you to because I understand the position you're in. I didn't mean to put you in that, but.
No, I think that's a very fair comment. I think that a lot of people don't understand the technical definition of homicide, which you stated it correctly. It just means that it's the taking of one life by another human being.
Correct. And my concern, judges, is that maybe not necessarily today, but in my 5 years here, we have absolutely passed legislation that was based on public perception and politics and optics. That is a fact. And I could give you tons of examples. People are probably shaking their heads. They already know that. But the point that I'm driving at is that sort of public optics results in bad legislation sometimes. So that's my only concern that I just wanted to highlight. And my one question about Senate Bill 397, in line 549, it says, notwithstanding any law enforcement peace officer who is found to have committed an assault, battery, false imprisonment. There's no word of, I'll give you a sec. Line 549. It's the underlined section there. It's at end of section 9. And this is a legal question that I hope maybe you can help me with, because as I read it, it says, notwithstanding any other law, any peace officer who is found to have committed an assault, battery, false imprisonment, et cetera, as you can read there. It doesn't say unlawfully committed an assault. So I think we can agree that police officers, and you've probably investigated some and certainly know of some, commit assaults, but they're justifiable, right? So assault by definition is striking another person causing injury, which police officers do in justifiable ways. So where it says in here who is found to have committed, in that sort of context legally, is that inferring, does that mean generally legally that it would be unlawful assault?
So this is a civil liability provision. I am here to testify only about those aspects of the bill that have to do with criminal enforcement. This has to do, again, with I think the civil liability provisions and the cause of action that's recognized in other parts of the bill.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Judge. Great to see you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't know if I want to do this, but I do think there needs to be some clarification on a point that was just being made, because it's not just that they were found to have done those things. There is a connector in the language about while interfering with the rights of a person who's in the space. So it's not just that they have been found to do that takes away that immunity privilege. And because I responded, I will allow Representative Howard if he wanted to.
We have a lengthy list, Senator, and you and I will have plenty of time to discuss in this committee meeting, so I want to be, we can discuss that further, but thank you.
But I just wanted to be fair to you. Representative Lamarck Muir.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I appreciate your testimony that states have broad authority, and I'll talk about the criminal side, not the civil, have broad authority in this area. But I struggle a little bit with finding how we're practically going to do that. I know, under the sovereign cause we have broad authority, but it's really kind of a gray area how states can enforce this. Can you talk a little, like hypothetically, talk a little bit about if this were to pass and there were to be an incident where there was a federal agent that it gets accused of violating one of our criminal laws in Connecticut, but under the current sort of what's happening in our society right now, if they're not found to have done anything wrong by their employer, their agency, but they're breaking the law here in Connecticut, can you see a situation like what's happening in Minnesota, where evidence is not available, or like, can you just talk a little bit about what you would see practically would be difficulties if hypothetically this were to pass as is?
Sure. So let me begin answering that by focusing on the fact that this bill pertains both to the investigation and prosecution of individuals. Mm-hmm. Those are two very kind of different subjects. Yep. With their own complications, practical and legal. With respect to investigations, we have had instances prior to the creation of my office where a federal officer, along with I believe it was a Hartford police officer,
my old department.
Yes, discharged their firearm in the course of duty at somebody, and there was an investigation done. It was done at both the federal and state level, and it was ultimately determined that both officers' use of deadly physical force was justified under the circumstances. In that case, there was cooperation between the federal law enforcement agencies that were investigating the incident, along with and state officials and prosecutors and law enforcement agencies cooperated with the federal government with respect to that. That's how, in a perfect world, we hope that would go, right? But we certainly have concerns that might not be the case. And so I think some of the provisions, particularly those in Senate Bill number 397, are really seeking to memorialize the importance and the right of the IG's office or the Division of Criminal Justice's office access to the evidence and to the scene. So what would happen if there isn't that level of cooperation? I can't speculate. Certainly in Minnesota, there were efforts made by Minnesota officials to go to federal court and ask for relief and an order that those federal agencies cooperate with state officials who are conducting a criminal investigation, and those cases are ongoing.
Right. And would any sort of state action, especially if it resulted in any sort of state action, especially if it resulted in the death of a citizen, there would be no limitations, right? Like, just if the current federal administration comes to an end, that evidence may become available under a different administration, so you would have access to it that way,
Potentially.
potentially. Right, yeah, this is all hypothetical. Because that's where I'm, that's where I get kind of stuck in this, is we're making a statement as a state, under this bill. And but then how, your job of then implementing this law, I was just curious as to what sort of barriers you see, and if there's any way.
I think some of the practical barriers are reflected in the division's written testimony that we submitted. I think that there are concerns about who would have control of a scene. In part, that may depend upon who arrives at the scene. Look, we want cooperation between the federal government and state law enforcement officers. There are many, many task forces, as you probably know, joint task force, that are doing very important criminal enforcement work in the state every day. And it should be a partnership, and that's what we hope it will be.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Stavstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my sincere apologies to the committee and to you for being remote today. But Mr. Inspector General, we've had some discussion already today about sort of public perception and optics. And, as someone who was pretty heavily involved in the legislation that created your office, it strikes me that, in fact, public perception and optics was the exact reason the Office of the Inspector General was created. We wanted to make sure that the public had confidence that where there was an investigation into the use of deadly force, that was being done in an independent manner that was free from influence, bias, or other heavy-handedness or relationships kind of between the various states' attorneys and the police that they may be charged with investigating. And it strikes me that I get all the reports every time your office issues a report. I'm one of the people who gets a copy of it, and it strikes me that the vast majority of investigations done by your office, the officer in question is found to have been justified, and I think that was sort of our belief and expectation when the office was started, that certainly not every investigation done by your office was going to result in the criminal prosecution of a police officer. But it seems to me that what we're trying to do is the same thing here, that we're trying to make sure that if there is an instance in Connecticut by a federal agent, that the office with the best resources and the office that is, I think, has shown itself over the last few years to be credible and to have operated independent of outside biases, is the one doing the investigation, and that may or may not result in an instance of charges being brought, but the public can have confidence, and the public perception is that the public can have confidence in the outcome of the investigation. So maybe that's more of a statement than a question, but I guess if you could just sort of maybe weigh in on that, and whether that's the way you see sort of the authority being requested here and the role that it's going to play.
Yeah, every day when I go to work, I think about how to create the appearance and build trust with communities that we are going to do these investigations in a fair, even-handed, unbiased way, without fear or favor towards law enforcement, to the communities that are affected by policing adversely sometimes, that we are going to look at each case on the facts, and we're going to do it in a transparent way. So, and transparency is really key here, and it is a question of optics. The public should be able to see the results of our investigation. That's why we write very comprehensive reports. And they need to know that it was looked at fairly. I met with the FBI recently, the special agent in charge for Connecticut, who, in discussing what would happen if there was an incident involving a federal officer's use of force here in Connecticut, and I was informed that they would not even tell me the officer's name who discharged his weapon. And I don't know how the public can have confidence that a full and fair investigation can be done of that incident when we don't have access to the important facts.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, there was an incident not too long ago in Bridgeport, and I got the report this morning. I've not had an opportunity to go through it in detail, but I certainly note the weight and the thoroughness of that report, and whether folks agree with the conclusion or don't agree with the conclusion, I think everyone can have confidence that a thorough and fair investigation was done, and I think that's what we're looking for here as well. So thank you, sir, for bringing this to us and for your services today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Vizino, and I'll just say to Representative Callahan, this is another person whose name I generally mess up, including Representative Veach, so it's a bipartisan effort on my part. Representative, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Judge Prescott, thanks for joining us this morning. Appreciate all your insight on this slate of bills we have today. Just one question about protected areas, just because it was called to my attention this weekend. When I was talking about this bill in one of my towns to explain what we're doing this morning as a committee, somebody asked about nursing homes and assisted living facilities as within the purview of protected areas. And so I took a second look at the bill, and I don't know that it's necessarily explicit in the language. We cover medical facilities, social services establishments, and obviously if it were a state or a locally run facility, it would be covered under those definitions. But I was just wondering, given your assessment of the bill, what your take was on whether or not that would be an area that would be covered within the definition of a protected area.
Thank you for that question. I want to be careful to stay in my lane here. That portion of the bill does not affect my office in any way, and so that the policies that motivate those portions of the bill and the nuances of it are really not something I've spent time on, because they really don't involve the issues that my office has to deal with.
Okay, thank you. I'll pause then for others that may have had more of a hand in drafting that language, but appreciate you being here. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. Further comment or question from members of the committee? Further comment or question from Representative Callahan?
I just wanted to give you another shot. In listening to the testimony, Judge, you mentioned, I thank the chair for recognizing me a second time, because you said a couple things during your continued testimony about every effort to cooperate with law enforcement, federal law enforcement, but this Trust Act does the opposite of that, where I worked for Judicial for years, and we used to cooperate with all federal agencies until they singled out one, Immigration and Naturalization, or ICE. And so that drove these enforcement actions into the streets, because it used to be done behind closed doors at a correctional facility, a parole office, a probation office, a police station, where there's cooperation. And now those agents actually have to go onto the streets to make these arrests. So I don't see that as the cooperation that you talked about. But when we're talking about some of the new language, where you're dedicating certain spaces and also talking about who's going to be deemed certain peace officers, did your office meet with the U.S. Attorney's Office and see what conflicts this has with the Federal Supremacy Clause?
With respect to the protected places, again, I really can't opine about that aspect of the bill. I have met with the U.S. Attorney's Office in the, I'm trying to remember, maybe 4 or 5 months ago, but it was before this legislation was drawn up, and some of these issues came to a forefront because of some of the events in Minnesota. So we have not met with them, but we would certainly be open to.
But in my comments about the cooperation with state and federal, we've singled out one agency that can't cooperate, they won't cooperate with, which is ICE, so it's not entirely true. But even in Minnesota, they're starting to reverse on that, realizing that they've driven enforcement into the streets and they're honoring more detainers now. So I'm hoping, I would prefer these things happened behind closed doors in safe places versus on the street where other people get involved, and it's definitely not as safe. But I believe I've exhausted the issue, so thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us again today.
Thank you, sir.
All right, let's see. We have Stephanie DeSouza. Stephanie DeSouza. Okay. Celise Metis. Celise Metis. Okay. Robert Janis. Robert Janis.
Yes.
There you are. All right. You may testify when you're ready.
Good morning. I'm Reverend Robert Janis, and I'm honored to serve as pastor of the Unitarian Society of Hartford, a congregation that is a proud member of the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance, and I'm speaking in support of SB 91, SB 397, and HB 5449. The right to worship in freedom and safety is not something we take for granted as Unitarian Universalists. A few years ago, one of our sister congregations, the Tennessee Valley Unitarian Universalist Church in Knoxville, was shot up by someone who didn't approve of our values. Several people were injured and 2 people died. In this day and age, our congregation safety committee and our whole congregation has to worry about the threat of violence all the time. And let me tell you, the prospect of ICE agents barging into the congregation with weapons drawn or ready to be drawn, with the lack of adequate training which was so keenly on display in Minneapolis, does not make us feel safer. In fact, it makes us all feel less safe. We are concerned that the risk of harm to a congregant, visitor, or bystander goes up exponentially if ICE is in or near the building. The fact that a similar threat of ICE chaos and risk to life is already making daily life and safety planning difficult at our hospitals, schools, clinics, and other spaces is an unfolding and unnecessary tragedy. Many of our nation's founding fathers and mothers were Unitarian, including John and Abigail Adams and Thomas Jefferson, and as our First Amendment makes clear, they were deeply concerned about government overreach into religious liberty, into the right of people to gather, and into the sacrosanct privacy of the individual and the right of individual conscience. The prospect of an unaccountable police force using private data to spy on its citizens and interrupting its religious services is exactly what they feared. We need to make sure that basic protections are in place and kept in place. Accountability, responsibility, not hiding behind a mask, taking care to do things the right way. The Declaration of Independence does not read, all men are created equal except immigrants. I'm proud that as a nation, over the decades, we have continually, however imperfectly, spoken up and fought for that God-given equality to be expressed in law for women, African Americans, and people of all the heritages of the world, people of different faiths and no faith, and people of LGBTQ identity. The fact that basic rights of people in this country are now being rapidly eroded is a shameful betrayal of America's values and bad news for all of us who want to live free from government interference and build the good society based on values and principles and not on a surveillance state and raw power. Thank you very much for your service, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Comment or question from members of the committee? Representative Howard.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony. You talked about masks. I see masks is referenced in Section 5 of 397. Did you have any concerns about police officers wearing masks before all of the ICE stuff started happening in 2025?
I'm not sure. I think if police officers wore masks, there was general trust in the public that they were doing so for a good reason and in a certain situation. Generally, you're in public service, I'm in public service, police officers in public service. I've had very good interactions with police officers. They're very rarely wearing masks because it's very important to be accountable and to be identifiable. So we all are that are in public service generally. There are exceptions in the bill, there are exceptions in life. But the fact that these blanket mask wearing policies in ICE makes trust in law enforcement go down very quickly and in a troubling way.
Yeah, I understand that. And one of the concerns that I've had on the language that came last session and the language before us today is that we're leveraging the frustrations and fears that folks have around ICE, in many cases legitimate, to further negatively impact our local law enforcement. That's my concern. So we just had a blizzard. And do you know that during a blizzard, police officers don't stay home? They go to work in case people need them. And do you know that police officers are human beings? They have feelings. They are exposed to diseases and things like that, which is outlined here. But for years, I've been a police officer for 24 years, and we always, in wintertime, on cold days, bitter cold days, low wind chills, snow, blizzards, when we were out there clearing trees from the road, trying to make it so emergency vehicles could pass, wore some sort of a backstrap or a face mask to keep our faces and our lips from getting chapped and cold and whatnot. And now we can't. Why is that? Why is that the way to do things? Can you explain to me why police officers should be exposed? Because I ski all the time, and everybody that's out there in those cold days wears a mask because they're cold and they're humans. Why are those police officers, state and local cops, who have never worn those masks for purposes of hiding their identity, now subject to exposure to the cold because people are upset with ICE? Can you help me understand that?
I mean, I understand and appreciate that law officers are there all the time helping us out. In fact, in our congregations, we're constantly thankful to the emergency service personnel, including police officers in these blizzards in this winter. I do believe, with respect, it might be a little bit disingenuous to say that all the masks worn in Minneapolis and ICE were purely because of the cold. And I think there's a public perception that I think, frankly, is warranted, that often ICE officers are wearing masks in order to disguise their identity and, in some cases, to act with impunity. Now, I understand that this has a detrimental effect on our police officers' reputation, and I think a lot of what ICE has done has had a really unfortunate detrimental effect on reputation of law enforcement generally. And I think what these bills are trying to do is to really hold ICE to the same kind of standards that we expect of our professionals, of our law enforcement professionals, that we expect of you and I, that kind of accountability and responsibility. So
we're in agreement that ICE is wearing masks to hide their identity. We're in total agreement about that. Here in Connecticut, the law requires that law enforcement officers wear their name on their outermost garment. That's existing law. It's been existing law for several years. So they're identifiable. And there's carve-outs here. There's carve-outs here for medical-grade masks and other things. But there's no carve-out for our officers who have to work out in the cold. And I guess I'm asking why can't those officers be carved out when that's a legitimate purpose?
I didn't draft the legislation. I can't speak to that exemption.
Well, you're here in favor of the legislation.
Yes.
The people who drafted this knew that. I raised this concern to them 6 months ago, and they did it again. So perhaps it's not a fair question for you. I just didn't know if you. I'm trying to understand, because the people who draft this legislation are representatives who represent the opinions of folks who support this stuff. So I'm just trying to understand, why are we telling state and local cops who have been doing the best they can? The chairman just testified earlier that since the IG opened, overwhelmingly the cases that he gets are justifiable. Our cops in this state are doing the best they can. And for this state to express frustration, faith leaders to express frustration about ICE, I'm totally in agreement with that. But when we take it and we leverage that frustration to continue an anti-police narrative in the state of Connecticut, when we have a governor acknowledging through his own legislation that we're at critical problems of recruitment and retention in that profession, I have to tell you is getting very frustrating. I'll give you a chance to respond to that.
I mean, I think we're in agreement, Representative, that it's important that that all of us in public service are held to a high standard. Certainly nobody wants police officers catching hypothermia, and I think it's something to look at in drafting the law.
Well, you may not, but certainly there are people who do. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Comment, question from members of the committee. Comment, question from members of the committee. There are none. Thank you very much for joining us today. Okay, we have Alyssa Segal. Alyssa Segal. I see the person on there. Okay, you're on there, so if you can get yourself organized, I'm going to go ahead while you work on that. Sarah Swetsoff.
Hello?
Yes, Ms. Segal, you may testify.
Yes, so sorry. Thank you. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm sorry I don't see the control for my camera.
That's okay. Go ahead and testify.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. My name is Alyssa Siegel. I'm a Stanford-based artist and arts educator, and I'm here to speak in support of SB 91. I'm an educator and I work with children and young people, and I really believe that Connecticut should clearly and in a unified manner protect students, families, and communities, and ensure that there are spaces that are safe and accessible where people can fulfill basic needs like healthcare and education. It's important to me that we have protected areas like schools, hospitals, food banks, shelters, and places of worship, because we must allow people access to vital services and places to be free of fear. And I'm talking especially about our children. I've worked for many, many years with young people, and I see the impact that unsafe and unsecure living situations have on young people, and how the lack of these basic human rights necessities can really just torpedo lives. I mentor young artists. I see firsthand some of the difficulties they face. There are so many daily challenges for so many in our immigrant community: overcrowded housing, needing to work multiple jobs but still challenged to save, learning a new language. To add, living with the terrible fear that you or your child or your partner will be grabbed up if you leave your home is not sustainable. To traumatize children and adults already living with great hardship is simply inhumane. We must recognize that we are all human, and it is inhuman to operate in the way our Immigrations and Customs Enforcement Agency is currently operating. The crime of trying to survive or give your children a better life than you had will never merit the infliction of lifelong trauma that ICE and this administration is perpetrating every single day. I urge the Judiciary Committee to ensure that SB 91 explicitly protects immigrant communities and reinforces Connecticut's commitment to safe access to schools, healthcare facilities, government buildings, places of worship, and all protected areas listed in SB 91, which I understand used to be the case and is no longer under the current administration. I would also like to express my support for bills SB 397 and HB 5449, as I believe both bills are offer crucial protections to every person's civil rights, regardless of their immigration status.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, is my time up?
Your time has elapsed. Your 3 minutes has elapsed. So let me see if there are any questions for you. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ma'am, I just want to say thank you for testifying today. And I'm glad you didn't have to drive all the way up from Stanford. It's my job, but this Zoom remote testimony is a great asset for people of our area of the state, and I'm glad that we got to hear your voice today.
Thank you. I really appreciate being able to speak before all of you. Appreciate that you all are listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Are there other comments or questions from members of the committee? Other comments or questions? If not, thank you very much for joining us today. I'll just repeat what I said at the beginning of the hearing. Since it's 11:30, it's been an hour and a half. Some folks may have joined us. We have a very long list, 166 people signed up. So if possible, to make sure that we hear all of the really important points. Summarizing your testimony, particularly if you've given it to us in written form, will help with that. Also, at the end of the 3 minutes, I am not trying to cut people off, but to make sure everyone gets the same amount of time, I will remind you that your 3 minutes have elapsed, ask you to summarize, and please don't make us cut you off. Okay, Sarah Swetzoff. Sarah Swetzoff. Stuart Sevacool.
Pretty good, Senator. I say Savicle, but I'm not even sure if I'm right about that.
Okay.
Good morning, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Stuart Savicle, and I serve as Chief of Staff for AFT Connecticut. Our union represents thousands of educators, healthcare professionals, and public service workers across the state. I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 91. For our members, the concept of protected areas is not abstract policy. It is the everyday environment where they do their work. Schools, hospitals, clinics, and public institutions are the places where educators teach, nurses provide care, and public employees help residents access services. Schools and hospitals only work when people feel safe walking through the door. If families are afraid to enter those spaces, the entire system stops working. Educators across our state already see how uncertainty around immigration enforcement can affect school communities. When families are worried about whether it is safe to attend school events, visit a government building, or access services, it inevitably affects students. Teachers and school staff often find themselves supporting children who are carrying stress and anxiety that has nothing to do with the classroom. Healthcare workers see a similar dynamic. When individuals delay or avoid seeking care because they are uncertain about whether medical facilities are safe spaces, it undermines public health and makes the work of our healthcare professionals significantly harder. Senate Bill 91 recognizes something simple but essential. Certain places must remain accessible to everyone if our communities are going to function. Schools must be places where students can focus on learning. Hospitals must be places where people can seek care. Public institutions must be places where residents can access services without hesitation. This legislation also provides clarity for the workers who staff these institutions. Educators, nurses, and public employees should not be placed in the position of navigating uncertain situations involving enforcement activities. Clear rules help ensure that the people responsible for running these essential services understand the process and can focus on the work they are there to do. For these reasons, AFT Connecticut supports Senate Bill 91 and encourages the committee to move the bill forward. As you continue refining the legislation, we would encourage two practical improvements. First, enforcement actions in protected areas should require a judicial warrant signed by a judge rather than administrative paperwork, so that those decisions receive appropriate legal oversight. Second, institutions like schools and hospitals should have clear written response policies so staff know how to respond if enforcement situations arise. Clear rules and clear procedures allow educators and healthcare professionals to focus on serving their students, patients, and communities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us this morning to provide us with your testimony. Okay, we have Eric Weiner. Good morning. Red button right in front of you will activate the microphone and you may testify.
Good, excuse me. Good morning. My name is Eric Weiner from Windsor. Senator Kissel, Winfield. Great to see Windsor up on the panel here. I was the gentleman about a year ago who began looking into the flock safety system that was deployed in Windsor and wound up doing a FOIA request. So I'm here to talk about 5449. The work that I did and then the colleagues that I brought this to led to the Windsor Town Council suspending the use of the flock camera systems 2-3 weeks ago, pending further investigation. So I support 5449 and hope we can have a good discussion this morning. I have not submitted written testimony. I want to see the kinds of questions you have. My career has been spent in the AI and software industry, and the primary maximum that companies use today is to move fast and break things. You may have heard that. I am convinced that Maxim applies to flock safety and many of the other vendors in this category. You can't be doing that when you're dealing with underlying constitutional and civil rights. Towns, individuals keep tripping over problems in this software, and then they rush off and do a patch. That doesn't fly in my book. This stuff needs to be a lot better thought out. And I have pages of notes, for instance, just on their contract and the loopholes that are in it. You'll hear from their lobbyists later today, and it's going to sound like all things are perfect, and they're not. The average town attorney is not equipped right now to understand and comment on the contracts that these companies put in front of a town manager or police chief to sign off on. And they need a lot of help in doing that. And that, I believe, can come from the state, and something for you to consider as an add-on to this bill. Specifically with the bill, I'd like you to take some close look at the FOIA provisions that start on line 126 and look at the definitions of ALPR-derived data in the preamble to the bill. And those two paragraphs seem to have some conflict in terms of what data is actually FOIA-able and what is not. I think there needs to be some significant sharpening of the language there. And that is in contrast to SB 4, which puts, there's this ALPR data makes it non-FOIA-able. So there needs to be some good reconciliation between the bills and how the definitions are done. When I look at these kinds of systems, I ultimately sit back and think, what would the founders and drafters say?
Yeah, your time is elapsed, so I'm going to see if there are comments or questions for you. Senator Kissel.
And I'm reading right next to you. Is it Mr. Weiner?
Weiner.
Weiner. All right, first of all, thank you for coming to testify. You're from Windsor, where I grew up.
Yes.
First English settlement, 1633. Are you from Senator McCrory's part of town or my part of town?
Yeah, I'm not from your little slice.
Oh, my little slice. That's okay. I appreciate your efforts.
Right now, I wish I was.
No, that's all right. So first of all, I thank you for what you did down in Windsor and getting that information. It's not easy using FOI. I mean, it's out there, but everybody thinks, oh, you just send a letter and you'll get everything you want. Doesn't always work that way. If you have specific recommendations as to how to tighten up this language regarding the FOI part, since you are familiar with how you've used it, that would be super helpful.
Okay.
I agree with you. This is an area that we're going to have to weigh in. I think at the end of the session, we will come together on some piece of legislation regarding this. I just want folks to know, and yourself as well, I'm heartened that the law enforcement community generally is supportive and they're into working out the details. So my second question to you is this. Some folks, I believe in chatting with the good chair, like New Hampshire has a law, and I think that you can hold on to the data for like 2 minutes or something. It's super, super short. Conversely, a liberal state, I would classify it as liberal, California, has a time period of up to 90 days. A little bit of surprise that that's the law in California, but that's what it is. Some folks are thinking 14. I believe the Police Chiefs Association is coming in at 30. Have you thought about what's an appropriate time frame? Because I agree with you, especially in dealing with private corporations, but if we allow them to hold on to the data, at some point there's going to be a data breach. And now all this information's all over the place. We've seen it with big corporations. We see it with our, like, even our most valuable healthcare data. And so I'm just wondering, based upon your life experiences, where would you draw that line?
Yeah, it's a very hard issue. And can I pull out a number from the air and say that's the right one? No. But I actually would like to broaden your thinking on this a bit. It's not so much the time frame, but where and who holds the data. In the current case with Flock Safety, it lives on their servers that's under their control. If any department said, well, I need to withdraw my data from the system, they're totally dependent upon the vendor to do that. I believe in Flock's case, they even send some of the data overseas to do the training of their underlying AI models. I certainly would, I like in the bill that it is 7 days. It feels sort of directionally correct to me. But I'm actually much more focused on the management of that underlying data to address just what you're saying of it leaking out the back end unintentionally.
Okay, and we'll probably focus on trying to pull a line out of the air. We'll do the best we can as far as the time frame. But as far as you're concerned, that raises a very interesting question. One more, Mr. Chair. I can see the law enforcement community coming up to us and saying, hey, we just don't have the financial wherewithal or the technological wherewithal to create our own cloud where we can store this data. We've got this private party out there. There's probably more than one, but you never know. And this data, I envision, is going to be outside of our immediate control in the hands of this private entity. And as you just indicated, apparently they are free about training people with it even outside of the United States of America. Do you have any knowledge in your life experiences in the private sector? What kind of things can we put in this legislation, if you know, that would help secure us, knowing that we probably aren't going to be able to not let them have it, but if we do let them have it, just for practical reasons, what can we build into the statute so that would really hurt them and act as a deterrent if this data escapes their possession?
Oh, that's a great question. There is stuff you can do, both on penalties for leakage and for specifying the type of security audits or attestations that they can make about the deletion of data. So if they assert something's been deleted, and then you find out later on, well, no, it didn't really, it went out the side door, that they can hold some level of liability to that. Whether that belongs in the legislation or a contract that an individual police agency signs, I don't know. But it's around those areas.
And I really appreciate that, and I know that we have so many really super smart attorneys in this building, and I have a little bit of familiarity with contractual provisions that touch upon that, and if someone's on the hook as far as exposure to liability, it really makes them dot the I's and cross the T's. I don't want to pick them out, but for example, you'll see if you're driving on the highways, Iron Mountain or these other companies that shred documents, huge amounts of documents. Well, they have provisions in their agreements with their customers that they are actually doing what they say to do. And if they don't, then their customers can go back at them for vast penalties and liability. So I know these provisions are out there between two private entities, and I think your point is spot on that we need to do things to incentivize them to have the very highest standards for this kind of data. And thank you for coming up to testify, and all my best to all you do. Maybe I'll see you at the Shad Derby down the road.
Okay.
Thanks.
Maybe one comment on, with respect to these types of contracts. In particular with Flock Safety, it's the worst of the worst because if you were to sign up as a new customer, they say that their contract is whatever they put out on their website that they are allowed to change at will. So you agree, like any commercial software, like you go buy Microsoft Word, Microsoft can change their terms at will. So there's a lot of boxing that needs to be put around the business relationship that can be done.
Thank you. Representative Dillon.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your really helpful testimony. And I'm concerned, not for the first time, about your remarks about the vendor and the authority of the vendor. And I guess it really jumped to the front when Apple agreed to pull some of the software from it that helped people to alert their communities if ICE was in the neighborhood, if I remember it correctly. And it made me worry about what kinds of agreements or guardrails any of us can put on it, whether it's this body or the federal, if we have a massive company, which, you know, I may have the last Samsung in the country, but most folks have iPhones, and making a decision about the availability of software that people care about. And in that vein, I wanted to, I think it's embedded in some of what you're talking about, the asymmetry, really, of the legitimate concerns, I think, of some of the police officers who don't want to be exposed. And I did training in police departments when I was in domestic violence, and everybody was terrified about being sued all the time, and I understand that. But we're also looking at a situation where civilians are, maybe graduate students are at a demonstration on the green, and someone can be taking their picture and putting their face into a database at the same time that the people who are the agents of the government are covering their faces. And I guess that troubles me a lot, and I wondered if you knew of any way that a civilian can protect their face from the intrusion of software.
That's really outside of what I'm prepared to talk about. I wish I had a magic wand for you. But it did jog something important in my mind regarding this type of software and who controls the data. A standard provision in these contracts is if the vendor is acquired by another company, the contract immediately moves over to the new vendor. I'm particularly concerned in this case is if Palantir, for instance, were to acquire Flock, that all of this ALPR data is then controlled by an organization with whose ethics don't match mine.
Well, their business practices, yeah, sure. I don't know about their ethics, but their behavior certainly is troubling.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your, I guess I took you outside your lane there, and I'm sorry about that, but I think it's a natural stroll. But thank you very much.
You're welcome. It's a big concern.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, sir. Thank you for coming here today. With the knowledge that you have, I certainly appreciate the exchange. You know, I don't know if it's ironic or I wax sardonic that my first term up here, my first legislative session is 2017, and my staff came to me and said, "What bills are you going to put in?" And I put in a bill about retention of LPR data. I was concerned, but you know, the response was, "Well, you're a Republican, your bill isn't going anywhere." And you know, here we are 8 years later, and we're finally discussing this concern that I attempted to raise 8 years ago. You had mentioned in your, or started to mention in your opening comments about the founding, and that's where I come from on this issue. I've already, you know, talked about the 90 days situation, my discussion with law enforcement, but my concern on the freedom side is if we were to go back to the founding, would we find it to be appropriate for the government to monitor, you know, whose horse was in front of Benjamin Franklin's home on a particular day, and what other horses joined that horse, and you know, these people are gathering together in the you know, the harms that they may befall the government as a result of them gathering. We certainly have the freedom of association in this country. My concern is, you know, law enforcement scanning license plates in a Walmart parking lot, scanning license plates at election polling places, you know, that kind of stuff on the freedom side. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to tell us what you wanted to tell us about the founding.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate that. Yeah, I fantasize if I could sit down with Jefferson or One of the other framers are Windsor's Oliver Ellsworth. Got to give him a plug. Third Chief Justice of the United States. Thank you very much. I think they would be appalled with the thought that a government could track where you have been. And there is no warrant requirement to go and look up that information. All you need is access to a system. And you can't even necessarily control who has access. That goes, in my mind, it's antithetical to the nature of freedom in this country. And we cannot let incrementally, we can't allow ourselves to incrementally chip away at that, because we'll wake up one day and find we have nothing.
I thank you for that. You also were discussing the actual language before us, and I just wanted to flush out, you were talking about some incongruities with regard to FOI, and I think you specifically were referring to line 126 through 129, and then you generally referenced another portion. I don't know that you gave this a lines. Can you just like flush that out a little bit better for us?
Yeah, and I will appeal later in this process for some of help with your attorneys on this. Line 126 says, automated license plate reader data shall not be disclosable under FOIA. Any of the following information shall be disclosable. And then it goes and itemized certain provisions of the data that can be disclosable. Yet the definition on line 7 of what automated license plate reader data is, in my read, everything is a derivative of the automatic license plate reader data that begins the whole process. So they seem to be self-contradicting. And I could probably go and make a good argument from the way this is written that nothing is disclosable or everything is disclosable. So they need to look at the definition in section on line 7 compared to lines 126 through 137. I think just needs some clarification on what the real intent there.
I thank you for narrowing that, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Weiner, for being with us today, in addition to your work actually bringing this issue to the light. I wanted to echo Representative Fishbein. I think there's two sets of concerns here. One is obviously, what these devices are being used for generally and what restrictions there are on what a private company can do with this data. And the other is, how do we conceive of the Fourth Amendment in the era of artificial intelligence? Under the Fourth Amendment, there's generally not been considered a reasonable expectation of privacy in the public space, and that's why public recording happens all the time. But we've also assumed that no one could possibly process all of that public recording and data to actually make use of it on a broad scale in a mass surveillance sort of way. And with artificial intelligence, turns out that maybe companies or even the government could. So I think we really do need to take a hard look at that and think about how we want that to work in today's age. I had a couple of questions that I thought maybe you could answer, and I know we're waiting for a while to hear from the flock representative, but so I wanted to give them an opportunity to do a little research if you don't have these answers, so that they do when they come up. And one question was, in your investigation, did you discover where Flock actually physically in the world stores the data that they collect, like where the servers are?
Yeah, I believe they make use of Amazon's cloud service. So the data will be distributed within their cloud network. Amazon has big data centers on both coasts. So where exactly in their network, I don't know. But I do understand that to train the underlying models, that some of that work is done overseas. With respect to the Fourth Amendment, I refer you to I'm not an attorney, but there's a Supreme Court case called Carpenter, I believe, that says, yes, you may not have expectation of privacy for a single snapshot, but it talks about if you have tracked the aggregate path that somebody has followed through distinct snapshots, you do have privacy over that. So it gets right to your point. People like to say, no expectation of privacy. Well, it's, as they say, it's complicated.
Yeah, and I would agree, and that was in the context of cell site data, which is an interesting issue in itself. And so I think, thankfully, the Supreme Court is thinking hopefully carefully about this, or more broadly about this, and I think it's good for us to be thinking about it as well. One of the concerns I have related to the physical location of the data is that even if we impose certain restrictions on how our agencies can use the data or collect the data or how the data can be transferred, if a law enforcement agency or even a private individual issues a subpoena in another state, then we may never know about it. And that, you know, if the AWS owner, server, or Flock, wherever in this other state, just finds it easier to give up this data to whoever's requesting it with the subpoena rather than challenging it. That's one concern I have. We would want the ability, I think, for our public agencies to be able to challenge that and have an opportunity to litigate it in court if necessary.
Sorry.
And I guess the other question I have is has there been anything in the contractual provisions that you've observed indicating who owns the data?
Let me come back to the where the data is stored and how that's accessed, and then I'll come to the ownership. There's been some scary stuff in the past month about access to server-based data, and that it was ICE or CBP has gone to Google with an administrative subpoena, not a judicial subpoena signed by a judge, and demanded they turn over private individuals' data, and they've complied. That means, that's frightening to me. Flock is based in Atlanta. What would prevent a federal agent in Atlanta going to Flock and say, give me Connecticut's data? From my read, nothing. So the best thing is to not have it there in the first place. Regarding ownership, Flock's marketing material likes to insist that the customer, the police agency or the municipality owns their data. Well, that's a really good marketing slogan until you start digging into what can be done with the data by the vendor. They have aggregation rights to the data. In Windsor's contract, which was signed now 3.5 years ago, Flock grants themselves an irrevocable perpetual license to make use of derivatives of the data. So yeah, might sound nice. Marketing says you own your data, but we can do whatever we want with it on the back end. Or the instance I cited earlier, if there's a corporate acquisition and the data flows to some other entity, well, what does that mean in that environment? Did that touch on what you're looking for?
Yes, thank you. That was very helpful. I'd be interested in hearing from Flock representatives if they think it's feasible to resolve some of these concerns, certainly in terms of the ownership of the data and the ability to do, it sounds like whatever they want with it. I think that's a restriction that probably should be contractually defined. And I'd also be interested, if they're using a national provider like Amazon Web Services, I'm not sure why they would need to store the data in any particular place. And I'm sure that there could be a place that it could be stored so that it would be subject to the jurisdiction of Connecticut. And Connecticut agencies would be able to challenge any attempt to take that data and have notice of it.
I believe you have access to a fellow from the Connecticut Academy of Science and Engineering, who I'll be meeting with tomorrow, along with Senator Maroney. You can start to dig in on what the underlying architecture, this is going to get to geek speak a little bit, of these systems look like. But if truly they wanted to give you the ownership of your town's data, well, the only holder of the encryption keys to that data should be the police chief or town manager or whomever. That's not the way it is now. So the system wasn't architected to allow that grant of ownership and then let the owner pull it away if they need to.
Well, thank you very much for your work on this issue. I appreciate your testimony. You've highlighted some important issues, and I appreciate it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. Thank you for joining. Was there somebody? No? Okay. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Take care.
Yeah, right on the button, too. All right. Next, we have Alexandra Garcia. Alexandra Garcia. Okay. Okay, then we are at Donna Grossman, who I am informed will be sharing time with, I believe, Barry Kresh. So you have a little bit more time in order to do so. Oh, 156.
Estimados miembros del Comité Judicial de la Asamblea General de Connecticut, buenas tardes, mi nombre es Yarisa.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Emilia. Somos padres del Comité de Escuelas Públicas de Hartford y miembros de Hartford Deportation Defense. Contamos con 415 familias de clase trabajadora. Nuestra organización es parte de la coalición Connecticut for All. Apoyamos a los proyectos de ley SB 91, SB 397 y HB 5449.
Good afternoon. My name is Jaritza and my name is Emmy. We are mothers in the Hartford Public Schools Committee and members of Hartford Deportation Defense. We are a group of 415 working class families in the Hartford area. Our organization is part of the Connecticut for All Coalition, and we support SB 91, SB 397, and HB 5449.
Como madres y vecinas estamos preocupadas por nuestra seguridad y estabilidad mental y emocional, porque hemos vivido el caso de una compañera que es madre de la escuela Magna Montessori Batchelder, cuyo esposo fue víctima al ser arrestado por ICE frente a la escuela. Esto afectó a la familia y al miembro escolar. La niña mayor de 9 años bajó su rendimiento escolar.
As mothers and neighbors, we are concerned about our safety and mental health and emotional well-being. We recently witnessed the case of a friend, a mother at Montessori Magnet at Batchelder School, whose husband was arrested by ICE in front of the school this year. This affected the family and the school environment, and the eldest daughter, who is 9 years old, experienced a drop in her academic performance and became withdrawn.
Como comité de escuelas tenemos el objetivo de velar y apoyar a la comunidad educativa para mejorar la calidad de la enseñanza y mantener nuestras escuelas de barrio, pero esta falta de protección limita la presencia de muchos padres en actividades escolares y de sus hijos, afectando el enfoque en sus estudios por el estrés emocional de sus familias, que también les afecta a ellos, y al desarrollo del ambiente escolar. También limita a las familias y a los niños el disfrutar de ambientes de recreación que son indispensables para su desarrollo socioemocional.
As a school committee, our goal is to support the school community to improve the quality of our education and maintain our neighborhood schools. However, this lack of protection limits the presence of many parents in their school activities, in their children's school activities, affecting their focus in their studies due to emotional stress experienced to their families or by their families, which also impacts the children and the overall school environment. It also limits families and children's access to recreational spaces that are essential for their socio-emotional development.
Por nuestra familia, por nuestros niños, por un mejor futuro para todos, les pedimos como comité de madres de escuela, respalden estas leyes que no solo protegen a unos cuantos, nos protegen a todos.
For our families, for our children, for a better future for everybody in the state, as mothers and members of our schools committee, we ask you to support these laws that won't just protect a few, but will protect us all.
¿Qué mensajes nos dan los legisladores y autoridades estatales si suelen decir que los niños son el futuro? ¿Realmente están cuidando de este futuro? Vivir con miedo no es vivir.
What message are legislators and state authorities sending us? You often say that children are the future. Are you truly protecting this future? Living in fear is not really living.
Okay, so I have a clarification and question. So we had the mistaken number, which was 156. You are 154, right?
Yaritza.
And then how does that connect to number 24?
Donna shared her turn as a panel with us.
Okay.
And Donna's online. She's
Okay.
also a member of Hartford.
Okay. Because when the 154 became 156 and we clarified that, then I was confused about 24.
Sorry.
Okay. Is that clear for everyone? Okay.
And Donna hopefully has a minute or so to share her
I'll give Donna a minute. Is Donna
online.
still online? So
I'm on.
You may proceed. We're not going to give you the full 3 minutes, even though.
No, I know. I pared it down. Hi, my name is Donna Grossman. I live in Windsor. I'm a member of Hartford Deportation Defense and part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I support all of Connecticut for All Stand Up CT Protect Our Freedoms policies. I have submitted written testimony, but in the interest of time, I pared it down. The point I made in my testimony was that as the Constitution states, we must take steps to make sure that the Constitution applies to everyone, unlike what happened in the Minneapolis area in the past few months. We must ensure that anyone can go to school or church or a vigil without the fear of being kidnapped or pepper sprayed in the face. Ensure that the only thing everyone has to fear while driving is that person on their cell phone or a radar gun, and not that their location will be shared with ICE. Ensure that no one has to fear another state's National Guard or some random masked law enforcement. And to ensure the right to accountability for anyone whose civil rights have been violated. I did want to add to Senator Kissel, on January 20th, after Connecticut passed the law prohibiting ICE in the courthouses, an ICE agent entered a courthouse in New Haven and arrested someone. And to Representative Howard, I'd suggest asking an ICE agent who wears a mask and refuses to identify himself why people now have an issue with masks. And I'm going to add, this is not hearsay. I've seen it in person. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. Thank you so much for coming and testifying, even though albeit was brief. I think it was great getting all the folks up at the speaker's desk as well. I'm guessing you're in Senator McCrory's part of town, but
I am.
Yeah, that's okay. I figure I grew up in Windsor. I feel like I still represent the whole town, and I always, no matter what part of town you are, you can always call my office. But thank you for bringing that to my attention. We'd like to think that when we pass laws in this state that they are obeyed. So that's disconcerting. But
I found it disconcerting myself.
Yeah, so I think it's great that you brought it to our attention. And I hear you loud and clear. I'm sure that some bill will get through here. It's just how it's going to be delineated. But thank you for your time and effort.
You're welcome.
Senator Gatkar Wilcox.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank you first for your testimony and also for bringing our attention to the experience of children, which I think is particularly important. I've been working with a group of young people in Bridgeport, Creative Youth Productions, and they just created a play that they're previewing and will soon be sort of sharing with the schools from the eyes of young people what that experience with for immigration enforcement is, or the interaction with an ICE agent. And it's a very powerful story. And we forget that even if they're not intentionally having those discussions in their family, those discussions can't be avoided. And there's very serious psychological, emotional impacts on those students. And so that telling from these students was that story, their production from the eyes of young people is particularly powerful. So I just wanted to thank you for that and sort of highlighting that perspective. I'm still haunted by the fact that I know that there was a child in Bridgeport whose parents said, if the door is open when you come home from school, that means we've been taken. And I just can't even imagine how that child will ever recover from that statement. I'm still haunted from hearing that. And so we really need to think about the impact, is particularly on children here. One question I had is, I know you testified that there were a number of children. We know that it's affected attendance at school. If there's any more sort of specific statistics on I wasn't thinking about the after school programs, if you know either anecdotally or if you have more sort of concrete data on how many kids, what has been the decline in enrollment for after school programs along with just attendance. So I don't know if anybody can answer that now or if you can just share that with the committee. But again, I just want to thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Further comment or question? Further comment or question? If not, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for sharing your time and providing us with your testimony. Have a great afternoon. Okay. We have, boy, my eyes are getting old. Saifullah Khan.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, I guess good afternoon to the senators and the representatives. I am Saifullah Khan, you can call me Saif. I am an immigrant from Afghanistan. I came to this great country and this beautiful state, the Constitution state, as a student attending Yale University. And I overstayed my visa by a couple of months because I was going through a particularly difficult situation and I did not understand the laws very well. And I ultimately filed for an asylum application, but this past May in the Hartford Federal Building, I was approached by multiple men wearing they did not have masks. I guess there was no blizzard happening in May, but there was no identification markers. There were no uniforms, no badges, and they did not identify themselves. And lunged towards me, and in the process I ran away towards the only safety that I knew inside the building, which was the federal judge and the U.S. Marshal. And suddenly I got tased 7 times simultaneously. And so a lot of these bills in front of you today are impactful, and they impact people like me. I know that there are a lot of immigrants that are scared to speak. There are a lot of them that are unable to articulate their situation. And one thing that significantly and was really a main driving force behind why I even immigrated to the United States is that this is a civilization that I care about. The enforcement of laws, including ERO efforts or ICE efforts, should be done in a civilized manner. And so the excessive force and the harms that I suffered through, I actually went and researched the Axon Industries that make the tasers with that ICE had used on me, indicated that it was extremely excessive. They do not recommend it. It could have been lethal. Thankfully, I'm a healthy young man. Their own policies do not let ICE agents use such excessive force. And so there's a complicated burgeoning scenario happening here with Bivens claims and Egbert v. Boole claims. And I would like the legislature to put in wording related to remedial and clarifying, because these rights that were violated is not for opening the doors to decades of suits, but only those within statute of limitations, but simply, remedying existing laws and existing laws of the state, as multiple senators and representatives. Sorry, I'll finish my sentence.
Mr. Khan, your 3 minutes has expired. Appreciate your testimony. I do think we have some questions, so I'm going to defer to the panel for questions. Questions from committee members? Senator Lesser.
Yes, thank you for your testimony, and I'm sorry for what happened to you. You mentioned in your testimony bringing forward Bivens claims, which is an opportunity under existing federal law for folks who've had their rights violated to, bring forward claims. My understanding is that Bivens claims are extremely limited in scope. One of the bills before us, Senate Bill 397, has a provision in it called the Converse 1983 provision that would allow people in Connecticut to bring forward claims when their federal constitutional rights are violated. Is that something that you would find useful in this case? Is that something that you see as something that we should strongly consider?
It is. Thank you, Senator Lester, and I appreciate your condolences. It is extremely important, as our Yale Law School professor Akhil Amar, who's one of the most important authors of the Converse 1983 claims. Bivens, according to my understanding of the law, has been significantly curtailed. It's practically dead with Egbert v. Boole, and so the state rights against being assaulted by ICE, our Constitution state, ensures that existing rights are not violated. Excessive force has always been known to these agents that they cannot do this, and so I believe that these bills that are being proposed do not create new obligations. They are not creating a new duty. They're not creating new rules. They're not saying the speed limit is 65, now it's 55. They're not saying that 5 tasers are fine, but 7 is excessive. It's merely articulating and remedying and clarifying something that we've always had, and that language is very important to be put in there because it will create this vacuum where some of us, including me, could very well be denied. Reads the intention of the legislature by noticing that there has been no wording. If remedy or clarifying is not included, they go against anything that could be potentially seen as retroactive.
Got it. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Further questions, comments from committee members? Seeing none, Mr. Khan, thank you for joining us, and thank you for providing your very important testimony this afternoon. Next up, we have number 26, Ciro Gutierrez. Ciro Gutierrez. With that, we'll go to number 27, Barbara Myers. Barbara Myers.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Myers.
Thank you so much for letting me speak. I'm a resident of Newtown. I realize there's 165 other people, and I really appreciate that you will take the time and that you are willing to hear what we have to say. Democracy in action. I'm going to submit written testimony for the other 2 bills, but today I'm primarily speaking in support of SB 91. I was a teacher in Danbury for 35 years. Over time, I taught kids in a range of ages, kindergarten through 8th grade, and quite the age span, but all of them had something in common, and that is the need to feel safe at school. No child or adolescent is going to be able to maximize his or her potential in an environment where their primary concern is either their own safety or worrying about something that's going on at home or in the streets or in their communities that is threatening their well-being or the well-being of their family, which is their primary place where they feel safe. Our families need to feel that they can send their kids to school too and that they will be safe. I'm not advocating that law enforcement never be allowed to come to school and arrest someone. The Constitution stipulates that may be done with a judicial warrant. And certainly as a middle school teacher, occasionally something like that would happen. We have precedent for it. But recent actions in our schools elsewhere in the country and even on the streets in Danbury have caused some parents to feel a need to keep their kids at home. And look, our kids have lost so much ground during the pandemic. We need them in school. We need them to feel safe there so we can help our next generation to be productive members of our society. Our kids, our students are our future. I also want our places of worship to be protected, our hospitals, our clinics, our doctor's office. All of us should feel safe going to court without fear of being scooped up without a judicial warrant. And our constitutional right to protest and to state our opinions in public, like I'm doing right now, it all needs to be protected. I want to live in a state where not only I, but all of my neighbors feel safe, protected, and constitutional laws are being followed. And right now, it doesn't feel that way everywhere in the country. Please establish protected areas for Connecticut. I urge you also to write clear policies so staff in the locations know how to respond, require judicial warrants, remove broad exceptions from this bill in writing, and add provisions to allow people who are wrongfully detained in protected locations to have meaningful resource and a way to challenge the detention. Again, thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Myers. Questions, comments from committee members? Just a very quick question. I appreciate your testimony on SB 91. You said you were going to be submitting written testimony on the other two bills. Which ones were those?
The license plate, what are they? 5449? The other two that people are speaking of today. Wow, I don't have that in
And I
front of
assume
me.
397 as well?
397 and yeah,
Okay.
5449, yeah.
Representative Fishbein has a question.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am, for coming here today and offering your testimony. You know, I'm looking at Governor's Bill 91, which you're here testifying on. And I understand you're describing, you know, the school aspect, but one of the portions, it appears that law enforcement would be precluded from going to, and I'm looking specifically at line 163, a place where there is an ongoing parade, demonstration, or rally. So those are places, in my experience, that sometimes, well, first of all, it's not an authorized parade as written here. So, you know, I take it that the parade wouldn't have a permit for it, stuff like that. But certainly demonstration or rally, sometimes demonstrations or rallies lead to incidents that would call for law enforcement to enter. Would you like to, I mean, do you think it's appropriate for the state legislature to bar law enforcement from, you know, helping safe people at parades, demonstrations, or rallies?
Well, law enforcement, in my view, and it seems to be true, has a broad definition. So certainly our local police should have a presence at our local demonstrations in Newtown and Danbury or elsewhere around in my region. But I don't want ICE not being identified with their masks. It's the fact that I can't identify who they are. They can't even tell me who they are. They won't tell me who they are. They don't even show their badges. Our local police don't act that way. Our local police are help us out in our demonstrations. So I'm not sure what you're asking me, and of course I don't have the bill in front of me, so I can't read, exactly what you're talking about there, but I don't want law enforcement to be precluded. Law enforcement, in my mind, being my local police who I
Okay,
can
so
identify.
I'm looking at the language that's before us, and certainly it adds to protected area. You know, the schools that you've addressed, but then it also says that a protected area is a place where there is an ongoing parade, demonstration, or rally. So I have to read that to say that law enforcement would be precluded from going to those areas to, as I said, help people that are victims. So I think this bill, at the very least, needs some work. But I thank you for your testimony here today.
Thank you. Thank you very much for taking the time to hear me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Further questions from committee members? Seeing none, Ms. Myers, thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Appreciate your
Thank you.
testimony. Next, we have Corinne Kevorkian. Corinne Kevorkian, I do see her online.
I'm trying to get my camera to work.
Very
And you
good.
see, oh, okay.
Welcome, Ms. Kevorkian. You're welcome to testify.
Thank you, members of the committee, and good afternoon. My name is Corinne Kevorkian, and I live in Sherman. I appear before you today to strongly urge you to support HB 5449, SB 91, and SB 397. Together, these policies are critical to protecting people's safety, privacy, and civil rights in Connecticut. I believe that our Connecticut elected officials, excuse me, have an obligation to protect Connecticut residents from unlawful and abusive actions by the federal government. I am a retired corporate lawyer who practiced law for over 38 years in both New York and Connecticut. During that time, much of my pro bono legal services involved representing immigrants seeking political asylum in this country. My last corporate position was in the food service industry in the K-12 school space, where many of our hourly workers were Latinos and other immigrants in temporary protected status. I'm also a volunteer with the New Milford and Sherman community emergency teams. I have seen firsthand the fear that unchecked and violent ICE policies and actions had inflicted on these communities who have become afraid to send their kids to school, attend church services, or appear at their court hearings. But I'm not here today as a lawyer, but in my private capacity. Personally, although I was born in this country and I am a US citizen, I grew up in France, and as you can know that here, I still have a slight foreign accent when I speak English. I also carry a foreign-sounding last name, that of my father, who was a first-generation American, the son of Armenian genocide survivors who were fortunate to escape to this country for a better and safer life. And yet today, these very attributes, I'm sorry, I'm losing my, can you hear me?
Yes, we can still hear you.
Sorry, I lost my connection.
Please continue.
And yet today, these very attributes that are woven into the American story make me nervous. Mass ICE agents are now brutally cracking down on people who are suspected of being foreigners, even those who are peaceful and have lawful status here. I have seen those agents round up law-abiding immigrants at the Danbury courthouse. I have spoken to my Latinos neighbors in New Milford and Danbury, many of whom are here lawfully, and yet are afraid to drive their children to school or come to shelters, warming centers during the ice storms for fear of being arrested. I too have become fearful of exercising my First Amendment right to freely assemble and protest, lest I should be arrested merely based on my accent or my foreign-sounding name. The Trump administration has already targeted and scapegoated the Armenian community in the Los Angeles area. I have no reason to believe that I am safe here in Connecticut just because I am a U.S. citizen. As such, I now carry my U.S. passport with me at all times in the hope it will give me some protection when I go to protest or go about my daily life. And I know I am fortunate to be able to afford a passport, a luxury that many Americans and others don't have. Each of the bills under consideration address a different part of the same problem. 5449 places guardrails on surveillance technology. Excuse me. Privacy is a fundamental civil liberty, and surveillance tools, if allowed,
must have strong guardrails. SB 91 ensures that schools, hospitals, houses of worship, and community organizations remain protected spaces where people can seek services without fear of immigration arrest. These protections help safeguard public health, community trust, and basic human dignity. SB 397 strengthens accountability when civil rights are violated and ensures that law enforcement, including federal officers operating in Connecticut, are subject to oversight and legal accountability. Together, these protections help ensure people can access essential services safely while strengthening privacy, civil rights protection, and government accountability in Connecticut. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to support these bills. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Attorney Kevorkian. Questions, comments from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Luis Luna.
Good afternoon. Before I start, I just wanted to make a quick a comment to Representative Fishbein. I just wanted to clarify that the law does not preclude law enforcement without being present to help folks in need in sensitive location. It prohibits them from conducting civil immigration enforcement without a warrant. So I just want to clarify that. Good afternoon. My name is Luis Luna. The Representative Fazino and members of the Judiciary Committee. I am a resident of New Haven, and I am with the Connecticut Students for a Dream, and also with the Connecticut Immigrant Support Network. I'm here today to speak in support of HB 5449, SB 91, and SB 397. Together, these policies are critical to protecting people's safety, privacy, and civil rights in Connecticut. So let me start with my story. So I am an immigrant. I came to the US when I was 13 years old. I grew up undocumented. My family found a mobile home park nestled along a road on Guilford, Connecticut. That became our safe space. I went to middle school and high school in Guilford, Connecticut, where the library became my safe space. We went to church in Guilford too, at St. George's Parish. That was our safe space. We went to Cornell Scott Hill Health Center in New Haven. That also became my safe space. The Department of Homeland Security and Immigration and Customs Enforcement back then had not been created yet. Now this was 29 years ago, and things have changed a lot. We have seen the horror that immigration enforcement has brought to our communities. We have seen the creation of ICE. We have seen how the government has invested in mass surveillance, the use of AI, automated license plate readers, databases tracking where people go. We have seen the erosion of civil liberties. We have seen death. We have seen children, toddlers. We have seen newborns sent to detention camps. We are witnessing what the federal government can do with enormous amounts of money fused with rabid anti-immigrant ideology. More recently, we have witnessed in Minneapolis, the murder of 2 US citizens at the hands of ICE. Under the current administration, there has been 35 documented deaths under ICE custody. At this very moment, we are seeing the tremendous buildup of detention facilities all across the US. After the big, beautiful bill was signed into law, about $170 billion has been appropriated to ICE, Border Patrol, and the buildup of detention facilities across the country. But it's not just about immigration enforcement. It's also about mass surveillance. Automated license plate readers collect large amounts of data, and without clear limits on how this data can be used, share or store, the systems risk.
Mr. Luna, can you please summarize your testimony?
Yeah, for sure. So I have a lot more there, but I just want to this committee to support HB 5449, SB 91, and SB 397.
Thank you, Mr. Luna. Questions from committee members? Representative Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, sir. Looking at the protected spaces area of Governor's Bill 91, when anywhere in this country is law enforcement allowed to take someone in custody for a civil offense?
So ICE takes people into custody for civil offenses.
Can you give me one example where that's ever happened?
Well,
for a civil offense.
For civil offense, yeah.
Sure.
So in immigration law, if a person is in the United States and does not have documents, it's a civil offense.
Okay. Just last week, a Maximino Castena Negrete was convicted of being in this country illegally and sentenced to prison. That's a crime. We've established before this committee many, many times that it's a crime. So I'm looking at this language which deals with civil offenses. How does this meet your needs as you stand here, sit here in support of this language?
So I don't know the details about the person who you have mentioned. If he was sentenced to prison, is that correct? Yeah.
Yes,
so
sir.
those are
being here illegally.
So I doubt that he was sentenced to prison for. So let's get that information. A person who is here and does not have documents under immigration law, it is not a criminal. It's not a criminal case. So I don't know the details of the person who you're talking about, but these are two separate things.
Okay. Well, our U.S. State's Attorney for the state of Connecticut, David X. Sullivan, issued a press release March 4th, 2026, which was just last week. And it says that he was Christian Maximino Castena Negrete, who's age 47, a citizen of Peru, was sentenced today by U.S. District Judge Victor A. Bolden in New Haven to 6 months imprisonment for illegally entering the United States after being deported. He had re-entered this country and was found to be here again. So I'm just telling, I mean, you can look it up. Press release just came out last week. And I'm trying to, trying to work with the language that we have before us, but I've heard you. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I mean, can I respond to that? So I am not sure exactly. Again, I'm not sure about that case. I think we have seen families being ripped apart by the immigration system. We have seen tremendous investments on the immigration deportation machine, billions and billions of dollars. And just to compare, the budget for Connecticut, as an example, is $55 billion. Last year, when the big, beautiful bill was passed, $170 billion was invested in ICE, the border, and also on the expansion of detention centers. So those two folks who are detained are not, folks who are here and don't have documents, it is not a criminal offense.
Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers don't really matter to me. If, fentanyl is a scourge in our communities. If the federal government decides to spend $500 billion on enforcing our laws in this country, then so be it. The number really doesn't mean anything to us. I'm not going to get into the back and forth about civil or criminal, but the fact of the matter is, if you read the federal statutes, you'll see that there are criminal penalties and fines for illegal immigration. It's quite clear.
So I'm going to cut that off there. What I will say is I would encourage all the members of the committee to look into what this conversation is prior to us voting on this bill, because I'm sure we're going to have a conversation, and it works both ways. There are criminal penalties. There's also ways in which if you overstay a visa or you have some other issues, it's civil, right? So the criminal penalties are generally for unlawful entry of some type. It is both things. It's not that it's one or the other. Any other comments or questions? Senator Gacon-Wilcox.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here, for your testimony and clarifying. Also, that's my reading of the statute as well, or the bill that we're looking to pass. It's just limits on arrests for civil offenses in areas where we've seen a significant increase in particularly ICE detentions. And I did want to add, as a legal scholar and a scholar of international law too, not only when you're here as someone who's undocumented, that in and of itself, as our good chair mentioned, is not criminal. In fact, in some cases, we have a legal obligation. For example, if somebody is claiming asylum, both under the Refugee Convention, which we signed as a country under international law, and domestically, which we've incorporated into the U.S. Domestic statutes and into the Refugee Act, we have an obligation, a due process mandate, to make sure we are not deporting somebody to a country where they're likely to face persecution. So if somebody has a claim of asylum or fear of being persecuted, that is a lawful, that is, there may be undocumented, that is not a criminal status. There may be circumstances which create criminal liability, as the good chair mentioned, but being undocumented itself, in certain cases, in fact, we have an obligation, a due process commitment, to make sure that we are not deporting somebody or returning them to a place where they may likely face persecution. And without that due process hearing, that's a constitutional violation. So I wanted to add that to your testimony, and thank you for the clarification and for everything that you've said.
Thank you, Senator.
Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us again.
Thank you, Senator.
Carmen Lancha. Carmen Lancha.
Buenos días, estimados presidentes y miembros del Comité Judicial. Mi nombre es Carmen Lancha y soy residente de Norwalk. Soy directora de la organización Comunidades Sin Fronteras Conérico y miembro de Conérico for All. Yo apoyo la SB 91, SB 397, HB 5449. A lo largo y ancho de Connecticut, las comunidades están experimentando un miedo creciente debido al aumento de las acciones federales contra la inmigración. Los miembros de la comunidad están preocupados por si es seguro ir a la escuela, buscar atención médica o acceder a servicios en edificios gubernamentales. De entrar en espacios públicos, esto afecta a la educación, la salud pública y la seguridad en todo el estado. Connecticut debe proteger claramente a los estudiantes, las familias y las comunidades, garantizando que los espacios sean verdaderamente seguros y accesibles. Para nosotros es muy importante que las áreas protegidas en este proyecto de ley incluyan sitios religiosos, escuelas y universidades, parques infantiles y guarderías, hospitales, clínicas, consultorios médicos, etcétera, organizaciones sin fines de lucro, refugios, bancos de alimentos, desfiles, mitines, manifestaciones, edificios del gobierno estatal y edificios municipales como ayuntamientos y edificios de la oficina legislativa. Requerir políticas claras por escrito para que el personal de estos lugares sepa cómo responder ante una operación de la migra. Requerir una orden judicial firmada por un juez para las operaciones migratorias en lugares protegidos y no solo trámites administrativos. Elimine las excepciones generales de este proyecto de ley para que estas protecciones no puedan eludirse con facilidad. Añada disposiciones que permitan a las personas detenidas injustamente en lugares protegidos disponer de un medio significativo para impugnar dicha detención y solicitar una reparación. Soy inmigrante y me importa crear áreas protegidas para los residentes de Connecticut. Los datos recopilados por los sistemas ALPR no deben utilizarse para hacer cumplir las leyes de inmigración, ni para perseguir a personas por sus características protegidas. Su participación en protestas o decisión de buscar atención médica o reproductiva o reafirmación de género. También es esencial que existan requisitos estrictos de transparencia y presentación de informes. Las agencias que utilizan sistemas ALPR deben informar periódicamente sobre la frecuencia con la que se utiliza la tecnología, el tiempo que se almacenan los datos y con quién se comparten. Esta transparencia permite a los legisladores y al público evaluar si la ley funciona según lo previsto. Las protecciones de los derechos civiles solo tienen sentido si las personas tienen una forma real de hacerlas cumplir. Con demasiada frecuencia, cuando los oficiales del gobierno violan los derechos de alguien, el camino hacia la rendición de cuentas es complicado, costoso o simplemente inexistente. El proyecto de ley SB 397 resuelve esto al garantizar que las personas tengan acceso a los tribunales de Connecticut cuando se violen sus derechos civiles. Proporcionar un recurso claro a nivel estatal
Ms.
ayuda a
Lancha,
garantizar que estos derechos
Ms.
no
Lancha,
sean
your,
teóricos, sino
your, your,
solamente que sean y que se deben
your
cumplir.
time
Gracias.
has elapsed. Your time has elapsed. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Eric, and I'll be interpreting for Carmen. I'll make it brief.
Thank you.
Dear chairs and members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Carmen Lanche, and I'm a resident of Norwalk. I am the director of Comunidades Sin Fronteras Connecticut and a member of Connecticut for All. I support SB 91, SB 397, HB 5449. Also known as the Connecticut for All Stand Up Connecticut policies to protect our freedoms. Throughout Connecticut, communities are experiencing growing fear due to increased federal immigration enforcement. Community members are concerned about whether it's safe to go to school, seek medical care, or access services in government buildings. When people are afraid to enter public spaces, it impacts education, public health, and safety throughout the state. Connecticut must clearly protect students and families by ensuring that spaces are truly safe and accessible. And then in terms of the ALPR, data collected by ALPR systems should not be used to enforce immigration laws or to persecute people for their protected characteristics, their participations in protests, or their decision to seek reproductive or gender-affirming health care. I urge the Judiciary Committee to ensure that SB 91 explicitly protects immigrant families, and I strongly support the Connecticut for All Stand Up Connecticut policies to protect our freedoms, and hope that you will join us in protecting our communities and our democracy by passing these proposals, and the testimony will be submitted on file.
Thank you for that, and thank you for kind of getting to the summary of it. Are you signed up on the list as well?
I am also signed up on the list.
Are you 39?
That is me.
And were you here to do the test of that, or to just do
Just to
your own?
interpret.
Okay, that's useful for us to know. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Not Eric, good seeing you again. I'm sure we'll see you again in the future. All right. Next, we have Al Cohen. Al Cohen. William Hunter.
Hello?
Yes, you may testify.
Good afternoon. My name is William Hunter, and I live in New Fairfield. I'm here today as a retired educator and a current member of Danbury Unites for Immigrants to urge you to support SB 91, establishing protected sensitive locations. For 32 years, I worked as an elementary school teacher in an immigrant community comprised of many families with mixed immigration status. For these families, school is at the center of what connects them to their community. It's not just a place to learn how to read and write, but rather is a place of community, a place to build friendships, share a meal, learn from each other, and support each other. Parents trust that under the watchful eyes of teachers and staff, their children are safe, secure, and able to learn. Until recently, federal law enforcement had a protected areas policy that provided protections for safe spaces, including hospitals, schools, and places of worship. Limitations on immigration enforcement allowed individuals to feel safe in their pursuit of medical care, education, and religious practice. The current administration has rolled back this policy, placing our children and families at risk. While schools do their utmost to continue to make school feel safe, the reality is that there is reason to fear. Schools are no longer the safe, protected spaces they once were. While we have no recorded evidence of federal officers entering schools in the Danbury area, it is no longer an impossibility. Immigration enforcement has taken on an intimidating, aggressive tone that puts everyone on high alert. Just over a month ago, there was an immigration action in Mount Kisco, New York, the community I taught in for most of my career. Less than a mile from the elementary school, federal agents were stopping cars in an attempt to execute a federal judicial warrant. Were these agents acting within their legal rights to stop vehicles? Yes. However, imagine the impact on children riding or walking to school, seeing armed agents stopping their friends and neighbors. This type of action completely disregards the emotional toll this takes on young children. The irony is that in most first and second grade classrooms, our children learn about community helpers, including law enforcement officers who are there to protect them. I can't imagine that our children of color are feeling protected as they observe heavily armed agents pulling over their parents' cars and intimidating them on their way to school. In our community schools, our state has gone to great lengths to create a more secure environment focused on enhanced entry security, double sets of entry doors, and intercom entry systems. This is all intended to keep the bad guys out and make sure our children are safe in school. But imagine this from the perspective of an immigrant child. Those doors may keep certain guys at bay, but what about those with automatic weapons, vests, and ICE badges? Allowing them free entry into our schools makes schools feel far less safe than before. I support SB 91 as a means to ensure that schools remain protected spaces where children can learn without fear. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. I want to thank you very much for joining us this afternoon and providing us with your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Paul Melanson. Good afternoon. Button will be right in front of you, as you know. And when both of you speak, just identify yourselves. That way we know.
Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm Chief Paul Melanson, and I'm here with Chief L.J. Fazaro, representing the Connecticut Police Chiefs Association, and would like to offer some testimony on House Bill 5449. First, we would like to thank the advocacy groups, Judiciary Committee policy staff, who work collaboratively with CPCA, law enforcement community, while attempting to craft this legislation. The willingness to engage in thoughtful discussion on such a complex issue is appreciated, and we believe the framework being developed for license plate reader use in Connecticut has the potential to become a national model. Over the past several years, law enforcement agencies across Connecticut have realized significant public safety benefits from the reasonable use of license plate reader technology. LPRs have proven to be an extremely valuable investigatory tool. They help investigators identify vehicles connected to criminal activity, terrorist threat, locating missing or endangered persons, and assisting in resolving serious crimes that might otherwise remain unsolved, bringing meaningful closure to victims and their families. At the same time, Connecticut law enforcement recognizes the importance of protecting privacy and civil liberties. In response to those concerns, the Police Officers Standards and Training Council, POST, recently adopted a comprehensive model policy governing LPR use. This policy establishes clear rules regarding who may access LPR data, when searches can be conducted, how long data is retained, and how it can be shared. It also ensures compliance with Connecticut laws, including the Trust Act and protections related to individuals seeking reproductive health care services. CPCA also strongly supports maintaining LPR data as a law enforcement sensitive information that remains exempt from disclosure under the FOI Act. Allowing members of the public to request capture data connected to a specific person's license plate would raise significant privacy and safety concerns. Protecting this information ensures it remains available for legitimate investigative purposes while preventing misuse or harassment. While we appreciate the work that has gone into the current draft of the legislation, CPCA would respectfully suggest several areas for further consideration. First, the proposed 7-day retention period is very limited from an investigatory standpoint. Second, the bill currently limits who the data can be shared with. This ability to share license plate reader data with law enforcement agencies across the country is one of the key reasons this technology is so valuable. Third, the bill limits LPR use in part to identify individuals with outstanding felony warrants. This restriction would prevent the use of LPR technology to locate individuals with misdemeanor warrants, including those which are frequently associated with domestic violence.
Go ahead. So, Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. Thank you, gentlemen, first of all, for your public service and putting your lives on the line. Very much appreciated by everyone in Connecticut. A couple of things. On the amount of time that you can hold on to the data, there is this wide range, 90 days in California, probably 2 hours in New Hampshire. It's like really, really short. Right now it's 7. You know, I'm kicking around in my head 14, but I've heard that you guys are looking for 30. Do you have any data, empirical data, that would show that, you know, if we held it for just this amount of time, this is the amount of crimes that were detected, followed up on, were assisted, and then let's say if we went to 30 days, which I believe is sort of what your ask is, you know, do you have stuff that, you know, legislature, if you cut it off at 14, we would miss this amount? Because like, let's say I come to the discussion and I'm pushing for what you guys want, even though maybe I'm more around 14, but let's, for discussion purposes, say, okay, let's do what the folks in the thin blue line want. What's my ammo? What am I going to say? Why do you really need that extra 2 weeks as opposed to like 2 weeks in the front end?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and let me just start by, you know, first, the policy that Post put out put 30 days, and I am the vice chair of Post, and so I work with Chief Mello, the chairperson, at length. We got a lot of pushback because there was a lot of requests for 90 days, and I can only tell you what we heard from a lot of chiefs. One was the impact on elderly victims for financial fraud. And we had several chiefs give examples of an elderly victim finally told a loved one the third time they were giving money to somebody, and they were lucky to have the 90-day because they were able to capture through LPR and solve those cases. So as you know, the elderly fraud has boomed, and a lot of those they don't know until either they get their financial statement, they finally talk to somebody. So we had a lot of pushback as far as the council with this policy, looking to expand it to 90 days. We thought that 30 days, because the majority of police departments had the 30 days and were resolving the majority of the crime, but we saw, and they had examples after examples of now they're not going to be able to solve those crimes that go back in time like that.
That's really helpful, and I have a local community access television program, Senator Kissel and Friends, and it's just for local groups. It's never, ever political. But I had in the fall Representative Suffield Police Department and some Representative Enfield Police Department working with Post. You probably know my chief, Alaric Fox.
Very well.
Yes, and he's, I believe, very highly respected, former colonel in the state police system, and I believe he does training and teaching at Post. And those guys, I was surprised because I was thinking like the crimes on the ground, but for example, the officers in Suffield said a lot of these scams to the elderly, the money scams. So I'm glad you raised that as an issue and as something that's going on out there that benefits from the 30 days as opposed to something less. I do think that there's going to be a little bit of a discussion regarding that, but it's nice to know that you've already been whittled down from 90 down to 30, and it's like, hey guys, please leave us at 30. Second question, the FOI. I don't necessarily think that people are utilizing the Freedom of Information Act to get people's private information. I think it was, as the gentleman, Mr. Weiner, had previously testified, he was utilizing that to find out where's the data going in the clouds and things like that. Would you be opposed to an individual trying to do an FOI request on their own name? Let's say I felt like, let's say it was a highly politically charged environment. It is not in my neck of the woods, but I can envision like someone sort of following where somebody goes or something like that. And let's say I felt like, oh man, I'm wondering if they're trying to like blackmail me or get me going to my mistress or something crazy like that. Could I FOI my own name and find out if that's being tracked or held by a police department?
Yeah, Senator, we aren't opposed to that at all. Someone should be able to access their own information, and that's one of the carve-outs that we would like to see in this. On that note, though, one of our concerns would be in the context of potentially maybe a relationship that has gone bad that could result in domestic violence where one spouse is then tracking another spouse. In those particular cases, we would want to make sure that both parties consent to the release of that data if both of them are part of the same registration. But as a general sense, we don't have any opposition to an individual being able to find out what information there is about them in these systems.
And again, I thank you for that answer as well, because I was previously on the police response to domestic violence task force or group council, and now I'm part of that larger aggregate council that has a name so long I can't even remember how it is, but it's the giant domestic violence response to criminal behavior council. And yeah, absolutely. I can see how that's critically important. My last question, Mr. Chair, is this. You had been in the audience, thank you, listening to the previous testimony. Again, Mr. Weiner, who testified at length regarding this bill from Windsor, said it's not so much, I was pleasantly surprised. His concern was not so much law enforcement. It was the corporate entity that has this data in its cloud, in its possession. It may say it belongs to you, but they have rights to do with it what they want. And to me, as someone who sort of has an inherent, I wouldn't say distrust of institutions, but given what this country has gone through over the last 10 years, I have a healthy distrust of institutions and corporations. You know, that's what capitalism's all about, right? They're chasing the almighty dollar. They may go out there and be good corporate citizens in communities, but fundamentally, when you get into their boardrooms, it's all about making a buck. And I get it. That's what it's all about. Do you have any ideas or concerns or ways to try to make sure that, assuming we go forward in this, you get your, let's say at the end of the day, you get your 30 days, you got this to use to solve crimes and get the bad guys, but how do we have confidence as a state that the data that's out there that's possessed and controlled to some extent by this private company, that we can sort of rein them in? I just don't know if you have a response to that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the fact is how we do that is by contracts. And so both the model policy and this would require them to not be able to share that data. So you bring up a very good point, because maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we weren't thinking of that. And some of these LPR groups were selling to repo drivers and, you know, people trying to pick up people's cars, the scans that some law enforcement have had. So we've been privy to that, and so we made sure that all of our contracts do not allow them to resell, reshare absolutely with any non-law enforcement agency. And then they have to follow all of the laws of the state of Connecticut, including the Trust Act, Reproductive Right Acts. And I will say now, every time, and I know FLOC has come up quite a bit, but every time you log on to the FLOC, because of the work of the Post Council, they were able to add Connecticut to the warning, because now we have made this a policy that is required because of the police accountability bill. You required accreditation. And so that was the avenue that Post Council used to mandate every law enforcement unit that has license plate readers has to have as a minimum standard this policy. And by doing that, FLOC was able to then put on their front page basically saying that Connecticut, if you cannot use it, and then there's another section which warns them, and they have to be aware of our policies. But yes, I go that's really the way, is through these policies, ensuring.
Well, thank you to both of you for your testimony. I really appreciate, you know, on a lot of policy decisions over the years, we have given large chunks of the policy movement forward to Post, to come up with procedures. We try to learn as much as we can about policies, but we don't know it all. And I think that you've gone down the road that we have to. I very much appreciate that. Attorney Dykes, I think they've won me over on the 30 days. And I just, one last point, for the record, I haven't been married for almost 5 years, so I don't think I can have a mistress out there. I just want that clarified. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, Senator. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, gentlemen, for coming in. I appreciate your testimony. I understand that the license plate readers have been helpful in solving crimes. But I'm concerned about the privacy and civil rights aspect of it. If we put a police officer to follow every person, even if that person does not, there's no suspicion that person did anything wrong, that would be a violation of that person's constitutional rights, wouldn't it?
I guess it depends.
What would it depend on?
Depends on the frequency, what would they, if there was some type of investigative efforts on their part. Clearly, that's that seems to be pretty
pretty extreme.
far stretch, quite frankly. With
Well,
we just don't have the resources to do that, nor would it.
Sure. Well,
meet with our
but if you
objectives.
did have the resources, you wouldn't be able to do it, right? That would be a violation of somebody's rights to have the police following them without any type of reasonable suspicion that they've committed some type of crime, wouldn't it?
Well, if a police officer's in a public space, they can, I don't know that we would have our officers out there tracking people for absolutely no reason, but I don't think that these devices do that either. I think it's a matter of we query them under certain conditions when we're looking to investigate a crime that's been committed or some other offense. They're used for a legitimate law enforcement purpose. They just don't randomly go out, and we don't query them for no reason whatsoever.
Right, but the data is collected for no reason whatsoever.
The data is collected, yes.
And the data is collected on me and tracks me wherever I go without any suspicion that I've done anything wrong.
The data is on a vehicle that's on a public highway with presumably a registered motor vehicle on those highways.
Sure. Well, so in the instance of a police officer looking at my car, for example, in a parking lot, I wouldn't have any reasonable expectation of privacy with regard to my license plate that my car is parked in a given parking lot, right?
In a private parking lot, yes.
No, let's say Walmart parking lot. My car's parked in Walmart parking lot. Cop walks by. I have no expectation of privacy that the police officer shouldn't be able to look at and write down my license plate number, right?
I would agree with that, yeah.
Okay. But if I travel around the state on that day, I would have some reasonable expectation of privacy that police officer isn't following me wherever I go unless he has some reasonable suspicion that I've done something wrong. Right?
I would argue that an officer could sit in a parking lot all day long, and as vehicles pass by, they could write down every plate for any reason or no reason.
Sure.
Particularly if they're conducting a criminal investigation or looking into some violation, that they have a reason to be recording that data.
Right, but he couldn't follow me around the state without some reasonable, articulable suspicion that I've done something wrong. Right?
Yeah.
Well, anybody could follow you around the state, right? I mean, if somebody saw you and I mean, anybody could follow you around. I think what we understand here is that these license plate readers are capturing data. That's what makes them so effective in solving crimes and bringing justice for victims. I think really what we're doing is we put very, very strong language in for searching that data to be able to access and use that data.
Yeah, but that's not the same thing. I'm concerned about the data being collected in the first place. Regardless of who gets to query it, it exists. And my concern is you say anybody could follow me around. That's true. Anybody except a police officer, where they have to have a reason to be following me. Isn't that right?
I would argue, I mean, we have, there is, you know, if the question is about big data, certainly there's some concerns about that universally. I mean, there's things that we're carrying around every day that track us. You know, cell phones are probably the biggest collector of data, and that's stuff that we're not necessarily regulating like we propose to do with some of these guardrails that we're suggesting for license plate readers. I think I understand where you're going with it, but I'm not sure how to make a comparison. You know,
Well,
your
but with
concerns are, your concerns are that we will have police officers tracking people continuously for virtually no reason at all, and that just isn't the case. These tools are used by police officers in the conduct of their duties to make their communities safer, to investigate crimes and violations, and quite frankly, they've been pretty effective. And included with our testimony is a host of success stories on where people have been located that were missing. That in my community alone, we had someone suffering from dementia that we were able to locate through the use of this, reunited them with their families. We've had crimes solved. We've had cases that quite frankly probably would not have been solved without the use of these tools. They've been very valuable to us in law enforcement, and they're as my colleague's testimony presented, we do have concerns and want to make sure that we establish guardrails and we use them ethically and lawfully, and make sure that they're still a viable tool for our police officers to use.
right, but the value and effectiveness of these tools does not address the concern about the violation of people's civil rights in collecting this information. You know, if you assign a police officer to follow each person around, the chances are that'll be very effective in preventing and solving crime. But that's not the issue. The issue is that would not be constitutional to do. And for the same reason, let me ask you this. Do you need to have some type of reasonable suspicion that somebody has committed a crime in order to attach a tracking device to their car?
To attach a tracking device, yes, we would have to establish something to put a device on their vehicle that remains on it. Yes, we would.
Okay, so what's the difference between that and tracking them with cameras wherever they go? It's the same thing.
I would disagree with that.
I don't know of any court ruling that has said that. So obviously, if there was a Supreme Court decision, then obviously we would follow the laws.
Okay, well, I appreciate you coming in. I didn't figure you would agree with me, but I do need you to understand that there certainly are people that have grave concerns about having the police track them wherever they go, regardless of your intent with regard to the queries. Tracking is still tracking, and it still raises questions that sorry, but you haven't answered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen, for coming in. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Dubinsky. Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I just there was an exchange with Senator Kissel early on about the domestic violence situation and being able to obtain that data and having releases. I just, for the record, object to that. You know, we have crimes in our penal code that already protect those individuals, stalking in the second degree, for instance, right? If I'm a perpetrator of domestic violence and I ask the department to, you know, get me the LPR data for my spouse, significant other on 2 or more occasions, that could be construed as being stalking in the second degree, I think, under our statutes. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. My concern as a practitioner, however, is that if I asked someone for a release, let's say it's going through a divorce and I want to know is somebody being faithful in good faith, and I want to get that information from your department. The only way I could get that information under that scheme is to get a release. If I send out a request for discovery in a divorce case, it's 60 days, right? So if you're at 30 days and they're not responding with a release for 60 days, then the data's gone. So that just effectively does not work, and I would not want to be constrained. I want to be able, as a practitioner, to reach out to your department, get me the LPR data.
I think the question was, if I hope I understand Senator Kissel's question correctly, was about if you would be able to get your own information out of it. I think that was the way it was raised.
And I understand there are nuances to this, because many times, like in a divorce situation, we will ask an individual to get their credit report, for instance, right? I can't pull a credit report unless I'm, approved as a credit reporting agency, all that stuff, right? So that data would be unobtainable even if I asked it of the other side, because of the 60 days on discovery in a family case. So I just want to, for the record, bring that to the attention.
So that came up with our committee, and what we were concerned about, we know many domestic violence victims don't come forward to the police. We know they go directly to shelters, and we've had husbands reporting their wives missing or trying to find their wives, and we find out that they've in an abusive relationship and gone away. We did not want that to be something that we then led somebody to where potentially, they could find that car or find that individual. So that's in the discussion with both FOI, ACLU. Those were some of our concerns with that. And so I don't know how we get to your point, but that was in our, when we were discussing this, those were the things that we brought up.
Well, that's sort of why I've been pushing for the 90 days. I guess it's perverse to an extent that I can't get the information about where your cars are, but you can get it. And I'm not saying in an aggressive manner, right? We're just looking at the balance, right? But you can get it about where my car was. So.
But again, I think with this policy and potentially this bill, there are reasons, right? I mean, we have to have, a criminal investigation or something. It's not a random investigation.
No, but to Representative Davitsky's point, my car on a highway, it is presumed to be registered. I am presumed to be driving through, between the lines. I'm presumed to be driving on the right side of the road, and yet you're archiving information about me engaging in a lawful activity. So I totally got it. I'm so stretched on this because I totally see the benefit for law enforcement, but I've got, liberty and freedom over here, right?
And we respect that. We certainly appreciate that. And that's one of those reasons, to that point, we're hopeful that this information will be much akin to what we have in the collect system. We just can't randomly access it. People can't just randomly access it. They need to have a reason for it, and our officers are accessing it for criminal investigations and offenses of other natures to make sure that we, properly protect the citizens of the communities that we serve.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chiefs, good afternoon. Thanks for being here. Before I say anything else, I appreciate that you acknowledge the advocates and whatnot at the beginning of your testimony. I think it's important that we acknowledge the efforts that the police chiefs have made and Post has made in this policy. When you compare the policy to the bill, there's not very many differences. We talked about retention a bit. But following up on the previous conversations, I'm sitting here listening, and I'm trying to think, and I think more often than not, when police officers do something based on probable cause, where they search a car, or they detain somebody on reasonable suspicion, or they pull a car over, or they enter a place, say without a warrant, but upon probable cause in one of the 7 exceptions, if anybody in the public did that, it would be illegal, right? But the officer can do it as an agent of the government within those certain safeguards. Is that right?
Yes.
So there was some talk about divorces, right, and mistresses and whatnot. And my experience is that people hire private investigators to go and see what their spouse is up to, Do you get notified when private investigators do that sometimes? No?
No.
So my experience has been sometimes private investigators notify the police because they get called into suspicious vehicles, but they are in essence surveilling somebody. My other question for you is if either one of you have ever overseen a narcotics unit or been involved in a narcotics unit. So when somebody reports that, John Smith, who lives at 123 Main Street, is dealing drugs, that report in and of itself, in my estimation, you correct me if I'm wrong, is not reasonable suspicion to go and arrest them or detain them, right? The mere report, unsubstantiated.
Could be a
But-
building block.
Sure, but do narcotics detectives ever take those reports and surveil those people to see if there's any validity to it? And they do that without a warrant, right? And have those cases ever been gone to court and been prosecuted?
Yes.
Has there ever been a constitutional issue raised that the officer was surveilling them without probable cause?
No, none that I know of.
Okay, and the other question I have is, so maybe, and apparently I misunderstand, and I'm happy to be corrected if I'm wrong, but I was of the understanding that these license plate readers are generally fixed either to a police car or in a fixed location. I wasn't aware that there was a technology that can actually follow a car around the state. So can you elaborate on that?
That's not what this technology does. They are fixed locations.
So-
There are mobile license plate readers as well.
So the mobile ones, though, they're not like, you can't, like a GPS, if you wanted to put a GPS on my car, you'd have to get a search warrant, you'd affix something to my vehicle, and therefore track my every movement. My understanding is LPRs is that they're generally fixed, and you're not tracking one person around the state, but what you're doing is tracking the number of cars that went by that location, akin to a police officer sitting down there writing every plate down, and that was his job for the day. Is that right? Is that how they work?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right, so, I mean, I just wanted to get that clarification from you. I appreciate it, because I understand my colleague's concern, and then the ranking member said it quite well, it's torn. Human innovation is coming so fast, and we're really gonna discuss that in more depth on Wednesday in a bill unrelated to you guys, but, I think it's an issue for this legislature, and matter of fact, in transportation, they're talking about a bill, about, streaming your TV to the screen on your car. And, the legislature has to kind of keep up with this, and we have to sort of balance that stuff. So I appreciate the previous two colleagues of mine and their concerns, and I think we could probably thread the needle and figure out how that best fits into a document that was written with a feather pen, right? So that's a challenge. The other question I had earlier, it was sort of alluded to by one individual that regarding the retention, and I understand you're at 30 and the advocates or the bill is at 7. There was a concern that around immigration. And as I read this language, it controls the public agency and the private vendor to the same degree because they're an agent, as the bill says, of the public agency or law enforcement agency. So to me, relevant specifically to the immigration aspect of it, the Trust Act, as this is documented, would apply. If the retention data was 45 years, you still can't share that information with immigration authorities. So is that right? Is that your understanding of it?
That's correct.
Correct.
Yes.
And so I guess my question to you is narrow to the subject of immigration, narrow to that subject. What difference does a retention period actually make?
It doesn't.
Well, I mean, it does for criminal aspects, right? I mean, like we were saying, we had a lot of pushbacks because a lot of chiefs and detective units have had success over the 30 days. And so I think that as far as, when we talk retention period, right, it allows how far back we can go to search. So from our perspective, more is better.
Yeah, understood. And you made a great point with the elderly frauds. I've investigated them myself. That's exactly what happens. You outlined it perfectly. By the time the family members understand what's happened, it's beyond 30 days. Sex offenses, burglaries when people are on vacation. There's a litany of reasons where crimes are delayed in the reporting and the police are delayed to understand those happens. And I think you articulated that, Chief Melanson. But my question is, there seems to be an advocacy today that we need to keep the retention minimal to protect people against ICE. But my reading of this bill is the retention when it comes to ICE, the Trust Act, and immigration, the retention data doesn't make a difference because you can't share it no matter how long you've had. Is that right?
That's right. So one of the important factors to understand in this, when the Police Chiefs Association got involved in these discussions and solicited Post, we worked together with Post and some of the advocacy groups to have this discussion, was directly because of concerns that were raised. We wanted to make sure that our police officers are scrupulously honoring the laws that are passed in the state, and we're doing that. And one of the reasons the Post policy came out was after those discussions took place, to ensure that provisions were put in there that we honored the Trust Act and make sure that if there were concerns that we addressed them.
It seems you did that well. Does either of your towns, I know a couple of years ago, we passed a law to enable municipalities to enact ordinances for speed cameras. Does either one of your towns use speed cameras?
We do not.
We do not.
All right. Do you know chiefs that do?
Yes, many.
And do they use LPRs to use those speed cameras? That's how they trap it, right?
They do.
So I'm looking in lines 29 to 33, and it says, a public agency may operate an automatic license plate reader for way station duties, monitoring, maintaining vehicles or equipment, or assisting control of access to a secured area. Is there anything in the bill that allows a public agency, because those cameras in many municipalities are run by the town, not the police department. Is there anything in this bill that creates a carve-out? Because it seems to me we're essentially outlawing the speed cameras that we just put into legislation a year ago.
No, we did not. When doing this, we were considering, obviously, the LPR use and obviously retention period and immigration use were the key highlights.
To your knowledge, and I've been over it a couple of times, there's nothing in, this enables the public agency in this narrow set of circumstances and generally would prohibit it for use of speed cameras. Is that your reading of the bill right now?
Well, I think that would create your attorneys to figure out which law supersedes the other one. I think so we would wait for the attorneys to opine on that. But to your point, I think that's very interesting, but also why I think in the past, including pursuits, and Senator Kissel, you made a good point of that we work collaboratively to make sure, but when things like that impede it, the Post Council will change the policy. They just renewed their policy on pursuits again after convening a big committee. So if you find these things, that's why, we support, obviously, creating the law, but then like you've done in so many others, where you've created the law, put earmarks of the things that you want in that policy, and then the policy, so that we can make sure that there's no conflict with current law.
Well, thank you both, and I appreciate you being here. I appreciate your answers. Chief Melanson, I appreciate you saying I'm interesting. You may be the only guy in the room. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. So in response to, I can't remember which person, you said that these are fixed. Are they also networked?
They're fixed location. There's different vendors out there that do things differently. There are license plate readers on police cruisers. There have been for many years. Some of them are in fixed locations, and depending on the vendor you use.
But are some of them networked? That's the question.
Yeah, they would be networked into that particular vendor's site.
So then that changes the nature of how they function versus just a fixed set of cameras, correct?
Correct.
Yes. Yep.
And it also makes it possible, should we want to actually do tracking, right? These particularly the flock cameras can function in real-time ways, correct?
Yes, I mean that is their benefit. I think Flock was the first one to do that, to network
Right.
like you're talking about.
So in fact, someone could be tracked.
They could be if you put all those different. If I have a flock camera system in my town, and Farmington has one in their town, theoretically we could research that, but it would take it would take some research. It would take some effort.
Yeah, sure, but it could be done, right? And we know that
It's not impossible. No.
it's not impossible. In fact, I would say it's not that difficult. I recognize it would take more than what you may currently be doing, but we know that entities outside of the state have looked at our data. You are aware of that, correct?
Yes.
Right. And so when we say that the Trust Act will prevent us from doing anything to help with immigration, entities outside of the state, potentially, including federal immigration, can look at data that's in the system, whether you actively send it to them or not.
So the policy and the law require that they sign off that they will not use it, and that policy, and they have to attest that they are not using it.
Just so I'm clear, your policy requires that the federal government won't use it?
No, that it's not used for immigration, that they have to follow the Trust Act.
How long has that policy been in place?
They just, yeah,
And so you're saying that
a week.
your policy is, I know the answer to the questions I'm asking, so otherwise I wouldn't be asking them. I think you know that we've been around
Yes,
this,
right.
this one before.
I know what you're saying.
And so, just so I'm clear on what you're saying, your policy requires that what now? As it relates to the federal government?
So, I guess, going back to using it, there are two ways. The first is cameras that you're associated with, right? So for Farmington would be our surrounding towns. That's the first search. The second one, we had a missing and endangered youth who ran away with his parents' car. Well, those surrounding towns only had one hit. We were able to track them over several days to the Midwest. But then again, when you talk about that we are surveilling people and tracking them, I think we had 4 or 5 hits between us and the Midwest. That was the strength of this, was being able to identify what state so that his parents could say, wait a second, I know somebody he was corresponding with, and then we were able to get that individual the help he needed. The point being is, like a flock, and they can answer their questions about how their data is retained. And to your point, that's what promulgated Post and law enforcement and the advocates to get together to talk about how we can make sure that our data was not being searched by immigration authorities. And so that's why we had to work collaboratively to make sure that they put in to their system that it is not allowed to be searched. And I think there's 11 states that have similar laws to our Trust Act. So to your point, could they do it? Yes, they would be in violation under legal penalty of the use of that data.
So just for a little bit of clarity, who is prohibited from searching as it relates to what you were just saying?
Anybody so any law enforcement unit.
So then if that's the case, how do you know of the 4 hits?
I'm sorry?
That helped you in the case you talked about. How are you aware of the 4 hits? How do you get that information?
He's asking.
The case that went to the Midwest where you said there was only 4 hits. How are you aware of that?
No, because we weren't doing it for immigration. So law enforcement units.
So the reason I asked the question about who is prohibited as it relates to the conversation is, it seems to me that I'm not doing it for immigration, but I'm friendly to the current scheme of immigration. It could still be used for the same purposes, correct?
Not necessarily our data, because we have put these provisions in place to prevent that from happening. And again, not to speak for Flock, but we've received reasonable assurances from them that they don't share it with the federal.
Can our data be accessed by folks who are not immigration?
Yes.
Then those folks can use that information to go to immigration. That's my point. The answer to that is yes.
I mean, if they wanted to do it unscrupulously, I suppose that could be the case.
Some people would say it was very much in line with correct scruples. I would disagree, but they could say that, correct? And listen, I think you are coming forward and presenting something to us that we have to consider heavily. I'm not just here to disagree with you, but I think we have to be very clear about what the potential is here and very clear about the fears that some folks have. There was an article in 2024, I don't know which paper, maybe it was the Insider, they usually do these articles, about 284,000 scans in 1 month, right? That I know it lines up with what you're talking about, but to an average person hearing that doesn't feel very much like we are using this in a limited way, right? And so, Representative Howard talked about the perception of police. Whether you mean to or not, participating in this in the way that we have has caused some people to look at it and say, and I almost never say this, right? What Representative Dubisky was saying, and I kind of aligned with him, which is why I said I never say this, right? But that they feel that there is a real issue of liberty and freedom here, right? And so I think we have to be very circumspect about what it is we're doing here. It's not one thing or the other. And I see Representative Howard again and Representative Fishbein again. We'll go to Representative Howard.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, because I think what's happening is we're talking in two different timetables, and I want to try to clarify this for everybody. My understanding, guys, is that Flock is a newer technology that a lot of police departments got, and they were, because it's a big company, police departments in Connecticut were able to access Flock camera data from around the country and vice versa. Recently, it became sort of known to law enforcement agencies, wait a minute, we didn't think about this. This could be a violation of the Trust Act. That is what caused Post to say, okay, we need to do something, and came up with this policy just last week. So I think what the chairman was asking was, prior to this policy, there was unrestricted access, and they could get that data and share it with anybody they want, and there was nothing preventing them from doing that, correct?
Correct.
Now, when this policy becomes effective, the only way that Connecticut law enforcement agencies will share data with anybody else is if they sign an agreement that they will not use that data to violate our Trust Act or our SHIELD Act. So going forward, what I think the senator outlined as a concern of immigration or law enforcement agencies taking the data and sharing it with immigration was a concern. Post recognized that concern, CPCA recognized that concern, and said we're going to address that and say we're not going to share data with anybody unless they enter into a legal agreement that they will not use that data in violation of our Trust Act. Is that correct timeline?
That's correct.
All right, I just wanted to ask those questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Fishbein, you still have a question? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to go back to the utilization of this technology. So what I heard was fixed, which would give reason to believe that, if it's placed on Route 5 in Wallingford, just using that as an example, because I don't know your towns by specificity, but that's a main thoroughfare, that vehicles that are going down Route 5 would come up through this technology. That's the fixed aspect.
Correct.
Okay. But those units themselves can be handheld also, can they not?
I don't know of any handheld LPR units.
Okay.
There's vehicle mounted.
There's
LPRs.
vehicle mounted.
Yep. So I'm on a website. I won't identify it because I don't want to, but it's showing a police car with multiples of these mounted on the
Yes.
roof.
Yeah.
It's like a SUV. And it's scanning, if everybody in this room was a vehicle and had a license plate, it's scanning the entire room. That's what we're talking about here.
Yes, those are the vehicle mounted ones.
And were one of those cars stolen or involved in a homicide or something, they might get an alert on that. That would be through NCIC.
Oh, no, I got it. Or not, right? Or not involved in a homicide or not involved in anything, right? That's the concern. So it isn't just, I just wanted that clear because it looked like a limited application and use as originally presented, and it's much more broad here. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, thank you for joining us again. Sure we'll see you in the future.
Thank you.
Courtney Fontaine. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 397. My name is Courtney Fontaine, and I'm the Legislative Policy Associate at the Institute for Justice. This bill responds to a serious problem. When a person's constitutional rights are violated by federal officials as opposed to state or local officials, there's often no meaningful legal remedy available in either state or federal court. Under our legal system, constitutional rights are supposed to come with enforcement mechanisms. If a right does not have a remedy, it's not much of a right at all. Over the last several decades, federal law has greatly limited the ability of people to recover damages when federal officials act unconstitutionally. SB 397 helps restore a basic accountability mechanism that was once available at common law and under the US Supreme Court precedent that's now been largely limited. Federal supremacy is not threatened by this bill. The Westfall Act explicitly allows this type of action. While the Westfall Act generally protects federal employees from personal liability for torts committed within the scope of their employment, it includes an important exception for civil rights brought by violations of the United States Constitution. SB 397 is consistent with that framework and helps ensure constitutional rights remain enforceable. This approach is also consistent with history. For much of our nation's history, constitutional violations by federal officials were addressed through common law actions brought in state courts. While framed as torts claims, these cases often involved constitutional questions. For example, challenges to unlawful searches under the Fourth Amendment. In 1971, the US Supreme Court recognized the federal damages remedy in Bivens. But in the years since, the court has sharply limited when those claims can be brought. As a result, individuals whose constitutional rights are violated by federal officials today often have no meaningful path to recover damages. States play an important role in safeguarding constitutional rights. Several states have already provided causes of action allowing individuals to seek damages when constitutional rights are violated. The Constitution matters, and it's essential for maintaining the rule of law, preventing government abuse, and protecting the everyday freedoms we all rely on. Respectfully, I encourage the committee to stand with the Constitution and support SB 397. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Comment or question, Representative Fishbone. And let me just say this, sorry to cut you off, Representative. So we had a member who testified with another member and they were lower, and so I went to that person and went forward. So after this testimony, we're gonna go back to, if you're following along, number 34. Okay, Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I heard a lot about the common law and the Constitution in there. What rights, trying to figure out what rights were at common law with regard to what's before us in 397?
When a person's constitutional rights were violated by a federal agent.
Okay. So the common law predates the Constitution. So common law comes from England, essentially, not the law of this country, so to speak, but they're mutually exclusive. So am I to understand that if I exit this building today and a member of ICE hits me with their car intentionally, that I can't bring a legal action?
Right now, you would not be able to sue in state court. You could sue in federal court, but because of Bivens, the claim would not be, sorry, my words, I have not eaten all day, but the words would not, your claim, it's limited now. Like filing a suit in federal court for violation of someone's civil rights has now been limited due to precedent in federal court.
Okay, but I could bring a legal action. So, and the basis of that legal action would be the Constitution, not the common law. So, our federal courts allow for, because I've brought these cases before, removal from state court to federal court, because essentially you are litigating the U.S. Constitution, not the Connecticut Constitution, the U.S. Constitution. Yeah. So what would 397 do differently with regard to that procedure?
Because due to precedent, claims brought in federal court are now limited. It would allow a person to receive full view and judicial discretion on the merits in state court when their rights have been violated by a federal agent.
Okay, well,
and seek remedies.
I think they'd be able to get that anyway, but looking at lines 17 and 18, which provide for attorney's fees for the plaintiff, why is it I know you didn't draft the language, right? But why is it fair that only the plaintiff who is successful is entitled to attorney's fees?
I don't have an answer for that because I did not draft the legislation.
Okay. I'm also looking at line 52 in particular, which talks about not only civil actions, but administrative actions. And I've been trying to figure out what administrative action would be brought by the Attorney General under this particular language.
Again, my testimony only mentioned civil. I'm not sure. I did not draft the language.
Well, administrative actions are civil, they're not criminal.
Right, but I'm not sure of the I don't have the bill in front of me, and I'm not sure of the distinction in the language. I don't have the bill in front of me.
What about do you know about the concept of sovereign immunity with suing the government?
Yes, I'm aware of it. I don't know how much expertise I have in speaking about it.
So we're permitting the Attorney General to bring an action on behalf of someone who claims to be injured against more than likely an individual who's being represented by government also. I mean, I guess the problem I'm having is it says the court shall order a hearing upon the complaint not more than 5 days after the date of filing, which doesn't provide for a claims process or anything like that. So do you know anything about the claims process?
I don't, nor was I I was not involved in drafting this legislation. I'm just here to support from the standpoints that I've mentioned in my testimony.
I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Just checking to see if anyone online. So you're supportive of this because of your understanding of how we got here with the Westfall case and the Westfall Act?
Yes,
right?
Senator.
Okay. So it's Bivens followed by Westfall, then the Westfall Act, because Congress did not want to allow for the Westfall case to actually be fully implemented, correct?
Correct.
Right, and that was to actually give the ability for folks to actually do pretty much what we're trying to get them to do here.
Correct.
Right? So in fact, what the state here is doing is trying to figure out how do we actually use what some folks would call a loophole in the Bivens Act, but it wasn't really a loophole. It was you can't go so far and obviate the Supreme Court decision, so that's what becomes the loophole. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. Thank you for joining us today. Well, hold on. There is a comment or a question. Senator Lesser.
One or the other, Mr. Chairman. No, thank you for your testimony. My understanding is that Connecticut is not the first state to consider such a law. That California, I believe Massachusetts, other states, New Jersey, in our region have similar laws and have for a long time. So, with respect to either constitutional or statutory claims against such an action, if there were problems, we probably would have seen them addressed by now. Is that right?
I think that's correct. I think that the most recent state to probably point to where you would see these actions is Illinois, and so that would be a good state to look at.
Okay, and to your knowledge, these laws have not been struck down.
Not to my knowledge.
Oh, not to your knowledge. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for your testimony. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to return back to John Fitzpatrick.
Hello there.
Hello. You may testify.
Esteemed chairs and members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is John Fitzpatrick. I'm a Bridgeport resident and music teacher. I'm speaking today in support of SB 91, HB 5449, and SB 397. These bills take necessary steps to protect immigrant communities and our communities at large in these difficult times. Beyond my support, I ask the committee to consider amendments to strengthen SB 91. The New York Times reported on January 28th that one judge in Minnesota stated that ICE at that moment in time had violated nearly 100 court orders. On February 14th, Reuters reported that courts had ruled over 4,400 times that ICE had detained people illegally. When the rule of law is threatened, we must plan accordingly. An amendment to require institutions protected by SB 91 to adopt a written response policy could add a layer of prevention and increased awareness of threats to the community. In addition, I encourage considerations to allow for increased, easily accessible legal means to challenge detention and seek relief for individuals who have been wrongfully detained. I will not pretend to be an expert on institutional policy or law. I simply encourage a general direction the committee can consider exploring with experts. I believe we can do more. As you consider amendments to SB 91, there is an opportunity to step back and assess the broader message that our state and our leaders are sending regarding ICE and how that relates to this legislation. Coherence is defined as the quality of being logical and consistent. In regards to ICE, this means that our legislation of these bills, their future implementation as laws, and our rhetoric as we speak on the issue comes together to form a unified whole. Coherence is something that residents feel, even if they can't always put it perfectly into words. Our governor made national headlines when he recently asked President Trump how Minneapolis was a learning lesson for him. The White House has publicly released memes on their social media account that aim to mock immigrants, including an AI-generated depiction of a Dominican woman crying during her arrest by immigration officers. I want to be clear here. The cruelty we've seen is the point. The fear felt within communities is the point. When the governor asked President Trump if he learned a lesson, it implies that there may be a shared value of human dignity between the two of them on this issue. The actions of the White House show otherwise. When our state leader chooses that frame in his question to the president, it tells our communities that the horrific specifics of the actions of ICE come from a place of reasonable considerations and that lessons are available to be learned. If the president's administration was being reasonable, we wouldn't need this legislation and people would not be fearful. Unfortunately, we do need this legislation. We need it to be as strong as it can be within the limits of the power of our state and other balanced considerations. We need it to be a part of the coherent whole. This means a strong bill crafted by our legislature, upheld by the executive branch with clarity, and spoken on and owned rhetorically with truth, all without fear of the federal government. States' rights have been a cornerstone of the check of federal power since the formation of America. At this moment, we are standing in that lineage. This is an opportunity to find our courage and face the realities all around us, realities that the people of Connecticut see, hear, and feel. I wish you the best in furthering improving this legislation, enacting it, and then speaking on it with coherence, as the leaders you have been entrusted to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us today to provide us with your testimony. Senator Austin, you are up.
So good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be in front of you. I've spent more time in front of the Judiciary Committee this session than ever in my whole legislative career. So I'm Kathy Austin, and I represent the 19th District, which represents 10 towns in eastern Connecticut. I wish to address the raised bill number 5449, an act concerning automated license plate reader systems. I think license plate reader systems are a useful tool for law enforcement in detecting missing vehicles, persons, or individuals with an outstanding arrest warrant. However, it also raises concerns revolving privacy, surveillance, and the potential misuse of sensitive information. This bill does take a step forward in implementing safeguards, ensuring transparency and accountability by requiring policies, audits, and annual reporting on how the technology is used. I think that that's important. Access on this data must be available to those who are surveilled. The issue of electronic surveillance in public buildings must also be addressed. Section 31-48 of the Connecticut General Statutes currently allows employers, even in public buildings such as town halls, to conduct electronic surveillance of their employees. The only requirement is notice that employees may be under surveillance must be posted in an area visible to the employees. This poses a problem for both employees and the public, in particular when it's done in very small town halls. Most recently, there was a notice put up in the town of Sprague, actually over the last year, that said that they were possibly being surveilled. When they asked if they were being surveilled, they said it was none of their business. They would not tell them. They went to, I am also sit on the Board of Selectmen, and on the Board of Selectmen, I've asked at every meeting since November on whether or not the employees are being surveilled. They said that it's private information. They don't have to let anybody know if they're being surveilled. I think that that's a big problem. They've told me that I'm out of bounds for asking the question at a Board of Selectmen meeting. I had to tape it so that I could prove that I was asking the question. And now they end the meeting as soon as I ask the question without ever moving the issue forward. So it's also a public area, and they have not posted it for the public to know that they are possibly being surveilled. On this surveillance notice they got, they said that they could electromagnetic view the people. They could have hidden cameras viewing the people. They wouldn't tell them if they were storing the information. There's no way for us to get any of this information. We have FOI'd the equipment being used. These are problems if we're not going to let people know that they're being surveilled. People are saying, are they surveilling us because this office is mostly run by the Democratic, side of the Democrats and Republicans? Are the Republicans, who is reviewing the information? Where are they storing the information? When I asked for policies and procedures on how this was being handled, they said it was none of my business, that I didn't have the right to ask the question. And so that's something that I think that we should do. Thank you very much for letting me testify. My 3 minutes is up. I talked as fast as I could.
You did great. You did great. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. Senator Austin, thank you so much for coming and testifying. And I missed you the first time, but I circled back with my counsel and got your testimony from that time. So Kathy, it's interesting because we have issues with our corrections system where we have blind spots and we don't have enough surveillance, so we have to tackle that. I'm sure you're aware that over the years I've been trying to get my arms around drones, which definitely invades our privacy, but law enforcement wants to use it. And so a lot of stuff came out of PRI, but it never crossed the finish line. On this one, we're trying to get our arms around the license plate readers. You have a whole nother area which just boggles my mind. Who's doing this and how they feel they have the moxie to do this? I think we got to do whatever we can to help you nip this in the bud. So the thing that you raised to our attention is a couple of things. What and how they are surveilling people and the whole issue of like employees and things like that. Would you be happy this year if we had a second part of the bill that's before us, because this one's going to go in some way, shape, or form, that would at least address your concerns about notification, which to me is sort of like the low-hanging fruit of the issue, at least let people know, and then maybe down the road, if we can't get our arms around it in this short session, but maybe, I don't know, addressing, you know, the utilization of the surveillance, because to me there's two separate things. Whoever's doing this in whatever towns you have, they're out of control if they can like use like infrared, whatever they want to do, and God forbid anybody asks a question. I don't know what kind of emperor and empresses they think they are. But the first one, I think, though, is at least letting folks know
Right.
you don't have any privacy in this area that you're at.
I think letting people know and letting them know that they're going to develop policies and procedures. I really think there has to be policies and procedures where they're storing the information, how they're storing the information. I mean, they sent a drone over my own home. I think that that is getting a little bit outrageous. You know, I do cut my grass, so I don't have to worry about that piece of it. But, you know, I think that at some point there has to be some reasonable expectation of some sort of privacy. And I have asked for the video of them droning my home. They say they don't have to give that up. I've asked for it through a Freedom of Information request. I will have to make a complaint to the Freedom of Information. I don't think that that should be the way we go. We should be willing to, if we're going to do that, if we're going to surveil people, people have a right to know what you are being surveilled. You know, I don't think that what is going on is fair to the people that work there.
And just if you feel comfortable, who is they? Who is this they that keeps rebuffing you?
This is the first selectman in the town of Sprague.
And weren't you once upon a time the first selectman of the town?
I was, and I provided, I didn't ever do any of that. I never put a notice up that said I was surveilling the town employees. And all of I used to have and I put cameras up around town. We had cameras on every town building. But the only person that surveilled it was the resident trooper, because I felt that they should be used for law enforcement in case we had something stolen or something damaged. And so I myself, as first selectman, even though in theory the first selectman in small towns is a chief of police, I didn't access it. I think that there has to, and unfortunately I didn't codify it in writing. And that to me is probably one of the biggest mistakes I made. I never thought that the information on the outside cameras would be used, but the outside cameras are being viewed by people that have no law enforcement experience. And the inside, now inside the building where I never had any cameras, they're saying that we have the right to surveil you. We may be surveilling you, but we will not tell you if we are.
Well, I think you raise, I mean, this is an issue with the advent of technology that's coming to us more and more and more often. And you're on the cutting edge in your town. I don't know if you've given language to the co-chairs, but if you have proposed language as an addendum to the underlying bill, please get that to us as soon as possible. If you need to work on language, I'd be more than happy to work on this issue with you. And it's outrageous behavior that you're being forced to deal with in your town, and you're raising really important issues. And so thank you for coming to testify. Thank you, Chairman Winfield.
Thank you, Senator. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? I'll just say thank you for joining us here today. As a member of the Board of Selectmen, it's a little strange that you're having the problems in the way that you're having the problems. That, as you say, that is tough. Also, probably not wise when you have the ability to have impact on state law the way that you do. But thank you again for joining us, and we will have further conversation about what we can do in this session to deal with the issues you brought to us.
Thank you. I told them if we couldn't resolve the issue at the Board of Selectmen, that I was going to bring it here. And I don't want to bring things here when we should be able to take care of it on a local level. There's no reason for that. We don't need to, we can fight on a lot of things. This is not correct. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you again, Senator. Okay. Megan Sharer.
Hi, can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Hello, members of the Judiciary Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Megan Scherer, and I live in Hartford, Connecticut, and I'm a member of Hartford Deportation Defense and part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I support Connecticut for All, stand up Connecticut, protect our freedom policies. I've had the honor and privilege of working with the undocumented immigrant community for a decade. The community I work with are people I consider friends and families. They are the kindest, most loving people I know. They bring me so much joy and love into my life. They are always one to cook me an amazing meal, offer a hug, and always make me smile. I have so many stories to show that demonstrate how loving my community is, but I would be speaking for hours, and I only have 3 minutes to testify. What I will say, though, is that I'm forever grateful that I've been welcomed in by such a beautiful community, and I get to work with them every day. Over the past year, though, I have watched my community be terrorized by ICE in fear of deportation. Parents have not wanted to send their kids to school, and community members have skipped doctor's appointments or picking up medicines because they're scared ICE will be present. I can't fully describe what my community is feeling, because I'm not living it, but I'm deeply saddened and angry on how terrified they are. My community deserves to know another child will be safe in school. Children deserve to go to school and not have the fear impact their education. My community deserves to seek medical care in a timely manner. They simply deserve not to live in fear every day. The fear they are currently facing is detrimental to them and their family's livelihood and well-being. Passing policies that protect the people of Connecticut is necessary to make sure that people of Connecticut can go to work, school, and their place of worship without fear. Connecticut leaders have a role in restoring confidence for our communities and families. I strongly support the Connecticut for All Stand Up Connecticut Protect Our Freedom policies and hope that you will join us in protecting our communities and democracy by passing these proposed policies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? If not, thank you for joining us again.
Thank you.
Chelsea Infinity Gonzalez. Just hit the button when you sit down. Welcome.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Chelsea Infinity Gonzalez. I use she, they pronouns. I'm the Director of Public Policy and Advocacy at the ACLU of Connecticut. And I'm here today to testify in support of SB 397, an act concerning democracy and government accountability, and SB 91, an act enhancing the investigative authority of the Inspector General and establishing protected areas. My colleague Gus Marks Hamilton will be testifying later today on HB 5449 concerning automated license plate readers and can answer questions specific to that bill. So I'll focus my remarks primarily on SB 397 and SB 91. At its core, SB 397 addresses a growing accountability gap. When government officials violate our constitutional rights, individuals should have a meaningful path to seek justice. But in recent years, as others have testified to, federal remedies have become increasingly limited, leaving many victims of unconstitutional conduct without an effective avenue for relief. And SB 397 helps close that gap by creating a state-level cause of action for constitutional violations that applies to both state and federal actors operating in Connecticut. And we strongly believe that constitutional rights are only meaningful if people have a way to enforce them. And so when federal remedies narrow or disappear, states like Connecticut do have the authority and the responsibility to ensure that those rights remain enforceable. The bill also strengthens broader accountability mechanisms that are critical for public trust, such as expanding the authority of the Attorney General to investigate patterns or practices of civil rights violations, and ensures that the Inspector General and the Division of Criminal Justice can investigate use of force incidents involving any peace officer operating in Connecticut, again, including federal agents. When a person is seriously harmed during an encounter with law enforcement, we do believe that an independent review should occur regardless of which agency employs the officer involved. We also support the requirement that peace officers be identifiable when interacting with the public. When officers remove badges or conceal identifying information during enforcement activities, it becomes extremely difficult for individuals to report misconduct, seek accountability, and encounters can also escalate when people can't determine which agency is involved, when emotions are very high. Section 7 of SB 397 also prohibits arrests in sensitive locations, which we believe aligns with the goals of SB 91, addressing enforcement activity in places such as schools, hospitals, shelters, houses of worship, and more. And these are spaces where people go to learn, to heal, to pray, to access essential services. And so when enforcement actions occur in these spaces, as folks have shared, the consequences extend far beyond the individual who may be detained. Families avoid hospitals, parents keep children home from school, and people in crisis can't access the services that they need. And we greatly appreciate the intent behind SB 91 and Section 7 of SB 397, and we strongly support their shared goal of protecting access to these essential spaces. We do strongly believe that enforcement actions in these locations should occur only pursuant to a judicial warrant, rather than broad or undefined exceptions. And so overall, we believe these bills are connected and urge the Judiciary Committee to support them.
Thank you. Great summarization.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Like you have practice. Comment or question from other members, of the committee. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Chelsea. Section 9, the bottom, the lines 549 to 555. I don't know if you heard me ask the Inspector General earlier, and he didn't seem to be wasn't here to testify in that particular section. So I'm not a lawyer, so I'm going to ask you to help me. But as I read this, it says, notwithstanding any other law, any peace officer who is found to have committed an assault, battery, false imprisonment, etc. As I said to the Inspector General, an assault is defined as striking another person and causing injury. Police officers do that in this state all the time, unfortunately, but it's justifiable. A direct reading of this seems to suggest that if somebody is being arrested, say they just, shoplifted, and the retail location said, we call the police, so the guy takes his camera out and starts recording, and the police officer gets there and he goes to arrest him, and the guy ends up with a bruise. It's an assault. It's justifiable assault under 5822, assuming it was reasonable. As I read this, it doesn't require that he committed an unlawful assault in 550. Is the word unlawful necessary? Should that be there? Because the direct reading of this is a police officer is doing his job correctly, but so in other words, if you're about to be arrested, take your video camera out, start recording, and then as soon as an officer touches you, you can sue him. Did you agree with me as written that that's about how it says?
So my understanding is that that would only kick in if the officer both knowingly violates the mask rule and then commits the intentional tort. So that that's my understanding. So that it would be essentially for officers who are operating in good faith, as you sort of alluded to, using approved equipment, operating in the manner that you named, would be fully protected. My understanding was that both of those prongs sort of would have to be met.
So if you understand it that way, then if a police officer unjustifiably assaults somebody while they're filming, then they can assert privilege as long as they're not wearing a mask?
I don't think it would be that they then can sort of assert privilege. I think it would be, well, to your point, I did not draft that particular section, so I also can't speak to all of the intricacies, but my initial read or my understanding was that both of those things would have to be met in order for then the sort of privilege or immunities would be revoked.
I don't see anything in sub D in 549 that mentions masks at all. It seems to me.
I could be looking at the wrong section.
I'm
My
looking at
apologies.
lines
Yeah.
549 to 555. Sub D, in the end of section 9.
Yeah, I see what you're referring to. That was, my understanding was that that was not the intent of the drafters, but we also weren't necessarily part of drafting that provision. So I can't speak to it beyond that, but I do appreciate the question.
Well, I mean, as you're a policy director, are you a lawyer too?
I am.
I thought so. All right. I never like to assume those things. I thought you were, but as you read that, you read it as I do, that if any peace officer who's found to have committed an assault, it doesn't have to be an unjustifiable and unlawful one, but any assault on a person that was filming can then be sued and can't assert any immunity.
My understanding is that it's attached to like the interference. So if they are sort of actively recording or taking a photograph, that it would be attached to. They committed that act and they knowingly interfered with that person's First Amendment right to film or to photograph.
Correct, but if that person had just committed a crime, right? So if they had just committed a crime and then takes their camera out and starts recording, that essentially, as soon as the officer touches them, as this reads, the officer gives up any immunity because the guy was recording.
I could see how that could be sort of like understood based on how it's drafted right now. I do not think that was the intent of the drafters.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Thank you. I will just say this because I recognize the importance of the question. As I've said, I don't have the same reading, but I'm willing to engage in a conversation about the need for clarity. I think the nexus there is the action plus the interference, right? It's not just the action and you're recording. And whether you are ultimately judged to have done this lawfully or unlawfully, the interference, part of the reason why it maybe should sit as it sits is because prior to that judgment, we've seen cases where it's really, really close. So prior to that judgment, that interference could be the thing that would prevent you from ultimately being seen to have done something that actually was not legal. And I think that's the nuance there that makes it a little bit difficult to draft. But, you know, I'm not an attorney either, so what do I know? All right, comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you for joining us again today.
Thank you.
Okay, and I will apologize to Elizabeth Chen. In striking out people, my pen went through Elizabeth Chen's name, and so I skipped them, and I'm coming back to them now.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman, no problem, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Elizabeth Chen. I live in Westport. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you this afternoon. I volunteer with several immigrant advocacy groups and see the impact that ICE enforcement continues to have on our communities. People are afraid to go to food banks and local stores for fear of being detained and kidnapped. People are forsaking medical care for fear of being targeted by ICE. Families are afraid to go to court and government buildings. Having seen friends and neighbors detained by ICE at school drop-off and pickup, immigrant families are keeping their children home from school. The financial and psychological stresses compound as these parents miss work and their children fall behind in school. Our children, those directly affected by ICE profiling and detainment, and those who come to recognize that their fellow classmates and friends are no longer in class, learn to fear going to school. As safe spaces are violated, the cycle of fear perpetuates. I support SB 91 because I believe everyone in our state, regardless of immigration status, deserves access to essential services without fear. I urge the Judiciary Committee to ensure that SB 91 explicitly protects immigrant communities and reinforces Connecticut's commitment to safe access to schools, places of worship, healthcare facilities, government buildings, and all protected areas listed in SB 91. I also urge you to require clear written policies so the staff at these locations know how to respond if enforcement occurs. Require a judicial warrant signed by a judge for enforcement actions in protected locations, not just administrative paperwork. Remove broad exceptions from this bill so that protections cannot be bypassed. Add provisions to allow people who are wrongfully detained in protected locations to have a meaningful way to challenge that detention, and seek relief. I support SB 397 because our state must protect all residents from federal overreach, including National Guard deployment for immigration enforcement purposes. We've all seen the egregious behavior of ICE agents, which include murder. My hope is that this ability to sue these agents will act as a deterrent. As we all know, nobody should be above the law. I ask that you please support these two bills and provide important protections for our immigrant neighbors, our congregations, and for all communities in our state. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Amanda Choflet. Good afternoon. You may hit the red button in front of you and testify when you're ready.
Thank you. Dear distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Amanda Choflet. I am a registered nurse, a doctor of nursing practice, a nurse educator, and a resident of West Hartford, Connecticut. I am here today in strong support of SB 91, HB 5449, and SB 397. I spent the early years of my career at the bedside caring for oncology patients, and most recently in the community serving as a disaster health nurse, assisting people navigating some of the most frightening moments of their lives. What I learned then, and what guides my work now, is that fear is a modifiable clinical factor. It changes outcomes. When patients are afraid, they delay care, avoid hospitals, can't be fully honest with their providers. And when that happens, people get sicker, and sometimes they die. Across the US and in Connecticut right now, we are watching immigrant patients cancel appointments, skip emergency care for themselves and their children, forego prenatal visits, not because they don't need care, but because they are terrified that walking through a clinic door will put them or someone they love at risk. This is a documented consequence of the current enforcement climate, and it demands a response. SB 91 is a part of that response. Hospitals, schools, places of worship, and social service agencies must be protected spaces because the entire foundation of care, of learning, of community depends on trust. Please remember that this fear of ICE activity in healthcare spaces not only influences whether patients seek care, but also has a detrimental impact on healthcare workers themselves, 20% of whom are foreign-born in the United States. No one should be afraid to seek healthcare or to go to work to provide healthcare in Connecticut. HB 5449 matters for the same reason. When license plate readers can track where someone worships, where they seek healthcare, or where they attend a community meeting, it compounds the fear already keeping people away from essential services. And SB 397 addresses the foundation beneath all of it. Rights without enforcement are not rights. When federal officers operate in our communities without visible identification or accountability, public trust in institutions, in government, in healthcare erodes. That erosion has real downstream consequences for community health and safety. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, thank you very much for joining us today and providing us with your testimony. Perla Cardosa.
All right. Hello. Can you guys hear me?
We hear you loud and clear.
Okay, cool. Dear chairs and members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Perla Vanessa Cardoso, and I am a resident of New Britain. I am part of Manos Unidas, based in New Britain, which was created by UACT, United Action Connecticut. Besides that, I am also a tutor at Wilbur Cross High School in New Haven. I am speaking in support of SB 397, HB 5449, and SB 91, an act enhancing the investigative authority of Inspector General and establishing protected areas. I believe Connecticut should clearly protect students, families, and communities, ensuring that spaces are truly safe and accessible. As someone who is at these places, places of worship, at school, etc., I can tell you that there are students who are scared to go to school, scared to go pray. At the beginning of this school year, Manos Unidas met with Superintendent of New Britain, Dr. Gaspar. Dr. Gaspar told us to support him in getting more families to register for get their kids registered for kindergarten, since there was a low rate of registries for kindergartners, which clearly parents don't want to send their children to school, right? These are places that people need to be in order to live a basic human life. There are students who are scared to come to school. Parents to drop off their children are also in fear. Students who say they're also being tracked here at Wilbur Cross, right? This also builds health issues, anxiety on top of what these students are already facing. I myself am a victim of the terror of ICE. When I was a sophomore in high school, my father was abducted outside of my house. Earlier that same day, my brother was also detained in my uncle's backyard. This issue is deep in my mental. My parents were able to adjust their status after 20 years, and I still suffer from anxiety, PTSD, and have vivid dreams of ICE entering my house. Just yesterday, a member of Manos Unidas' husband was abducted by ICE. And last night I had a dream that, I don't know if it has to do with it, but I had a dream that there was a little girl chasing me, and I was in a truck, and I was looking down at her, and she was like, Vanessa, take me. Vanessa, take me with you. Vanessa, help me. And I'm like, what does it have to do with the family? You know, like now as an adult, I still have this fear. I still have it. I'm a mom now, you know, and I'm still taking care of my parents and my daughter, right? And I still have these dreams. I still have this anxiety in me. I urge the Judiciary Committee to ensure that SB 91 explicitly protects immigrant communities and reinforces Connecticut's commitment to safe access to schools, places of worship, healthcare facilities, government buildings, and all protected areas listed in SB 91. I also urge this committee to require clear written policies so the staff of these locations know how to respond if enforcement occurs. Require a judicial warrant signed by a judge for enforcement actions in protected locations. 1 minute, 30 seconds, right?
Can you please summarize? Sorry, we got to keep it consistent amongst all speakers. Appreciate it, though.
require judicial warrants signed by a judge for enforcement actions in protected locations, not just administrative paperwork, remove broad exceptions from this bill, so these protections cannot be easily
Thank you,
bypassed.
Ms.
Thank you for your
Cardozo.
time. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your testimony. Questions, comments from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Appreciate you sticking it out.
So let me just say this. We are trying to be fair to folks, but we will cut you off if you do that, because it's not fair to other people who follow the rules. And I'm not going to repeat that. So number 39, misunderstood you earlier. You may testify. Sorry about that.
No, I think that was also my bad. Appreciate it. All right. Dear chairs and members of the committee, my name is Eric, and I'm a resident of Bridgeport. I'm part of Connecticut Students for a Dream. I'm here speaking in support of SB 91, HB 549, and SB 397, but my testimony today will primarily focus on SB 91. I work with young people ages 14 to 25, and protected areas are extremely important to these young people and their families. Through my work, we find people avoiding places like doctor's offices, schools, food pantries, and many other places that are covered under the proposed legislation. We know and we've heard folks testify throughout the day, and we will continue to hear folks testifying today that represent the various places that would become protected areas under this proposed legislation. And they'll share the ways that they see the chilling effects of immigration in their life, work, and role. For myself, it's that when federal enforcement discourages state residents from accessing available resources, I believe it's a net negative to our state of Connecticut. The chilling effect applies also to citizens, particularly if they belong to mixed status families, which we know many children in Connecticut do. When parents are scared to go to the doctor's office, will the children go by themselves? If a 7-year-old has parents who are scared to go to the food pantry, where will the children go hungry? Will the family go hungry? And when students are missing from class, does it not also affect the teachers and the continuum of learning that they need to ensure to receive quality education that Connecticut should be providing? And so it's extremely tough, right, to know that our students, our members at Connecticut Students for a Dream are foregoing care that they should be receiving, services that they are allowed to receive as well, all because a lot of these places, including municipal buildings, are not always considered protected areas or are not considered protected areas. And I just want to make sure that our members and our students have access to the things in Connecticut that would lead them to growing up and leading safe and healthy lives here in the state of Connecticut. So I urge the committee to support SB 91 as well as HB 5449 and SB 397.
Thank you. Comment, question from members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. Thank you for joining us again. Sure, we'll see you in the future. Next, we will have Thomas Conley.
Hello.
Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon, members of the Judicial Committee. My name is Thomas Conley, and I live in West Hartford, Connecticut. And I am a member of the People's Center and part of the Connecticut for All Coalition, and I'm here today to support Stand Up Connecticut, Protect Our Freedom policies, including SB 91, HB 5449, and SB 39. The measure of a democracy is whether people can live their lives without fear of government intimidation and surveillance. That principle is what these bills are all about. Connecticut should be a place where people can go to school, seek health care, practice their faith, and access community services without fear. The aggressive ICE operations we have seen recently in Minnesota bringing large numbers of federal agents into communities and spreading fear and executing 2 American citizens should never become a norm here in our state. SB 91 takes an important step in keeping immigration enforcement out of sensitive locations like schools, hospitals, houses of worship, and social service agencies. These places remain safe places where people can learn, receive care, practice their faith, and seek help. However, the bill should be strengthened. Enforcement in a protected location should require judicial warrant signed by a judge. HB 5449 addresses automatic license plate readers is also critical. The law should strictly limit data use, shorten retention periods, and prohibit the use of immigration enforcement or tracking people for exercising their rights. Finally, SB 397 strengthens civil rights protections by ensuring that when constitutional rights are violated, people have a path toward accountability in Connecticut courts. Together, these bills affirm a simple principle. Government power must always be balanced by oversight, accountability, and protection of civil liberties. I do want to say, when I was in the Army, I visited in Germany, I visited Dachau. And I walked away from there seeing evil up front, and I seen it, and I never could believe I would see it, something coming close here in the United States of America. But I swear, this is what we're facing. We should not be dealing with this kind of bills. This is ridiculous. This is undemocratic. There's these agents around using no due process. What do you call that? On March 28th, there's going to be another No Kings, No Dictators, No Fascists in America demonstration. You're going to see millions of people come out, and they're going to be in the suburban communities as well as in urban communities in 10 different countries outside the United States. Enough is enough. Pass these bills. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Comment, question from members of the committee, comment or question? There are none. I want to thank you very much for joining us today to offer us your testimony. Audra King.
Hello, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Audra King. I'm a professor at CCSU, a member of CSU AUP, and part of Connecticut for All. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 91, HB 5449, and 397. I have also submitted written testimony that includes several recommended amendments to strengthen these bills, such as removing the no safe alternative location exception from SB 91, which can be exploited in a way that will essentially wipe out all of the benefits of this bill. A large percentage of my students are first-generation working-class college students whose ability to learn depends on conditions of basic safety and institutional trust. These conditions are now being systematically eroded. Over the past year, the federal government has dramatically escalated immigration enforcement and is now functioning as a campaign of fear that terrorizes communities and forces them to withdraw from public life. We are already seeing the impact: students missing classes, parents afraid to drop kids off at school, workers avoiding medical care, and so on. Connecticut has both the ability and the obligation to respond. The 3 bills before you provide a coordinated response. SB 91 establishes protected physical spaces. 5449 restricts the surveillance infrastructure that makes those spaces targetable. And 397 creates accountability mechanisms that make those protections enforceable. These bills are structurally interdependent. They should be evaluated not as isolated proposals, but as a system. And let me make this concrete. One of my students has missed multiple class sessions this semester, not because she isn't committed, but because she's afraid. She's afraid that she will be taken on her way to campus or when she gets there. She's afraid that while she sits in my class, her only living parent will be detained and leaving her sister and her alone, essentially. So every week she makes a calculation, the risk of coming to class versus the risk of what might happen while she's gone. That is a very rational response to lawless federal government actions across the country. And she is not the only student doing this. Across Connecticut, faculty are trying to fill that gap. We are modifying our syllabi, recording our class sessions, building flexibility into deadlines, and making sure our students know their rights. These are reasonable adjustments that we're perfectly willing to make, but they are also the pedagogical absorption of the cost of extreme federal government overreach. Faculty can't and shouldn't be the last line of defense. That's what legislation is for. The fear my students carry is not simply a private psychological state, it's a structural condition produced by policy choices, enforcement without boundaries, surveillance without limits, and systems that operate without accountability. Structural problems require structural remedies, and this committee has the power to provide them. For those and other reasons outlined in my written testimony, I strongly urge you to pass all three bills. And I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? If not, thank you for joining us again. Is it Amy Martinez? Amy. I tried.
It's okay. Good afternoon, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Amy Martinez. I am the Connecticut Political Director at 32BJ SEIU. I am here to testify in support of SB 91, HB 5449, and SB 397. 32BJ represents around 4,500 people in the state of Connecticut and over 185,000 members up and down the East Coast. Our members are majority immigrants and people of color, and we fight for a world where all immigrant families can live safe and dignified lives. The current federal administration claimed that ICE would be targeting dangerous criminals. However, 73% of those detained since October of last year had no criminal conviction, and only 5% had been convicted of a violent crime. ICE agents have been killing U.S. citizens and are now permitted to profile individuals simply on the basis of race, ethnicity, and the language they speak. We must acknowledge that ICE is acting indiscriminately, violently, and unlawfully, putting us all in danger. I'm here to urge you to support these three bills, which will provide our communities with much-needed protections against President Trump's increasingly reckless immigration attacks. Immigrants live with looming anxiety that taking their children to school could lead to being torn away from their families. SB 91 would create basic protections allowing residents to safely access essential institutions such as schools, places of worship, healthcare facilities, and more. HB 5449 establishes rules governing how automated license plate readers, surveillance systems can be used, how long data can be stored, and how misuse can be prevented. Unchecked data sharing puts us all on a dangerous path. SB 397 holds federal agents accountable when constitutional rights are violated. Crucially, the bill would prevent armed forces from another state from entering Connecticut for military purposes without the governor's authorization unless federally activated. We have already seen what happens when federal agents act without oversight or accountability, and we must act to reduce the potential harm to Connecticut communities. Ultimately, these bills ensure we do not let federal immigration policy undermine Connecticut's fundamental rights to liberty, safety, and privacy. Passing these bills also sends an important message that we will not allow our communities to be terrorized. Immigrants are not only vital to our economy here in Connecticut, but also to our communities. They are our neighbors, coworkers, family members, business owners, caretakers, and more. They are people with full and rich lives here in Connecticut. Our state proudly stood with immigrants when we originally passed the Connecticut Trust Act and reinforced it last year, and it is critical now when our neighbors are under direct attack that we continue to protect them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming here with your testimony. I'm trying to wrap my arms around, you use the word immigrant a lot, and I understand that individuals come to this country lawfully. They follow the process, the legal process. And there's those that just say, I don't care, coming in anyway, don't care about the process. How should government deal with those individuals?
I don't necessarily know that it's my role to address that question. I think I'm here more in support of these three policies that will help keep our immigrant communities that are living here in Connecticut safer from the ongoing attacks from the current administration.
Well, and I understand, and I heard attacks, I heard reckless, right? So when someone accuses someone of being reckless, then there must be a position that that individual thinks is unreckless. And I'm just trying to, it appears that what some would have is for there to be no enforcement of immigration laws. Where's the line? I'm just trying to figure out what is acceptable.
I think from my stand on behalf of 32BJ SCIU, where we stand, what is unacceptable is for U.S. citizens to be killed and for our immigrant communities to be ripped apart. And that feels unacceptable, and that's the line that we're drawing.
Okay. So, and I understand nobody should be killed, right? But certainly if somebody is killed, I'm not aware of any incident, and I could be I mean, I don't know everything, where there hasn't been some level of accountability in those tragic situations. You know, maybe we're tiptoeing around the issues, but it just appears that some would have no enforcement of our laws, which if that's the case, then you go to Washington and you say, you know, just let's have open borders. On the other hand, some are looking to enforce the law. And I'm trying to figure out where the line is. I understand there's due process issues here. You know, as far as, you know, the ripping our communities apart, I can totally understand when a child is born in this country to people that are not here lawful, and that child grows up and is now in their 20s. I can understand a family being ripped apart when there's an attempt to do something against that individual. You know, because we are people, right? But the individual who comes here to terrorize our communities, you know, I read about individuals, you know, the gentleman I mentioned before, I think it was 3 rapes he perpetrated on individuals in this country. I've got to look at families that are ripped apart by those crimes, and what do we do? So I appreciate you coming here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I guess since the topic was touched on, I want to be clear about the position you have, because I think it's similar to a position that I have, and I'll explain mine, and you tell me if you kind of line up with that, right? So I have taken positions on this issue for many years. I've gone down to the border. I've done all of that kind of work, and I've been accused, and not by anybody necessarily on this committee, although maybe, but I've been accused of not wanting there to be any system in place to deal with the fact that folks don't have legal status, and there are various reasons why they may not. But that's not what I'm putting forward. I've put forward that after the Patriot Act, the creation of Homeland Security and ICE, that we went too far. The way in which we are doing things is not doing what we have suggested to folks it's doing. It's not about what we have suggested to folks it's doing. That we've always dealt with the issue of immigration, except to actually deal with it by policy that works. That it, in fact, takes way longer than most people who kind of look at this in a news article or something think it takes. It takes most people on average decades to get through our system to the point where it doesn't actually work. And while that is happening, we shouldn't have a system that puts forward that, despite looking at the data that even comes out of ICE, that they're not dealing mostly with people who've had criminal offenses, but puts forward that everyone is doing along the lines of the particular crimes that were put forward. And so while that is all in the mix, we need to have a system that works better, a system that respects rights, and a system that more hews to who and what we say we are. And so I think that's what I'm hearing and what you're putting forward is not just take the system, tear it down with nothing to exist. If you want to opine, I'd be happy to hear it.
Correct, Senator Winfield. I don't think those words ever left my mouth, nor was I suggesting that. I think here what many of us are advocating here today is to keep our immigrant community safe. And like I shared the data earlier, right? It's not just dangerous criminals that are being targeted, right? Like people are scared to leave their home. People are scared to visit public locations. And that's why we're here today, right? To just try to keep our immigrant community safer.
Thank you. And I'll just say this, I want everyone to be safe. I want us to live in a community full of folks who follow the law. But I also live in a community where I take my kids to school often, and there are times when we deal with attendance at schools because it's an issue these days. But it shouldn't be an issue because of the way that we have created a scheme as it relates to immigration policy, and it is. And my children have friends who have legal status, and their parents have legal status. But they look like what some folks would imagine are people who don't have legal status. And those people are scared, right? We have conversations where people are talking about, as an American citizen, walking around with papers, right? And I think that's really what we're getting down to here. Is there an element of this, a piece of this that deals with crime? If we're having the whole conversation, I'll give that. I'll give anybody who wants to talk about that. But that is not the majority of the situation we're talking about here. So, one more time, comment or question from members of the committee. Rep. Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wasn't going to comment, and I think anyone who comes in to testify, I appreciate it, your point of view. That's how this process works. We may sometimes agree or disagree. But first of all, I do take offense that I think ICE has been charged with doing their job by Congress, the Senate, and the administrations that passed. This administration didn't pass these laws. They're telling their officers to enforce the law as the law was written years and years ago. So if change is needed, maybe Washington is the place to go, and you should be testifying. Not that I think it's great that you're here, but change the law. These are just line officers that are doing their job and have been doing their job for decades. Under, for instance, the Obama administration, more than 3 times as many people were deported, and many more were harmed. But now that we have the Trust Act here, I don't want to see people being taken from the public square either. But there's no choice because we have a Trust Act now. When these things used to be done, like I said earlier, in controlled environments, but now we have this situation where there is nowhere else because they're told they cannot serve their warrants or grab people in those situations. And I take offense. I don't think that someone who's here illegally looks like anything. They could be from Ireland, Norway, Central America, Russia. Many came in from Iran, Afghanistan. I don't think you can't say how somebody looks. And I understand, having been in law enforcement, having supervised the sex offender unit for probation, I was out in these houses. Legal immigrants who are here trying to do their best don't want criminals, whether they're here legally, illegally, or they're native-born Americans living amongst them. So we want people safe in their communities, and it's a matter of taking people who've broken the law off the street so everyone else is safe. So I think we've listened to a lot of testimony, and I'm bouncing between 2 other committees, but I think the real place to go is maybe Washington. If you don't like the laws, as the good senator mentioned, it's been broken, let's fix it there. But these guys are just doing their job. So, thank you.
If I could just say a quick comment. I understand that advocacy is needed in Washington, but I believe and strongly believe that advocacy is needed in all levels of government. And I think it is equally as important for me and others who have been here today to spend our time here advocating, because there needs to be laws and policies in place to protect our immigrant communities not in our municipalities, in our states, in our nation, and right now that is not what we are seeing.
Thank you. And there have been lots of people over the years in Washington. When I was a kid, they were talking about the coming invasion even. So it's been a long time. I haven't been a kid in a very long time. Comment or question for members of the committee? Comment or question? And on Wednesday, I'll be a year older, so it's been a long time. So, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Charles Jennis.
Dear chairs and members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Charles Jennis, a resident of Ridgefield. I am writing in support of SB 91. I've lived in Connecticut for 44 years and have been a proud tax-paying citizen until the MAGA movement, under the leadership of Donald Trump, recently gained near complete control of our federal government. As a taxpayer, it troubles me that an increasing portion of my tax dollars are being used to fund violence and hatred around the world, and with respect to today's gathering through ICE here in the United States. Specific to SB 91, in the past year alone, we've witnessed ICE activities around the country, especially in blue states in cities, including here in Connecticut, Danbury, Hartford, Norwalk, Stamford, to name just a few affected locations within the state. Armed, anonymous, and masked ICE agents have been allowed and frequently encouraged by DHS leadership to run rampant with few constitutional guardrails or protections. This legislation presents a critical opportunity for our state to intelligently push back against this folly. Indeed, ICE activities have led to significant disruptions in community life, not only for immigrants, but for all citizens, no matter which side of the aisle they occupy. SB 91 provides a timely opportunity to curb many of those disruptions, to establish meaningful guardrails that protect constitutional rights here in Connecticut. By protecting freedoms involving worship, education, health, and employment, freedoms that serve to improve and strengthen the quality of life in America, it creates an important safeguard to ICE activities that seek to achieve detention quotas with little to no regard for civil rights and due process. At the same time, ICE's stated objective of apprehending the worst of the worst, a policy that would actually benefit communities, seems to be getting compromised in the agency's effort to meet arbitrary federal quotas seemingly designed to fill for-profit detention centers. We've all seen how ICE activity has disrupted life across America. And as we've heard today here in Connecticut, students afraid to attend school, families afraid to maintain their health and nutrition, employers dealing with employees afraid to go to work, court dockets being used to detain hardworking, family-focused people simply trying to do the right thing with respect to their immigration status. We've also seen how cold, corrupt, and self-serving the people in charge of ICE have proven themselves to be, specifically with respect to constitutional rights and ICE agent accountability. SB 91 represents an opportunity to address those issues. My hope is that you, as state legislators, will make this legislation happen in a very meaningful way. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, thank you very much for joining us. Manuel Estrada. Manuel Estrada. Okay. Christopher Cabrera.
Dear chairs and members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Christopher Cabrera, and I'm a resident of New Haven, Connecticut. I am a youth leader in my community and also serve as the coalition organizer for Husky for Immigrants. I'm speaking in strong support of SB 91 as well as HB 5449. As a coalition organizer, I dedicate my time to advocate for the health, safety, and rights of our communities across the state. But beyond my professional role, I am a brother who drops off his 10 and 12 years old siblings at school every day. When I watch them walk through those doors, I need the absolute peace of mind that comes with knowing that they are stepping into a genuinely secure environment, insulated from the anxiety of civil immigration enforcement. Protected areas are essential to me because our schools, hospitals, and community centers must remain secure spaces of learning, healing, and growth, rather than sites of fear and apprehension. In my community and throughout my organizing work, I witnessed firsthand the devastating impact that the fear of immigration enforcement has on everyday life. I have seen community members hesitate to seek vital medical care or attend public events because they are terrified that spaces meant to serve them might instead be used to detain them. This constant uncertainty deeply affects the mental health and academic performance of our youth by punishing children and families for simply trying to live their lives. However, creating a physical safe space is only half the battle. The peace of mind I see when I'm driving my sibling to school is entirely undermined if our vehicle is tracked by automated license plate readers along the way. If ALPR data is not strictly protected, the simple act of driving to a school, a hospital, or a place of worship becomes a trap for immigrant families. We cannot allow surveillance technology to be weaponized to bypass the very protected areas that SB1 seeks to create. I believe these areas and our personal data must be protected because civic engagement, education, and public health rely entirely on trust. If our daily routines are compromised by the threat of arbitrary enforcement or surveillance, we fail in our basic duty to protect Connecticut residents. You urge the Judiciary Committee to ensure that SB1 explicitly protects immigrant communities by guaranteeing safe access to school, place of worships, healthcare facilities, government buildings, and all protected areas. Furthermore, this commitment to safety must go hand in hand with passing the HB 5449. Passing both bills is the only way to ensure that our physical protected areas are not undone by digital surveillance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate your testimony. Would you agree with me that somebody with a final order of deportation from a court should be deported?
I would rather to not answer that question. I will leave the professionals that are present here to respond with more details.
Okay. Is there anybody who you think should be deported?
I think that there's cases that has to be enforced with the laws, but I'm not here to speak at like certainly cases to speak of any certain people. So.
Okay, but there are some cases that need to be enforced.
Of course, yes.
Okay. And you would like them not to be enforced in churches or schools or other places mentioned in this bill?
Yes.
Okay. Where should they be enforced?
I just think that all these places that are mentioned here in the bill are places, like I mentioned in my testimony, that are places of growing, focus, learning. So I need that those places need to be protected because those places need to be peaceful.
Okay, so if we've got a real dirtbag who's got a lot of crimes in his background and he's in jail, would that be a good place to have ICE take him in jail?
Again, I leave those questions to be answered by the professionals here.
Okay, but you acknowledge that there has to be some place where ICE can get them.
I'd rather not answer that.
Okay. I think your lack of an answer sounds like an answer to me. All right, well, thank you. It just seems to me that if we acknowledge that there are some cases where ICE needs to arrest people, there needs to be a place where ICE can arrest people. And if you're saying that we shouldn't do it in schools and churches, well, maybe that's right. I don't know. But it would seem to me that arresting people who are already in jail might be a good idea. Otherwise, they have to go out into the community to go find them. But I thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the public? Comment or question? If not, thank you for joining us today, providing us with your testimony.
Thanks,
Jane Bentrott.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 397, Section 1. My name is Jane Bentrott. I'm a counsel at Protect Democracy United. Section 1 of this legislation stands for a simple proposition. If any governmental officer violates your clearly established constitutional rights, you should have a remedy. That's already the law for Connecticut's state and local officials who can be sued for money damages under Federal Section 1983. But there is no similar law for federal officials. The Supreme Court had previously found that people have a right to sue federal officials directly under the Constitution, but this right is now effectively unavailable. And from the founding until the 1970s, people would file state tort claims against federal officers for damages, but the Westfall Act has barred those claims. And so people who've been injured by, for example, ICE or FBI agents currently have no practical tool to sue those officers for damages. Section 1 of SB 397 solves this problem. Ultimately, for our rights to have meaning, there must be consequences for infringing them. And that's why it's especially important that this law is drafted to withstand judicial scrutiny under 3 key tests that other state laws have failed. First, the Intergovernmental Immunity Doctrine. Section 1A satisfies this test by treating state officials the same as federal officials. Second, the Obstacle Preemption Doctrine. Section 1C satisfies this test by maintaining existing immunity defenses. And finally, the Westfall Act, which effectively preempts all state law causes of action against federal employees for most civil wrongs, but it permits those brought for a violation of the Constitution of the United States. Section 1C satisfies this test by limiting liability to U.S. constitutional violations and nothing more. We also advise adding a severability clause to SB 397, but consideration of any substantive amendments should take care to satisfy these 3 tests. The recent killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy in Minnesota demonstrate in chilling detail why this accountability is urgently necessary. But this bill could protect your constituents' rights in many more contexts. For example, if universities are subjected to pretextual funding cuts to punish protected First Amendment behavior, if businesses face weaponized regulatory scrutiny to influence corporate decision-making for corrupt or partisan objectives, if your residents are confronted with warrantless searches or the use of excessive force, they'll be able to sue federal officers personally, no matter the badge of the officer who violated their rights. And so Protect Democracy United asks you to support SB 397, Section 1, so no officer is above the law, and the U.S. Constitution remains the supreme law of the land. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment, question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Sometimes we go back and forth. There are none. Thank you very much for joining us and providing us with your testimony. Gretchen Raffa. Gretchen Raffa. Sam Summers.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. Good afternoon, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Sam Summers, and I'm a professor at UConn's downtown Waterbury campus. I'm a resident of West Hartford, and I'm here today as a member of my union, Yukon AUP, and a volunteer with Hartford Deportation Defense. Both organizations are part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I'm speaking in support of SB 91, SB 397, and HB 5449 with modifications to strengthen that bill. And I'm testifying today because I believe this legislature has the power, purpose, and responsibility to protect the constitutional rights, physical safety, and civil liberties of my Black, Brown, and immigrant neighbors, because the erosion of anyone's rights or liberties is a threat to us all. I want to highlight my support for HB 5449 in this testimony because too many of my students and neighbors are living with the completely rational fear that at any moment they could be disappeared off the street, kidnapped from their job, or taken from their classroom, church, or even a doctor's office. I don't know how many of you have seen our federal immigration system up close. I hadn't until a little over a year ago when I became a volunteer with HDD's accompaniment network. I've now been to federal immigration court several times and accompanied neighbors to their check-ins with ICE. Something you should all know is how many kids you'll see at immigration court. Tiny babies are dressed up in their best outfits. Elementary school students in uniforms wishing they could be with their classmates instead of in court. And teenagers looking worried and weary from the fear that comes with knowing how quickly dreams for the future can become nightmares. These babies, little kids, preteens, and young adults I see at the federal courthouse are the same students and children in need of protection in their schools, their houses of worship, community spaces, and out on the street when they're marching in a parade. I can tell you as an educator, I see the stifling effects of fear in my classroom, fear that is instilled by our US government. As a professor of American literature and American studies, I pride myself on mentoring students through classroom dialogue. My teaching foregrounds the kinds of critical thinking and analysis that lead to transformative learning, learning that changes the way you see the world and brings your own values into greater relief. But you cannot learn if you do not feel safe. The state owes every student, educator, counselor, custodian, nurse, everyone working in our schools from pre-K to doctoral research labs the right to be safe enough to learn. No one should be subject to government violence in the pursuit of their education. When it comes to Connecticut schools, my stance is pretty simple. ICE out, money in. I respectfully request that the committee strengthen and pass HB 5449, particularly by eliminating broad exceptions, and that you pass SB 91 and 397 to safeguard public health, community trust, and basic human dignity. All residents of Connecticut should be safe from government violence in their schools, hospitals, houses of worship, and community organizations. We need to keep access open for everyone so they can get essential services without fear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, comment, question from members of the committee, comment or question? There are none. I want to thank you very much for waiting around and testifying with us today.
Thank you.
Abigail Williamson. Good afternoon.
Co-chairs, senators, and representatives of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Abby Fisher-Williamson, and I live in West Hartford. I'm an associate professor of political science and public policy and law at Trinity College. I've published a book and multiple articles on how local responses to immigrants shape processes of incorporation for immigrants themselves and community at large. I'm also a member of St. James's Episcopal Church, and I'm speaking in partnership with the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance. So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today. I'm in strong support of SB 91, SB 397, and HB 5449. So regarding SB 91, establishing protected areas in schools, hospitals, and religious settings is just absolutely crucial to the health, safety, and prosperity, not only of our immigrant neighbors, but also all Connecticut residents. The peer-reviewed literature, so the literature that many scholars have come together and review and determine that this has a significant evidentiary base, the peer-reviewed literature on this subject is absolutely unequivocal. So let's start with health. And so all of the statements I'm going to make are supported by multiple different peer-reviewed publications. So immigrants avoid preventative health care in places with more immigration enforcement. And so if we can establish protected areas in those spaces, they are more likely to seek preventative care. Children of undocumented parents experience negative physical and mental health outcomes in these scenarios. And in contrast, if we can establish greater protection from enforcement, it can improve health outcomes, for instance, reducing anxiety disorders in children. Regarding education, fear of immigration enforcement has consequences for K-12 attendance, behavioral problems, educational goals, and graduation rates. And these are not anecdotal suggestions. This is based on a wide evidentiary peer-reviewed basis. These consequences impact not only immigrants, but also members of mixed status families, including US citizens, and then more broadly, reducing the likelihood that some residents access preventative health care, access education, access the legal system, has consequences for all Connecticut residents. So the health, prosperity, and safety of all Connecticut residents, including our immigrant neighbors, is interconnected. And so when some community members are sick, afraid to seek education, unable to practice their faith, that makes us all less healthy and prosperous. Turning to SB 5449. Excessive surveillance really doesn't make us all safer, and it does have the potential to erode our civil rights, as many members of the committee have suggested today. I really want to echo Senator Kissel's concerns about private contractors maintaining this information, and Senator Winfield noted that these readers are networked, and so there are also, I believe, cybersecurity threats. In a moment of federal overreach, and both sides of the aisle in this very polarized moment are concerned about federal overreach. In a moment of federal overreach, I really think that we need to step back and think about how to carefully regulate these technologies. And I think that this HB 5449 gives us the opportunity to do that. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question, let me get the online just to be sure, or comment. There are none. I want to thank you very much for joining us and pointing out the things you did in your testimony. Next we have Joseph Sokolovic. Okay, we'll see if we can get that straightened out.
Hello?
There you
I
are.
got it. Yeah,
All right.
I had a little trouble with my mic, sorry. Thank you. Greetings, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Joe Sokolovic. I serve as Vice Chair of the Bridgeport Board of Ed. Today, I'm testifying in strong support for SB 91, HB 5448, and HB 5449. I'm testifying in my personal individual capacity. Connecticut's promise of public education only matters if it is real for every single child who walks through our doors. Our state has a clear legal and moral obligation to educate all children who reside here, regardless of immigration status. But that obligation collapses when fear undermines whether families feel safe enrolling their children in school, attending meetings, and seeking help, merely showing up. A right exists that only on paper is not a right at all. To understand what that fear looks like, let's look at that through a Christian lens. Imagine Jesus born today. Imagine a very pregnant Mary and Joseph fleeing prosecution on foot, afraid that their donkey would be tracked from the sky. Imagine them arriving in Connecticut, believing that they have finally found safety, only to discover that fear follows them into every decision they make. Imagine Mary, afraid to enter a hospital, worried that seeking care could expose her family to immigration enforcement. She avoids treatment, carries her pregnancy alone, and gives birth outside the medical setting, rather than being seen. No child in Connecticut should have to enter the world that way. Imagine Mary and Joseph witnessing a violent assault in their neighborhood. They want to help, they want justice, but fear stops them. Fear that coming forward could lead to separation from their child. Silence replaces trust. Now imagine Jesus growing up in that environment. He is bright, curious, and eager to belong. Yet he withdraws. He avoids school events, youth programs, even church, because places meant to offer safety now feel dangerous. When a child is afraid to enter school, a clinic, or a faith community, something has gone wrong, terribly wrong. We see these consequences every day in chronic absenteeism, anxiety, and trauma. This cannot happen when children are in survival mode. Together, these bills align with Connecticut's enforcement practices and with its values and its Christian obligations. No child, no Jesus born today should be left behind. I cut my testimony a little short because I would like to address the xenophobic rhetoric that's going around in this room talking about murderers, rapists. This bill is only addressing civil warrants. It does not limit warrants signed by a judge, which are required under the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. If they come with a signed legal warrant from the judge for some criminal act, whatever that act may be, they should be able to enforce it and use very good judgment in enforcing that. But to put that rhetoric up to throw out rapists, you're counting on a xenophobic rhetoric to scare people into coming onto your side because you have a weak argument. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment, question from members of the committee. Comment, question from members of the committee. There are none. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Mary Elizabeth Smith.
Good afternoon to the members, ranking members, and co-chairs of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Mary Elizabeth Smith, and I'm a resident of New Haven. I'm here today to urge you to support HB 5449, SB 91, and SB 397. I'm one of the co-deputy directors at Make the Road Connecticut, a community-based organization that builds power in immigrant, Latinx, and working class communities in Bridgeport and Hartford. We are a part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. Make the Road represents over 1,000 community members in Connecticut, many of whom are part of undocumented or mixed status families. I myself am part of a mixed status family, and I'm here today as both an organizational leader as well as someone who sees these issues impacting my own family daily. We have seen in our communities the increase in fear for individuals seeking healthcare, going to school, and going to community organizations since the sensitive locations policy was rescinded in 2025. But even more palpable to our communities was seeing how ICE has started targeting people in these sensitive locations, arresting a childcare provider in front of her daycare in Chicago, tear gassing and attacking students and teachers outside of a high school in Minneapolis, and arresting a family who went to urgent care with their 7-year-old daughter in Oregon. And these are just some of the examples that have hit the news, but they've made a huge impact. Just the other day, I was speaking to a community health worker at Bridgeport Hospital who said that many mothers have stopped taking in their newborns for their well child visits for fear of immigration enforcement. We know how critical those first visits are and how important it is for babies and their parents to get that care. And yet we are living in a country and in a state where that fear is keeping people home. Over the past decade or so in the state of Connecticut, we have crafted laws to try to protect families in those situations, but currently we are losing and we need to step up as a state. These 3 bills working together are a very strong step in that direction. And each of these bills addresses a different part of the equation. HB 5449 places guardrails on surveillance technology so that it cannot be used to track people's movements or build databases of where people go. SB 91 ensures that schools, hospitals, and community orgs like Make the Road Connecticut remain protected spaces. And SB 397 strengthens accountability where civil rights are violated. At Make the Road, we have taken steps to ensure our community members feel safe when they come to our offices, creating emergency plans for different possible scenarios, including ICE enforcement action. And I know many other orgs have done the same, as have schools, including my own kids' former daycare, which is a pretty heartbreaking thing to think about. I believe and have always stood by the fact that our communities, our neighbors, and our kids' schools are the ones that work together to keep people safe. But right now, we also need our state laws to get behind us and ensure that we are able to protect people's privacy, civil rights, and help keep families together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you for joining us and providing us with your testimony today. Paula Naranjo.
Yes, thank you. So, dear chairs and members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Paula Naranjo, and I am a resident of Hamden and part of Connecticut Students for a Dream. I'm speaking in support of SB 91, an act enhancing the investigative authority of the Inspector General and establishing protected areas. I believe Connecticut should explicitly protect students, families, and communities, ensuring that spaces are truly safe and accessible. As a college student, immigrant,
active member of nonprofit local organizations, aunt, and community member, protected spaces are the least our dignity requires. The ability to go to a doctor, to attend classes, and to be an active member of society without fear should be everyone's entitlement. It is not a matter of unfounded national security concerns that this administration is addressing. It is attempting to dehumanize entire populations that, like any other person, are trying to build a life in peace. People who contribute to Connecticut and the United States in countless ways. By denying protected areas, you will be dismissing my ability to access rights, my most basic needs, my humanity, and that of my family, neighbors, coworkers, and classmates. I experience this fear every day. So does my family. We're scared of being picked up because of the way we look, where we live, or the language we speak. We're scared of accessing the already limited services we're offered because our personal information could be shared. We're scared that ICE will come to campus, to the doctor's appointment, or to the court when we're trying to fulfill our duties. It's draining not to feel safe. Even more when some claim immigration enforcement is making our communities safer, because as a community member myself, I'll tell you that is not how it feels. By passing this law, you will indeed be reintegrating safer spaces. No one is meant to be persecuted for being described as different or simply having immigrated. Law enforcement should be able to find justice-involved individuals whom they claim to be in the lookout for in places different from those providing essentials such as education, healthcare, and worship places. I have also seen how graduating high school students that I serve and guide as part of my title with C4D, some of them have been abducted and put in the worst conditions and now struggle to adjust to society. Many students do not see the purpose of seeking higher education anymore because who guarantees their time, financial, and emotional investment is worth any more than trying to stay alive, safe, and satisfy immediate needs. We are all seeing it happen and we must act. This is a chance for all of us to take a step forward against the massive monster that this administration is. Make us, your constituents, safe. I urge the Judiciary Committee to ensure that SB 91 explicitly protects immigrant communities and reinforces Connecticut's commitment to safe spaces. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. Thank you very much for sticking around and providing us with your testimony today. Have a great afternoon. Josh Mitchum.
Thank you so much, chairs and members of the committee. My name is Josh Mitchum. I am a city councilman elected in Hartford with the Working Families Party, and I want to speak in favor of SB 91, SB 397, and HB 5449. I'm not going to dwell on the impacts or the details of them because I think folks who came before me did that well. I want to emphasize, though, that these measures to protect Connecticut residents from the federal government, I think there's a sense among some people that there's something untraditional or un-American about going against the federal government. And it's quite the opposite. That is inherent in the structure of our government, the fact that we have the feds and we have the state. The founders imagined that this would happen, that there would be occasions when the feds might fail us in protecting our rights. And then it then came back to the state government to protect our rights. We understood this in the 1840s during the Fugitive Slave Act. We have some tradition of the protection of fundamental rights in this state, even when the folks running the show in Washington seem to cast aside all sense and morals. And that is the circumstance that we're in now. And it is absolutely legal, constitutional, moral, and honorable for the state to step in to protect its people from inhumane treatment by the feds. I would say, and I hope that the passage of these bills, God willing, will help this. I think we need to recognize that indeed, when federal agents aren't acting within their legal authority, we don't have to defer to them at all. They're just doing state crimes, and it should be our business to prosecute them, to discourage them from doing that to our residents. But for the time being, for my city, which is so many immigrants, so many mixed families, and I speak of my own family, my neighborhood, the impact on basic freedom, people's ability to thrive is so great. It impacts my neighbors, it impacts my daughter's classmates, that we need the state to step up for our people right now and to put a true belief in morality and constitutionality above blind deference to the feds. That's all I got.
Thank you, Councilor Mitchum. Questions, comments from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate you being with us this afternoon. Next, we have Callie Haleman.
Hi, yes, thank you. Good afternoon, chairs and committee members. My name is Callie Heilman, and I live in Bridgeport, Connecticut. I'm the co-director of Bridgeport Generation Now. We are a civic engagement organization which works to dismantle systemic corruption and racism in the city of Bridgeport. I'm here to testify in support of SB 91 and SB 397. And I wanted to just second, check everything that Councilman Josh Mictum just said. And I also feel that the anger and frustration and emotion that I heard in Thomas Connolly's voice, who testified a while ago when he talked about visiting a concentration camp in Germany and seeing evil up close. That's the level of urgency that I think the people of Connecticut want to see coming out of our state government at this time. At Gen Now, we've been wrestling with the questions of what is democracy and what is fascism for a couple of years now. We've run workshops and hosted back-to-back trainings at our office to really try to understand the difference between the two. And it's important that we all know what the definition of fascism is, because it goes beyond autocracy and it goes beyond authoritarian rule. It's a regime, a political philosophy that puts the nation and the concept of a superior race above individuals and our civil rights. It requires a centralized autocratic government that's headed by a dictator, strict social hierarchies, and the use of force against opposition. Once we can see what fascism is and we can define it, then we have to be able to fight back. And we have to enact laws and policies that protect our state's residents from it. And we have to join in coalition with states across the country to create safe havens for people who are being persecuted by our own government. In a 6-3 ruling on September 8th, the U.S. Supreme Court temporarily allowed federal immigration agents to use race, ethnicity, language, and workplace to justify immigration stops. This thus became legal fascism. It allows the use of racial bias to harass, intimidate, detain, and yes, murder human beings, many of whom have legal status, are here seeking asylum, and or are in fact citizens of this country. This persecution creates a chilling effect everywhere in our country, and it does in our state and in Bridgeport. When the school year started, I'm a parent in Bridgeport Public Schools. And when the school year started, there was a police presence out in front of my elementary school where my children go that had to do with parking enforcement. But I received numerous calls throughout the day as parents who come from the community were very scared. So I just wanted to say, second what Josh Mictum said, and we need to protect our residents.
Thank you very much. Okay, so are there comments or questions? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. I was listening to your testimony very intently, and you claimed that some recent U.S. Supreme Court case said some things. Can you give me the site of that case?
Sure, yeah. In a 6-3 ruling, it's from September 8th, this past September 2025. The United States Supreme Court, it was on, I believe, the emergency docket. I don't know what the name of the case was, but they ruled that ICE agents this was when ICE was occupying Los Angeles, and there was an emergent, I believe, this is just like my lay person's understanding of what happened, but I believe that there was brought to the Supreme Court the question of whether these immigration agents could go around rounding up people solely based on the way they looked or the language that they were speaking. And the answer the Supreme Court gave in a 6-3 ruling was yes, you can. So it legalized racial profiling when it comes to persecution of people. And we saw that unleashed in LA, and then that's why we have seen agents behaving with seemingly impunity in Minneapolis.
Okay, so did you actually read the case, or this is what you've learned from other people?
I read the news reporting in the New York Times and other widely read and respected news outlets when the decision was made. And
so our Supreme Court has never said you can round up people based upon the language that they are speaking. It's never said that.
you can use factors such as race, ethnicity, language, and workplace to justify immigration stops in the Los Angeles area was what the case determined. So the Supreme Court said that you can stop people, and then harass, intimidate them based on simply whether the agent believes that they are, mainly, this was about whether they believe they were of Latino or Hispanic.
Okay, and this system is about the citizens of our state, perhaps other countries, perhaps other states, coming to us and giving us facts that are reliable, that we are supposed to listen to and use in the course of our creating public policy. And our U.S. Supreme Court has never said that people can be rounded up to be intimidated by the government. It just hasn't ever said that. So, I challenge the representations. It's a little difficult to sit here and to listen to people just make up.
It's not made up. It's not made up, but the effects of the decision that the Supreme Court ruled back in September, we have seen the effects with our own eyes. In Minneapolis, we saw what happens when you allow masked, armed, secret police to detain, harass, and intimidate people in this country based on a belief that they may be undocumented.
Okay, that's a far cry from what you originally stated to this committee of the Connecticut legislature.
No, I think that's exactly what I stated. I stated that.
I'll leave it at that. If you read back your own testimony, that's not what you said originally. So
I believe, because I have it written down, that I said that it allowed federal immigration agents to use race, ethnicity, language, and workplace to justify immigration stops in the Los Angeles area.
Okay, so I'm going to jump in a little bit here. Not that I really want to, but I think there are a lot of people listening. So the case was Nome versus Perdomo. It did allow for the usage of individual characteristics such as race, ethnicity, and language to be used as reasonable suspicion. Many, amongst other factors, many folks believe that allows for racial profiling. The way that it is played out, it seems to, and people are going to have disagreements about that. All right. Other questions for members of the committee? Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your testimony today. Hundreds of people in person and remotely talking about this. Is really sad. Even we are here listening this nonsense going on in this country now. The people frustrating, angry and upset and fierce because it's a political game. It is a political game. It is not the safety, public safeties, or the national securities. It's the political games. The people coming in here legally, and you family petitions take 25 years to get the visa interview, and also that's not even guarantee your visa interview going to approve you to come here. So people frustrated and lost patience, and losing patience, then they apply legally, they come here, work hard. Like me, I'm also immigrant, and I came here, I worked hard, I had a number of minimum wage jobs. The jobs I had, I worked grocery store $7 an hour, restaurant as a busboy, clean tables, landscaping. I am not sure in this circle anyone ever worked in the restaurant, clean the tables, or neither work in the grocery store $7 an hour, or landscaping. All the hard work, all the hard job, because immigrant, they come in here, they are doing all those jobs. We go fine dining restaurant, pay $300 dinner with the family, am I right? They do. Guess what? Who serve food? Most immigrant. Working behind the kitchen, work hard, take 3 bus to go home. Like me, I done. I work restaurants. Midnight come home. But we enjoy fine dining, but we forget who serve, made our dinner enjoyable. And the person had a dinner, paid $300, made maybe $500,000 yearly, $300,000 yearly. The guy work hard a restaurant like me, end of the night he go home with $100 or $80. Matter of fact, who's going to do those jobs? 2020, undocumented immigrant paid 25 to 30 billions dollars taxes. They work hard, they pay tax, they help our economy. Like me, I came in here 25, 30 years ago with couple $100 and a backpack and big American dream. I work hard, I save money, I open business. Today I'm proudly say I created thousands of jobs in the state of Connecticut. Created non-profit organizations. Created community center for community to use. Because I believe in immigrant, believe in giving back to community. you know, quote from our former president, late president, he said, you can live in Japan, you never become a Japanese. You can live in China, you never become a Chinese. But you can live in here, America, you can become America. This is why people following American dream, because this is the best place to live, work, and raise a family. They are not criminal. We are not talking about the criminal. They're coming legally, they work hard, they pay tax, helping our economy. You know, we can go on and on and on. Even though some folks maybe cross the border, that's not criminal offense. I'm not asking anybody to cross the border, but the people coming in here legally and separation, division, deportation is ongoing, non-stop. This is why Connecticut Senate and House taking this action, keeping our family together, hard-working immigrant family together, because we have a moral obligation to keep hard-working immigrant family together. So, you know, we're going to go through together. There's a better days waiting for all of us. Matter of time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to you.
Thank you, Senator. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Danielle Lucia.
Yes, good afternoon. Dear chairs and members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Dan Lucia. I'm a member of Danbury Unites for Immigrants. I am a lifelong resident of Connecticut. I was born in Stamford, Connecticut, and I've lived in Newtown, Connecticut for 31 years. I'm 73 years old, and I'm a retired teacher and taught at a public elementary school in Norwalk for 26 years while working in manufacturing for 20 plus years. I request this body to pass legislation to enhance protection for immigrants as it benefits all of our population. And I am speaking in support of SB 91. The bulk of my manufacturing years were with Pitney Bowes, and I worked alongside many immigrants. Most of my immigrant co-workers came in waves based on turmoil in their home countries. Vietnamese with the fall of Vietnam, Cubans fleeing Castro, Haitians seeking asylum, joining the Polish, Italian, Hungarians, and many other European immigrants who came earlier to this country for a better life. There were over 16 different languages spoken on the factory floor, and everyone was welcomed and respected. All very hardworking, religious, family people who worked hard to provide for their families, bought homes, cars, and sent their children to college. I left manufacturing to get certified to teach and spent 26 years teaching 3rd, then 5th grade. I had the pleasure of teaching many immigrant children, most of them from Central and South America, and I was always impressed with the involvement of the families and the respect they had for teachers. For 2 years, I volunteered as a mentor for Dreamers through a Norwalk Community College program to help their graduates navigate UConn and WestConn. I was impressed by how hardworking, respectful, and focused these young people were. We want these immigrants to participate in our communities. I care about creating protected areas for Connecticut residents because we know that children cannot learn if they do not feel safe. Predators will have an open season if citizens are afraid to contact authorities. Illnesses will spread and sick people are afraid to go to the hospital. Just because horrific violations may not have happened in Connecticut, it does not mean that they won't, and any additional proactive protections have my support. I urge the Judiciary Committee to ensure that SB 91 explicitly protects immigrant communities and reinforces Connecticut's commitment to safe access to schools, places of worship, healthcare facilities, government buildings, and all the protected areas listed in SB 91. I'm a proud third-generation Italian American. My grandfather served this country in World War I. My father and his brothers and brother-in-laws all served in the military in World War II. As immigrants, we helped defend and build this country. I am proud that Connecticut has laws to protect our safe places and support additional specific legislation to make sure those laws are not watered down and remain meaningful. Thank you for your service and for your time.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? No, thank you very much for joining us, providing us with your testimony today.
Thanks again.
Julian Schaefer.
All right. Good afternoon, chairs and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Julian Schaefer. I'm a resident of Bridgeport. I'm also a social studies teacher at Danbury High School and vice president of my local teachers union, NEA Danbury, speaking on behalf of our executive board today. I'm speaking in support of SB 91. And I just want to share a little bit about what's going on in Danbury and some stories I've heard. So over the 11 years I've been teaching in Danbury, our schools have steadily increased in enrollment each year until 2025. Our schools are now dropping in enrollment for the first time in my tenure there in over a decade. And as of now, by over 500 students, many of whom are multilingual immigrant students. People in our community are living in fear. They're leaving because they're afraid of the inhumane conditions and family separation that ICE puts people through in their deportation machine. There's one story that an elementary teacher in our district shared with me that frankly broke my heart. There was one day a student who, this teacher has had some difficulties, working through their emotions. The student had an outburst. The teacher asked, what was on the student's mind by the time they got them to calm down. And he was angry because of the fear his family was going through. This is an 8-year-old, by the way. It's an elementary classroom. Angry about the fear his family is going through and how unfair it is, right, through this 8th grader's eyes. This 8-year-old's eyes. When the teacher managed to calm the student down, she turned around and saw like 7 or 8 other students crying in the classroom. The kids began to share about how their family members had been taken, this one student's aunt, another student's grandparent, so on and so on. One teacher told this student that you don't understand this. Every day when we get home, we pray together as a family because we're grateful that nobody was taken. Given the fear our undocumented neighbors are living in, it's critical that we pass SB 91 and make schools, among other protected locations in this bill, a safe place for immigrants from ICE. Among the protected areas in this bill are, again, schools and places where children gather, like bus stops and playgrounds, right? Ensuring that children can be children in our communities and grow up in as normal of a life as possible. The emotional duress that our country's immigration policies have had on children is shameful. We need to take any steps we can to ensure our kids' safety. We want our kids and their parents to know that they have peace of mind when kids get to school and that they'll return at the end of the day. SB 91, to my knowledge, also includes rallies and demonstrations as protected areas. We've seen a lot of student walkouts across the state. Right. I know in speaking with the superintendent, one fear is if a walkout were to happen, right, the protections that students may experience through our local policies at the moment and hopefully eventually by SB 91, right, those protections go out the door when the students leave the building. I think that would be another great protection to have for our students.
Mr. Schaefer, time is elapsed, so if you could summarize.
All right. I'll just say that in my written testimony, I've also included some recommendations for strengthening SB 91. And thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you very much. And thank you for providing us with some recommendations. Gus Marks Hamilton.
Good afternoon, Senator Winfield, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, Representative Stavstrom. My name is Gus Marks Hamilton. I work at the ACLU of Connecticut as the campaign manager, and I'm testifying in support of HB 5449, an act concerning automatic license plate readers. Protecting our personal data and placing clear limits on surveillance is essential to safeguarding freedom, safety, and addressing inequity. ALPRs are an expansive form of surveillance that captures the images of license plates of every vehicle that drives by one, often collecting additional details such as the make and model of the vehicle, bumper stickers, roof racks, decals, and other unique identifiers. The tracking of people's location data can reveal many things about their lives, including where someone has gone, where they are going, and who visits certain locations. This is a significant invasion of privacy. ALPRs can be beneficial when used for legitimate law enforcement purposes, such as identifying a vehicle that has been reported as stolen or locating a missing person. Those activities, when used appropriately and with clear safeguards, are a reasonable use of the technology. But without strict use limitations and short retention periods, this data can quickly become a tool for broad, ongoing surveillance across our communities. HB 5449 addresses these concerns by establishing clear guardrails to ensure that if this technology is used in Connecticut, it is used responsibly and with meaningful oversight. An important safeguard that has been discussed a lot in this hearing is the 7-day retention period. The longer data is stored, the greater the risk of misuse, unauthorized access, or data breaches. Limiting retention helps ensure that the technology can serve legitimate public safety purposes without creating a long-term record of people's movements. I know another issue that's come up during the hearing is access, individuals being able to access information about their personal data. And there is a line in the bill on 109 that allows people to be able to get access to information about their motor vehicles that are registered to them and be able to get that information. I also want to highlight the inclusion of reporting requirements that provide transparency and oversight so policymakers and the public can better understand how ALPR systems are being used and ensure accountability over time. HB 5449 preserves legitimate uses of ALPR data while creating strong guardrails for data access and sharing along with the 7-day retention limit. For these reasons, the ACLU of Connecticut supports HB 5449 and urges the Judiciary Committee to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Senator Kissel.
Yeah, I just wanted to say good to see you again. I'm glad that you're working with the Police Chiefs Association, and I think that 90% of this bill is probably already written, and we're just working on the details. So I think we're all going to come together and pass this legislation this year, and I want to thank you for your collaborative approach to this issue.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Senator Kissel.
Kind of stole my thunder. It's all right. It's okay. Gus, it's good to see you again. Thank you for the work that you do and have done. There are no further questions. Appreciate you sticking around.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. We next have Catherine Villeda. Welcome back. Push the button when you get down here and you may testify.
Good afternoon, chairs and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Catherine Villeda, and I'm the Coalition Director of the Husky for Immigrants Coalition. I'm joined by Dr. Julia Rosenberg on Zoom, who is a pediatrician and involved with Husky for Immigrants. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Husky for Immigrants in support of SB 91 and HB 5449. Combined, these measures could provide clarity and assurance to Connecticut residents to participate in day-to-day activities without risking violation to their personal data or being taken away from their community. Our coalition members have felt the ongoing attacks from the federal administration, both related to increased immigration enforcement and cuts to our safety net programs. The healthcare providers we work with have voiced to us the changing demeanor and missed appointments of their patients due to justifiable fear. Connecticut has a history of doing the right things to protect Connecticut residents, which many folks have voiced today. But the state has also fallen short in providing similar directives for how private corporations should handle our sensitive data and for setting clear parameters for where immigration enforcement activities can be carried out. SB 91 and HB 5449 are the opportunity to clarify that. In regards to SB 91, I do urge the committee to consider language to strengthen the requirement of a judicial warrant signed by a judge in protected areas, and to require institutions to have written policies in case ICE were to show up. This has been brought up to us both by healthcare providers and coalition partners after they go to a healthcare appointment. Let's protect what we have built. Healthcare settings are for people to get the care they need when they need it. Playgrounds are for children to experience their childhoods and create new memories with their families. And state and municipal buildings are where Connecticut residents can come and participate in our democracy. I urge the committee to vote favorably on SB 91 and HB 5449, and I will pass it over to Dr. Rosenberg.
Thank you so much. And chairs and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you so much for the time to testify together today. I am a pediatrician and a lifelong Connecticut resident, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify in support of the protected areas policies in SB 91. I'm also grateful for the critical conversations you've been having with our neighbors today. While my written testimony has more, I want to spend our brief time sharing how this legislation offers an opportunity for Connecticut to protect children. We can take steps to stop the fear in spaces like schools and healthcare facilities. As you've heard today, the chilling effect is real. Eligible children and families are missing essential preventive care where we usually detect and treat conditions before they get worse. And they're missing school. And beyond missing essential services, many children are experiencing real trauma, witnessing enforcement actions directly. But the trauma does not stop with direct exposure. As you've heard today, children are learning about violent enforcement and about families disappearing from friends and the media. There is now an entire generation of children for whom fear and loss have become a backdrop of daily life. The science of harm is unambiguous in these cases. Immigration enforcement activities that instill fear and destabilize a sense of safety constitute adverse childhood experiences and generate what's known as toxic stress, which disrupts brain development and increases risk for mental and physical illness across the lifespan. The science, however, has also found that positive childhood experiences can counteract these stressors. Providing assurance of safety in schools, medical facilities, and places of worship is a concrete step we can take to address the harm that many children are experiencing. Connecticut can provide this positive childhood experience. Please support SB 91. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and you guys did great on timing. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since you're testifying on the topic, I'm just curious if you have any numbers on how many people have been perhaps picked up at healthcare appointments.
Turn your mic on.
I don't have that number. We're more so talking about the fact that people have a genuine fear that they could encounter immigration enforcement officers near a healthcare setting or in a healthcare setting, please.
Thank you. I'm just determining what that fear is based on, if people have been picked up and that's why they have fear.
Yeah, there is I do recall a story that was in the news, and I'm happy to include it in my written testimony of a healthcare provider, I believe it was a nurse, who actually did call ICE on a patient once in a hospital. I can't recall where that exactly happened, but there have been situations where we've seen ICE show up in healthcare facilities.
Okay, so you know of one. I'm just trying to get a handle of the numbers. Thank you.
And I'll add that, one thing we used to be able to provide is reassurance that this is a safe space to come to get the care that you need. So ideally, things do not turn into an emergency and you can come to your preventive visit and see us. There's some great polling by the New York Times and Kaiser Family Foundation that shows about 30% decrease in attending these types of visits because of fear. So it is a real fear that we're no longer able to provide reassurance against.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. Questions or comments from other members of the committee? Questions or comments? I don't see any. Thank you very much for joining us today and providing us with your testimony. Okay. Next, we have Justin Elliker, Mayor of New Haven.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for spending the time during this very busy season for you all. Co-chair is Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, ranking members Kissel and Representative Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Public Safety and Security Committee. My name is Justin Elliker, Mayor of the City of New Haven, and I too am testifying in support of SB 91 and also SB 397. As mayor and also as the person that helps oversee our local law enforcement in New Haven, we know that the purpose of law enforcement is to protect public safety. However, what we've seen in some of the recent federal immigration law enforcement is a level of recklessness and chaos that is antithetical to this mission. SB 91 and SB 397 are strong proposals to ensure that constitutional rights are protected and public safety is maintained while federal immigration law enforcement action is taken, and that the tragedies that we witnessed in Minnesota can be prevented, and that there is a legal recourse and accountability when they are knowingly perpetrated. Months after becoming mayor of the city of New Haven, I, in 2020, signed our Welcoming City executive order because we know that an important way to ensure that we have an inclusive and thriving and safe city is for all of our residents to feel safe contacting law enforcement and other government personnel. Similarly, SB 91 protects locations where residents can safely access government and community resources. And SB 397 clarifies how interactions with the government officials should be with constitutional rights maintained and identification visible. SB 91 draws from sensitive locations policy that has existed before the recent rescinding by the Trump administration to establish common sense protected areas that we want our residents to be able to safely access without worry, such as schools, medical and mental health facilities, places of worship, places where children gather, social service establishments, places where disaster emergency response is provided, and places of religious, civil, and civic activity. This strengthens our communities when our residents seek medical care, when they engage in religious and civic activity, receive disaster emergency response relief and social services, when our kids attend school without fear. That strengthens our communities. Our residents should not have to think twice about accessing these resources. In New Haven, we have and continue to work on strengthening local protocols to ensure public safety and protect trust in our law enforcement. We work hard to ensure people who wish to be productive members of our community are able to do so. SB 397 strengthens accountability for all law enforcement, local, state, and federal, so that all government officials are subject to oversight and legal accountability to maintain trust in our institutions. Thanks so much for your time and consideration, and I urge you to support SB 91 and SB 397.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none, Mr. Mayor, but thank you very much for sticking around to testify and tell us what's going on in good old New Haven.
Thank you all. Take care.
Good to see you. Next, we will hear from Melanie Horn.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Melanie Horn and I live in New Fairfield. And my words today echo the sentiment of what many people have said this afternoon. I come before you today to speak in strong support for SB 91. We're living in a time when fear is being used as a tool to destabilize our neighborhoods across our state. Immigrant families and our neighbors, our coworkers, our fellow parishioners, and their children are living in the shadows, afraid to engage in the most basic, essential acts of daily life. What does it say about us as a society when a mother is afraid to take her child to the pediatrician? What does it say when a father is afraid to drop his daughter off at school, or when a family is too terrified to enter a church for Sunday services? SB 91 is not about obstructing the law. It's about humanity. It's about declaring that our schools, our hospitals, our places of worship, and our courthouses are sacred spaces. They are places of healing, learning, and sanctuary. They should never be turned into hunting grounds. When ICE agents or any federal authority conduct enforcement actions in these locations, they do not just arrest one person. They spread terror throughout the entire community. They traumatize they traumatize children. They disrupt the education of our youth. They threaten the public health of all of us as people avoid medical care, and they undermine public safety as victims of crimes become afraid to report them to authorities. Opponents might argue that this inhibits enforcement, but let us be clear, true safety is not built by terrifying families in a hospital waiting room. True safety is built on trust. By supporting this legislation, we are telling our immigrant neighbors, you are welcome here, you are safe here, you are part of our community. We are reinforcing the principle that everyone, regardless of their immigration status, deserves the right to access healthcare, education, and spiritual guidance without fear of being torn away from their families. We have a choice to make. We can allow fear to dictate our community, or we can lead with compassion and dignity. I urge you to support SB 91 to protect our schools, our hospitals, and our faith institutions. Let's make our state a place where every family feels safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? There are none. I want to thank you for joining us, providing us with your testimony today.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon. Jennifer Nicole Alameda.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm here to, I'm introducing myself today to everyone here. I am your first generation federally trained female US president. I am a presidential candidate in the 2020-24-28 elections. I'm legally invited here after a concussion memory loss 12 months. So I am a U.S. Senate congressional invite in the state capitals of Albany, New York, and Hartford, Connecticut. I advocate for the Republicans as well as the Democrats committees. I am myself Latina, a Puerto Rican, and of Dominican descent. And our immigration defense as anti-war, anti-weapon, anti-death, anti-suicide, anti-abortion moral system. I am also a religious leader, a certified Roman Catholic Pope, here to instill the Ten Commandments, a new generation Buddhist monk here to instill protective life Kung Fu. And I'm legally allowed to be live on the news, on federal camera in federal buildings. And I'm allowed to retrain the federal government, its employees, as I myself was federally trained by the International Criminal Court of Justice, the United Nations, the US White House, the Senate Congress, the American law school system, the US Army military, the prison rehabilitation system, and receive support and advocacy from other international governments as well. So I represent the poor community, presidential leadership. I'm managed by the Welfare Food Stamp System Administration, 9 years now, as an emergency wartime leader activated to assist the White House this month with the activities that are going on internationally. I have federal presidential authority to assist with writing executive orders, signing Senate congressional bills, updating laws, hiring or firing government employees if needed, helping to open or close business licenses, assisting in having civilians imprisoned or pardoned, as well as allowed in international anti-war communications. Okay, I'm allowed to release and request Senate congressional funds. And I'm here to help with independent contractor business privileges managed by New York State. And I'm here to assist with emphasizing a presidential leadership that's needed for the federal government and the state employees, the urgency and speed and timing that we pass our bills in due time to keep it safe and for our civilians and our families in the immigration system, guys. Okay, I'm here to help if needed to pass the bills that are needed, that are being asked today. And as a religious leader here to calm the community, our families, stay calm, cool, collected. God is in the heavens watching everyone. Angels in human form are here assisting. And God loves you. Thank you.
Ms. Almeida, thank you very much. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions? If not, thank you for joining us today. Esteban Calderon.
Good afternoon, dear chairs and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Esteban Calderon. I'm a resident of New Haven, Connecticut, a sophomore at UConn, and a member organizer of Connecticut Students for a Dream. I'm speaking today in support of SB 91. In my community, I've seen how fear related to immigration enforcement affects families. My parents, like many immigrants, have worked hard every day to support our family. But there are times when they are afraid to leave the house, even fearing going to work. We live in a time where Europeans can be a factor that draws fear. My parents worry about being seen or drawing attention to themselves, so they isolate themselves and in many ways our entire family. My little sister has shown great concern and fear that one day ICE could suddenly show up to our house. It's not only my family, but all immigrant families who now must worry about ICE appearing in places that are supposed to be safe for everybody, places that are essential. This fear does not just affect my family. Many people in our community worry about whether it is safe to go to school, seek medical care, attend church, or participate in community events. When people are afraid to enter public spaces, it affects everyone. Students struggle to focus in school, families hesitate to seek healthcare, and trust in public institutions begins to erode. Fear and uncertainty create barriers that prevent people from getting the services and support they need. Protected areas are essential because they ensure that important community institutions remain places of safety and trust. Schools should be places where students can focus on learning, not fear. Hospitals and clinics must also be places where people feel safe in seeking medical care when they need it. Places of worship and community organizations provide connection, support, and stability for many families. Protecting these spaces strengthens public health, education, and the well-being of our communities. And so I urge the Judiciary Committee to support SB 91 and ensure that it clearly protects immigrants and their communities while enforcing Connecticut's commitment to safe access to schools, places of worship, healthcare facilities, government buildings, and other protected spaces. As a student and member of the community, I believe everybody in Connecticut deserves to feel safe, accessing places that are essential to their lives. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you for joining us and providing us with your testimony. Juan Fonseca Tapia. Juan Fonseca Tapia. I don't see him. James Williams. Okay.
Can you hear me?
There you are.
Hey, how you doing?
We're good. You may testify.
How you doing? My name is James Williams. Good afternoon, committee. My name is James Williams. I'm with the Connecticut Republicans of America. I'm here today to bring forth my opposition to Senate Bill 5439 to permit law enforcement to detain for a limited period a person charged after a finding of probable cause with a Class A, B, or C felony or a family violence crime. The purpose of a civil immigration detainer. The reason why I feel this way is because, from my analysis, the federal government is not honoring detainees' rights to fair due process because of the political climate, and most immigrant detainers has a malicious agenda behind it and has little to do with getting rid of criminals. Just because you are charged doesn't mean that you are guilty under the federal constitution. To add, probable cause is a very thin
I think we lost him.
for what
Oh,
you lose me?
we lost you. You might want to turn off your camera. It might help with your bandwidth.
You can hear me now?
I do hear you. Continue.
All right. So basically what I'll say, I'm opposed to Senate Bill 5439. The reason why I feel this way is because, from my analysis, the federal government is not honoring detainees' rights to fair due process because of the political climate. And most immigrant detainers has a malicious agenda behind it and has little to do with getting rid of criminals. Just because you are charged doesn't mean that you are guilty under the federal constitution. To add, probable cause is a very thin line in which all somebody got to do is accuse you of a crime. And if a police officer believes it, then you could be arrested. In the United States of America, we have something. This process is a constitutional right for everybody who's in the United States of America, not just a natural born America, but also foreigners. And I don't believe that most of these detainers are in good faith. So I feel like you be putting our police officers state and local into a bad situation where you be helping to detain somebody for the federal government, in which when they get turned over, then they might be treated unfairly, and then you're a part of that injustice. I'm pretty sure no police officer would like to hear that they helped detain somebody for the federal government, and then find out later on they was innocent, but then they was deported without due process. So I feel like this bill right here is, it shouldn't go no farther than where it's at right now in the committee. And whoever, I couldn't find out who actually wrote this bill, but they should probably like revamp it and probably rewrite it over so it'll be more fair.
Mr. Williams, your time has elapsed, so if you could summarize, that would be great.
Yeah, so I basically, in conclusion, this bill shouldn't go no farther. I feel like, as we can see what the federal government is doing to the immigrant community, I feel like we'll be embedded in it in one way or another.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Questions or comments from members of the committee? If not, thank you for sticking around and fighting through the troubles you had with your Zoom. We appreciate it. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
David Weinreb. David Weinreb. To be followed by Hyde Harmon.
Good afternoon. My name is David Weinreb, and I am a New Haven educator, Fairhaven Neighborhood DTC co-chair, and executive board member of the New Haven Federation of Teachers and part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I'm speaking in support of SB 91. I find it absolutely absurd that we do anything but shore our protections that establish schools as the safest of places for our students and for our families. I've been working as an educator, working with new immigrant students since 2010. While working at the Fairhaven School, 5 blocks from my home, here in the Latino majority community of New Haven, I was privileged to teach 5th and 6th grade Spanish-speaking newcomers, many of whom were undocumented children from across the Americas. They were brilliant young children with incredible life experiences and families who care deeply about what their children learn, how they feel, and who they will become. They and their families also have tremendous unmet needs, neglected and exacerbated by the specter of fear that haunts our nation's neighborhoods, a federal government that communicates rejection, and a president that negates their humanity. I have seen scared students. I've spoken to fearful families. I witnessed people staying home and avoiding school, avoiding the streets. From your position of power, we should be doing all that we can to gather the available resources necessary so our most typically marginalized neighbors live in communities flooded with resources, flush with social services and supports, brimming with opportunities, and radiating safety. You have the power to change this for the better by passing SB 91. Please require clear written policies for staff, require judicial warrants signed by a judge for enforcement actions in protected locations, remove broad exceptions, and add provisions to allow people who are wrongfully detained in protected locations to have a meaningful way to challenge that detention and seek relief. Because no parent picking up their kid from school should ever be picked up and removed from their family by our nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, sir. You testified that you've witnessed people not attending school as a result of the fear. Can you just expound upon that, your personal knowledge with regard to that?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I help to run the attendance team at my school currently, but also when I was working with new immigrant families several years ago, especially when Trump was in office for the first time, there were families who would reach out to me and ask, like, is it okay to come to school? There were people who, when I had reached out to check in with families around why their kid was absent, they would tell me, they'd say, like, our car isn't working, we don't feel comfortable coming to school today. We'll keep you posted. And that's a conversation that I've had with families in many moments, in many situations, but increasingly during Trump administrations. People are afraid and are not sure that school is actually a safe place.
And what school district are you talking about?
I work in New Haven Public Schools.
Okay, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but during the Biden administration, which, the balance of was during the pandemic, I believe it was reported that attendance at the schools was about 50% in New Haven. So was that attributable to immigration?
It sounds like you're asking me about the big data. And what I'm sharing with you is that anecdotally, I've spoken to many families who have communicated how fear has impacted their relationship with school being safe. And increasingly, we've noticed in our neighborhood and in my school that there is less business at local restaurants, that walkability that used to be a luxury for families to be able to connect to school, to show up at family events, to pick up their kids at school, is increasingly challenged by the presence of ICE agents, by the concern that school and the areas around school might not be experienced as safe.
Okay, I'm just trying to look at the data. So is it your claim that, do you refute that during the Biden administration that attendance at New Haven schools was approximately 50%? Do you refute that?
No.
Okay, so your position here today is as a result of the Trump administration's perceived regulation of immigration law that number has increased or decreased?
It sounds like you've got some questions about the big data. And I'm here as an educator representing families who are not here and present to let you know about anecdotal data that might not be shared and might not be part of the large data set.
Okay, I mean, I would be distressed to learn that New Haven's school attendance is below 50% at this point, but I appreciate you coming here today. So thank
Yep.
you.
I'm also stressed about attendance, and I think that we have a lot of work to do to help ensure that families feel safe at school and that students feel like school is engaging and meaningful for them. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Thank you for joining us. Appreciate your testimony. Bob Duff.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
We hear you loud and clear.
All right, thank you. Sorry I can't be there in person, but thank you to all of you for hearing this bill. I'm testifying in favor of Senate Bill 397 and want to thank Chairman Winfield, Chairman Staffstrom, and Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein for hearing this today. And again, thank you for the opportunity to just say a few words. I know it's been a long day, so I'll try not to just reiterate what I've already put in written testimony, but just basically I wanted to say about this bill is that I love our country. I love our United States Constitution, our state constitution, I believe in federalism as well and states' rights. And I think this is a time when we can ensure that we are protecting and looking out for the residents of our state. We hear many times over the last year or so that people are frightened. They don't feel that their rights are being honored in the traditions that we have had over many decades in this country, and that we need to work as a state to make sure that we're protecting the residents and upholding their rights. This bill, Senate Bill 397, does a few different things. One is it creates a new cause of action for a converse 1983 claim, so that state and local law enforcement officials, federal law enforcement officials, are held liable for violating the constitutional rights of people in Connecticut in state court. Two, it clarifies the Inspector General's authority to ensure that he can investigate any time any law enforcement officer, local, state, and federal, is involved in the deadly use of force in the state, and that he has access to its crime scene and evidence. Three, bans all law enforcement officers, local, state, and federal, from wearing masks while interacting with the public, with certain narrow exceptions. Four, prohibits any armed military force from another state, such as a state's National Guard, entering our state without governor's permission, which has kind of always been tradition up until this year or late last year. And five, requires that for civil arrest, to occur in protected area, a hospital or a shelter or someplace else, there must be a signed judicial warrant. 6, limits when post may waive the basic training requirement for police candidates who have already comparative certification to now require explicitly the candidate has completed a minimum of 480 hours. And 7, creates a database to track ICE conduct in the state. Again, these are issues that many of our constituents, at least mine have, and Norwalk and Darien have shared with me that of grave concern. I think that there's many others based on the testimony today and sifting through the written testimony today that would be aligned with that statement as well. And I would urge a favorable vote as this works through the committee process. Thank you.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Representative Howard.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
The carve-outs on the masks in Section 5, is there a reason that there wasn't a carve-out made for weather where appropriate?
Not that I'm aware of.
In other words, we just had a blizzard. I said to another speaker earlier, we had a blizzard. You know, and you probably know I've been a police officer a long time. When we work out in the cold, oftentimes we would wear the baklava because it would just keep the wind off of us when we had to be out, you know, directing traffic around car crashes or things like that. This seems to take that away, and I didn't know if there was a reason that it was, you know, law enforcement in the state of Connecticut has worn masks appropriately for at least the 2 decades that I've been a police officer, not with the purpose of covering their identity, and it seems that's been taken away here. I know in the previous legislation it was taken away in certain areas near courthouses and whatnot, but this seems to be taken away, and I just was curious as to why we couldn't include a carve-out, you know, where appropriate for weather, that's all.
Well, I think what we saw, especially in Minnesota and other places, is we have federal agents who don't abide by typical and normal standards that we might have here in Connecticut. But we have to make sure that whatever standards we have are equalized across local, federal, and state as well.
Yeah, I agree, and I certainly understand the concern about wearing masks for the sole purpose of concealing their identity, and that it's, you know, generally ICE agents that we're talking about, but the legislation does talk to everybody.
I just want to just point out, though, that it does include, there's a carve out for health and safety, which in my opinion would include weather.
Okay. And the other question I had was the end of Section 9. Do you feel that the word, that it's necessary to have the word unlawfully committed an assault battery?
Are you talking about the part that talks about intentional?
I'm talking about where it is, and I'm not a lawyer, so I'm just trying to sift through this, and I've had different opinions offered to me today, but as I read the section, it almost seems that if a police officer goes to arrest somebody and that person happens to be videoing, even though the arrest is legitimate, they can still sue him. And I don't know if that, I assume that's not the intent.
Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I understand it correctly.
Yeah, so the lines 549 to 555, it says, notwithstanding any other law, any peace officer who's found to have committed an assault, and I don't know what found to have committed means. If that's, you know, a determination made by an internal affairs investigation, if that's the person's been arrested and convicted of this, or, you know, police officers unfortunately assault people often but it's a justifiable use of force. It's just how the business works. So my concern is without the words unlawfully, in there, it would encompass everything, even if it's justifiable. Do you have that?
Right. I don't think we're reading it the same way. The language only applies to intentional torts, not negligent or reckless conduct. So it's very narrow under federal law, which says that torts that are brought against federal, these intentional torts are required intentional conduct that falls outside the scope of employment. So that is, nothing has changed as far as an officer being charged in a different way under this bill. These are intentional acts, intentional torts that are outside of one's law enforcement duties.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Maybe that's a part, because I don't see the word intentional in there. So if tortuous behavior means intentional, then
that's what torturous behavior means.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Question or comment from members of the committee? Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Senator Duff.
Good afternoon.
When it comes to the masks, what I've been struggling with all day is, since the federal immigration officers are employees of the federal government and the Supremacy Clause rules, how would a Connecticut law passed telling them how to dress, what they can wear when they're out doing their duties, how would that supersede the federal law?
Well, if you saw that the California passed a law as well and was just upheld in court, except for the narrow fact that it did not apply to state police. And so that part was thrown out. But what the judge said in that case was that as long as federal, state, and local all are under the same rules, then that would apply. So again, you have what, let me just look it up here for a second because I have it. There's a Westfall Act, I believe, that shows that it shows that federal agencies do have to abide by state laws, civil laws. Just for example, as if you have a FBI person, I'm going to take ICE out of it for a second, but you have an FBI person or just somebody who works for the federal government in a federal government car, they can't go 90 miles an hour on the highway and say, well, I'm federal government. I'm not, I don't, the state laws don't apply to me. That's not true. So as long as all the laws apply equally to everyone in all branches and all levels, then I believe that we're on a solid legal foundation.
Well, I appreciate your answer, Senator. I think we're going to run into a problem with Supremacy Clause, and I understand your logic there, but I still think it's going to be an issue. I do appreciate you taking the time to testify. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Lesser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good to see you, Senator Duff. I just wanted to first thank you and your staff for the considerable work they put into researching the issues present in Senate Bill 397, a number of important questions of federalism that we're wrestling with about how to protect the people of this state. And I'm very happy with the work product, and I think there's a lot of thoughtful work went into it. Just with regard to a couple of the concerns we've heard today, I'm sorry that there were not more questions directed at the lawyers who were testifying earlier about the Westfall Act, about the specific issues of Supremacy Clause and government sovereignty, that are addressed in the legislation, because there are well understood answers to all of those. I appreciate the careful drafting that went into the bill to ensure that we aren't preempted. I do, Senator, I don't know if you were in the room when we heard from the advocate from an organization called Protect Democracy, who discussed 3 different elements that are captured in the bill that ensure that it is not preempted. One, that it applies universally to federal and state law enforcement officials. 2, that it specifically addresses some of the preemption issues that were handled in litigation in other states. And 3, that it narrowly focuses on a provision in the Westfall Act that allows for cases and statutes like this. And I think the legislation that the caucus has drafted in 397, I think very carefully addresses those concerns. And I don't have a question for you, Senator Duff, other than to say that I think it's a very thoughtful and well-considered piece of legislation that hopefully addresses all of those issues. There was one suggestion we heard earlier. I do have a question, which is that we consider including severability language so that if a portion of the law is struck down by some judge somewhere, that the whole law doesn't get struck down. I'm assuming you're open to it, but I'd love to see if you had any thoughts about that.
Thanks, Senator. I appreciate it. And thanks for your good work on this, as well as Senator Winfield and Senator Looney, and of course our staff that spent hundreds of hours researching this and working with this with the Attorney General's office, the Inspector General's office, and others. that question did come up, and I had raised that a while ago as well. But we don't need that because we already have a Connecticut law about severability, so we don't need it in every single piece of legislation that we pass. We have an overall severability statute.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
all I have. Sure.
Thank you, Senator. Question or comment from Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you on this nice, warm winter day. I hear it's warm outside. Anyway, I wanted to ask you about Section 6 in particular. I don't know if you have the language in front of you.
I don't actually.
Okay, you seem to be very well prepared, so I appreciate that, even though you don't have the language. And this is the section. It's very brief, and it has to do with. It's only 6 lines.
Yep.
I think you mentioned in your original comments about the military force from another state or territory coming to Connecticut. What I'm wrestling with is, so what? Not so what about the effect of that happening, but if that happens anyways, what is the result of Section 6?
Well, look, I mean, we've had right now, I think, an administration that in many ways has not abided by the norms and traditions that we have had for almost 250 years with regard to regard to federalism, and also kind of the norms that we see based on between various departments in our federal government. This issue of the National Guard coming into Connecticut from, say, Texas without our governor, whoever the governor is, Democrat or Republican, inviting the National Guard in, has always been sacrosanct. It has been a sacrosanct issue amongst governors across this country, which is why when the president sent National Guard into, I think it was in Oregon, I can't remember the exact state, the head of the National Governors Association, a Republican, I think it was a governor of Oklahoma, said and criticized that because it was something that had never been done before, or was, again, breaking a tradition and breaking a norm. It's just not something that's done where one National Guard goes to another state without an invitation or without the governor being in agreement of that. It's almost invasive to a certain extent, if that's the correct term. And I think that while maybe this doesn't completely stop it, if it ever were to happen here in Connecticut, I think it sets a marker for sure.
No, I appreciate that. And I also appreciate that we had 8 years of the Obama administration that did nothing to change our immigration laws and deported 3 times as many people as we currently have under this administration. We certainly didn't have a rush to change the laws federally under the Biden administration. I'm just concerned about this language. It appears to be words on paper. I mean, while I would not be in support of National Guard of another state coming to our state to enforce our laws, it seems like the only remedy we have is for someone to stand at the border and say, we have this piece of paper, it says you can't come in, but it doesn't say anything. So I appreciate the concern. I just don't know that Section 6 get us anywhere, and perhaps something should be done federally, or at least attempted to. But I appreciate the exchange. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's see. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, Senator Duff, thank you for joining us and the work you've done on this piece of legislation.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good day.
All right, Hyde Harmon, followed by Amy Brzezowski. Amy Brzezowski.
Hello, Senator, and the Judiciary community. My name is Amy Brzezowski, and I reside in Meriden, Connecticut. I'm a member of New Haven Federation of Teachers and a part of Connecticut for All Coalition. I'm here to speak in support of SB 91, establishing protected areas. Presently, as a high school English teacher, I greet kids each morning knowing that many of them have already watched footage on their feeds of ICE officers violating national and state laws across the country. From 7 a.m. to 2 p.m., we find ourselves stuck between the need to talk about our current realistic fears and the need to prepare for the SATs in college or career applications. Researchers and teachers know the significant cognitive impairments that are exacerbated by fear. In the classroom, fear manifests as stress response that hinders cognition function, focus, and memory, and increases students' likelihood to become self-focused, anxious, and avoidant. This link between mental health and student success is reflected in national research on chronic absenteeism, which indicates mental health is the second highest cause of absenteeism. At the state level, 54,000 Connecticut adolescents experience a major depressive episode each year, and 30,000 Connecticut adolescents have serious thoughts of suicide each year. And 1 in 5 Connecticut's young people were either at risk or disconnected. That's from the Dalio Foundation from 2022, as well as the National Alliance on Mental Illness, Connecticut, 2025. Currently, New Haven chronic absenteeism has decreased to nearly 29%, while during the Biden administration, attendance was a 50% due to the 2020 pandemic. New Haven was one of the most impacted cities in the state affected by COVID-19 virus. These statistics further prove national trends and may further demonstrate why the rate has yet to decrease further. It's clear our school communities are essential to serving students' social and emotional needs, and that we require our legislators to do their jobs and enact further support by codifying protections for our youth. Personally, I've witnessed the power that protective policies can have on individual students. In January of 2025, the New Haven Board of Education instituted an ICE policy for schools staff to follow in the event ICE officials attempted to engage with students on campus or seek information from professionals. The policy works to protect students and staff by providing guidance that leveraged confidentiality and safety. The policy rollout was timed with inauguration of our current president, anticipated increase in ICE presence throughout New Haven. I can directly remember speaking with students about their anticipated fears over the transition of power. They asked me, what could happen when I showed up at school? Am I safe? I'm a classroom teacher. I did not have the power to answer such questions alone. But with knowledge of new NHPS policy, I confidently shared the procedures with my students. I could visibly see their fear begin to dissipate. My students gained more knowledge and reassurance about their safety at school. When I spoke with fellow teachers working in suburban districts, however, such as Fairfield and Hartford County, I was surprised to hear their school systems had not instituted ICE policies and questioned how navigated conversations with their colleagues. Thank you. I urge you to support SB 91.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Representative Fazzino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amy, thank you for joining us this afternoon. We met last year when you came up to the Capitol to advocate on behalf of your students, and we talked about a lot of the similar themes that you're bringing up in your testimony today. Appreciate your advocacy today. I just was wondering if the tone of those conversations with your students has changed over the last few months. I know, obviously, if we look to the conversations that we're having in Meriden specifically, a lot of really concerning things and really terrible things have happened in our schools and around our schools concerning our students. I'm just curious how your approach to those conversations with your students has evolved over time.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, I do remember that. That was a great meeting with you. And yeah, specifically Meriden, I know Maloney High School had a student who wasn't able to make their graduation last year. We also, over the summer, had a student who was detained from Wilbur-Cross in New Haven, as long as many family members who have been impacted as well. The fear is palpable. And I'm already addressing a lot of issues beyond our political climate, just like the basic needs of students to learn, but it's impossible to escape the questions of what our current present day looks like. Are there ICE in our streets right now? Obviously, we do have some protections in place that prevent ICE from entering our campuses, but we need to make them stronger. And again, I want to speak so much to the mental health aspect of this as our students are impacted in their ability to learn, which then becomes our ability as a society to have employees, to have people who contribute positively. So I want to say that that's the direct line that I'm seeing right now.
Amy, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Your students are very lucky to have your advocacy. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Okay, Dom Basile. Dom Basile. Dangeli R. See you on there.
Estimados presidentes y miembros del Comité Judicial. Mi nombre es Dangeli y soy residente de New Haven y soy miembro líder de Connecticut Student for a Dream. Hablo en apoyo de la SB 91, Ley para mejorar la autoridad de investigación del Inspector General y establecer áreas protegidas. Creo que Connecticut debe proteger claramente a los estudiantes, las familias y las comunidades, garantizando que los espacios sean verdaderamente seguros y accesibles. Soy una estudiante de high school y este tema es muy importante para mí porque es justo que los inmigrantes se sientan seguros en su comunidad. Y la protección de los lugares incluidos en la SB 91 permitirán que las personas vayan a la escuela, al hospital o a la iglesia sin miedo. Estos espacios son esenciales para la vida diaria de muchas familias. Cuando existen protecciones claras, las personas pueden buscar ayuda, aprender y a participar en su comunidad con mayor seguridad. Muchas personas en la comunidad inmigrante sienten miedo y preocupación por las leyes de inmigración y todo lo que está pasando ahorita en este país. A veces ese miedo hace que eviten ir a lugares importantes como el médico o a la escuela. Ese temor puede convertirse en una barrera para recibir ayuda o servicios que realmente necesitan. Tener lugares protegidos ayudaría a que las personas se sientan más seguras y puedan cuidar mejor de su salud, su educación y su vida diaria. Estas áreas deben ser protegidas porque son lugares fundamentales para la comunidad. Las escuelas, los hospitales, las iglesias y los edificios públicos, y todos los lugares incluidos, ayudan a las personas a aprender, recibir atención y encontrar apoyo. Si las personas tienen miedo de visitar estos lugares, esto puede afectar sus vidas, su educación y su seguridad. Proteger estos espacios permite que los miembros de la comunidad accedan a servicios importantes sin sentir miedo. Insto al Comité Judicial a que se asegure que la SB 91 proteja explícitamente las comunidades inmigrantes y refuerce el compromiso de Connecticut con el acceso seguro a las escuelas, los sitios religiosos, los lugares de atención médica, los edificios gubernamentales y todas las áreas protegidas que figuran en la SB 91. También insto a este comité a requerir políticas claras por escrito para que el personal de estos lugares sepa cómo responder en caso de que se produzca una operación de la migra, requerir una orden judicial firmada por el juez para que las operaciones migratorias en estos lugares protegidos y no solamente trámites administrativos. Elimina las excepciones generales de este proyecto de ley para que estas protecciones no puedan eludirse fácilmente. Añada disposiciones que permitan a las personas detenidas injustamente en lugares protegidos disponer de un médico significativo para impugnar dicha detención y solicitar una reparación. Gracias por su tiempo. Dangeli.
Okay, and
Chairs and members of the Judicial Committee.
hold on 1 second. So there are, as I understand it, some folks who are going to need translation, but we did not necessarily know that. So we're gonna let folks do translation. My ask is, because that is going to change the expectations of other folks when they're going to testify. My ask is that both of folks providing, I'm just going to make this statement again from the beginning of the hearing, that folks make an attempt not to read every single word and get to the most important parts so that we can kind of preserve time, particularly now that we are going to move folks around. And folks who might have been testifying at one point may be testifying later, just to kind of get everybody in and get all of their points in. So go ahead and proceed.
Dear chairs and members of the Judicial Committee, my name is Daniela and I am a resident of New Haven and a member leader of Connecticut Students for a Dream. I am speaking in support of SB 91. I'm a high school student and this issue is very important to me because it's only right that I feel safe in my community. Protecting the places listed in SB 91 will allow people to go to school, the hospital, or church without fear. These spaces are essential for the daily lives of many families. When there are clear protections, people can seek help, learn, and participate in their community more safely. The immigrant community is living in fear and is worried about immigration laws and enforcement due to the violence that we have been witnessing happen. Sometimes that fear makes them avoid going to important places like the doctor or school. This fear can become a barrier to receiving help or services they really need. Having safe spaces would help people feel more secure and better able to take care of their health, education, and daily lives. These areas must be protected because they are vital to the community. Schools, hospitals, churches, public buildings, and all places including in SB 91. Help people learn, receive care, and find support. If people are afraid to visit these places, it can negatively impact their life, education, and safety. Protecting these spaces allows community members to access essential services without fear. I urge the Judicial Committee to ensure that the SB 91 explicitly protects immigrant communities and reinforce Connecticut's commitment to safe access to schools, places of worship, healthcare facilities, government buildings, and all protected areas listed in SB 91. I also urge this committee to require clear written policies so the staff in these locations know how to respond in the event of an immigration operation. Require a court order signed by a judge for immigration operations in protected areas and not just administrative procedures. Remove the general exceptions from this bill so that these protections cannot be easily circumvented. Add provisions that allow persons unjustly detained in protected places to have a meaningful means of challenging such detention and seeking redress. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions, comments from committee members? Seeing none, appreciate you being with us this afternoon. Next is Ken Barone. Welcome, Ken.
Good afternoon. Senator Winfield, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 5449, an act concerning automated license plate readers. I'm primarily going to focus today on Section 3 of the bill. That's the section that impacts the Institute for Municipal and Regional Policy, where I work at the University of Connecticut. Section 3 would charge the Police Officer Standards and Training Council and our institute to come up with a standardized method for reporting, collecting, and reporting annual data on how police are utilizing ALPR reader technology. We appreciate the legislature's confidence in our ability to assist in this work. We continue to strongly support the thoughtful collection and analysis of police and other law enforcement data. Standardized collection promotes transparency, it strengthens public trust, and it enables policymakers like yourself to assess how police are doing their jobs. We are really mindful that there are a number of growing reporting requirements that have been placed on law enforcement over the course of the last 10 years. We know that there are several state mandated reports that are done on either an incident or an annual basis. And so we have been working really diligently to try to reduce that burden on law enforcement. We're currently in the process of working with the Connecticut Criminal Justice Information System, CJIS, to build a police data reporting portal. This will consolidate all mandated police reports into one centralized repository. It'll be a single centralized system. It'll provide a single point of entry for all state mandated reporting. It'll send automatic updates to departments of when deadlines are due. It'll allow police agencies to track what's due when, and it'll just generally streamline the reporting requirements. We believe that the additional reporting requirement contemplated in this bill to require some limited collection and reporting on how ALPR data is used could be easily integrated into this system, and really shouldn't be a burden on law enforcement, particularly as we think about pairing it with this new overall police reporting system. And so for that reason and others, we support HB 5449 and look forward, if the bill passes, to supporting its implementation.
Thank you. Questions, comments from members of the committee? Representative Howard.
Thank you, sir. Hi, Ken. Have you had an opportunity to look at the model policy that came from Post on this?
I have. I was able to provide insight as they were developing it, and I have had an opportunity to look at the policy.
Your thoughts on the policy that you want to share? I mean, just because, I mean, we had the chiefs here, right? But you sort of see it from a different lens. And I just didn't know if you had thoughts to offer the committee on the policy.
I thought the policy was a very good start. I was really happy to see that they were taking the steps to put a mandated policy like that in place. I think there are several provisions of the policy that this law will codify. I think that's a good thing. I think, policy, as you know, can change over time. I tend to think that the best course of action is setting minimum standards in statute and then allowing an entity like the Post Council to fill in the details so that it can be pliable over time to deal with changing technology. And so I think that is a good framework. I think the policy is a great first step, and I applaud them for spending that time and doing that work.
Great. Thanks so much. And thanks for recognizing, the increased demand in the data reporting and helping to try to mitigate that. So free our officers up. I appreciate hearing that. Thank you. Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right. Question or comments from other members of the committee? Question or comments from other members of the committee? Okay. All right. So we're going to try to knock out some of the students who are here who have to leave in about an hour. We're going to call you up. I'm going to start off with the person who was number 2 on the list, Anahi Brito. Is that person here? And then that individual will be followed. I'm trying to figure out what's happening. And I'm going to remind our young folks too that we are trying to put you in. So if you could get to the point of your testimony and not just read it straight through, that would help us with timing, because you will impact other people's ability to testify. Okay.
Do I start now?
So we are asking you to provide your testimony, but to not just read straight through, given the impact on the schedule of things, to kind of get to what the point of your testimony is.
Esto, esto, y esto, y es, este, y esto, ¿ok? Ya, solo estos tres. Dale. Las áreas protegidas. Las áreas protegidas son importantes para las comunidades inmigrantes porque es algo que me afecta directamente a mí, a mi familia y a muchas personas inocentes. Todos los días muchas personas corren el riesgo de que les pase algo al salir de sus casas. Muchos padres temen salir de sus hogares, ya sea para ir al trabajo o por cualquier otra razón, y no poder regresar con sus hijos, dejando a sus familias con miedo de lo que les podría pasar. Algunas personas ni siquiera pueden salir a comprar comida o necesidades básicas porque temen por su seguridad. Como hermana mayor, todos los días tengo miedo de que algo le llegue a pasar a mi hermano mientras está en la escuela o cuando yo no pueda ir a recogerlo del bus. También tengo miedo de que algo les llegue a pasar a mis padres mientras trabajan y que mi hermano y yo quedemos solos. Sé que no soy la única que tiene este miedo. Para muchas personas, incluyéndome a mí, sería un gran apoyo saber que al salir de nuestras casas no tenemos que temer que nos pase algo a nosotros o a nuestros seres queridos. Muchas personas en mi comunidad tienen miedo de acudir a un hospital para recibir ayuda médica. Ese miedo les impide recibir tratamientos necesarios para su bienestar y vivir su día a día sin una constante preocupación por su seguridad y la de su familia. Emily Brito.
I'm going to be interpreting for her. My name is Emily, and I'm a resident of Danbury. I'm a member with Connecticut Students for a Dream. I'm speaking in support of SB 91. Protecting areas are important for immigrant communities because this issue directly affects me, my family, and many innocent people. Every day, many people face the risk of something happening to them simply for leaving their homes. Many parents are afraid to leave their homes, whether it is to go to work or for any other reason, because they fear they might not be able to return to their children. Some people are even afraid to go out to buy food or basic necessities because they fear for their safety. As an older sister, every day I worry that something might happen to my brother while he is at school or when I'm not able to pick him up from the bus. I also worry that something might happen to my parents while they are working and that my brother and I could be left alone. I know that I'm not the only one who has these fears. For many people, including myself, it would be a great relief to know that when we leave our homes, we don't have to fear something happening to us or our loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for attenuating your testimony. I appreciate that.
My name is Diana Fares, and I sometimes worry that the next person taken could be someone I love. I think about my brother, the ones who are always there for me, the ones who make me laugh, and even the ones I sometimes find annoying. I think about my mom, the strong woman who works at her job and still takes care of her family and every day. She's the one who takes care of me when I'm sick, cooks for us, and still finds the energy to keep her home running even when she's tired. I think about my dad, the man who works 6 days a week and still feels like he should do more for us. He wakes up at 5 a.m. in the morning without complaining, and he works hard every day so he can have opportunities that we can have the opportunities he never had. He couldn't go to school when he was younger because of poverty, but he has always done everything he can to give his children a better life. My family is everything to me, and that is why I'm here today. I know that everyone has someone that they love deeply, someone who matters to them and who they want to protect. For me, that is my family. I want my little brother to be safe when he gets off the bus. I want my mom to feel safe when she goes grocery shopping. I want my older brother to be able to enjoy time with his friends at the park without fear. I want my dad to feel safe while he goes to work to support their family, and I want us to live our daily lives without constantly worry about what can happen. This is why I believe there should be a place where the families are protected. A school, hospital, church, and community spaces should remain safe, places where people can go to learn, to heal, and to support one another without fear of being taken away. These are spaces that are meant to help communities grow stronger, and they should remain safe for everyone. At the end of the day, what I want is simple. I want my family to be safe, I want my family to feel safe, and I want everyone to believe that they are protected in here.
Thank you. What numbers, just so I'm clear, because I'm striking off the numbers. What numbers were you all? Do you know? Get it to the clerk. You don't have to do it now. Get it to the clerk. So we'll just make sure that we're doing it right. And I just want to say thank you very much for your testimony. And when you talk about the importance of family, I think we all understand that it takes it a little outside of the abstract, whether it's legal or not. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you for joining us today. Okay, so, and help me if this is not correct, but I think we have Gregory Lutz and Cassandra Santiago. And I believe that's number 88 and number 1 together. And again, if you could kind of summarize the important parts, that would help us to move. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Cassandra Santiago. I'm a senior at Denver High School and a member of Connecticut Students for a Dream. I support the bill SD 91 because I believe that Connecticut should clearly protect families, students, and communities. Due to the abundance of ICE activity, I've noticed that me and my peers have a new set of worries. Teenagers should be worried about their academics and having fun in their pivotal time of their lives. Instead, I'm seeing my fellow students scared to go to school out of fear of being detained. Adults I know feel like they need to carry extra ID on them in their day-to-day life and are scrambling to find ID for their children as well. Families just want to go to work or church or other religious spaces. I know that sounds pretty general, but it's quite the opposite. I've had adults in my life go from asking about my school and after-school activities to things like, do you have your ID? Or we need to get you more ID so that you're safe. When I mention hanging out with my friends or going to after-school activities, it's all about if I'm safe now. It broke my heart hearing the differences in the conversations around my family and my friends. I want to feel safe, and I want my friends to feel safe. And even more than that, I want everybody to be safe. Thank you for your time.
Salutations, I'm Gregory Lutz, supporting Act SB 91. I am the child of an immigrant and a friend to many more. I've had my own worries about whether or not my mother, an immigrant, will be able to make it back home safely. And we can mostly fit with what people deem to be the average American. I can only imagine the fear of those that do not have the luxury or speak a language other than English as their primary language. This bill proposes to add safe havens back and allow these endangered people to attend these areas without fear for their safety. I said that I can only imagine what it is like, but that isn't quite the case. My best friend is the beloved son of 2 Ecuadorian parents. These people have helped me in some of the strangest and hardest times, even providing me a place to stay while my living place was unsafe. These brave, kind, and powerful people have to live in fear that one day out of the blue, they could lose their son as he is studying for his AP classes, or said son worries that his mother, who works in a hospital, may not be able to come back to the unjust enforcers of the law. Areas such as healthcare facilities, schools, government buildings, and more need to be protected by the virtue of their existence. These facilities are all places that basically everyone needs to go, whether it be school by law, healthcare facilities for health maintenance and bolstering, and government buildings as being within one means that you are most likely attempting to naturalize the legal way or abiding by the law in some way. The very existence of these buildings and their purpose make the idea of an immigration enforcement entering a crime against their very foundations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and that was excellent. Appreciate you joining us and providing us with your testimony. Are there any questions from members of the committee? There are none, but again, thank you very much. You did great. Okay, next we have Dayanara Fares and Andrevel Tituana.
My name is Andrevel, and I'm a resident of Danbury and a member of Connecticut Students for a Dream. I'm speaking in support of SB 91, an act engaging the investigative authority of the Inspector General and establishing protect areas. This issue matters to me because we are all human beings and we all deserve to be protected, regardless of our immigration status. It matters to me because many parents come here seeking a better future and a better education for their children. It makes me sad to think that many people cannot go out peaceful because of fear. Today, I am here supporting the protection of the areas where many immigrants live, study, or receive help, because these places are very important for the safety and well-being of our community. This law is important for me because many immigrant families are part of our communities. My father's cousin, a family member who is very close to us, has been afraid to go to court because of fear of ICE. He asked my father to please go with him or help him pick up some documents. This does not only affect 3 or 8 people, this affects 1,000 of people in many places. As a community, we must support each other and raise our voices for those who are afraid. This is unfair that simply because they came looking for a better future in another country, they are afraid to go outside or afraid to begin detained or deported, especially when many of them came here escaping violence. Protecting these spaces helps create a safe and a stronger community. When people feel safe, they can participate more in the community, work, study, and contribute in positive ways. Communities function better when everyone feels respect and protect, because many people attend these places. Personally, I believe that every person should be able to leave their homes with the peace of mind that they are safe and with the certainty that they will be able to return home without the fear of being detained. Today, we have the opportunity to help. Let us come together as a community and work so that this positive change reach our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have Celise Metis and Doris Yambe. Oh, and for members following along, that's 17 and 117.
Dear members of the chair and of the Appropriations Human Service Subcommittee, my name is Doris Yambe. I'm an immigrant and a senior at Danbury High School, who is also part of Connecticut Students for Dream. I am speaking in support of SB 91. Danbury High School as a community is a vibrant place. It is filled with many languages, cultures, backgrounds. It is why protected areas are important to me. Some students go to school to learn, but many of them are in fear. Schools shouldn't be a place where they should fear. Rather, it is a place where you are meant to enrich your mind. Not fear that if you go one day to school, you may never see your family again. We see news of little kids who are being used for malicious reasons. With the increased activity of immigration enforcement, I hear stories of families too scared to go to the grocery store. I see families too scared to go to church, something that some of us are taking advantage of or seeing as a privilege. So when I see my family friend being detained, it is something hard, and all of us can attest to how difficult it is to worry about our friends and neighbors. It is why, as politicians, it is your job to listen to your constituents, to resolve the issues that are a part of the constituents. It is why you guys should act to protected areas to reassure your community that you are listening to their voices and aren't ignoring them, because they are the reason you hold this power. It is why I support SB in having protected areas like hospital, government buildings, all resources that are necessary for our community to prosper. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Elise, and I'm a senior at Danbury High School. I'm also part of Connecticut Students for a Dream. When ICE raids were happening more frequently, I had a friend who stopped coming to after-school activities. She opened up about how fearful she was to get detained by ICE if she walked home or even just stayed at school. We couldn't do anything, but this bill will allow her and multiple other people to not fear about going to get their education or go to work. The same year, I was at the courthouse and ICE happened to be there at the same time. I had a large community to support me, but many people could not say the same. Many people who were going to the courthouse were targeted and detained in an operation called Broken Trust. Children deserve to get education while having to be aware of their surroundings at all times. People should be allowed to worship and get physical and mental health and go to courthouses without having to think they might not see their family again. I urge the committee to ensure that SB 91 explicitly protects immigrant communities and reinforces Connecticut's commitment to safe access to schools, places of worship, healthcare facilities, government buildings, and all protected areas listed in SB 91. We want you to help us, and we're using our voices. That's all we really want. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And you guys did great on time, and we appreciate it. It's important to hear your testimony. Thank you. Let's see. We have Scarlett Palace. For those following along, it's 86.
Estimados presentes y miembros del Comité Judicial, mi nombre es Scarlett y soy residente de Danbury. Formo parte de Connecticut Students for a Dream. Hablo en apoyo de SB 91, ley para mejorar la autoridad de investigación del inspector general y establecer áreas protegidas. Creo que Connecticut debe proteger claramente a los estudiantes, las familias y las comunidades, garantizando que los espacios sean verdaderamente seguros y accesibles. Muchas personas inmigrantes han sentido temor o han enfrentado barreras debido a la aplicación de las leyes de inmigración. Algunas personas tienen miedo de ir a ciertos lugares o de pedir ayuda porque piensan que podrían tener problemas por su estatus migratorio. Esto puede afectar su vida diaria, su trabajo y la tranquilidad de sus familias. En mi comunidad es importante apoyar a las personas e informarles sobre sus derechos y ayudar a crear espacios seguros donde se sientan respetadas y escuchadas. Estas zonas deben protegerse porque son lugares seguros donde las personas deben recibir ayuda, educación o disfrutar de la naturaleza sin miedo. También ayudan a que las comunidades se mantengan unidas y a que todos se sientan bienvenidos. Proteger estas áreas permite que las familias puedan aprender, descansar y convivir en paz. Gracias.
My name is Scarlett, and I'm someone who cares about the well-being of the community and access to safe space for everyone. Safe spaces are important for immigrants because they allow them to go anywhere and feel safe and protected. Many immigrants have felt fear or faced barriers due to the enforcement of immigration law. Some people are afraid to go to certain places or ask for help because they think they could get in trouble due to their immigration status. This can affect their daily lives, their work, and their families. Peace of mind in my community is important to support people, inform them of their rights, and help create a safe space where they feel respect and heard. These areas must be protected because they are safe places where people can receive help, education, or enjoy nature without fear. They also help community stay united and make everyone feel welcome. Protecting these areas allows families to learn, rest, and live together in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Next, we have number 99, Josie Cruz, and 153, Marbella Escobar Gonzalez. Josie Cruz and Marbella Escobar Gonzalez. No. What is the? What number is that? All right. Identify yourself when you speak, and maybe I can find it too.
Dear chairsmen and members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Jose. I'm from an immigrant family who live in New Haven. I'm also a member of Connecticut Students for a Dream. I am speaking in support of SB 91. This is important to me because people shouldn't be scared to live in their house. They shouldn't be scared to go to school or get medical care or access services at government buildings. Right now, people in my community are feeling very scared, and it's really inhumane. It feels like we're being hunted, and people cannot live healthy, normal lives like this. I have people who are close to me, who are scared to go outside, who are scared to go to school, and some have stopped going, and that sucks. Why does their education, their future, and their health have to be affected? Specifically on healthcare access, and many people feel like they are risking their lives going to the doctors, and they are scared to have an encounter with ICE. It is vital for people to have access to healthcare because they need to make sure they're in good health. I understand that life isn't safe, but you would think our schools, hospitals, government buildings, parks would be an exception. We should be able to walk into those places feeling safe, feeling comfortable, but sadly most of us can't have that luxury. This is unfair, and Connecticut must step up and fix this so that everyone, no matter what, can feel safe living in Connecticut. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Dear chair members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Valentina Diaz, and I'm a college student at Gateway Community College and a member organizer with Connecticut Student for Dreams. I am speaking in support of SB 91. My community has been living in constant fear because of immigration formats. Students are afraid to go to school, and families feel scared to attend court or government appointments. I have also witnessed how some of our members have stopped coming to our meetings or even coming to the Capitol because they're afraid that one rough movement could cost them their freedom. This fear affects people's mental health, their ability to focus in school, and their willingness to participate in their communities. I have seen the fear of community members prevent them from accessing healthcare, education, and important services. Schools, hospitals, places of worship, and government buildings should be places where people feel safe and supported. These are places where families go to learn, heal, and seek help when they need it. Protecting these areas will help ensure that everyone in Connecticut can access these essential spaces without fear, strengthening our communities as a whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for considering this important bill. I urge you to support SB 91 and help create safer communities for immigrant families across Connecticut.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? If not, thank you very much for joining us and providing us with your testimony. Jessica Robles, 101.
Estimados presidentes y miembros del Comité Judicial, mi nombre es Jessica y soy residente de Danbury y soy miembro de Connecticut Studies for a Dream. Hablo en apoyo del SB 91, ley para mejorar la autoridad de investigación del Inspector General y establecer áreas protegidas. Como estudiante migrante me importa que existan áreas protegidas para las comunidades inmigrantes, garantizando una ley que proteja a mi comunidad hispana, ya que somos seres humanos y no debemos sentir miedo de estar en la calle o ser detenidos por ICE. Muchas personas en mi comunidad viven con miedo de ser detenidos o arrestados por ahí. Yo misma he experimentado ese temor. Se me hace muy triste que adultos e incluso niños sientan tanto miedo que decidan quedarse en casa y no salir a disfrutar con sus familias o ir a trabajar por temor de ser detenidos y enviados de regreso a su país. Más que todo se me hace injusto ver cómo ICE detiene a personas buenas y las trata como si fueran delincuentes, haciéndolas ver como personas malas cuando en realidad no son. Solo están buscando mejores oportunidades para sus familias. Para mí las escuelas, los sitios religiosos, los lugares de atención médica y los edificios gubernamentales deben ser espacios seguros porque son lugares donde personas van para aprender, practicar su fe y recibir servicios importantes. Si las personas hispanas tienen miedo de que estas agentes de ICE estén en esos lugares, pueden decidir no asistir. Esto afecta a la educación, la salud y el bienestar de la comunidad. Gracias.
Dear chairs and members of the Judiciary community, my name is Jessica and I'm a resident of Danbury and I'm a member of Connecticut Students for Dream. I'm speaking in support of the SB 91, an act enhancing the investigative authority of the Inspector General and establish protected areas. As an immigrant student, it's important to me that there are protected areas for immigrant communities, guaranteeing a law that protects my Hispanic community. We are human beings and we should not have to live in fear of being outside or being detained by ICE. Many people in my community live with a fear of being detained or arrested by ICE. I have personally experienced that fear as well. It is very sad that adults and even children feel so afraid that they decide to stay home and not go outside to enjoy time with their families or even go to work because they fear that ICE could detain them and send back to their countries. More than anything, it feels very unfair and painful to see how ICE detains good people and treats my community as they were criminals, making them appear like bad people when in In reality, they are only seeking better opportunities for their families. For me, schools, places of workshops, healthcare facilities, and government buildings should be safe spaces because they are places where people go to learn, practice their faith, or receive important services. Hispanic people fear that ICE agents may be present in these places. They may decide not to attend them. This affects education, health, and the well-being of the community. That is why I believe it's important that the places remain safe for everyone, because we are all human beings and no one deserves live with constant fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none. Thank you very much for joining us. Let's see. We have Yenemar Cortez and Dulce S.
¿Tienes el papel? Solo tengo el documento. ¿Tienes en inglés también? ¿El documento? Sí, en inglés y en español. Ok, para que lo traduzcas. Solo empieza tu nombre, dice que ley y empiezas tu historia, ¿ok? ¿Solo mi nombre? Tu nombre y dices que está en apoyo en ese SB91.
Ok. Lo digo como hola, estimados al comité de la ley. Mi nombre es Dulce y soy residente de New Haven y formo parte de Connecticut Students for a Dream. Hablo en apoyo a la CB 91, ley para mejorar la autoridad de investigación del inspector general y establecer áreas. Creo que Connecticut debe proteger claramente a los estudiantes, las familias y las comunidades, garantizando que los espacios sean verdaderamente seguros y accesibles. Soy una estudiante y mi familia y yo somos inmigrantes. Hoy estoy hablando en apoyo a SB NO91 porque con lo que ha estado pasando en estos meses con ICE, las personas en mi comunidad ya casi no salen de casa y viven en las sombras con miedo a ser deportadas. Esto no se me hace justo porque todas las personas tienen derecho a salir con libertad a las calles. No podemos vivir tranquilos por esto. Connecticut debe proteger a la comunidad inmigrante, porque estos lugares deben ser un lugar en donde te puedas sentir a salvo y no estar preocupado con temor y ansiedad de que ICE te pueda robar. Los hospitales son muy importantes y algunas personas ahora evitan ir al doctor porque tienen mucho miedo y esto no está bien. La escuela debe ser un lugar en donde los estudiantes no estén alerta todo el tiempo en caso de que llegue ICE. Es por esto que insisto al Comité Judicial a que asegure de que la SB 91 proteja
Testimonio, lo que
específicamente a
necesito.
las comunidades inmigrantes.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. You.
Okay. Do we have an interpreter online though, or should I interpret? Okay, I'll interpret.
Dear chairs and members of the Judicial Committee, my name is Scarlett and I am a resident of Danbury and a member of City Students for a Dream.
Excuse me, hold on a second. I believe Scarlett went and was translated earlier, correct? Is that not correct? Yeah. So we're gonna have the person at the table do the translation for the person who just spoke.
No problem.
My name is Dulce and I'm a resident of New Haven and a student in Connecticut. My family and I are immigrants. I am also a member with Connecticut Students for a Dream. Today I'm speaking in support of SB number 91 because of what's been happening these past few months with ICE. The people in my community hardly leave their homes anymore and live in the shadows, afraid of being deported. This doesn't seem fair to me because everyone has the right to walk freely in the streets without fear. Personally, my family and friends are afraid of encountering ICE, and we can't live peacefully because of this. Connecticut must protect the immigrant community because these places should be places where you can feel safe and not live in fear and anxiety that ICE might rob you. Hospitals are very important, and some people are not avoiding going to the doctors due to fear they have, and it's not okay. Schools should be places where students are constantly shouldn't be a place where students are constantly on high alert because of if ICE shows up. This is why I urge the committee to ensure that SB 91 protects immigrant communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job.
And then I'll also be
Yep.
testifying for myself. My name is Yanni Mar. I'm an immigrant resident of New Haven. I'm also the senior New Haven organizer with Connecticut Students for a Dream. Today I'm speaking in support of SB 91, HB 5449, and SB 397. This year has been the most challenging year for me as an organizer and immigrant. The attacks that our immigrant community and working class people are experiencing are really terrifying and bring me a lot of sadness. This past year, I have experienced not one, but two of my high school members be detained by ICE. My first member was detained while they were working at RAID, and my second member was while they were in a car commuting. I think of all the moments. First, I think of the moments when they were taken, and then all the hard moments through our deportation defense campaigns, fight for their freedom. I think about it often because I live in fear that another member is taken. I live in constant fear of having to hold another meeting to inform my members that, again, one of their friends, classmates, and loved ones has been taken. And I also witness my members and their families who are immigrants, students, and working class people as well struggle to afford everything: rent, bills, transportation, school, groceries, and most have no health insurance, so they can't afford that as well, alongside their high immigration process fees. On top of all this too, they live in fear to not go to go to school, grocery shopping, places of worship, and just be outside in general because of ICE. And we know this isn't an accident. We know that everyone is being under attack, everyone that's working class. We know that the federal government is prioritizing tax breaks and then also taking all that money from our communities to fund ICE and corporate profits and surveillance, while all of us, not just immigrants, but working class people, are suffering and struggling to survive. This is why I urge all of y'all to support these bills and to protect all the areas, to ensure that everyone in Connecticut, regardless of immigration status, regardless of everything, is able to just live safely with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Very good job. Delilah Sella?
Estimados presidentes y miembros del Comité Judicial, mi nombre es Dalila y soy residente de Danbury y soy miembro de Connecticut Students for a Dream. Hablo en apoyo de la SB 91, Ley para mejorar la autoridad de investigación del Inspector General y establecer áreas protegidas. Creo que Connecticut debe proteger claramente a los estudiantes, las familias y las comunidades, garantizando que los espacios sean verdaderamente seguros y accesibles. Soy un estudiante migrante que vive en los Estados Unidos. Mi historia, como la de muchos otros migrantes, está llena de sacrificios, miedo, esperanza y mucha fe. Llegamos a este país buscando seguridad, oportunidades y la posibilidad de vivir con dignidad. No venimos a hacer daño, venimos a trabajar, a estudiar, a cuidar a nuestras familias y a construir un futuro mejor aquí en este país. Para mí, familia, la vida diaria significa vivir con incertidumbre. Existe ese miedo de ser separados de nuestras familias o de perder todo lo que hemos construido con tanto esfuerzo. Sin embargo, seguimos adelante porque creemos en algo más grande que el miedo. Creemos en la justicia, en la comunidad y en el amor por nuestra gente. Las áreas protegidas son importantes porque necesitamos lugares donde podamos sentirnos seguros para estudiar, buscar ayuda médica, aprender, orar y apoyar a nuestras comunidades sin vivir con temor constante. Cuando existen estos espacios, se protege la dignidad humana y se fortalece a toda la comunidad. La campaña relacionada con SB 91 no se trata solo de una ley, se trata de valores, se trata de reconocer que nuestras vidas tienen valor. Lucho por los derechos de nuestra gente porque creo en la justicia y porque mi fe en Dios me enseña a defender la dignidad de cada persona. Mi fe me recuerda que debo cuidar a los demás, especialmente a los más vulnerables. Los migrantes no somos números ni estadísticas. Somos estudiantes, trabajadores, padres, madres, hijos e hijas. Somos personas con sueños, con talentos y con un profundo deseo de contribuir al lugar donde vivimos. Por eso alzo mi voz, no desde el odio, sino desde el amor, la esperanza y la fe.
I'm speaking in support in SBI 91. Act to enhance the investigative authority to Inspector General and establish protection areas. I believe that Connecticut must clearly protect students, families, and communities by ensuring that places are truly safe and accessible. I'm an immigrant student living in the United States. My story, like many of other immigrants, is filled with sacrifice, fear, hope, and a lot of faith. We come to this country seeking safety, opportunities, and a chance to live with dignity. We didn't come to cause harm. We came to work, to study, to take care of families, and build a better future here in this country. For my family, daily life means living with uncertainty. There is that fear of being separated from our families or losing everything we work so hard to build. However, we keep going because we believe in something bigger than fear. We believe in justice, in community, and in love for our people. Protected areas are important because we need places where we can feel safe to study, seek medical help, learn, pray, and support our communities without living in constant fear. When these spaces exist, human dignity is protected and the entire community is strengthened. The campaign surrounding SB 91 isn't just about a law. It's about values. It's about recognizing that our lives have value. I have for the rights of our people because I believe in justice and because my faith and God teach me to stand up for the dignity of every person. My faith reminds me that I must care for others, especially the most vulnerable. We immigrants are not numbers or statistics. We are students, workers, fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters. We are people with dreams, talents, and with deep desire to contribute to the place where we live. This is why I raise my voice, not to hatred, but from love, hope, and faith. I believe that more just society is possible when the humanity of all is recognized. And I will continue fighting with respect and courage for the future where every person can live without fear and with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good job. Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you for joining us. Okay. Now we have Sonia Hernandez.
Hello, hi. Dear chairs and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Sonia, and I am a resident of Bridgeport, and I am a senior organizer at Make the Rock, Connecticut. I am speaking in support of the SB 91. I am a undocumented mom and mom of 3 citizen kids that they don't know other place than call home in Connecticut. As a parent, I worry daily. I cannot sleep. I awake worry with anxiety and depression. It is really hard to bring out a conversation with my kids or answer any question about whatever either one or both of his parents may not return home. Bring back the trauma they suffered on the first past administration when I was detained and almost deported to my country. My children were devastated, diagnosed with anxiety, emotion, and trauma disorder, where they tried several times to commit suicide because they lost the things to live. You think why? This happening to all children who have undocumented parents. My kids didn't enjoy life. They lost enthusiasm going to playground, movies, doctor, school, and they didn't want to study. They lost their dream. Why? Because they were worried about their mom or dad not coming back home. They lost their dream. They were terrified because the ghost of ICE being everywhere in Connecticut was haunting them. It's haunting every family. It is terrifying our community. I am experiencing this by firsthand, but I am sharing the story because behind me there is so many other families that going through the same thing. Why their kids being thinking on why their family is being ripped apart, why the fear is seen everywhere. Everywhere they go, they see eyes. Everywhere they see families tearing apart. Families around Connecticut. Our community has been suffering so much, and we're still in this crisis. My story is really hard, but also my conversation as an organizer and make the role, I am working with communities that are undocumented. I hear their stories, I hear their conversation, I hear their struggling families, working with families that they are still ripping apart, families that are being detained, mom alone with the kids, stopping working, lost their job, cannot pay rent, so many stories in Bridgeport, but also around Connecticut. It is really hard and it's really fear. And we want to know that how you see this struggle in Connecticut. We want to say that enough is enough. We cannot continue like this in fear. This is humanity. We want to bring back love, peace, and dignity because we don't want to live with uncertainty. We don't want to live with fear.
Ms.
We,
Hernandez, your
yes.
time has elapsed. If you could summarize.
Yes. So I am here because as undocumented, I represent many other families. I want the Judicial Committee to ensure SB 91, and we wanted legislators to stand up, protect our undocumented community, and reinforce Connecticut commitment to protect all areas and our civil rights and also our freedom.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. All right. Questions or comments from members of the committee? Questions or comments? There are none. Thank you very much for sticking around and providing us with your testimony.
Thank you.
Himani Patterson.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, chairs and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Himani Patisam, and I am currently a graduate student in New Haven studying health policy at the Yale School of Public Health. Today, I'm testifying in my personal capacity, and I'm speaking in support of SB 91 because I believe that Connecticut should clearly protect students, families, and communities and ensure that spaces are truly safe and accessible. I'm speaking today because I am a daughter of immigrants, and I always knew that I wanted to pursue a career in healthcare because I wanted to care for immigrant families and communities like the one that raised me. The health of our communities is shaped not only by relationships with doctors or by social determinants of health, but also by the laws and policies that act as structural determinants of health and impact our ability to access and receive care safely. My interest is in understanding how federal and state laws shape access to healthcare for immigrant populations, and it was a key reason why I decided to study health policy before pursuing a career in medicine. My advocacy in support of SB 91 stems from my experiences volunteering at a free clinic and at a refugee resettlement agency in New Haven. Immigration enforcement has already been shown to have a chilling effect on adults seeking access to care across a variety of immigration statuses, including those who are naturalized citizens. Immigration enforcement is a public health crisis, and these health-harming policies have caused many patients to cancel appointments and push back necessary health care until it becomes an emergency. The fear of knowing that an acquaintance could be detained while seeking care can also impact the mental health of friends, family members, and loved ones, regardless of their immigration status, as you've heard today. Fear of immigration enforcement and the trauma that it can cause both to health professionals and our patients is an ever-present concern, and it prevents people from seeking access to necessary health care. As a future healthcare provider, I know that I will feel safer fulfilling my ethical duties to provide care to all of my patients, regardless of race, income, or immigration status, when I know that the state of Connecticut has enacted policies to protect both the people who seek this care and the people who provide this care at healthcare facilities. I urge the Judiciary Committee to ensure that SB 91 explicitly protects immigrant communities and reinforces Connecticut's commitment to safe access to schools, places of worship, healthcare facilities, government buildings, and all protected areas listed in SB 91. I also urge this committee to require clear written policies so that the staff at these locations know how to respond if enforcement occurs. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Questions, comments for members of the committee? Questions, comments for members of the committee? There are none. I want to thank you for joining us today, sticking around to provide us with your testimony. Next, I don't know the last name because I have a bunch of symbols in here, but I would say it's Julio, and I think it starts with an N. Do we know who? It's number 78, in case someone knows their number 78. Okay. might be Garcia. Oh, that's Nunez. Okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, you can hear me?
Yeah, we're not up to 83 yet.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yep, no problem. Okay, Mackenzie Hurtado. Mackenzie Hurtado, followed by Karina Bandauer. Karina, if you're on, you may testify. Looks like you are.
Hi, yes, I'm on. Okay, I'm sorry. Can you see me?
We can.
Okay, great. I'm a professor at WestCon. I'm a sociologist. My name's Karina Bantower. I'm actually in a classroom with students looking at me right now, as I was supposed to testify earlier today. 9 years ago, I founded the Undocumented Ally Task Force at Western. I did it because I needed to find a way to bring dignity and respect to our students who had been ill-treated. Let's see, let me find my place. Students for a long time held their heads low and internalized the trauma of their mistreatment. The task force has been very effective in turning our campus around at every level and celebrating our status as a Hispanic serving institution. However, last May, students panicked upon the rumor of an ICE vehicle nearby and refused to come to campus despite the fact that it was days before finals week. The students' reactions were not unreasonable. Shortly after the incident, ICE agents did begin picking brown people off the sidewalks around our campus. Some students even chose not to re-enroll this past fall, and how can I blame them? In August, the day before a bright-eyed, eager freshman moved into their dorms, much to my horror, 20 ICE agents in tactical gear with guns and tasers descended upon the streets surrounding our campus. I'm surprised I woke up the next morning because I went to bed holding my breath, praying that they wouldn't be there on move-in day. Thank heaven they did not return. I too am a parent. I have 3 kids. My oldest is a freshman in college. How about you all? What would you do if there were an army of men with guns descending upon or within a block of your kids' college? You and I and the kids and everyone in the neighborhood would be freaking out, scared, and we certainly would not walk away from our kids in that moment. Putting my sociologist cap on, I can tell you that our emotions are not unfounded. Recent studies have shown that fears of enforcement among children with undocumented parents show deleterious outcomes on child well-being, especially on anxiety levels. Studies have also found that immigration raids have especially immediate impacts affecting school attendance and performance and increasing anxiety among children, even if parents have not been targeted. In a study that came out last June, sociologist Joanna Dreby interviewed U.S. citizens with mixed status family members in Connecticut and New York State. Some of those folks were my former students. She found that childhood and community trauma directly correlates with public policy. Specifically, her study demonstrates how growing up in an era of immigration enforcement has a measurable negative impact on young people and their families, regardless of their immigration status. Fully 100% of her respondents experienced traumatic disruptions to their households and family relations, faced risk, and expressed that in the U.S., the country where they were born, made them feel like they didn't belong. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you for sticking around to provide us with your testimony today.
Thank you.
David Beecher. David Beecher, followed by Sally Grossman. Sally Grossman.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sally Grossman. I'm from Windsor. I will be providing testimony in support of SB 91, HB 5449, and SB 397. I'm going to submit my testimony, so I'm just going to keep this as brief as possible. So regarding SB 91, as a parent, I was actually surprised to learn last year that Connecticut didn't have a law barring ICE agents from entering schools. Or really like any areas where children gather, like playgrounds, community centers, daycares. It kind of seems to me like a no-brainer that children should feel safe in these environments. So I just really think this is something that we need to do. But also, people need to be able to access medical offices, places of worship, social services offices without fear of ICE. As far as HB 5449, it does provide a good balance between the needs of law enforcement with the right to privacy for individuals. Has a 7-day data retention, it limits who can access the data, and also has robust reporting requirements. So that goes towards striking the balance. In my town of Windsor, a couple weeks ago, voted 8-1, which was actually really surprising, to remove or to suspend the 16 flat cameras that we have in our town. And so I'm just hoping that maybe other towns and even the state can look towards Windsor and kind of learn from what we did there. And then finally, SB 979, which is an act concerning democracy and government accountability. I think, frankly, this is long overdue. I was pepper sprayed back in January at a protest outside of the federal courthouse in Hartford. And it was a peaceful protest. I was pepper sprayed within 30 seconds of getting to where there was an issue, and it was peaceful. No, there was no violence. People were standing in front of 2 vehicles that were trying to exit the underground parking garage at the federal building. But they were standing on a sidewalk. No one was throwing anything. There was no violence. But immediately, ICE, or we don't even know. I don't know if it was ICE, but it was federal law enforcement officers, and they immediately started pepper spraying. They could have easily just backed up into the parking garage, and there's gates that closed. They could have waited for Hartford PD, who was on the other side of the building. But instead, they chose to immediately escalate the situation, and that escalation actually led to what happened later on, where a protester was hit by a vehicle, and then one of the windows in the back of a van was broken. And even the mayor of Hartford had called for an investigation, held a press conference, but I was in the paper. I was named in the paper as someone who was pepper sprayed, and no one ever once contacted me about anything that I saw. So I have doubts of the ability or maybe even the desire of the city of Hartford to hold the federal government accountable for potential crimes that they commit within the city limits. And so, which is why it's important for this body to take action, because we just cannot allow federal government to come in and trample on our rights. But I also did want to add that I'm very proud of all the young folks that came in here, because y'all are scary to speak to. It takes a lot of guts to get up here. I have a lot of respect for them, and I just really hope you guys take what they say to heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you for sticking around to provide us with your testimony.
Thanks.
Now 83, Ariana Gonzalez.
Hi, you can hear me right now?
I hear you.
Yep. Hello, everyone. My name is Ariana Gonzalez. I'm a resident of New Haven, and I'm a member organizer of Connecticut Students for a Dream. I care about this because no one should be afraid to go to work, at school, or do anything of the daily tasks. We go out just to get food on our tables and just to get our goals. We are not taking anyone places. On the contrary, we work every day to find our place here and contribute to our community. Young people like me, we leave our home to go to school, to socialize, and to learn, to prepare ourselves for the future. Um, so why we should be afraid? Why do I have to explain to my 11-year-old brother what a red card is and what he should do and what he shouldn't say if goes to his school? Or what do I need to make a red folder with his information? He's not a criminal. He's not going to hurt anyone. He's just a child. So no one of us should be afraid to live and be part of community. This is important because we have to remember that everyone deserves a dignity life. Uh, let's not al- let's not allow for children to grow up with afraid of coming home from school and find out their parents are gone. We should be free to go to church, to learn, to be with our friends. We deserve a safe place. We work so hard every day to achieve what we have today. Protect these areas should be a priority to ensure that we change our present and we improve the future to the generation that we leave behind. And for us, it means that we are working to live a better future, to fight for our rights, and to have a better life for us and for them. Thanks for everyone, and should be a matter for all of us. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you for joining us and for sticking around to be able to provide that testimony. Okay, we have Katie Lance.
Hello, good evening. My name is Dr. Catherine Lance, and I live in West Hartford. I'm a member of Hartford Deportation Offense and part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I work at the Center for Social Research.
Could you pull that microphone closer so we? There you go.
Sorry. And I work at the Center for Social Research at the University of Hartford and serve in various volunteer roles in the community. I've been working at the intersection of early education, developmental psychology, governance, resilience, and trauma for the past 20 years. I'm here to support all of Connecticut for All's Stand Up CT Protect Our Families policies today, but I will speak specifically on SB 91. I myself come from a working class family. I live in the working class area of West Hartford and work with children and families from all backgrounds in the community. I'm here because I care deeply about my black and brown neighbors, the students and families at the schools where I work, and the immigrant families I volunteer with. I constantly hear stories about how families, including children, are struggling. I myself lost my job due to the USAID cuts last year. I could not afford health insurance, but I also couldn't afford not to have health insurance. I relied on state programs like Husky for over a year. I've also benefited from SNAP in the past. Having access to these services helped me get through difficult periods until I could get back on my feet. And yet, these social nets are being slashed. Communities are facing more than $1 trillion in cuts to SNAP, healthcare benefits, housing support, and more. Meanwhile, ICE's budget has tripled. In some, our government is taking from our most vulnerable, and instead of investing our tax dollars back into our communities to help struggling families, they're using this money to terrorize us. From what I've heard and witnessed, the terror is working. People are not showing up to church services or medical appointments. They are not going to food pantries or food share pickups as often. Principals and teachers are seeing an increase in emotional issues in their students. Some students are afraid their friends will be taken. Others are afraid to go to the schools themselves. But they're also afraid of going home after school, afraid their parents will be missing. This level of constant stress and anxiety can have lasting negative consequences on adults and children alike, regardless of immigration status. This is affecting all of us. Is this really how we want our children growing up? How we want our communities to function? On fear and terror? At the very least, schools, hospitals, and places of worship should be accessible, safe places for all. Everyone in our communities, regardless of immigration status, deserves to learn, heal, and practice their faith. Although my paternal ancestors came from Slovakia a little over 100 years ago, they were seeking the same thing immigrant families are today, a better life. And similar to immigrant families today, though not to the same level, they were faced with discrimination, mistreatment, and unjust policies. I know how negatively these experiences affected my own family members for generations, and I'm here because I don't believe anyone deserves that treatment. Passing policies that protect the people of Connecticut is necessary to make sure that everyone in our state can go to work, school, and their place of worship without fear. Connecticut leaders have a role in restoring confidence for our communities and families and in supporting our most vulnerable and those most negatively impacted by harmful federal policies. For these reasons, I strongly support Connecticut for All Stand Up CT Protect Our Freedom policies and hope that you will join us in protecting our communities and democracy by passing these proposed policies. Thank you for your time and service.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment? There are none. Thank you for sticking around today, providing your testimony. Ellen Masali.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. It's nice to see sunlight, even if it's on this screen.
Yes, and I apologize for coming to you from the car. I promise I am parked. Thank you so much for seeing us so late into the day today. My name is Ellen Messley, and I am an immigration staff attorney at the New Haven Legal Assistance Association. And though I'm here today, I am here today on behalf of all of Connecticut Legal Services programs. So not only New Haven Legal Assistance, but also Greater Hartford Legal Aid and Connecticut Legal Services. And I'm here today to express my support for SB 91 as well as SB 397, which I believe is also being considered at this hearing today. Though these are separate pieces of legislation, they address two sides of the same coin and must be passed together to do the most good for our immigrant community. SB 91 ensures that schools, hospitals, houses of worship, and community organizations remain protected spaces where people can seek services without fear of immigration enforcement. And SB 397 strengthens accountability when civil rights are violated and ensures that law enforcement, including federal officers operating in Connecticut, are subject to oversight and legal accountability. Together, these protections help ensure that people can access essential services safely while strengthening privacy, civil rights protections, and government accountability in Connecticut. While my colleagues and I applaud these efforts and encourage you to pass these pieces of legislation, we also urge you to go further and include state courthouses to the list of protected spaces covered by SB 91. Allowing federal enforcement actions to occur on our courthouse grounds has prevented the resolution of countless state court matters and has led to the detention of numerous individuals, including states' witnesses, individuals addressing civil or motor vehicle matters, and nonviolent criminal defendants. This undermines the public faith in our justice system and creates a climate of fear in which members of the immigrant community choose not to pursue justice when their rights are violated. Courthouse arrest can result in missed hearings, leaving someone completely unable to defend themselves in removal proceedings and obstructing an individual's right to defend themselves or pursue legal relief. Survivors of domestic violence and other crimes are less likely to report abuse or seek restraining orders if they fear ICE is present in the vicinity of a courthouse. Judicial proceedings are delayed or canceled when parties are too afraid to attend, disrupting the efficient administration of state courts. These are just a few of the countless reasons why it is imperative to protect everyone who needs to access our state courthouses and why they must be added to the list of protected spaces. On behalf of the New Haven Legal Assistance Association, Connecticut Legal Services, and Greater Hartford Legal Aid, and the many immigrants that we serve each year, I urge you to pass these two pieces of legislation, and I thank you for your efforts to restore peace, safety, and a sense of security to our state's approximately 265,400 non-citizen residents. Thank you.
Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you for sticking around and not driving while you're testifying.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Brian Donahue. Brian Donahue will be followed by Paula Memel. Paula Memel. There you are.
Thank you to all of you for allowing me this opportunity to testify in support of SB 91. My name is the Reverend Dr. Paula V. Mamel, and I live in Glastonbury. On one side of my family, I am a descendant of people who arrived in Marblehead, Massachusetts in 1629 from the Isle of Jersey, in part because they were fleeing religious persecution. On the other side, I am the daughter of an immigrant and a first-generation American citizen. Additionally, I serve as pastor of Hampton Congregational Church. Our congregation was established in 1723 by Puritans, and we have been worshiping in the same building since 1754, which makes us the second oldest meeting house in continuous use in Connecticut. I mention both of these things because they inform why I am testifying here today. My ancestors sought religious freedom, and my father was embraced by a nation that welcomed immigrants. So I have been the beneficiary of the best that this nation has to offer. Additionally, my congregation's heritage is based on the importance of religious freedom and the separation of church and state. The Puritans first came to the New World because they were being told how to worship and where to worship and in what manner to worship. Their commitment to freedom of religion predates the building of the founding of this nation, as does the building where we still worship. The separation of church and state is core to our country's values, so much so that the freedom of religion is the first of the freedoms, listed in the first of all of the amendments. It is truly the cornerstone of what it means to be the United States of America. That is why I believe SB 91 is so important. It continues to uphold this core tenet that provides for both the freedom to worship and to have a place set apart for that freedom. I believe the church needs to be a sanctuary for the people we serve. The word sanctuary comes from a Greek word, meaning a container for keeping something in. And in this case, it means a place to keep holy things and people safe. It was intended as a place to separate religious orders from temporal powers. And I am asking you to continue to allow places of worship in this state to serve as sanctuaries. The thought of having border agents or border patrol or ICE agents invade my congregation during a worship service or barge into my office while I am providing pastoral care is abhorrent to me. The fact that people could leave our church building and be arrested in our parking lot is just as chilling. And I believe it is antithetical to what truly makes America great. I am asking you today to uphold the core values of the freedom of religion and separation of church and state by passing SB 91 and affirming our right to worship without fear or favor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you for your testimony, Pastor. Questions, comments from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for being with us this evening, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much for
Appreciate
the opportunity.
Next, we have number 91, Emily S. 91, Emily S. Next, we have 93, Chris Smith.
Howdy, everyone. Working on getting the camera up, just a split second. Well, if I can't get it, at least you can hear me, right? Oh, there we go. Wonderful, I think. Awesome. Okay.
We can hear you. Yep, go ahead.
Perfect. Okay, so good afternoon, members of the Assembly. My name is Christopher Smith. This is Runty, in case anyone's wondering. From Trumbull, Connecticut. I'm speaking to you today as a member of CTDSA, as an educator and an avid volunteer at local shelters, voicing my support for SB 91. I doubt I have to recite what we've seen on our news feeds for the past year or so. We've seen mobs of barely trained, masked thugs ripping screaming children from their mother's arms for the horrible crime of wanting the better life we have advertised for years. We are the shining city on a hill, yet when people come and try to work around the broken and underfunded immigration system our country refuses to fix, we sick our goons on them like we're a Batman villain. We see this across our state. I see this across our state. As a member of CTDSA, I work with immigrant communities, hearing their testimony on how their friends and family were bundled into unmarked vans and spirited away in the middle of the night. I was just trying to help them report mold growth in their apartments. As an educator, I see countless children who speak English as a second language who come in exhausted as they lose sleep because they don't know if their uncle will ever be seen again. Is he being sent home to the gang war-infested streets of Guatemala he worked so hard to escape? Or is he being sent to Guyana because it also starts with a G? As a volunteer, I see people hide in their homes like it's a nor'easter, a natural disaster, because the federal government has sent in thugs to terrorize them for daring to want the better life we have advertised. I was just trying to help them get food at a food pantry. In times like these, we need some kind of protection from federal tyranny. I've always been fascinated by Thomas Jefferson's change from a strict states' rights politician to one who understood the need for a stronger federal government once he became president. Now I see we need stronger states' rights to defend our neighbors. We need SB 91 to give our friends, family, and neighbors a place to hide. These children need to feel safe so they can learn in school. Nurses need to know their patients will be taken out of the hospital by armed brown shirts. Congregations need to know the people will next to them will be there next Sunday. That's where we are. People need to scream for sanctuary in a church. Thank you for your time, and please pass SB 91.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Questions, comments from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for being with us this evening. Appreciate your testimony.
Of course, thank you.
Next, we have Valentin Rosario.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Valentin Rosario. I live in Hartford. I'm here today to strongly urge you to support the three bills in question. And together, these policies are critical to protecting people's safety, privacy, and civil rights in Connecticut. I am here as someone directly impacted by immigration enforcement, fear of accessing services, and I want to briefly share part of my story. As a member of the Catholic San Agustin Church in Hartford, I've been feeling and I felt and saw how many members were under panic of the shadow of ICE. Parents are afraid to go to work, and our pastor and members help many of them financially. Experience like these are why these bills are matter. I am here as a concerned member of our society who pays taxes, and I'm retired. I support this bill because our communities needs to be able to access school, healthcare, places of worship, and community services without fear of surveillance, enforcement, or civil rights violations. Each of these bills address a different part of the same problem. For this reason, I respectfully urge you, the committee, to support strong protection for privacy protections in Connecticut. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Rosario. We appreciate it. Questions, comments from committee members? Seeing none, thanks for joining us tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we have Edward McKeon. Edward.
Hi. Yep.
McKeon.
I just had to unmute.
Mr.
Sorry.
McKeon, go right ahead.
Okay. I'm Ed McKeown from Middletown, Connecticut. I'm a member of the Executive Committee of Middlesex Indivisible, and I'm representing their concerns and my own. I believe these proposed acts, SB 91, 397, and HB 5449, are an important step in providing protections against unlawful detainment by immigration authorities in protected spaces, in protecting private information, and in allowing detained individuals to seek redress. It's my opinion that considering the egregious events we see in the news every day, it's important for the state of Connecticut to do what it can to protect the constitutional rights of individuals wherever they are. Something's very wrong in our country. It's not normal times, and this is an opportunity for Connecticut to push back against the unlawful, aggressive, violent, and cruel actions of the DHS and their agencies. No one who has not committed a crime should be afraid to go to church, go to school, or the doctor's office. No one should have to fear an army of unvetted, undertrained, masked agents aiming to meet a quota, prowling the streets looking for victims who are on their way to appointments. We need to act, and we need to act now before agents are deployed here in greater numbers in Connecticut. From my perspective, the acts before you are essential, creating newly codified safe spaces, enacting methods to seek redress, and preventing the distribution of private information. But in my opinion, there are some things missing from these acts. I believe we should define polling places as off limits to immigration agents during elections. I also believe that strengthening the warrant requirement, requiring in every case a judicial warrant for enforcement in protected spaces, is necessary. And I believe that we should create a clear and direct path for those detained unlawfully to seek civil redress for damages. Moreover, what's missing is the need to protect people from illegal detainment in their most sacred space, their homes. What we still need to do is to create laws and regulations that would allow anyone threatened by an immediate, potentially unlawful detainment to notify local law enforcement, who could be called upon to verify whether enforcement is legitimate. I hope that kind of legislation will be considered soon. Because unfortunately, once detainment has taken place, the damage is done, and the detained person may be sent to some far distant concentration camp before their loss of rights can be addressed effectively. And while SB 397 provides some redress for wrongs done, we've all seen cases where individuals have suffered family upheaval, economic harm, deportation, and psychological and bodily harm. These are wrongs that may never be corrected. We should all want to create a body of common sense laws that returns the respect for due process and constitutional rights that have been trampled by the Trump administration. Supporting these bills will be doing something important. We'll be saying that what the DH is doing is cruel, that it's wrong, and that it's unconstitutional. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKeon. Questions, comments from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for joining us this evening. Appreciate your feedback on areas of improvement as well. Have a great night.
Good night.
Next, we have Joshua Pavlik. Good evening.
That's good. You got the Polish pronunciation. Thank you.
I went to New Britain High School.
All right. So Rep. Fazzino and Senator Kissel and any committee members who are joining us online. My name is Josh Pollock. I live in Glastonbury. I vote in the 31st House District and the 4th Senate District. I serve as the Minister of the Unitarian Universalist Society East in Manchester. I am a leader with the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance. I'm a leader with the Connecticut for All Coalition. And most recently, I'm the convener of Connecticut Interreligious Witness, which is a network of nearly 300 clergy across the state from many faith traditions and more than 90 Connecticut municipalities that are advocating for humane and just treatment for immigrants. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support of these three critical bills that protect our immigrant neighbors, SB 91, SB 397, and HB 5449. I feel like I always start here. So many faith traditions, Catholic, Protestant, Jewish, Muslim, Quaker, Unitarian Universalist, and many more, profess care, concern, and support for the immigrants who live among us. The Hebrew book of Leviticus, chapter 19, verse 34, is foundational for many of us. The alien, which is sometimes translated as foreigner or immigrant, who resides with you shall be to you as a citizen among you. You shall love the alien as yourself, for you were aliens in the land of Egypt. And I don't mean to sound preachy. I'm citing this scripture just to explain why so many of us in faith communities are outraged at and dismayed by the Trump administration's efforts, not only to enact mass deportations, but to create a climate of fear within immigrant communities and among those of us who care about them and support them. ICE and Border Patrol agents used to honor protected areas, but no longer. The loss of protected areas has been devastating. You've been hearing it all day long. It has forced many immigrants to avoid work, medical care, court hearings, school, outdoor activities, and worship services, all the things that make communities actual communities. In order for community to function in this era of enhanced immigration enforcement, we need protected areas. Everyone in our state, regardless of immigration status, should be able to access essential services, healthcare, school, church, playgrounds, government buildings without fear. This is why I support SB 91 and SB 397. I also appreciate the further provisions in SB 397 that address due process concerns. We've been hearing about those all day. Finally, I support HB 5449, which establishes limits on the collection, use, retention, and sharing of surveillance data from automatic license plate readers. I think ALPRs are clearly helpful law enforcement tools, but data sharing with third parties who might in turn share with federal agencies for immigration enforcement purposes clearly violates the spirit of the Trust Act. And I'll end here. As Americans, as residents of Connecticut, our lives, our history, and our future are deeply intertwined with immigrant communities. Immigrants are not going away. And as people of faith, our concern for them is not going away. So please.
Sorry, I have to just interject because of the 3 minutes, but I'll ask you to just summarize.
I was done.
Yeah, okay.
Please,
sounds good. Perfect
please
timing.
support these bills.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Questions, comments from committee members? I just want to say that we've heard from a lot of faith leaders today who have shown up in person and remotely, and I spoke with a faith leader from my city this afternoon, and I just appreciate the community's leadership on this issue specifically, and for showing up and advocating as always.
Thanks. Yeah,
Appreciate
it's
it.
one that it really is central to the vast majority of faith communities. So.
Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Next, we have Liz Gustafson.
Hi, good evening. Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Liz Gustafson, and I am the Connecticut State Director of Reproductive Equity Now. And thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5449. So just a week ago, I was in front of this committee testifying in support of legislation to expand our state's existing SHIELD law, which works to protect patients and providers in Connecticut from out-of-state actors' attempts to chill, restrict, and criminalize abortion and gender-affirming care beyond their borders. And these SHIELD protections, the existing ones, include protections against the issuance of search warrants, subpoenas, and witness summons regarding legal health care, protections against extradition and arrests, and barring state agencies or state employees' assistance or cooperation in hostile investigations into legally protected health care here in our state. And so despite our state's SHIELD, we have strong concern regarding the data sharing models of ALPR companies and the potential ability of out-of-state law enforcement to circumvent these protections by accessing surveillance data showing who travels to Connecticut when and where they go. And these concerns are not hypothetical. In 2025, Texas police performed a nationwide search of over 83,000 flock cameras to find a woman who they believe to have self-managed an abortion. And this search peered into states where abortion is legal. And while Flock asserted that the search of its databases was only to ensure the woman's safety, subsequent reporting and police records obtained uncover that the police were in fact searching for the woman as a part of an investigation into an abortion. And while this concerning example was identified because the Texas officer had an abortion, search for female in the reason field in Flock's database, many other similar searches may fly under the radar, as oftentimes law enforcement officers may enter generic descriptions like investigation or wanted in the reason field when conducting a search. And Reproductive Equity Now and myself, we hear from patients and providers who are afraid not just of laws in their home state, but of being watched, tracked, or potentially criminalized simply for seeking or providing healthcare. And our state must ensure that protecting access to reproductive and gender-affirming care also means protecting privacy, especially for those crossing state lines to find and access safe and legal care here in Connecticut. And so in order to ensure our state continues to do everything in its power to protect those seeking and providing essential health care, and also particularly due to increasing threats by out-of-state actors and their attempts to criminalize care that is legal in our state, we urge the committee in Connecticut General Assembly to support HB 5449. Thank you so much.
Thank you, as always, for your testimony before this committee. Questions, comments from committee members? Seeing none, thanks for your patience. Thanks for being with us this evening.
Thank you.
Next, we have Emily M., number 98. Emily M. Emily M. Next, we have Leslie Blatto.
Good evening. Thank you, members of the Judiciary Committee, for the opportunity to testify this evening. My name is Leslie Blatto. I'm a resident of New Haven, parent of a fifth grader in New Haven Public Schools, high school social studies teacher, and president of New Haven Federation of Teachers. I'm also divisional VP for AFT Connecticut and steering committee chair for Connecticut for All. I'm speaking in support tonight of SB 91 because I believe Connecticut should clearly protect students, families, and communities, ensuring that our spaces are truly safe and accessible. As a teacher union member and union leader, I'm proud to be part of a national union representing over 1.8 million members who has made this issue a priority. We have a national petition that emphasizes the recent increase in immigration enforcement and calls for protected areas. It states, schools, hospitals, and houses of worship must be places of safety, care, and belonging, not fear. This is not a partisan demand. It is a matter of basic dignity and respect for local communities. I remember hearing the news of Renee Good's murder on January 7th. I also remember hearing the news that in the hours following her murder, armed U.S. Border Patrol officers went onto school property at Roosevelt High School in Minneapolis. And according to Minnesota Public Radio, they began tackling people, handcuffed 2 staff members, and released chemical weapons on bystanders. This is a terrifying scenario that no one should experience, yet it happened in 2026 in the United States of America. We also know that increased immigration enforcement is impacting students, workers, caregivers here in Connecticut as well. There's increased fear, and people are worried about whether it's safe to go to school, seek medical care, or access services at government buildings. We've seen it ourselves in New Haven and throughout our state. Students' parents are increasingly reluctant to send their children to school. Young learners are reporting their parents are afraid and need support. And students and families' uncertainty and anxiety are impacting how they show up or don't show up to school. It doesn't have to be this way. As a teacher and a mom, I know how important school attendance is for our kids. We want our kids to come to school. SB 91 is a common sense bill that aligns with the school attendance goals of Connecticut State Department of Education and the goals of our local district in New Haven. We want to continue our efforts to reduce chronic absenteeism, ensure that every child, regardless of their or their family's immigration status, is able to access their constitutional right to a public education. There are a few additions that I would like included in this bill. They're in my written testimony. I would also like to express my strong support for HB 5449 and SB 397. Due to time constraints, my more detailed testimony was submitted written. I'd just like to close to say when our union was negotiating our contract in the fall, we brought this provision of keeping ICE out of schools to the negotiating table. And while we were unable to get it in our contract, I think you've seen the commitment of New Haven teachers, both in the submitted testimony and online today, that this is an issue that matters to us and our communities. And we truly appreciate that this committee is bringing it forward in this hearing and ultimately to be passed by your body. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for your testimony. Questions, comments from committee members? I just do want to say that, yes, New Haven Federation of Teachers has been well represented today, and certainly appreciate your chapter's leadership on this issue. Have a great night. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mary Garrett. Welcome.
Good evening. I've been here all day.
Thanks for sticking it out.
That's okay. It was good. My name is Mary Garrett. I'm of Tolland, Connecticut. I'm retired, a regulatory insurance operations director formerly. Currently, what I do is I'm a community activist. I am very active with the Connecticut ACLU. I am on the steering committee for the Quiet Corner Indivisible Connecticut, as well as other organizations. I am in favor of bills SB 91, SB 397, and House Bill 5449. My message this evening is to be proactive versus reactive. Let's not, right now, we have an administration that throws things at the wall to see what sticks, regardless of what the laws and even what our Constitution says. So the fact that we as a state are trying to be proactive with these bills is a step in the right direction. People are tired, honestly, of hearing condolences and apologies. They just want themselves, their loved ones, their neighbors to be alive and well, not physically or mentally violated or worse. Many more people and families will be impacted by ICE and other complicit officials. Let's not allow them to destroy any more human beings. You can easily and quickly add protections for those that live and visit Connecticut by passing the reference legislation. Please do so. You must do everything to ensure all Connecticut residents and visitors are safe regardless of their citizenship statuses. I am not saying that we should allow criminals to come through the state of Connecticut and wreak havoc. We haven't had that happen before. I'm pretty sure we can deal with this and not have that happen in the future. It is of the utmost importance to protect vulnerable Connecticut areas from ICE to ensure that they do not disrupt medical facilities, churches, courthouses, schools, daycares, and other areas inside and outside of such facilities. Federal, state, and local government officials are not above the law. I know this more than anyone. Most of my family is in law enforcement, from being judges, prosecutors, and everything else you can imagine in between, as well as militarily. We have a brigadier general in our family, as well as family members who over the decades have been in every portion of military you can imagine. So everyone's civil rights matters. Please, let's do what we can do to ensure that no one is wrongfully detained, arrested, or harmed going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garrett. Questions, comments from committee members? Seeing none, I just want to say thank you for sticking it out today. Thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Next, we have Elias Estabrook.
Good evening, committee members. I'm Elias Estabrook. I live in New Haven. I organize with an organization, New Haven Rising, and I'm also an educator in the New Haven Public Schools. So adding to some of what other educators in my district have said today. I'm testifying in support of SB 91. I, like others, believe Connecticut should clearly protect students, families, and communities, ensuring that spaces are truly safe and accessible. For me, this issue is especially close to my heart as I see the growing fear among my immigrant neighbors and friends, and even those who have status but may be perceived as immigrants. Some of my coworkers talk about how they are concerned with the way that federal immigration enforcement is being conducted. And right now, I'm a paraeducator in an elementary school. I'm working on my degree and certification to become a certified teacher in Connecticut, and I'm proud to be on this path. But I see the challenges that, are in front of us right now and that lie ahead. In the past, we made it through the COVID pandemic, and my classmates in graduate school, my professors, my current colleagues have talked about the effects of the COVID pandemic, especially on engagement and attendance. Many students missed lessons and fell behind, and we've seen the dire consequences for too many youth over these last few years. My school and our district are making a really concerted effort to raise student attendance rates, but I think students and families' fear for their safety could undermine this progress. If students stay home because schools and our surroundings are deemed as unsafe, then these students miss out on valuable hours at school. And I share a concern for trauma and social emotional well-being, as these will continue to be impacted by fear as well. I first entered this field of education a few years ago through work supporting physical education and after-school programs. In that domain, research tells us that physical exercise is crucial to children's development and their cognitive, emotional, and physical well-being. If recreation areas like school playgrounds, park playgrounds, and community centers are no longer safe, then children will miss out on movement that benefits their well-being. I don't want to live in a community, frankly, where fear is pervasive, while children's play and joy and dignity are suppressed. I urge this committee to ensure that SB 91 explicitly protects immigrant communities and reinforces Connecticut's commitment to safe access to schools, places of worship, healthcare facilities, government buildings, and all protected areas listed in SB 91. I have some further suggestions that I'll include in my written testimony. So thank you so much for your consideration and your time this afternoon and this evening.
Thank you. Questions or comments from members of the committee? Questions or comments? There are none. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Next, we have Nick Teeling. Good evening.
Senator Winfield, Representative Sastrom, Representative Fazzino, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Nick Teeling, and I am testifying today on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children, a research and advocacy organization working to ensure that one day Connecticut is a thriving and equitable state where all children can achieve their full potential. We're testifying today in support of Senate Bill 91, an act enhancing investigative authority of the Inspector General and establishing protected areas, Senate Bill 397, an act concerning democracy and government accountability, and House Bill 5449, an act concerning automated license plate reader systems. Senate Bill 91 has the potential to reinstate community calm, lead to better health and educational achievement, and rebuild religious centers as safe spaces. Senate Bill 397 has the potential to allow for more transparency and accountability when constitutional rights are violated, as well as legal recourse for individuals who have their rights violated. And House Bill 5449 has the potential to provide residents with more privacy and reduce their digital footprint. We submitted longer written testimony on all three bills. However, for the sake of time, I'll focus my verbal testimony on House Bill 5449, as the harmful effects of government surveillance coupled with runaway AI systems should be cause of alarm for all of us. House Bill 5449 has the potential to allow residents to have more privacy and reduce their digital footprint, something we've advocated for in other committees, as our early research shows that AI and data misuse are producing troubling impacts on our children. Connecticut residents should not be subject to mass surveillance, and that's what's potentially happening with the permission of automated license plate reader systems. Connected with our concerns about this technology, we worry that ALPR systems leverage social media data, and if true, the chilling effects it may have on people's First Amendment rights. Data privacy is not just a matter of personal preference, it's a matter of equity. Research consistently shows that digital harms are not being distributed equally. Groups facing systemic disadvantages, defined by race, gender, and socioeconomic status, are disproportionately harmed by the negative impacts of AI and data misuse. As AI capabilities continue to rapidly advance, these impacts on our children continue to intensify. In fact, increased processing power allows disparate data points to be quickly synthesized into a detailed profile, but sometimes incorrectly, which raises even more concerns. As AI and data collection systems rapidly and sometimes are haphazardly integrated into our day-to-day lives, we cannot ignore the harmful effects they're having on our children and our communities now. ALPRs and other data systems are controlled by corporations and deployed as government surveillance systems are testing our constitutional rights and freedoms. It's our hope that Connecticut takes this incredibly seriously and passes this bill along with Senate Bill 91 and Senate Bill 397. Each offers more protections for Connecticut residents and together reinforce our values that center our humanity. Ultimately, the potential outcomes of these bills rebuild government trust as well and give residents more agencies. For these reasons and more, we urge the Judiciary Committee to pass all three bills. We thank the members of the Judiciary Committee for taking their time on a beautiful day today and holding this hearing, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
we wouldn't really know about how beautiful it was, but appreciate that.
It was pretty nice.
Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment? Hope you enjoyed it. All right, there are no questions. Sarah Ganong.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah Ganong. I'm the State Director of Connecticut Working Families Power, and we're also a member of the Connecticut for All Coalition. Glad to be here tonight. And yes, Senator, it was a beautiful day. Sorry you all have. Our state has an urgent, essential, and achievable role to keep our communities safe. Thus, Working Families Power is here today in support of SB 91, SB 397, and House Bill 5449, along with many community members and partner organizations. As written, Senate Bill 91 is a good vehicle to keep ICE out of many public places where our communities gather. Protecting sensitive locations helps ensure that everyone can access essential services without fear. However, there are several important ways that the bill can continue to be strengthened. Enforcement actions in protected locations should require a judicial warrant signed by a judge rather than administrative paperwork. Schools, hospitals, houses of worship, and community organizations should also be required to adopt clear written response policies so that staff know immediately how to respond if ICE agents appear. And finally, we must improve enforcement mechanisms so individuals who are wrongly detained in protected locations have a meaningful way to challenge that detention. Secondly, our organization supports 5449, which places reasonable guardrails on surveillance technology so it can't be used to track people's movements or build databases of where our residents go. Problematically, without any restrictions, these automated license plate readers collect large amounts of location data about people who have not been suspected or accused of any wrongdoing. Without clear limits on how this data can be used, shared, and stored, the systems risk becoming tools of mass surveillance. Finally, we also support Senate Bill 397, which would protect the ability of individuals to hold federal agents accountable when constitutional rights are violated. Maintaining strong accountability mechanisms is essential to protecting our civil liberties for all and maintaining public trust. The bill would also strengthen oversight of federal law enforcement operating in Connecticut, allowing state authorities to investigate incidences involving federal officers ensures that serious misconduct does not go unchecked. Accountability also depends on the public being able to actually identify who is exercising law enforcement authority in the first place versus random vigilantes. We must require that officers display visible identification and don't conceal their identity, including but not limited to using masks on duty, helps ensure transparency and safety in our communities, and makes it possible to identify misconduct and criminal activity when it occurs. We know the Trump administration and MAGA Republicans have made their agenda from Washington really clear. They want to benefit their friends, corporations, and billionaires in the backs of everyday working families like all of us here in this room. From terrorizing our communities to cutting the resources we need most, they profit at our expense, but Connecticut has a role to play in fighting back. We can put money into programs that support our families, adjusting the fiscal guardrails or closing state tax loopholes that benefit the ultra wealthy. We can also do things in this committee today, like passing SB 91, 397, and 5549 to protect our communities, our families, and our data. Thank you for your time. Thank you for putting forward these really important bills, and happy to take any related questions.
Thank you. Great timing. Questions, comments from members of the committee? Questions, comments? There are none. Thank you for joining us again, Sarah.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you all.
Ed Hawthorne, come on down. You're the next contestant. On The Price is Right. That's right.
I will do my best, Representative Facino. Good evening, Senator Winfield, Representative Sastrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Facino, Representative Howard. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I'm proud to represent the working people of Connecticut as the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO, the Federation of Unions representing approximately 250,000 working people here in the state. We're also members of the Connecticut for All Coalition. It is on their behalf I testify on multiple bills here today. First is SB 91. Too many people in Connecticut are living in fear that no human should ever have to carry. I want to thank Governor Lamont for recognizing that reality, for acknowledging that in our schools, our hospitals, our churches, our shelters, these places should be sanctuaries, not a place where people constantly look over their shoulders and wonder if today's the day that they get taken and sent to a country that they may have never been to in the past. We're here to say not here, not in Connecticut, not in the places where our communities learn, heal, worship, and seek help. If we're serious about protecting people, we need to strengthen this bill. First, any enforcement action in a protected location must require a judicial warrant. Not administrative paperwork, not a rubber stamp, a judge, real oversight, real accountability. Second, extingent circumstances. Believe the exception is too far broad. Testimony addresses that further. And third, every school, hospital, house of worship, and community organization must have written policies so the staff know what to do when ICE shows up. Just makes sense, have it in writing so everyone knows exactly what procedure to follow. And finally, people who are wrongfully detained in these protected spaces must have a real path to challenge that detention and seek relief. We also urge the committee, we represent many law enforcement agency, or not agencies, but departments. Please connect with them. They're the ones on the ground really going out there. So please, we can help facilitate that. Talk to them about what's going on the ground. SB 397, an act concerning democracy and government accountability. Strong democracies depend on transparency and public trust. Connecticut, we're moving in the right direction by requiring all law enforcement, including federal officers, to display visible identification, allowing state investigations into misconduct, ensuring people can access our courts. It just makes sense. If people are wearing a mask, I know there's a safety exception in there. If it's 20 below like it was a few weeks ago, that's a safety violation. You can wear a mask there. But if you're hopping out of a warm vehicle to go grab people and then pull them into that vehicle, you don't need a mask on. There's a reason why they're wearing masks, because they don't want their faces to be seen, because they should be frankly ashamed of what they're doing every single day. However, we do believe Section 9 goes too far in stripping qualified immunity for something as minor as an officer removing a camera out of somebody's face. We would ask that that section be removed. And lastly, HB 449. We believe it draws lines clearly. It says Connecticut will not allow this technology to be used to track people's movements or build long-term databases. 7-day retention limit is absolutely essential. We believe it's a reasonable balance between the investigative needs and the fundamental right to privacy. And we also strongly support limits on data sharing. Once it's sent across jurisdictions in the federal systems, we lose control on how it's used. Thank you for your time and attention. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Great timing on, no, it's no problem. Great timing. Comments, questions from members of the committee. Representative Howard.
Thank you, sir. You represent law enforcement agencies?
Not agencies,
the
I
unions?
misspoke. Departments, yeah.
Yeah, the departments.
You under AFSCME, yes.
Yeah, so you are, and you support these bills?
Yes.
Okay,
With the exception, once again, on Section 9,
yeah, I got
concerning democracy and accountability,
Yeah.
we believe Section 9 goes too far.
the one I've been highlighting all day. Yeah, that one. Got it. Thank you.
listed it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I'm going to ask you a question on that section, because that section is not just removing a camera. It's certain things have happened and the camera was interfered with. So do you want to comment on that?
I mean, we understand that there may be unintended consequences that we're worried about here for working conditions, for officer safety and on-the-ground operations. That's why we would, be willing to work with the committee and get our law enforcement that we do represent in here to work out something along the lines of that bill. I mean, the qualified immunity that we've had in the past, we believe this is a lower standard. And, there is civil remedies available. I get the intention behind it. We just think it goes a little bit too far.
I understand that. I would hope that, as I've always said, I'm willing to engage anyone.
I know
people don't always take me up on that, but that's okay. But I'm willing to engage with anyone. I have a hard time giving how that section lays, understanding. I understood although I did not agree, I understood the issues with qualified immunity provisions of prior legislation. Given that, and there's a conversation about whether it's unlawful or not. I think we can clear that up. But given that, I think the intention of this is to deal with unlawful behaviors as a precedent for, or what precipitates this piece of the legislation. I have a hard time understanding the opposition at that point, and would be happy to engage and have folks explain to me why this is actually not a thing to do. So if you can get some of your guys, I'd be happy to make a meeting with them.
Absolutely, that's what we do. AFL-CIO is the glue that tries to bring everyone together. Happy to try to get everyone together to have that conversation with you. What we're worried about is that, say an investigation's going on and somebody shoves a camera right in the officer's face, like in between or something like that, and they move that camera out of the way. We're worried that that would then trigger this section on section 9.
Okay. All right. Any further comment or question from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for joining us again.
Thank you all for your patience.
Esteban Garcia.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Esteban Garcia. I'm here to ask you for your support for SB 91. I work at Southern Connecticut State University as the bursar, but I also serve as co-chair of the Dreamers Action Alliance, a group supporting undocumented and immigrant students. I also serve on the board of directors for Connecticut Students for a Dream, and I'm also an elected member of the East Line Board of Education. These roles give me a broad perspective on how immigration-related fear affect families and students across Connecticut. I want to emphasize something that's too often misunderstood in this debate, and it's that SB 91 is going to protect people who are quote unquote doing it the right way. We often hear that phrase used, and we should really talk about what that means. In Connecticut, there's thousands of Connecticut residents with green cards, refugee status, TPS, valid student visas, work visas, pending legal cases, and asylum claims. These are people that are following the rules, paying taxes, studying, working, contributing, and building lives here. Yet, as we have seen across the country, we have seen that even when people are doing everything right, they can still be swept up in immigration enforcement because of misidentification, profiling, or simple administrative error. These fears are not imaginary. Just last month, we saw that at Columbia University, immigration agents enter student housing by pretending to be police searching for a missing child, even though they had no judicial warrant. This incident was reported by multiple news outlets and really sparked outrage precisely because it violated the expectations of safety that students and parents should be able to rely on. My understanding is the SB 91 would prevent this kind of incident from happening in Connecticut. At Southern, where I work in the financial area, I regularly meet with students who are afraid to attend class, afraid to live on campus, or even just go to class, just be on campus in generally. As you may know, Southern is nationally known as a social justice-oriented institution, and we are also a partner with the Dream.us. Because of that, some of our students believe that we're more likely to attract the attention of immigration enforcement. Just in the past year, I've spoke to several admitted students, all academically strong with bright futures, that told me that they will not enroll because their fear of stepping foot on campus. Many of these students walked away from thousands of dollars in private scholarships out of fear. That's devastating for those students, but it's also devastating for the entire CSU system, which is already facing significant enrollment challenges. You may also hear arguments against SB 91 that is performative or that ICE sometimes ignores policies, and that might be true. But what families need to know is that, what the bill accomplishes is that families need to know what the rules are. Schools and hospitals need clear guidance, and when violations happen, there must be accountability. Also want to highlight that this bill not only protects immigrants, but it also protects U.S. citizens. Investigations have found that more than 170 U.S. citizens have been mistakenly detained by immigration agents in the recent year, including children. I know this fear personally. When I was an undergraduate student at UConn many years ago, campus police pulled me over for using my cell phone while driving. When they ran my information, they confused me with another Esteban Garcia from Bridgeport who had an extensive criminal record and an active warrant. I was told to step out of the car and was searched before they realized that the man that they were looking for was somebody else completely different that was 20 years older. Even though I'm a naturalized citizen with a last name like Garcia, which is one of the most common last names in the US, I live with the knowledge that a shared name can completely change the tone of a law enforcement encounter. SB 91 helps protect the innocent people, whether immigrant or citizen, are not subjected to dangerous errors in places where they should be protected. Lastly, I want to say that, in my role as East Line Board of Education member, a town that is not really known for high immigration numbers, I had families come and ask me about whether it is safe to send their children. So I want to highlight that it's not just for urban areas. But thank you all for sticking it out for a long day. and for being here and listening to my commentary. Thank you.
Thank you. Question and comment from members of the committee? Question or comment? There are none. Thank you for joining us. Tanisha Signor, followed by Katie Hickey. Tanisha Signor. Katie Hickey, to be followed by Jeremy DeLuca. Katie Hickey. Jeremy DeLuca, to be followed by Kevin Kane. Jeremy DeLuca. Kevin Kane, to be followed by Christopher Ferreria.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kevin Kane, and I'm the Director of Government Relations at Flock Safety. Flock Safety is the nation's leading provider of automated license plate readers, and we have the privilege of providing law enforcement across Connecticut with critical technology that helps recover stolen vehicles, bring missing kids home safely, and close cases that would otherwise remain cold. Flock Safety is strongly supportive of responsible guardrails on how automated license plate readers are used by law enforcement. In fact, we have worked closely with the nation's leading privacy advocates, including the ACLU, to pass strong legislation in states like Oregon, New Mexico, and Virginia. I would note that legislation passed in Oregon last week sets a data retention period at 30 days. We share the same views as law enforcement with regard to the specific language in HB 5449. However, I want to use this opportunity to discuss our technology and answer the committee's questions as to how we work. Flock Safety's technology is designed to provide objective evidence to law enforcement. Our cameras capture point-in-time images of vehicles on public roads. It is not equipped with facial recognition and does not collect personally identifiable information like names or addresses. I want to be clear that all data is owned by our customers, and our technology empowers communities to have control over how their data is used, and if they choose to opt in to sharing data with any other law enforcement agency. Additionally, Flock Safety does not and has never sold customer data. Flock Safety requires law enforcement to provide specific justification for each query made in our system. Each time a search is conducted, it is captured in our audit log to ensure each search is compliant with all applicable policies and regulations. We also have specific protections for queries related to immigration and reproductive care. I would also note that Flock Safety was credited by police in Palm Springs, California for solving a case involving the bombing of a reproductive care clinic on May 17, 2025. With regards to the security of the data, all data is protected with end-to-end encryption, both while it is being transmitted and while it is stored. All data is stored in the cloud. Flock Safety does not maintain servers. All data is stored in the cloud, and Flock's cloud data retention policy defaults to a 30-day rolling period, after which all footage and metadata are permanently deleted. All data is stored with AES 256 encryption with our cloud provider, Amazon Web Services. I provided a full statement for the record, but I also want to address a couple things after having the opportunity to listen to testimony today. And I want to clarify that Flock Safety does not have any contracts with ICE or DHS. And communities who use Flock Safety will only share data with federal agencies if they choose to opt in and share that data with federal agencies. We believe that communities should have power, transparency over control over their own data, and our systems are designed and built to provide that. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I look forward to your questions.
I just knew to look down that way. Representative Howard.
Well, listen, Mr. Kane, thank you for being here. If you haven't deduced this yet, I use your technology in my everyday job outside of here. So I'm pretty familiar with at least the user end of it. I appreciate the information that you've provided on the back end. You've been here most of the day, right?
Yes, sir.
Have you heard a lot of things about your technology that just are not accurate?
Yes, sir. I've heard a number of claims with regard to, we are storing data, we're collecting and maintaining, a lot of things. Again, I want to be clear, customers own our data. Data is stored in the cloud, and they have full control over how their data is used. Because a customer signs up for Flock does not mean they are automatically a part of any sharing networks. All decisions are made by our customers. They have to choose to opt in to any sharing relationships with other agencies.
So you said that. So let's just be clear for my colleagues what that means, right? So if I am the chief of police in the town of Torrington and I'm a Flock customer, immediately I become a Flock customer. I put however many cameras in certain locations within my town and my municipality. Then I decide what other agencies I'm going to share that with, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And they cannot get my data unless I've agreed to share it with them.
That is correct. It's your data.
And the current bill would require, in order for me to do that, as I read the legislation, that if I'm going to share it with Toledo, Ohio, then that Toledo, Ohio and I have reached an agreement that they will abide by my Trust Act and my SHIELD laws, and essentially those two, essentially?
Yes, sir.
And Flock can handle that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know, I had an intern look this up for me, and he did a pretty good job. But what is the average retention period in the legislation that has passed throughout the country, if you know?
Yes, sir. Every state is obviously different. I would say a majority of the states have data retention periods that are longer than 30 days. I believe, California has something like 90 days. Others have data retention periods that are between 30 and 90 days or so. There's only, I believe, off the top of my head, I think, maybe 2 or 3 states that have data or retention periods that are shorter than 21 days today. There's, certainly legislation that's being discussed, but I believe it's just a small handful that have retention periods shorter than 21 days.
Thank you. And do you know, generally speaking, when agencies use your technology, is there like a compliance officer or somebody that does random audits of, like, for example, Axon, the body cam software? Periodically a supervisor gets like almost like a quality assurance type of a situation where supervisors review the body cam and they send you an email. Usually mine is like, hey, your jacket's covering it when you're talking to this person, or you need to lose weight because your belly's covering it or whatever. But is that for Flock too? Like, is there random, like, all right, so Howard's using Flock. Is he putting the case numbers in? What is the search reasons? Is he doing it right? Do agencies operate that way?
So what we do is we work with agencies to provide good practices in terms of how to conduct regular audits, but the actual conduction of the audits is determined by state or local regulations, or if there are no specific regulations, specific department policies. But we make it easy to conduct those audits and encourage regular audits.
And am I able to see, like, going back to if I'm in Torrington and I contract with Toledo, Ohio, or opt in, use your language with the technology, am I able to go in there as the user and say, how many times has Toledo, Ohio come in here and looked at my data? Am I able to see that?
Yes, sir. So speaking broadly to network audits versus organization audits.
Yeah.
So there's been some discussion about large volume of inquiries made on behalf because it was a network audit that was conducted. That is very, very different than an organization audit. Now, a specific organization, yes, can absolutely determine how many queries were made upon their system that may be a part of any investigation if there is a sharing relationship in place. But again, to be clear, just because there is data that shows up in a network audit, that does not mean that any specific data was viewed, queried, utilized specifically just because an agency is part of a broader sharing network. That's why we have built the tools to provide greater clarity around who specifically may be querying your agency's data and ensure that there's transparency around that.
So if I'm in Torrington, going back to my example, and I look and I say, man, the Texas Department of Public Safety is querying my stuff an awful lot. I'm kind of far from Texas. I can then call them and say, hey, I've opted in with you guys. We've had this agreement. I need to understand why you're querying my data so much. Is that possible with the technology?
So again, we updated our system in August of last year to get to that specific question to ensure that you have clarity over how your specific data is used. So yes, you can absolutely have transparency and ensure that there is accountability over your specific agency's data.
Okay, and final question, is there anything else that you've heard today that has misrepresented what the technology is doing or is capable of doing that you wanted this committee to hear?
Yes, sir. Recently, there was a witness that testified about a case involving an abortion investigation from Texas of last year. That was out of Johnson County, Texas. Now, according to law enforcement in Johnson County, police were notified because family found blood at the home of this specific individual and were concerned about her safety and well-being. According to law enforcement in Johnson County, this was a missing person investigation rather than specifically going after any specific, persecution or investigation related to if she may have administered an abortion. Again, this is their words. Broadly, I have found 0 cases, and I'm aware of 0 media reports of any other law enforcement agencies utilizing Flock for the specific purposes of conducting any investigations related to reproductive care. However, despite that, we have still built in specific filters and protections to ensure that communities can choose to ensure that if there is a law, a regulation, or a policy, communities can determine that they do not want, if they don't want their specific data to be part of those queries, they can ensure that when a law enforcement officer enters the reason for their justification, those cameras are pulled offline and that data is not used for the purposes of any of those queries. But again, I'm just frankly not familiar with any other cases.
Okay, anything else that you heard today that you wanted to refute?
It's been a little bit of a long day, to be honest. I'm happy to respond if there are any specific questions.
Yeah, I didn't mean to make it that broad. I just know, when you sit in this room, and you've been here for about 9 hours, and you hear things that, and you're the expert in it, and you hear it and it's inaccurate, it's kind of frustrating. I just want to make sure you had that opportunity. But I do appreciate you providing us this information. It is enlightening, even to me who's very familiar with it from the user side. I appreciate it. And I will say on behalf of constituents of mine, victims, and actually suspects in my district, thank you for your technology. Your technology has been used in my district to solve crimes and equally as important, to exonerate innocent people. There's definitely cases where it's been used to exonerate people, which is huge. So thank you very much for your technology. Thank you for what you're doing, your work with law enforcement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Kane, for being with us today. It's been a long day, and I know you've had a lot to listen to, and now you're getting finally a chance to speak. I think most, if not all of us, would agree that there's lots of good use cases for your technology, but it has to have good guidelines and guardrails, and those are some of the things that I'm most concerned about, and some of the stories we've heard about unauthorized or unknowing access by other law enforcement agencies or other agencies or even private parties. And I think we want to prevent that from happening in the future. I hope you want to prevent
Yes,
that
sir,
from
absolutely.
happening in the future. And so I was wondering if you could detail a bit for me right now, as it stands, what technological or physical obstacles are there if a particular agency does not have their sharing function on? How do you prevent some other agency or entity from accessing their data?
So if a customer has chosen to share data with no one, then again, the data is theirs. The data is stored in the cloud that customer only has access to. It is their data. They can't share it with anybody else. And so this is also why we specifically have audit logs, to ensure that there is transparency and oversight over how that specific agency's data is being used. But again, they can share data. If a customer chooses to share data with no one, that is absolutely, they have the ability to do that. Again, any sharing relationships are all opt-in. You have to choose whom you share data with. And I would also note, with regard to federal agencies are not part of any broader sharing networks. If a federal agency wishes to work with a local community, it's similar to like a LinkedIn request. There has to be an offer and acceptance of, yes, we choose to share data with a specific agency, so that community has full oversight and control over whom they are sharing data with. But again, communities have to opt in to do that.
So if there's a request to share, or if there's a request by a particular agency or entity to access data from another agency or entity, how does that actually like work within your system? I guess is what
Right.
I'm asking.
It's essentially a notification comes up. Do you choose to share data with this agency? If so, click yes. If no, ignore it.
And is that connection made by Flock employees? Is it purely technological and electronic?
Yes, sir. It's purely technological. We are not there sort of tinkering in the middle of all these decisions. Those are up to law enforcement agencies to make those determinations.
And how, if at all, is the data currently segregated by agency?
Segregated, again, agencies own their own data. It is stored in the cloud with a clear data retention period. And again, they have full control over whom they share data with or not.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering, I'm reaching the limits of my own technological competence here, but you know, I know there's different ways things can be stored in the cloud, whether it's like a bunch of folders, you know, subfolders in a big server hard drive or something like that, or there are different servers that are on, or there's kind of encryption between different parts of or drives of a particular server. Can you tell me what capabilities Flock currently has for that sort of thing?
Right. Again, you know, as I stated in my opening statement, all data is stored fully encrypted end to end. That ensures that that community has a confidence that that data is secured. So, you know, we use the highest standards that are available on the marketplace today to protect that data and ensure that there are no inappropriate breaches or inappropriate access. So again, those customers have full control over whom they share data with, full control. We also have, you have to have two-factor authentication that's on by default, again, to add an additional layer of security for those customers to prevent any unauthorized access.
And one of the concerns that I've been thinking about is, you know, what happens if you have a facility that's in state A and it has state B, state police data in it, and state B has sharing prohibited or something like that, you know, whatever setting is on, we don't want to share with anyone unless we get a request that we acknowledge and agree with. And what happens if officials or prosecutors or law enforcement in state A, where the data is stored, issue a subpoena or summons or something like that to you or to your facility in state A? How would that be handled? Would state B's agency have knowledge or notice and be able to contest that?
Right. So with regard to those specific requests, I mean, again, as I'm sitting here, I can't think of any specific instances where that has occurred. But again, because of data being stored in the cloud, you know, I can't say that there's a specific hardware in state A or state B where that exists. And again, we would defer to whatever the local state laws, how that is governed. And so that's how our system effectively operates.
Okay, so it sounds like if we chose as a state to designate certain areas of the country for whatever reason or in whatever manner to store the data or to ensure that you know, whatever the for the state agency's data, you're agreeing to be subject to Connecticut's jurisdiction or to give us notice or to I forgot my last thing, but subject to our jurisdiction, give us notice, or you know, allow us to participate in that process. It sounds like that would all be feasible technologically for you.
Technologically, that would be feasible, and if I can sort of drill into like a specific example. So in states like Illinois, and there are, you know, certainly plenty others as well that have specific protections, again, related to reproductive care investigations. If there is a sharing relationship with another state that maybe does not have those same protections, law enforcement officers have to attest that they are going to use that data in compliance with Illinois laws. And again, our audit logs ensure that compliance to ensure that there are no, if there's any patterns of misuse or any suspected patterns of misuse, we want to make sure that that's clear. But effectively, what we have done is build the tools and technology to provide hyperlocal services to law enforcement for the purposes of eliminating crime. Again, we don't sell data. We are very much against that, but we want to make sure that we are responsive to communities' concerns as to how this technology is used.
And we did hear a concern earlier today, and you may have addressed this, so I'm sorry if you're repeating yourself, but we heard a concern earlier today about data being sent abroad related to artificial intelligence or other technological means.
Sure.
Is that happening? Would we be able to contract to prevent our data from being used that way?
Sure. So to be clear on that, like many other companies, de-anonymize data. So this would be data that has no metadata whatsoever attached to it. Yes, there are occasions where maybe it would be sent to workers overseas, but there is no metadata associated with that at all.
What do you mean by metadata?
So things like location, specific camera, or anything like that. This is just very, very raw data that is used to ensure the accuracy of our system and making sure, again, that we're responsive in providing the best possible product for communities.
Well, I thank you for your testimony. Yeah. I thank you for being with us here today. As I'm sure you've heard here today and probably elsewhere, there's a lot of concern around this technology. I think there is a real utility to it, to protecting the public and ensuring the safety of communities. I think we also need to have good regulations to make sure it stays within bounds and that everyone is comfortable with how it's being used. I appreciate you being here to discuss it, and I hope that you'll be willing and able to work with the committee to come to a resolution.
Yes, sir. You have my commitment to do that.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Further question or comment from members of the committee? Just briefly on the situation that you and Rep. Howard were talking about. So, because I kind of missed the conversation about that earlier, I probably stepped out the room at that point. Got to leave every once in a while. So, was that a situation where there was a misrepresentation made? Or I'm trying to piece together what you were saying in response, the abortion situation.
Oh, yes, sir. There was a statement made with regard to how this technology has been used to investigate reproductive services.
And I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to clarify my question because I think I wasn't clear. Not just whether you feel it was a misrepresentation made in the room, but in terms of what the query was in that case. Was there a misrepresentation?
I can't speak specifically to what that individual officer queried, but based upon public reports from Johnson County, Texas, it's our understanding that, again, that the family was concerned, the investigating officer, because that specific officer was told that the individual may have self-administered an abortion. The family was concerned, and so the officer, again, you got to have a reason why you're conducting a query, and there is an open text field. Now we also have a drop-down menu to list specific reasons why a query is being conducted. In the heat of the moment, it's our understanding that that officer wrote down abortion, but that specific query, and again, this is the only one that we are aware of, was more to help make sure that that individual was safe and not any specific investigations regarding to reproductive care.
And just to confirm what I believe I've heard you say, but I just want to be sure. So you're saying that as it relates to our state, as it relates to any state maybe, but as it relates to our state, which is what my concern is obviously, that there have been no immigration, there can be no I guess my question is, so it was put forward earlier that there was a new contract signed and it has some prohibitions in it. It sounds like what you're saying is contract or no contract, that's not happening anyway.
Well, sir, what I'm saying is that we have specific filters that communities can use, even if there is not a law in place, to prohibit specific queries related to immigration enforcement or reproductive services.
Okay, so that would be kind of the way in which you're talking about opting into certain, and so as it has worked, I don't know because I haven't used the system, right? So as it's worked, when you go in, is it there are opt-ins that work in a way where you literally have to go in and opt in piece by piece, and there are opt-ins
Basically,
that
yes.
you have a whole bunch of reading and you opt in and don't know you've opted in. How does it work?
Well, sir, if an agency is choosing to share with a neighboring agency, within 10-mile radius or whatever the case may be, that has to be done in an opt-in manner. So just because you're a Flock customer does not mean that you are part of any sharing networks. Everything has to be chosen to opt in to share with neighboring law enforcement
And
agencies.
so I didn't mean to step on you. And so you would individually make those choices in your system?
We don't make those choices.
No, I mean when I say you, I mean the proper you. Right. You as a customer would individually make those choices in your system?
Yes, sir. Again, communities they're fully empowered to determine how their own data is used and any sharing relationships, if any, that exist.
Okay. Senator Kitzel.
All right, thank you. I was going to not speak because we're so late. All right, so you have these two filters, one for immigration, one for reproductive rights, and you said that the user gets to opt in or to use those filters should they wish. And when you say that, I think in terms of an individual police department. If we pass a law, can we incorporate as part of our law that state of Connecticut as a whole want those two filters on at all times?
Yes, sir. That is absolutely correct. We can do it. We do it today.
Okay.
If a state passes a specific law, that is not something that you can opt in or opt out to. It's hard-coded into our system.
Okay, great. I think that will solve a lot of problems. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. I'm looking. No one's over there. Question or comment from any other members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for sticking around all day. It was important to be able to talk to you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Christopher Ferreira.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Yeah. Hello, members of the committee. My name is Christopher Ferreira. I am from Danbury, Connecticut, and part of the Danbury Unites for Immigrants and Undocu Ally Task Force. Western Connecticut. I previously worked with immigrant clients as a real estate agent in the Fairfield County, more specifically, in Danbury, Bethel, Brookfield, Milford, Fairfield, Newtown, and Richfield, Connecticut, with William Ravis, Newtown, Danbury between 2019, 2021, and with Keller Williams in Baldwin Place, New York between 2021 and 2023. And at the same time, I also worked as a volunteer firefighter in Danbury, Connecticut with Fire Hose Engine Company 3. I'm speaking in support of SB 91. I believe Connecticut should clearly protect students, families, and communities, ensuring that spaces are truly safe and accessible. I am a first-generation born U.S. citizen from a Brazilian immigrant background. Growing up in an immigrant household gave me a face-to-face view of the challenges we from similar backgrounds face while trying to build stable lives in the U.S. Protected areas for immigrants are important to me because it is right for people to be able to access essential services such as education, healthcare, institutions, religious support centers, and their area of work or their life in general without fear of being kidnapped and deported. These spaces help families maintain stability, especially since they contribute positively to their local communities. This ensures that immigrants are protected and feel safe in the environments, which will strengthen the trust between the community and our public and legal institutions. I have had family and other close individuals from my immigrant community who have experienced anxiety interacting with essential services and even their own careers due to their fear of immigration enforcement. I've had family members fear traveling to their work, a doctor's appointment, and educational support, as an example for a cousin with autism due to the fear of possible enforcement and racial and status discrimination, which discouraged my family from reaching out for help. This creates barriers that affect not only individuals, but entire families like my own and the rest of the community. People avoiding such institutions and programs out of fear leads to worse outcomes that aren't only related to negative health outcomes, educational gaps, and social isolations. Policies that protect essential safe spaces can help reduce the fear and allow people from the immigrant community to receive the support they need while still contributing to society as they have been since the beginning of America's history. Key word specifically America's. It's obvious schools, places of worship, healthcare facilities, and government buildings, grocery stores, and career fields should be protected spaces because they serve the essentials for not only the personal but communal needs as well. Students have been afraid to go to schools for either the fear of immigration enforcement on their way to classes or the thought of returning home to their family being gone when they arrive home, or the fear of ICE barging during school hours at any time which will hinder their education. The same could be said in the other spaces mentioned above. If people are afraid to enter these spaces, it will not only harm the broader community, but local businesses as well. Protected areas will encourage the cooperation, safety, and access to services that will benefit everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment? There are none. Thank you for joining us today. Ann Riddle.
Good evening to the members of the Judicial Committee. I am testifying today in support of the three bills that we are discussing tonight. I am a retired public school teacher. I spent over 40 years in Hartford, East Hartford, and Danbury, teaching English to children and adults. I've heard many stories of the lives that they lived before coming to the United States. It's not easy. It's not easy to go to a new country. Many of these people have been through displaced before coming to the United States several times. I applaud Connecticut legislators for bringing these three bills forward. They're very important. They looking forward, in my research, I found that the GEO, the prison system, private prison system, their stock rose 50% in the last year. DHS, Department of Homeland Security, has spent over $900 million on 10 warehouses this year. And a company, a technology company, has had its stock rise over 500%. They are in fact working on tools to allow near real-time tracking of license plates and of immigrants. So I applaud the committee. I support the three bills. We may be a little bit ahead of what we're going to face. I would even recommend that we might make the bills a little bit stronger. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Question or comments from members of the committee? Question or comments? There are none. Thank you for joining us. Jean-Paul G.
Their tiers and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Jean Paul Games, and I am a resident of New Haven and leader member of Connecticut Student for a Dream. I am speaking in support of SB 91. This is very important to me because I believe everyone deserves to feel safe where they live. Many undocumented immigrants live in constant fear, and that's why it's important for Connecticut to protect these spaces so they can feel safe and secure. I have many friends and family members who feel limited in doing normal things like going to court, going to the hospital, or completing important paperwork, simply because of the fear that something might happen to them due to their immigration status. This creates a lot of anxiety and causes many people to avoid seeking help when they really need it. When people go to these places, they do so because they need to, not to do something wrong. For example, in church, we go to pray, to spend time with God, and to ask for blessing for our families and friends. In medical center, we go to take care of our health, and in government building, we often have to go to because we are asked to, or because we need to resolve important matter related to our life here. It's not fair that people have to choose between receiving help and living in fear. Protect areas, help people access essential service with dignity, safety, and respect. Connecticut must pass these to ensure that everyone who lives here can be safe and feel secure. I urge the Judiciary Committee to support SB 91. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment? There are none. Thank you for sticking around all day to provide us with your testimony. Robert Goodrich. I don't know if you're speaking, but if you are, we can't hear you. Maybe you're muted or something.
Sorry about that. Good evening, Chairpersons Winfield and Staffstrom and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Judiciary. My name is Robbie Goodrich, and I'm the Executive Director of Race Inc., a Waterbury-based education advocacy and youth organizing outfit that fights for racial equity and social justice in our schools. Today, I'm submitting testimony in support of Section 2 of SB 91. Safe schools and an enriching school climate require an abundance of resources. The enormous investments our state and local governments are making to a vastly textured education experience can quickly become diminished once classrooms and campuses become overly securitized by policing, armed or unarmed security guards, digital audio and video surveillance, and law enforcement partnerships that have resulted in a triple occupation in some of our most vulnerable school districts. Currently, Waterbury uses listening devices in bathrooms that are allowed through machine learning or AI to determine threats. They're in partnership with the DEA, ATF, and the Connecticut State Police to routinely deploy drug and gun sniffing canines, and the schools have deployed over 1,200 digital surveillance cameras that are connected to the Waterbury Police Department's real-time crime center. Now let's combine this with our national dilemma whereby civil immigration enforcement operations by the Department of Homeland Security, ICE, have become increasingly dangerous and jeopardize the safety of every resident. SB 91 is good for Connecticut because it clarifies as well as providing increased protections for school campuses, and it is crucial to protecting every resident, especially immigrants, but also will ensure our investments reserved for our education systems, public and private, are not diminished. Students already do not have full access to a set of civil rights. This bill increases protections for due process, as well as provides accountability and transparency for any law enforcement officer that would potentially breach the state law. Thank you for doing the work of the people. I'm open for questions if anyone has any.
Thank you. Question or comments from members of the committee? Question or comments? There are none. Mr. Goodrich, thank you for joining us again. Sticking around to make sure you could testify. Okay. Johan L.
Hi. So, Anya, the people who translate me is here.
Sí, estoy aquí.
Okay. So, estimados presidentes y miembros del Comité Judicial, mi nombre es Johan y soy residente de West Haven. Formo parte de Connecticut Student for a Dream. Hablo en apoyo del ACB 91, Ley para mejorar la autoridad de investigación del Inspector General y establecer áreas protegidas. Creo que Connecticut debe proteger claramente a los estudiantes, las familias y las comunidades, garantizando que los espacios sean verdaderamente seguros y accesibles. Yo soy Johan, a mí me importa porque considero que la privacidad es un derecho que todos debemos de tener, el cual merecemos todos por igual. Durante estos meses la comunidad inmigrante ha tenido experiencias pocas agradables, al saber que nuestra seguridad o la seguridad de nuestras familias están en peligro. Es terrible saber que hay posibilidad que si sales de tu casa o vas a la escuela o al trabajo o tal vez para pasar un tiempo agradable con tus amigos, corres el riesgo de ICE o inmigración. Está afuera y tal vez te atrapen. Tal vez no seamos bienvenidos, pero la mayoría de los ciudadanos inmigrantes estamos tratando de hacer todo correctamente para poder cambiar la perspectiva que tienen las personas inmigrantes. Estos lugares que proponen esta ley deben de ser protegidos porque es un derecho humano. Por ejemplo, la educación es un derecho humano y está bien que estudiantes jóvenes que están luchando para aprender y poder ayudar a sus familias y aportar algo para la comunidad y y que estamos aprendiendo una nueva y salir adelante. Y no es justo que impidan su libertad. Las escuelas de Connecticut deben de ser lugares seguros para estudiantes y toda la comunidad, igual como sitios religiosos, lugares médicos y edificios gubernamentales. Deben ser espacios protegidos. Insto al Comité Judicial que se asegure de que SB 91 proteja explícitamente a las comunidades inmigrantes y refuerce el compromiso de Connecticut con el acceso seguro a las escuelas, sitios religiosos y lugares de atención médica y los edificios gubernamentales. Es todo.
Chairs and members of the Judicial Committee. My name is Johan, and I am a resident of West Haven and a part of Connecticut Students for a Dream. I am speaking in support of SB 91. I believe Connecticut should clearly protect students, families, and communities, ensuring that spaces are truly safe and accessible. This matters to me because I believe that privacy and safety are rights that we should all have and all be served. During these past months, the immigrant community has had unpleasant experiences, knowing that our safety and the safety of our families is at risk. It's terrifying to know that if you leave your house to go to school or work, or even just to spend time with friends, you risk being stopped by ICE or immigration officials. We may not be welcome, but most immigrants are trying to do everything right to change the perception that people have of immigrants. The places that this law proposes must be protected because it is a human right. For example, education is a human right, and it is not okay that students and young people who are striving to learn so that they can help their families and contribute to their communities have to worry about ICE entering their schools. Young immigrants strive to learn a new language and to get ahead, and it is not fair to restrict their freedom. Connecticut schools must be safe places for students and everyone in the community, just as religious sites, medical facilities, and government buildings deserve to be protected spaces. I urge the Judicial Committee to ensure that SB 91 explicitly protects immigrant communities and reinforces Connecticut's commitment to safe access to schools, places of worship, healthcare facilities, government buildings, and all protected areas listed in SB 91. Thank you.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? There are none. I want to thank you for joining us. Next, we have Andrea Sanchez. I will just say while we're waiting to see if Andrea Sanchez is here, we have about 40 more people to go, so we don't do too much more than we need to. We should be out of here by 10 o'clock. Andrea Sanchez. Eric you knew I was going to mess it up, right? Vitalione. Sorry about that, Mr. Vitalione. No, well, that's a problem. Hit the red button in front of you. Yep, there you go.
Good evening, esteemed sentient beings of the Judiciary Committee. For real, you definitely missed a beautiful day. I caught the early testimony. It's cool. I've been here with you guys the entire time too, but there'll be more, which is a good thing. Basically, everything I wanted to discuss has already been discussed by people that are probably smarter than me and have more fact and data. So I guess we'll go anecdotal. My name is Eric Vitaglione. I'm here to represent some concerned citizens of Norwalk. Last year, I was the unaffiliated mayoral candidate, and part of which, during that time, we had Operation Broken Trust roll through our town, and during the campaign, questions and concerns were raised about privacy and federal overreach, and though I didn't get the job, I'm still here to do the work. I strongly support 5449. And as I've been sitting here today listening to other testimony, it seems the ancillary bills work in conjunction and will be good protection for the citizens of Connecticut. Anecdotally speaking, it's all about the flock. And I'm glad I got to follow the flock guy because I was able to hear a little bit more of sort of how they manage their data. We got a camera in Norwalk after what was a pretty bad traffic accident, and we were under the assumption that it was sort of a traffic safety camera in that regards. Now, flashback to a couple weeks ago when we had that blizzard. My parents are in the elderly stage. I went down to go help them shovel out, and in that time, I kind of watched the internet twice and encountered a lot of sort of new information about the flock safety systems and sort of vulnerabilities that definitely generated concern for many people in Norwalk. So I'm here to speak on that. We are doing action within the community by way of our home rule, abilities. We will be discussing with the Common Council potentially of suspending the contract just because an open video feed is an open video feed, regardless of opt-in and audit this. It's open video feed is an open video feed. I grew up in New York back in the time when they started rolling out the surveillance apparatus in like the early 90s. What we have now makes that look like a camera obscura. My concern about the flock in specific is on East Ave and Van Zant. If you guys don't know Norwalk, you don't know what I'm talking about. There's a very good ice cream shop right next to it. But outside that camera is a Haitian church and a multi-ethnic daycare. So when I saw that camera come up, it kind of like raised some spidey sense, and I started looking into it. And I believe that the legislation put forth in 5449 is actually a very good start. I think we can grow a couple more teeth in it, especially in terms of, I didn't see any kind of penalty scale. But my main concern is, my main concern is the federal terrorist screening database and what that specifically constitutes. In short,
You can finish the thought.
Okay, great. In short, a couple months ago, the federal government was seeking to classify legal observers or conscientious objectors or nonviolent protesters as domestic terrorists. That wording in that kind of leaves, it feels like it leaves like a window open in what would otherwise be a very safe piece of legislation. Thank you for letting me run over my time. I'm sorry to keep you guys. I hope you get out of here before 10.
I mean, you sat here with us. You can get an extra 30 seconds or so.
I appreciate it.
Question or comments from members of the committee? Question or comment? If not, thank you for being in person.
I mean, there's no other choice. I mean, can you guys, are you able to explain the federal terrorist screening database, or should I hit up?
I probably can't explain too much right now.
Well, dude, you've been here all day. The amount of information you have received, and I saw you. You have not moved from that seat. I literally came up here. I went to.
Trying to give people their opportunity.
Yeah, thank you.
All
guys.
right.
I hope you're getting a good night.
Have a safe trip home.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Melinda Tuhus.
Hi there.
Hello. Welcome back.
Thank you. Let me get on screen here. Hi.
You may testify.
Thank you. My name is Melinda Tuhus. I live in Hamden. I am just lost my word doc. Oh.
We still have you.
This is weird. Okay. I'm testifying in support of SB 91, HB 5449, and SB 397. In 2019, I went with 9 other Connecticut women to volunteer on the border between Nogales, Arizona, and Nogales, Mexico. I met many people from Mexico and Central and South America who were fleeing violence in their home countries and had come to the border to apply for political asylum, as is their right under both U.S. and international law. I will tell just one brief representative story. I met a young couple from Ecuador and their 3-year-old daughter. The father told me he had been running a small business in his town, but the gangs were extorting him and then threatened his life and the lives of his wife and daughter if he didn't keep paying up. These were not idle threats. Through the usual hardships and setbacks, they arrived in Nogales, Mexico, and were given a number and told to wait on the Mexican side until they were called for their credible fear hearing. I'm sorry, I don't know why this keeps going off the screen. Let me see if I can, hold on just a second. This, of course, it wasn't happening before. They were just 3 of hundreds of people we saw. I'm just going to have to ad-lib this because it's just not staying on my screen. They were hundreds of people we saw in the 10 days we were there who were allowed into the country to await their asylum hearings. As part of my volunteer work, I helped connect the new arrivals to their contacts all over the U.S. Some of these people who crossed the border now likely live in Connecticut. They have committed no crime and are just waiting for the process to play out. They should not be subjected to the fear of being picked up by ICE as they go about their daily lives. I support SB 91 because it will give legal protection to immigrants and their children as they go to daycare, to school, to worship services, to hospitals, and to public government offices. I also support HB 5449, which puts guardrails on surveillance technology like license plate readers supplied by flock cameras. This is ironic for me because for years I was a strong supporter of installing these cameras to help reduce traffic violence, and I still am. They have been shown to be very effective at doing this in other states, and we were assured that restrictions on the technology were already in place when Connecticut passed enabling legislation in 2023, allowing municipalities to install these cameras. But that law says, quote, no personally identifiable information shall be disclosed by the municipality or a vendor to any person or entity except, and there are a number of exceptions, and one of them is to comply with federal or state laws or regulations, unquote. And the vendor can hold the personal information for a whole year, which seems way too long in my opinion. These seem like big loopholes that we must make sure are not carried forward into whatever the final version of HB 5449 is.
Melinda.
And I also wanted to say 397 is another bill I support that would hold law enforcement, including federal officers operating in Connecticut, accountable when they break our laws. That's it. I just wanted to add that I think immigrants are what make America great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And thank you for visiting us again. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, thanks for hanging on to provide us with your testimony. I'm sure we'll see you again in the future.
Thank you.
Rosanna Ferraro.
Good evening, Judiciary Committee. I'm Rosanna Garcia Ferraro. I live in North Branford, and I'm the Policy Director at Universal Healthcare Foundation of Connecticut. We envision a world where justice prevails, health is respected as a human right, and equity is realized. I am here in support of HB 5449 and SB 397, but I'll be speaking specifically on SB 91. We support SB 91 because it essentially reflects a couple of core values. One of them is that everybody needs access to quality, affordable healthcare. And in this case, access includes safety. So we want to ensure that everyone, regardless of where they're from, regardless of who they are, have access to the care they need. I just want to add in that we're also very cognizant of the fact that health is much more than healthcare, and that the social determinants of health are another key way that our health is impacted. Excuse me. Social determinants of health are, reflect where we learn, where we worship, our ability to have the food on our table and a roof over our heads and live in safe communities. I really feel that SB 91 is a way to ensure that folks don't just have access to healthcare, but they have access to all of the things they need in their communities to be the healthiest they can be, and to support their well-being. So I urge the committee to pass out SB 91. I really appreciate your time this evening, and hope you make it out of there before 10.
We do too. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? There are none. I want to thank you for joining us today. Rhett Talk.
Hi there, my name is Rhett Talk. I live in Hartford. I work as a full-time staff and adjunct at the University of Hartford. I'm writing speaking today in support of Stand Up CT Protect Our Freedoms policies and modifications presented by Connecticut for All in reference to SB 91, SB 397, and HB 5449. I'm actually going to skip to 5449 first, since there's been a couple testimonies right before me that really apply. I would like to see any control on license plate readers is going to be a good thing, in my opinion. The concerns of out-of-state access to these cameras are pointing to students who are often coming from out of state to study at universities like Connecticut. Down the line, I would like to see the state follow the footsteps of Windsor, where the DeFlock campaign has led to the city council moving to end their contracts with Flock. If a YouTuber like Ben Jordan can log into these camera networks just on the street, I find it very odd that Kevin Kane is sitting here trying to guarantee the safety of the data that is coming on these cameras. They are live feeds that are accessible. I'll have links to those videos that he's posted as well in my written testimony. But going back to SB 91, so over at UHART right now, public safety has been largely unable or unwilling to be fully transparent in answering student questions. And so instead, I'm advocating for state powers to protect students on our campus. Additionally, the University of Hartford hosts both a magnet school and the Hart Community Division, which plans for administration for involving the wider local community. We need to extend protections to them as well, and not just students. And when they're visiting our campuses, these protections need to be addressed. The Hart School of Performing Arts is one of the colleges with the highest international student population, and so I'm asking very directly for the state to step up its protections to prevent the possibility of detainment of the students I personally work with every day who are at risk of racial profiling. It is on all of our minds as educators who want nothing but safety for our student body, causing stress across staff, faculty, and students. And when this stress hangs across all of us, teachers cannot teach effectively, and students do not have the proper capacity to learn. Students at UHART have already gone as far as to protest on campus, of course not being approved by administration, to discover what these rights are and what public safety will do in cases of immigration detainment. But I want to applaud these students who see their peers in distress and have risked retaliation and conduct meetings to see their peers' safety. Having statewide standards would give clarity to the standards University of Hartford must adhere to and give vital information to students who are asking what protections they have, as well as restore a sense of safety on our campuses. And lastly, really quickly as well, I support the government of Connecticut being able to investigate officers, as the covert vigilante actions taken by some officers will simply continue if there is no consequence behind it.
Thank you. Question, comment, members of the committee, question or comment? There are none. Thank you for sticking around, joining us, and providing us with your testimony. Jameem Davis, followed by Emily Kaufman. Jameem Davis. Emily Kaufman.
Great. Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon, Chair. Good evening, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Emily Kaufman, and I'm originally from Mansfield and now a resident of New Haven.
My name is Alexandra Garcia. I am currently residing in New Haven.
We are here today as Yale School of the Environment graduate students and members of Connecticut Students for a Dream and the New Haven Immigrant Coalition in support of SB 91, an act enhancing the investigative authority of the Inspector General in establishing protected areas.
As students, it is unquestionable that immigrants make Yale and the Yale School of the Environment the prestigious institution it is today. Many of the school's most distinguished professors, those pioneering research that helps solve some of the world's most pressing environmental and social issues, are immigrants. Local New Haven institutions that students work closely with to further their education are driven by immigrants and their dedication to their communities. As the largest private employer in New Haven, more than 5,000 New Haven residents, many of those immigrants, are working as staff and faculty for Yale. New Haven, this state, and this country is built on the labor of immigrants and must ensure protection where they live, work, play, eat, and pray.
However, with recent increases in ICE raids and deportations, we are currently seeing how immigration enforcement is affecting the people who make up the New Haven and Yale communities. One of our friends and classmates, a Mexican immigrant, has stopped attending community events and certain classes out of fear of being detained. Other international students who once spoke up openly in discussions now feel pressured to remain quiet or withdraw from campus life.
As a daughter and granddaughter of immigrants, higher education institutions like Yale also represent the opportunities that my family dreamt of when they came to this country. Universities are meant to be spaces of open dialogue and learning. Students, especially those with immigrant and international backgrounds who make sacrifices to receive an education, should be able to share ideas, ask questions, and participate fully in their education without fear. When fear begins to shape how students participate in academic spaces, it undermines the kind of learning environment universities are meant to create.
Ensuring that institutions such as schools, places of worship, healthcare facilities, and government buildings remain protected strengthens trust in our institutions, supports the well-being of communities, and benefits workers and the economy across Connecticut. For these reasons, we urge the Judiciary Committee to support SB 91 and ensure that immigrant communities can safely access schools, healthcare facilities, places of worship, and other essential public spaces.
We also urge this committee to require clear written policies so staff at these locations know how to respond if enforcement occurs, require a judicial warrant signed by a judge for enforcement actions in protected locations, not just administrative paperwork, remove broad exceptions from this bill so that these protections cannot be easily bypassed, and add provisions allowing people who are wrongfully detained in protected locations to have a meaningful way to challenge that detention and seek relief. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Senator Fazio. Followed by Benjamin Scudder. Benjamin Scudder.
Yes, hello.
Yes,
My name is Ben Scudder. I'm a resident of New Haven, a social studies teacher at high school in the community, and a member of the New Haven Federation of Teachers. I'm speaking in support of SB 91. You've heard testimony today already from students, parents, community members, and of course, educators like me. I could echo much of what they've said, and I will. I too have had discussions with scared students in New Haven about their concerns around their safety at school. I too have had phone calls with anxious parents about their fear when it comes to the safety of themselves and their children in our schools. And I too have had discussions with terrified teachers. Imagine the students and families that our schools serve being put in harm's way just for trying to get an education. We shouldn't wait for more students and families to be ripped apart to act. ICE is already terrorizing our immigrant community enough to warrant any increased protections we can provide. I want to remind you that in Minneapolis, ICE didn't even wait for students to leave school grounds before they arrested students and teachers. If ICE were to continue to escalate their enforcement in Connecticut, we need to be ready with legislation that will keep our kids safe. This bill will strengthen our state's protections for our immigrant community and move us closer to ensuring that everyone in our state has access to education, healthcare, worship, protest, and play without fear for the safety of their families and themselves. Our state must clearly protect students, families, and communities, ensuring that spaces are truly safe and accessible. Please listen to the students, teachers, and community members imploring you to protect themselves and their immigrant neighbors. I'd also encourage you to strengthen SB 91. In particular, I would urge this committee to require clear written policies so the staff of these locations know how to respond if enforcement occurs, to require a judicial warrant signed by a judge for enforcement actions in protected locations, not just administrative warrants, to remove broad exceptions from this bill so that these protections cannot be easily bypassed, and to add provisions to allow people who are wrongfully detained in protected locations to have a meaningful way to challenge that detention and seek relief. I would also like to say that I'm in support of any limitations we can put on the data sharing of automated license plate readers. Earlier testimony can speak this with more expertise than I can, but it seems to me that we're putting a lot of faith in some questionable technology here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Representative Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, sir. I guess it's good evening at this point. Sir, I just wanted to ask you, you talked about other states and we're Connecticut. Can you give me an example of where ICE has entered a school in Connecticut?
No, I cannot. And I don't want to have to. Right? The point of this legislation is to make sure that we can prevent that from happening. That'd be a tragedy to happen here, and I want to make sure we do everything to stop it.
Okay, so my concern is that you're teaching children, and you've testified to us about children being terrorized into a belief that it may happen. I mean, we've had more, you know, drug raids in our schools than it appears we've had ICE raids, yet we hear that children are terrorized. So I have to question who's putting those thoughts in these young, impressionable minds if it's not happening.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is worth noting that we have had many people, including students, detained by ICE and separated from their families by ICE. They weren't in school at the time, but the fear that that could happen when they're seeing it happen in other places is a very real fear for many children and their families. So I think to answer your question of who's putting it in their head, I think they're watching the news and watching this unfold around the country and worried that Connecticut's next. And that's why I'm here to support this bill to try and stop that from happening here.
Okay, but even on the detention side, nobody has told us about an incident in Connecticut where a student has been, you know, ICE has entered the school and detained a student. Can you give me an example of that?
I've already answered that question and say that no, I don't believe that has happened to my knowledge, but I certainly don't want it to. And so this legislation, I believe, would stop that from happening.
Okay, and I just, you know, if it hasn't happened, I'm just really concerned about kids being terrorized by those that are supposed to be teaching them with a thought that hasn't happened in this state, and that's very concerning to me. So, but thank you for coming here today.
Noted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Question or comment from other members of the committee? Question or comment from other members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Joel Fishman.
Good evening, Senator Winfield and committee members. I'm Joella Fishman, testifying, excuse me, on behalf of the Connecticut Communist Party in support of the three bills. The climate of fear created by the conduct and violence of ICE against immigrants and people of color across our country is very present in Connecticut communities, evident by the hearing today. In New Haven, where I live, and in other Connecticut towns, so many people are frightened of being abducted by ICE if they go to a scheduled court date, to school, to a doctor, that a network of neighbors has been organized to volunteer and provide rides and support. It's laudable that communities are coming together, but it is the responsibility of state and local government to assure such security and safety are met if the federal government is failing us. Some states are legislating added protections to safeguard their neighborhoods and immigrant communities, and Connecticut should follow or even break new ground if we're to secure safe and productive lives for everyone. SB 91 begins to address the needs of this moment by designating that enforcement cannot intervene without a judicial warrant in protected areas. I grew up during the repression of the McCarthy period in the 1950s. Our family was among the millions who were hounded and discriminated against. I became part of the civil rights movement, dedicated to end the Jim Crow lynchings and terror perpetrated against African American communities. Today, every gain won is being shredded by presidential executive orders. Hate and fear are being used to pit communities against one another. We're witnessing out of control violence inflicted needlessly by federal agents in Minneapolis and other cities. Our country is at a critical moment. Are we going to defend and expand democratic rights and civil rights for all? Or are we going to go down the path of repression and fascism with all the harmful lived consequences for our communities, state, and nation? These are very reasonable proposals that will make our state stronger and safer in a time when civil rights and civil liberties are being trampled on. I'm proud to support these proposals formulated by Connecticut Students for a Dream, Connecticut for All, and the ACLU to help us take positive action for what is possible and necessary. And we're counting on the Judiciary Committee and its leadership to pass these bills and play its role. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment? There are none. Joelle, it is so good to see you again. I
It's
know we will see you again.
wonderful to testify before my own special senator. Thank you.
Thank you. Stop. All right. Costanza Segovia. Welcome back.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Senator Winfield, and thank you, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Constanza Segovia. I live in Hartford. I am the organizing director of Connecticut for All, which is a coalition of community organizations, labor organizations, and faith organizations representing hundreds of thousands of members of the working class who are Black, brown, Asian, white, many of us immigrants, many who are born here. I also do work in my community with my neighbors through Hartford Deportation Defense. We are here to support the Protect Our Freedoms Stand Up Connecticut agenda, which is Senate Bill 91, Senate Bill 397, and HB 5449. Importantly, I just want to highlight that SB 397 creates a very limited, very specific accountability mechanism to ensure that there's consequences for federal agents who violate our constitutional rights. I know there's been a lot of different kind of interpretation on this bill, but it really is very limited and very specific to when, you know, violations are happening to our rights, and that makes sense to do at this time. Unfortunately, it's something that we should feel called to do. I hope that you all do as legislators. You know, I want to emphasize that Connecticut working people are struggling, have been struggling, nurses, teachers, construction workers, grocery workers. Many of them union members are working long hours and not making ends meet, with rent and food costs and gas and childcare going up. At the same time, our federal government clearly is here to support billionaires, to support corporations, including the corporations that run the corporations that run surveillance companies that are now you know, installing cameras in every corner of our communities. This is at the same time as the ICE budget is tripled, and our government, our support programs, our safety net is being slashed. $991 million in cuts in Connecticut, only counting nutrition programs and medical or healthcare programs in the next fiscal year. So I just want to emphasize that we are in a critical time in our state, and these laws will provide necessary stability, but they're not the only solution that we need to be looking at. And I know that there's other bills in this legislature this session that are also going to be important interventions to what Connecticut needs. A $200 rebate will not provide that needed stability. But these policies that we're hearing about today and other policies can support Connecticut families. I just want to also highlight, I know
Costanza, just so you know, your time has elapsed, so if you could summarize.
Thank you. I just, yes, I think to close, it's important that people have a chance to seek relief if these if they're detained in violation of Connecticut law. So for that, we need the enforcement mechanisms to provide an avenue for people to be released from detention if that's how they were picked up. That's really important. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, questions, comments from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you for joining us again and for the work that you've done to help us get here. Hannah Roditi.
Hi there, members of the Judiciary Committee and of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Hannah Roditi from Bloomfield, Connecticut. I'm testifying on behalf of myself and as a member of Connecticut Democratic Socialists of America, which has more than 1,000 members across the state, including in Bloomfield, Hartford, New Haven, and many other towns. We support SB 91 and Connecticut for All's Stand Up Connecticut, Protect Our Freedom policies. These bills keep our communities safe from federal overreach like ICE enforcement. My family story shows why we need SB 91. Two of my children have brown skin and are from Guatemala. We adopted them when they were just months old. We live with concern for them every day. They live with anxiety every day that they'll be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Because of their appearance, they could be targeted by immigration agents. And with respect to Representative Fishbein's extraordinary comments blaming teachers for the fear that young people feel, I can tell you that practically no one in this country lives under such a big rock that they don't know of the violence that has been happening. Anyone who has a smartphone, any young person who has a smartphone or watches TV has seen children being abducted and torn from their parents. We're heartbroken by what's happening in communities across the country, families torn apart, kids scared to go to school or the doctor. SB 91 would protect places like schools, hospitals, and churches from warrantless ICE raids. This means that my kids and other kids could go to school or church without our family and theirs living in constant worry. SB 91 protects all our communities. The bill creates protected areas. And without this, people skip emergency rooms, kids miss schools, and families avoid church. SB 91 keeps essential services open to everyone. It builds trust and fairness. Immigrants are our neighbors and classmates who help our towns run. Fear of detention hurts everyone. Families split, kids suffering, people afraid to speak up. SB 91 sets clear rules so Connecticut stands for dignity, not division. It also lets the state inspector general investigate when federal agents use deadly force here. No one should be above the law. This builds trust so communities feel safe. So I just want to urge you to support SB 91 favorably as amended. We're ready to work with the Connecticut for All Coalition, faith leaders, and others, and I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you. Comment or question for members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us. Eliza Bentley. Eliza Bentley, followed by Carolina J. Carolina J. And Carolina J will be followed by Rachel Koisendorfer. Carolina J. Rachel Koisendorfer.
Hi. Good evening, members of the committee. Thank you so much for the time you have taken to listen to everyone's testimonies today. My name is Rachel Korsendorfer. I'm a teacher in Danbury, a member of NEA Danbury, and currently a resident of Stamford. I'm speaking today to express my unwavering support for SB number 91. Across the nation and our state, immigrant communities are facing a wave of aggressive federal enforcement that is radiating fear throughout our neighborhoods. As an educator and a neighbor, I see the fallout of this fear every single day. When people are afraid to access everyday institutions such as schools, clinics, government buildings, and places of worship, it doesn't just impact those individuals, it destabilizes the safety, education, and well-being of the entire community. In my classroom, one of my primary responsibilities is to create an environment where every student feels safe enough to learn and thrive. However, the fear that current immigration enforcement policies cause follow my students into the classroom. This hinders my students' ability to learn and forces children into what you could call a survival mode. It is difficult to focus on learning content when there is an ever-present panic and worry about the safety of their families. This can cause overwhelming anxiety, which can impede a student's ability to retain information and succeed academically. Schools are a bedrock of our community, and when parents are terrified to attend a conference or take their child to the bus stop, a vital relationship between home and school is severed. Connecticut students must feel safe in our schools, regardless of immigration status. We cannot expect a child to feel safe in a school environment and thrive given the current policies. Senate Bill number 91 establishes a common sense boundary by designating schools, healthcare facilities, government buildings, and religious institutions as protected areas. We are choosing to prioritize public health and safety over disruptive immigration enforcement tactics. Viruses do not check for documentation. We are all safer when everyone feels secure seeking medical care. Furthermore, our communities are less safe when victims and witnesses are too afraid to report crimes for fear of deportation. We cannot claim to value community if we allow our essential institutions to be used as bait. As a teacher, I see the brilliance and potential of my students every day. I'm asking you to pass Senate Bill number 91 to ensure that in Connecticut, a trip to the doctor or day at school is never a gamble with the family's unity. Let us ensure that our schools remain a sanctuary for learning and not a site for surveillance. Thank you so much for your time. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate you sticking around. Questions or comments from members of the committee? Questions or comments? There are none. Again, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Eli Sabin.
Thank you, Senator Whitfield. Good evening. Good evening to the chairs and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Eli Sabin. I'm a New Haven resident, and I believe that the state of Connecticut needs to stand up and step between the Trump administration and our communities. And I'm grateful to the governor and this committee for your leadership in advancing SB 91 and SB 397, because we have to do everything we can to protect our communities right now. Our immigrant neighbors are afraid to go to school or go to the hospital because ICE is out of control. And the changes in SB 91 will make a real difference in establishing safety and stability in our communities across our state. We need the changes in SB 91 to block enforcement in protected areas like our schools, our healthcare facilities, and houses of worship. People should be able to go to school without worrying that they're going to get picked up, that they are going to have their family be torn apart. And we also need the changes in SB 397. We need the Attorney General to be able to investigate or bring civil action when our residents' constitutional rights are violated. We need the state to be able to investigate incidents when federal law enforcement, federal immigration enforcement goes too far. We need to block agents from wearing masks. We need to require agents to wear identification. And we need the requirements to protect sensitive locations in our communities. I also think that the establishment of civil liability for interfering with recording or photos of immigration enforcement is crucial. After we saw what happened in Minneapolis with Renee Good and Alex Preddy, it is just outrageous what ICE has been doing to target our immigrant neighbors and also people in our communities who are trying to stand up and protect our immigrant neighbors. It's been amazing to see the show of support from folks across the state, across the country, and everybody who is standing up against the cruelty of this administration needs to be protected. So I support those provisions. And I also think that an immigration enforcement activity dashboard would be a valuable addition to help us keep track of the enforcement that's going on and make sure that we can hold federal enforcement agencies accountable and responsible and keep our community safe. So thank you for your time, and I support SB 397 and SB 91 and hope this committee will as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Question, comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? If not, thank you for joining us this evening, Eli. Rabbi Deborah Cantor.
Yes.
You may testify.
My name is Rabbi Deborah Cantor, and I live in Bloomfield. I strongly support the three bills before us. This is important to me as a rabbi, as a member of the Jewish community, and as a proud citizen who believes in decency and democracy, as well as public safety and the rule of law. Allow me to begin with a bit of history. For many years, beginning in early 2016, my synagogue, B'nai Tikva Shalom, displayed a large outdoor banner. The banner read, "Our people were refugees too." We obtained the banner from HIAS, an international Jewish humanitarian organization dedicated to helping refugees. Our synagogue was listed on the HIAS website as a welcoming congregation, along with many others, including the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. In 2018, a gunman attacked Tree of Life during Sabbath morning services and murdered 11 people. The perpetrator had expressed anti-Semitic views on social media, blaming Jews for bringing invaders into the country. He chose to attack Tree of Life Synagogue because he found them listed on the HIAS website. He found them listed on the same public list as our synagogue in Bloomfield, Connecticut. What was the reaction of my congregation? We were shaken and scared, but no one, not one person, suggested that we take down our banner or remove ourselves from the highest list, because that would have betrayed the values we hold most dear, Jewish values rooted in the Hebrew Bible and rooted in our history and tradition. I tell you this because I want you to know that Jews in Connecticut are keenly aware of safety issues. In the wake of increasing anti-Semitic attacks in our country, we took many measures to improve our security. Most importantly, we developed and deepened relationships with police officers in our community. The officers were trained and accountable. They gained our trust and helped us really feel safer and be safer. That is not at all the case with federal immigration officers. We have no relationship with these masked strangers. Their appearance is deliberately designed to inspire fear. Their cruelty and violence has led to tragedy and caused deep distrust of all law enforcement and civic leaders. When ICE enters a sanctuary, they provoke a sense of terror, not safety. The same applies to other sensitive locations where people ought to feel safe, including schools, hospitals, courthouses, and social service locations. I strongly support SB 91 and SB 397 because the actions and declarations of the federal government are erratic and unpredictable. The time for us to act in Connecticut is now. Connecticut needs to be proactive in strengthening the investigative authority of the Inspector General and the Attorney General and clearly establishing protective areas. In the spirit of the Trust Act, Connecticut must make sure that federal agents are held accountable for their actions and can be sued for civil rights violations, that they are prevented from hiding their identities. Nor should members of the
Rabbi,
National Guard
your
from
time
other
is
states be
your time
deployed
is
in our
enough.
state.
If you could summarize your testimony.
Yes. Finally, regarding HB 5449, I believe that excessive surveillance does not make us safer, but erodes our civil rights and makes vulnerable people even more vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, I heard a lot about, and I think the term you used was something about the way ICE individuals are dressed is intentionally to cause terror. Is that, do you have written remarks? Can you go back to what you're saying about that?
Yes, I said that they were their appearance is deliberately designed to inspire fear.
Okay.
Do I have proof of that? No, but that's the result. That's
Okay.
the result.
But that's an allegation. So you're saying, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, I've seen local police force, SWAT, for instance,
Yeah.
do a raid on an apartment building where somebody was barricaded,
Yeah.
threatening to shoot people, that kind of stuff.
Sure.
And the garb that those officers wear, I don't really see as being any different than what I've seen with SWAT. So can you just, you've made a statement that is intentionally designed to bring fear. What particular portion of ICE's garb do you believe is used intentionally to elicit fear?
I think that the masking and the uh, the non-uniforms, but the the military garb, and the refusal to show faces, the refusal to indicate, a person's identity. By the way, I've had experience with SWAT teams a couple of times in my long rabbinic career. We have had emergencies where we called in a SWAT team. The police called in a SWAT team because they were very afraid that something terrible was going on inside our building. And
So I'm
the
just
members
trying
of the SWAT team were not hiding their identities. They were garbed in appropriate attire for whatever they might encounter inside of our building, but they certainly were not in any way. And I think also it's not simply to split. The point is not simply to split hairs about whether ICE uses this kind of mask or that kind of mask, or whether it's similar or slightly different from a SWAT team. A SWAT team has legitimate reasons for protecting themselves. They don't look to protect their identities.
Okay, so I'm just trying to, the question was what particular portion of the garb is intentionally, that's the term that you used,
So
used
I
to
understand that
elicit
you're pushing
fear,
at
and I
the
believe
question of
what you
intentionality.
indicated was the masks, right?
The
Um,
masks and the garb in general, and
okay,
the
the garb in
hiding
general.
of identity. And that has been challenged. And the explanation from the administration is, well, they don't want to have any consequences. They don't want to get doxxed by members of the community. I don't understand why they need to be protected in particular from doxing. None of the rest of us are. I get up every week and speak, and people, have doxed me, but I'm still there, and I'm not hiding behind anything.
Okay, so we're
There's
just
got to
talking
be a
about
good
the
reason to
garb
have a
that
mask.
we're talking about the garb that you claim is intentionally utilized to elicit fear. I've seen SWAT individuals with SWAT wearing masks,
Sure,
gas masks,
sure,
all of those things. So I'm just
sure.
trying to
I guess that,
I'm trying to
Wait,
distinguish.
ma'am, hold on. Ma'am, hold
yeah.
on. Let him get the question out and
Mhm.
then respond to his question.
I'm trying to thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to distinguish between, I mean, I really doubt there was some sort of a meeting where somebody said you need to elicit fear in these communities, and therefore we recommend that you wear masks. I mean, that's the allegation. But I understand. I mean, I'm trying to distinguish between what SWAT does, what sometimes local, regular, boots on the ground, rank and file officers do, from this. And I think what you've pointed to is merely the mask situation. Is that because the garb is the uniform, the bulletproof vests, that kind of stuff is universal. So there's nothing in particular there, to my knowledge. So is it fair to say that the one thing that you're focusing on as far as the garb that you believe to be intentionally employed to elicit fear is the masks?
I think that you're focusing, it seems to me, on my statement that the masking and the full military gear and the hiding of identity of ICE officers, that you're questioning whether that is deliberately designed to elicit fear. You are correct. I don't know that it was deliberately designed for that purpose. It certainly is the effect. That is certainly the effect it has on me and everybody I know. And I've watched the videos over and over, and it is terrifying. It's terrifying. I've also seen ICE agents outside of courthouses, and it's very scary. The ICE agents, why the ICE agents need these masks, why they need to be in this kind of full military gear and hide their identities is not clear to me in any way. It certainly is clear to me when local police officers put on gas masks or wear other kinds of garb. They are responding to a particular kind of extreme situation. Same thing goes for SWAT officers.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this evening.
Thank you. Thank you for doing this.
Paul Cipriano. Paul Cipriano will be followed by Jenny Graves. Paul Cipriano. Jenny Graves.
Thank you, Senator Winfield, and good evening, members of the committee. My name is Jenny Graves, and I live in North Haven, Connecticut. I am a public school teacher in New Haven Public Schools, and I'm vice president of New Haven Federation of Teachers and part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I support SB 91 and all of Connecticut for All's Stand Up Connecticut Protect Our Freedom policies. New Haven Public Schools is a district of diversity and culture filled with educators who embrace and welcome every student who walks through our doors. Our students speak over 70 languages, come from countries all over the world, and each bring a special ingredient to our schools and our city. As educators, it's our job to differentiate instruction to meet the needs of all of our students, create classrooms that encourage engagement, creativity, and a sense of belonging. Our job is also to create environments where students are protected and feel safe. Our immigrant students and their families have lived in growing fear due to the increased presence of ICE in New Haven and all over the country, which has negatively affected their access to education, healthcare, places of worship, and community events. In New Haven, we have seen a drop in enrollment and school attendance of our immigrant students, with more families afraid to send their children to school. During a recent walkthrough of security and maintenance personnel in uniforms in one of our elementary schools, immigrant students cried and hid in their classrooms, thinking that ICE agents had entered the building. Educators and school staff have supported students whose parents have been kidnapped by ICE during the school day and now didn't have a parent to go home to. All students should feel safe at schools. As educators, we look to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and the foundation supports include security and predictability in one's environment. Students cannot learn if they are scared, feeling unsafe, or do not have stable and predictable environments. SB 91 would protect students from physical, mental, and emotional harm in their schools, allowing them to better concentrate on instruction, building relationships with their peers, and doing their ultimate job, being children. Passing policies that protect the people of Connecticut is necessary to make sure the people of Connecticut can go to work, school, and their place of worship without fear. Connecticut leaders have a role in restoring confidence for our communities and our families. I strongly support SB 91 and all of Connecticut for All Stand Up Connecticut Protect Our Freedom policies, and I hope that you will join us in protecting our communities and democracy by passing these proposed policies. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And good to see you again. Questions or comments from members of the committee? Questions or comments? If not, I know it's been a long day. Thank you for sticking around and testifying in front of us.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
You too. Diana Robles.
Hello.
You may testify.
Good evening, Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of SB 91. My name is Diana Robles. I'm a student at high school in the community in New Haven and an intern with the New Haven Federation of Teachers. As students, we're taught that school is supposed to be a safe place. a place where we can focus on learning, building friendships, and figuring out who we want to become. But for some, that sense of safety isn't guaranteed. No young person should have to carry that kind of fear into a math test or a school assembly. SB 91 matters because it protects the place where we learn, heal, and gather. The bill makes this clear in Section 1, where schools and other child gathering places are explicitly listed as protected areas. When schools, hospitals, and places of worship are designated protected areas, it sends a message that these spaces are for everyone and that no one should be afraid to get medical care, attend class, or show up for their community. It means that students can breathe a little easier. It means parents can drop off their kids without wondering if they're putting their family in danger. It means we can focus on being students, not on being scared. SB 91 would formally designate schools, hospitals, and religious institutions and certain government buildings as legally protected spaces where immigration enforcement actions are restricted. By writing these protections into law, the bill would restore safeguards that disappeared when the federal government rescinded its sensitive locations policy. In Section 2, it states that law enforcement, including ICE, may not detain, arrest, question, or conduct surveillance in these protected areas for civil immigration purposes. This profoundly matters to students, as it ensures that schools remain a safe, stable environment where we can focus on learning. Section 3 reinforces this by allowing enforcement only in rare, serious occasions. This stability supports attendance, mental well-being, and academic success, which are essential for student growth. As a young person who cares deeply about the future of this state, I believe SB 91 is a step forward to a more compassionate and inclusive Connecticut, where students feel safe, they learn better, where families feel safe, communities grow stronger, and when we protect the most vulnerable among us, we show what kind of state we want to be. Thank you all today for listening to the perspective of a student.
Thank you. All right. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Questions or comments? If not, Diana, thank you very much for joining us this evening. We have Seth Freeman, followed by Estela Lopez Espelin. Seth Freeman, Estela Lopez Espelin.
Dear chairs and members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Estela Lopez Espelin, and I'm a licensed clinical social worker, a trauma therapist practicing in New Haven, and I'm a resident of Clinton, Connecticut. I'm testifying in support of SB 91, HB 5449, and SB 397. I have worked with immigrants in the human services and mental health field for several years. Connecticut residents, immigrants, people of immigrant origin, allies of immigrants, and healthcare workers, especially those of us who work with immigrants, are experiencing fear over the possibility of ICE invasions in healthcare facilities and other spaces. I urge your committee to ensure that SB 91 protects safe access to schools, places of worship, healthcare facilities, government buildings, and all protected areas listed in SB 91. I also believe that courts and grocery stores should be protected as well. I encourage you that the next time you go to a grocery store, if you can take a moment to notice how you feel. Are you generally relaxed while traveling to the store? Are you generally okay while grocery shopping? There are immigrants in Connecticut who right now are afraid to go grocery shopping. I also urge this committee to require a judicial warrant signed by a judge for enforcement actions in protected locations, not just administrative paperwork, and to add provisions to allow people who are wrongfully detained in protected locations to have a meaningful way to challenge detention and seek relief. You can refer to my written testimony for more recommendations. I also support HB 5449, an act concerning automated license plate readers. Automated license plate readers collect large amounts of location data about people who have not done anything wrong. We need to challenge mass surveillance tools that chip away at our privacy and that can be used in authoritarian ways. I also support SB 397, an act concerning democracy and government accountability in order to protect our civil liberties. We need strong accountability mechanisms in place. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Questions or comments from members of the committee? Questions or comments? If not, thank you very much for joining us this evening. providing us with your testimony. All right, let's see. We have Kaylee Cordova. Kaylee Cordova, there you are.
Dear chairs and members of the Appropriations Human Services Subcommittee, my name is Kaylee and I am a student from Danbury. I am also part of CT Students for a Dream. I am speaking in support of SB 91. I believe Connecticut should clearly protect students, families, and communities, ensuring that spaces are truly safe and accessible. I am a first generation and eldest daughter of 2 immigrants from Ecuador. Protected areas for immigrants are important to me because it is essential that people in our community feel safe in a place that is supposed to be home. It's not fair to students who have the right to an education to fear being unsafe at school due to their status. Living in a new country is hard enough. It shouldn't be right living in constant fear that you will be taken. When ICE was first in my city and were taking people, my parents didn't feel safe in their home anymore. They would constantly check if there had been any ICE sightings on the route they take to go to work. It's sad to see how they had such horrible thoughts about their safety in a country that was supposed to give them bigger opportunities. I personally had to drop out of most of my dance classes because of constant ICE sightings on the highways and throughout the streets. It honestly made me really upset and to give up something that I love because my family was not safe anymore. It's crazy how much fear can change and control your life. Areas listed in SB 91 should be protected because they are places that allow people to do their daily activities and build a life for themselves. Places like this shouldn't be raided by immigration authorities as it gives people prosperity and allows for opportunities. People should be able to step out of their homes without having feelings of helplessness, and they should be protected in a place that they now call home. I urge that SB 91 explicitly protects immigrant communities and reinforces Connecticut's commitment to safe access to schools, places of worship, healthcare facilities, government buildings, and all protected areas listed in SB 91. I also urge this committee to require clear written policies so the staff of these locations know how to respond to enforcement occurs, require a judicial warrant signed by the judge for enforcement actions in protected locations, not just administrative paperwork, remove broad expectations from this bill so these protections cannot be easily bypassed, add provisions to allow people who are wrongfully detained in protected locations to have a meaningful way to challenge that detention and seek relief. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions or comments from members of the committee? Questions or comments from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. Michael Johnson. That's still up for a second. Michael Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, there you are. Are you still there? Okay.
Am I there?
Yes.
Sorry. Senator Winfield, Kissel, and the members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Father Mike Johnson. I serve as the Executive Director for the Franciscan Center in Hartford and a member of GIA. For more than 25 years, I've worked with immigrant families in our parishes, schools, and community ministries, and I'm here to support SB 91 and SB 397. I've been listening with you since 10 in this morning to the firsthand testimonies of teachers and students and those sharing their experience. What many immigrant communities are experiencing right now, not just in Connecticut, is a growing climate of fear since January 20th of 25, when an executive action rescinded federal guidance that protected sensitive locations such as schools, houses of worship, and healthcare facilities from ICE. Parents are increasingly afraid to approach places that should be safe for families. That fear follows children into the classroom where teachers tell us some are struggling to concentrate because they worry about what might happen to their parents during the day. These children have already lived through the disruption of a pandemic, and this new fear only deepens the strain on their mental health and their ability to learn. When schools and churches, often the center of immigrant community life, are no longer safe, the fabric of the community begins to fray, and we need to remember these children are our future. The U.S. bishops have spoken out against mass deportation. And the reality is the vast majority of immigrants that have been detained are not dangerous people. According to the Cato Institute, roughly 3/4 of the people currently detained on immigration have not been convicted of a crime, and only 5% have committed violent crimes. Last month, the Catholic bishops across the United States raised similar concerns about the tactics being used in immigration enforcement. A number of them stated in a recent letter, the use of certain tactics by immigration enforcement officials are designed to intimidate immigrants and create fear in the community. The use of masks, random stops without probable cause, roving patrols, and physical abuse of immigrants and others has been well documented. Such tactics can intimidate immigrants, even those with legal basis to remain in the U.S., and prevent them from asserting their rights. The bishops wrote, we urge the use of these tactics to be stopped. SB 91 helps ensure the sensitive locations such as schools, houses of worship, and healthcare facilities remain places where people can seek help without fear. SB 397 strengthens transparency and accountability when government authority is exercised. These bills help protect our community, safeguard our children, and ensure the enforcement actions respect human dignity as well as the rule of law. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? There are none. Appreciate you sticking around and testifying before us this evening.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Tabitha Sudeo. Will be followed by Syra Valencia. Tabitha Sudeo. Syra Valencia.
I'm here. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Dear members of the Connecticut General Assembly Judiciary Committee, good afternoon. My name is Syra. I live in Hartford and I am a member of Hartford Deportation Defense Youth Committee. Our members are over 415 families in the Hartford, East Hartford, West Hartford, and New Britain areas. Our organization is part of the Connecticut for All Coalition, and we support bills SB 91, SB 397, and HB 5449. In ways this affects my family and others, we all deserve the right to have an explanation of reason to why we are being targeted or attacked for something we know nothing about. We should have no reason to be scared to leave our homes, to do our daily needs, and now, in days, fear for our lives. There have been so many unnecessary quote unquote accidents that have taken away lives. Parents' lives have been lost. Then what? Are enforcement also going to take away teen lives, toddler lives, all because they are scared and won't cooperate because all they want to do is hold on to someone who makes them feel safe? Will a teacher lose their life trying to protect their students? Which is why we need Bill SB 91 to be reinforced. I believe that my sister should have a right to walk safely to her bus stop without a worry of being targeted. School should be a safe place for young people's minds to grow and learn, not get raided just because of some status that is only creating panic and trauma that is not needed. I need to feel certain that my dad will be okay at work. He works in construction. Many construction sites have been raided, and hardworking dads have been detained. Dads who are in some cases, the only provider. And so then, their families are left at a loss on how to keep their living space. And so many moms are forced to work 2 jobs. And then so what? Law enforcement can take them too and leave kids alone to Child Protective Services and not get the proper care they need. Bill HBS 5449 is very important as well. Why do we need to be stalked? Why can't we have privacy as to when or where we should go? Somewhere we should have the right to feel some sort of safety. I don't need anyone to know where I am going. I don't need anyone to know my whereabouts. As for Bill SB 397, me and a friend were talking about how many of us US born citizens have to work hard to afford Medicaid and provide for our families and for their health. But yet, if we earn too little, we can't have a decent home, decent health care, not be able to afford proper nutrition, or need to thrive on a low income. But then those families can receive help from organizations like Husky Health or SNAP benefits to help take away that burden of not being able to
Sarah,
provide. Yes.
your time is elapsed, so if you could summarize.
Okay. My point is that many families struggle being able to do any of that without any help, without benefits, without healthcare insurance. Many people tend to take away their own lives due to the burden, the stress. They tend to develop anxiety, depression, mental illnesses, physical illnesses, with everything going on.
Yep. Okay. Let me see if there are any questions. Questions or comments from members of the committee? Questions or comments from members of the committee? There are none. I would thank you for hanging around and providing us with your testimony. It's important to the work that we're doing here. Okay,
Right.
Ruth Valera.
Good evening. Good evening, committee, members of the committee. My name is Ruth. I'm a resident in New Britain Town, and I am a community organizer with Hartford Deportation Defense. We work with more than 415 families in Hartford, East Hartford, West Hartford, and New Britain areas. Our organization is part of the Connecticut for All Coalition, and we support bills SB 91, SB 397, and HB 5449. As a community organizer, I have daily contact with our members and their families. We develop committees and self-led projects. In the schools committee, we support parents so they can become involved in the entire educational process. Schools always need parents volunteers for many activities inside and outside the school, such as field trips. How can parents participate in those field trips if they live with the anxiety of leaving their homes to take their children to school, grocery shopping, or go to work? Who gives them the peace of mind to live a normal life? I still remember the phone calls for many mothers asking me if it was safe to go out and buy groceries to cook for their families. What will you tell them? Have you ever felt that fear? Living with fear causes stress and anxiety. An anxious society is not a healthy or productive society. In addition, there is now the threat that any citizens could lose their privacy and have their personal data shared with other agencies through license plate readers. Today, you have the opportunity to approve these bills for the benefit of our community, for the benefit of all residents of Hartford, and for the benefit of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you. Great time on that, too. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? If not, thank you very much for joining us. Have a great evening. Obed Sierra?
Thank you.
And Obed Sierra will be followed by Cynthia Stretch. Obed Sierra. Cynthia Stretch, and Cynthia Stretch to be followed by Marabella Escobar Gonzalez. I see Cynthia Stretch is on there.
It's not a stretch.
Good evening, chairs and members of the Judiciary.
Hold on a second, because the person before you is appears here, so give them a chance to get on. You hear the background music. Are you there? I'm not hearing you. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to give you Cindy, I'm going to give you a chance to figure out whatever's going on, and I'm going to go to Marbella and come back to you. So Marbella, you go ahead and testify.
Thank you. Good evening, chairs and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Marbella Escobar Gonzalez, and I am a resident of New Haven and a student at high school in the community. I am speaking in strong support of Senate Bill 91, which establishes protected areas where law enforcement, including federal immigration authorities, cannot detain or arrest people for civil immigration violations unless very specific, serious conditions are met. This bill deeply matters to me because every person in our community deserves to feel safe when accessing essential services. Senate Bill 91 recognizes that places like schools, churches, hospitals, shelters, food pantries, and community centers are not just buildings, they are lifelines. These are places where children learn, families seek medical care, people worship, and vulnerable residents receive support. As a person of faith, I believe these spaces should be places of compassion, dignity, and safety. What would Jesus say if he saw an immigration agent taking a parent away from their child in a school or a church? These spaces exist to serve and protect the public, not to create fear or intimidation. Allowing ICE or other law enforcement agencies to conduct civil immigration enforcement in these spaces creates fear, trauma, and distrust. It discourages people from seeking help, reporting crimes, getting medical care, or even sending their children to school. I care about this issue because I've seen how fear of immigration enforcement can isolate families and harm entire communities. No parent should be afraid to drop off their child at school. No one should hesitate to go to the doctor when they are sick. No survivor of violence should avoid a shelter because they worry that asking for help could lead to detention. Senate Bill 91 ensures that these essential spaces remain safe, welcoming, and accessible to all regardless of immigration status. The bill doesn't prevent law enforcement from acting when there is a real threat to public safety. It simply ensures that civil immigration enforcement does not take place in locations where people go to meet basic needs or seek protection. By creating clear rules and requiring proper documentation, Senate Bill 91 strengthens trust between communities and public institutions. I urge the committee to pass Senate Bill 91. Protecting these spaces protects families, protects children, and strengthens the safety and dignity of our entire state. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. I know it's been a long day, so thank you for hanging in there with us. All right, let's see if Cindy Stretch has gotten her self set up. Cynthia Stretch.
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
I can hear you.
Oh, yay.
You muted though. We heard you, and yet now you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I do hear you.
Okay, so you've been here a long time, so I just want to thank the members of the committee for hearing this testimony. I'm here. My name is Cynthia Stretch. I'm the Vice President of CSU AAUP, the faculty union at the Connecticut State Universities. I'm a proud member of Connecticut for All and New Haven Rising, and I'm in strong support of SB 91, creating protected areas in schools and other places. You've heard a lot of really powerful testimony about the effects of this on vulnerable communities. So I won't repeat that, but I will just put a pin in the fact that we have hundreds of students and the CSUs, thousands probably, who are without status or whose families are without status. We also have a lot of students on temporary protected status, a lot of folks in the Haitian community especially, all of whom are impacted by this. But I just want to say a word about some what you might call the downstream effects of this anxiety and fear inside of schools and universities. We're seeing attendance problems and record levels of anxiety among students who are not in the first instance in vulnerable communities. So I want to say that it's worth thinking about, and it's worth taking into consideration the fact that the fear that people see and the anxiety from the news reports about law enforcement, customs and immigration enforcement inside of what should be protected areas impacts everybody in those areas, as well as, of course, in the first instance, folks from vulnerable communities. So I urge strong support of SB 91 tonight, and I appreciate you staying this late to hear.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. I was going to say it's good to see you, but we didn't actually see you. But it's good to hear from you, and we know we'll hear from you in the future. Thank you for sticking around to do this. Let's see. So we have Rachel Smith. It's Rachel Smith, followed by Barry Crush. I think we might have done that earlier. I might have forgotten to cross that off. Followed by David Townsley. Rachel Smith.
Hello.
Good evening. You may testify.
Hi, I'm Rachel Schmidt. Good evening, Senator Winfield and esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. I thank you for hanging out all night. I live in New Haven, Connecticut, and I'm here to speak in support of Senate Bill 91 with the changes recommended by the Connecticut for All Coalition, as well as HB 5449 and SB 397. I want to emphasize that we can't afford to act like this is only an immigration issue, while acknowledging the vital importance of protecting our immigrant neighbors for all the reasons that were shared earlier. It's truly in everyone's interest to pass these bills with strong enforcement mechanisms, because they would protect all of our residents. And to understand why we need robust state-level protections, just look at the lines the federal government has already crossed here in Connecticut, but also in Minneapolis and other blue states around the country. I often spend holidays with family members in Minneapolis, and it's really hard to wrap your head around how the city has changed due to the violence of Operation Metro Surged, how much life has been disrupted. I returned to Connecticut 3 days before Renee Nicole Good was shot and killed. And then the next day, my sister relayed to me that ICE agents had arrested another woman who is well known in the roller derby community. She's known as Bon Bon Voyage. She's a US-born citizen as well. The video circulating online showed her screaming out for help as multiple ICE agents violently assaulted her on a sidewalk, choking her, dragging her to their vehicle, forcing her inside, driving away, and ignoring all questions by bystanders of why she was being taken or where she was being taken. My family was still in shock from Renee Good's shooting the day before, so we were also scared that Bon Bon might not be found alive. Thank God she was located and she was released later that day, but both of her hands were broken by the actions of the ICE agents while she was in custody, and she's still recovering from those injuries. She was interviewed about her experience on a local podcast and points out that her treatment isn't unusual. Many people are treated similarly or worse and can be detained much longer. In fact, ICE detentions have ballooned by over 75% in 1 year, and about 3/4 of those are not convicted of any crime. In fact, less than 14% of ICE arrests had charges or convictions for violent criminal offenses. And even more concerning, already this year, 10 people have died in ICE detention. Also, Renee Good, oh, that's my time. Renee Good and Alex Purdy weren't the first U.S. citizens to be killed. I don't know if anyone knows Ruben Ray Martinez, that name. That was last March. Thank you for listening. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? If not, Ms. Schmidt, thank you very much for hanging in there with us and providing us with your testimony.
Thanks so much.
We have Barry Kresh, followed by David Townsley and Julia Miller. David Kresh. Barry Kresh, not David. And then David Townsley. Julia Miller.
Good evening. Thank you all. I know this is a very long day. My name is Julia Miller. I am a resident teacher and parent in the city of New Haven and a member of the New Haven Federation of Teachers, Local 933. I'm speaking in support of SB 91, an act enhancing the investigative authority of the Inspector General in established protected areas. I believe Connecticut should clearly protect students, families, and communities, ensuring that spaces are truly safe and accessible. As a New Haven educator, I see firsthand the impact that increased and inhumane federal immigration enforcement has had on our community. We have many immigrant families in our district. In fact, our city's beautiful diversity is one of the strengths of our schools. All students, no matter their nation of origin, the language they speak, the color of their skin, or their documentation status, deserve the human right of an education. They deserve to feel safe at school, as do their families. Last year, after the swearing in of the new administration, we held workshops for students and families to better understand their rights. The fear was palpable and the questions many. Unfortunately, the fear was warranted, as we have seen in the last year, New Haven public school parents snatched from our streets, and even one of our high school students taken by ICE agents while simply showing up to work. As the 2025 Connecticut Teacher of the Year, I have had the privilege of getting to meet educators from around the country. I am friends with the 2024-2025 Minnesota Teacher of the Year who teaches in Minneapolis. Many of his students' desks sit empty. He's had to teach hybrid like we did during the pandemic because so many students are afraid to come to school. Their school is figuring out how to deliver food to families too scared to leave the house. We have the opportunity here in Connecticut with this bill to ensure that our students and families don't have to face such agony. Schools should be protected places. Playgrounds and childcare centers should be protected places. Additionally, places of worship, shelters, food banks, hospitals, and doctors' offices are city halls. These essential places identified in SB 91 should all be protected areas. It's in the best interest of our entire community for all members to be able to access the vital resources offered in these locations. It actually makes us all safer when everyone is safe. As a longtime civics teacher as well, I encourage my students to use their voices and stand up for what they believe in. And so I was buoyed to see rallies and demonstrations also included on the list of protected areas. For in order to be a fully functioning democracy, all of our community members need to be able to safely utilize their First Amendment rights. Students should be able to focus on learning, on navigating childhood and adolescence, not on worrying whether their parents will be picked up by ICE on their way to pick them up from school. I am so proud to live in a city and a state where we accept and protect our neighbors. I thus urge the Judiciary Committee to ensure that SB 91 explicitly protects immigrant communities and reinforces Connecticut's commitment to safe access to schools, places of worship, healthcare facilities, government buildings, and all the protected areas listed in SB 91. And I additionally advocate for the additional provisions that I am sure have been shared tonight. Thank you so much for your time, Senator Winfield, and to the rest of the committee.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. It's good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Okay, we have Melanie Younger, followed by Megan Fountain, and then Karen Chauco. Melanie Younger, Megan Fountain. Karen Chalco. All right, you may testify.
Dear chairs and members of the Appropriation Human Services Subcommittee, my name is Karen Chalco and I am from an immigrant family from Danbury. I'm also part of the Connecticut Students for a Dream. I am speaking in support of the CB 91 and acting enhancing the investigation authority of the Inspector General and establishing protected areas. I believe Connecticut should clearly protect students, families, and committees, ensuring that spaces are truly safe and accessible. I'm a student at Danbury High School, Maine, and coming from an immigrant family, being a first generation means that my parents came here seeking a better future and education for me. They didn't want to break the rules to come here. They did it to survive. In their home country, poverty was widespread, and living there became increasingly dangerous over the years. While I am proud of my parents' origin, they did what was necessary to survive. There are common stereotypes that immigrants come here to smuggle drugs, steal jobs, or are unskilled and lazy, but this is far from the truth. Many people see only a single story and make assumptions. Immigrants from all over the world come here for a better future and education for themselves or for their children. This country is built on immigrants, and if people don't protect them, it's a shame. These immigrants deserve protection and should not live in constant fear. Many contribute significantly to the economy, so why should we force them out and make them afraid to be in this country? I've witnessed countless individuals experience fear of immigration enforcement, especially when they see numerous instances of poor law enforcement on the news. Especially being a Danbury police cadet, since keeping my community safe and secure is my top priority. Seeing my community at risk and feeling unsafe breaks my heart. People shouldn't have to live in constant fear. Instead, we should protect them and soothe their worries. Areas such as schools, place of worship, healthcare facilities, and government buildings should all be protected. These are places people visit daily, and failing to protect them puts the community at risk. By ensuring these securities of these buildings, fear would ease and the community would remain safe. I urge the Judiciary Committee to serve the CB 91 explicitly protects immigrant communities and reinforce Connecticut's commitment to safe access to schools, place of worship, healthcare facilities, government buildings, and all protected areas listed in the CB 91. I also urge the community to require clear written policies so the staff of the location know how to respond and enforcement occurs. Require a judiciary warrant signed by a judge for enforcement actions in protection locations, not just administration paperwork. Remove broad expectations from this bill so protections cannot be easily bypassed. Add provisions to allow people who are wrongfully detained in protection locations to have a meaningful way to challenge that detention and seek relief. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us and providing us with your testimony. Liz DuPont Deal.
Good evening, Senator Winfield, Representative Sapstrom, and all the members of the committee. Thank you for your diligence today. I'm Liz DuPont Deal of the Connecticut Citizen Action Group, and I speak today on behalf of our thousands of members throughout the state. CCAG is also a member of the Husky for Immigrants, Health Justice Now coalitions, and we support the legislative priorities of Connecticut for All and Stand Up CT. I testified today in strong favor of SB 91, enhancing the investigative authority of the Inspector General and establishing protected areas, 5449, an act concerning automated license plate reader systems, and 397, an act concerning democracy and government accountability. CCAG has worked for more than 50 years to hold power accountable. Core values of our members are working for policies in a state that provide equity and opportunity for all people. These three bills before you are sorely needed at this point in time to ensure Connecticut residents are safe from illegal kidnappings and federal overreach. As others have testified, H.R. 1 is not only the single largest transfer of wealth from the rich to the poor in our history, it has increased ICE's budgets threefold. More than 900 people have been kidnapped by ICE in Connecticut in this past year, and Minneapolis and other cities have experienced weeks of terror at the hands of ICE federal agents.
Thank you. Questions, comments from members of the committee? Questions or comments? Well, there are none, but thank you for testifying. It's good to see you again.
Thank
Enjoy
you.
the rest of
You
your
also.
evening.
Have a good evening.
All right, Amir Flores.
Hi, I'm here.
You may testify.
Yeah, okay. Dear chairs and members of the Judicial Committee, my name is Amir Flores and I'm resident of Handem and I am member of Connecticut Students for a Dream. I speak in support of SB 91 and acts enhancing the investigate authority of the Inspector General and establishing protected areas. I believe Connecticut should clearly protect students, families, and communities, ensuring that spaces are truly safe and accessible. These issues matters to me because with the protection of these areas, many immigrants can feel much safer and for example, can seek medical care if they are ill. These areas allow them to go without fear of being detained by immigration agents, which is a constant fear for many right now. And and prevents them from receiving the care they need either for fear of being separated from their families or due to the lack of information available about these facilities. A close friend of mine has a mother who suffers from constant leg pain, but out of fear of the immigrant enforcement that has been enforced, he hasn't taken her for medical attention. He fears for his and his mother's safety, which is perfectly understandable given the current situation, because nobody wants Nobody wants to be detained, much less treated as harshly as some immigrants agents are doing. Sometimes it seems they forget that we are humans beings too, and they are treat us terrible, making us feel guilty for simply waiting to receive proper care in a place that is supposed to be safe for us and many others. Protecting these spaces is important so that we all feel safe in the places that help us every day and that most people frequent, such as a hospital, schools, and religious centers. We all have different needs at different times, and these areas are great of importance in our life. I urge the Judiciary Committee to ensure that SB 91 explicitly protects immigrant communities and reinforces Connecticut's commitment to safe access to schools, places of worship, healthcare facilities, government buildings, and all protected areas listed in SB 91. I also urge this committee to require clear writing policies so the staff of these locations know how to respond if enforcement occurs. require a judicial warrant signed by a judge for enforcement actions in protected location, not just administrative paperwork. Remove broad exceptions for this bill so these protections cannot be easily bypassed, and provisions to allow people who are wrongfully detained in protected locations to have a meaningful way to challenge that detention and seek relief. I urge the Judiciary Committee to support SB 91. Thank you. Thank you for your.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. Amir, thank you very much for joining us this evening to provide your
Okay,
testimony.
thank you so much.
Quinn Meehan.
Hello, Senator Winfield and members of the committee. Thanks for sticking with it, and we're almost done. My name is Quinn Meehan. I'm a Bethany resident, often in New Haven, and community organizing and policy MSW intern at Universal Healthcare Foundation of Connecticut. We are here in support of House Bill 5449, though I will also likely touch on the impacts of SB 91 as well, since they both impact access to privacy and healthcare. Connecticut has worked hard to position itself as a safe place for individuals to access high-quality health services. However, ALPR's systems collect large amounts of location data that can reveal where individuals travel and which facilities they visit. Without strong guardrails on how this data is collected, used, retained, and shared, patients' movements to health providers could be exposed to out-of-state actors seeking to penalize protected healthcare activity. These risks are especially concerning at a time when other states are pursuing policies that attempt to criminalize or restrict access to reproductive and gender-affirming healthcare. ALPR data can reveal patterns of travel to gender-affirming or reproductive clinics, such as Planned Parenthood, creating the potential for individuals seeking this care to be identified or targeted through data sharing or outside investigations. Surveillance systems, as we know, can also disproportionately impact immigrant communities, including immigrants with disabilities and chronic health conditions who must frequently travel to access medical care, therapies, and support services, and those without who simply need healthcare to maintain their well-being and survival. Fear that routine travel to clinics or hospitals could expose individuals or their families to immigration enforcement may deter some people from seeking necessary care, further worsening already severe health disparities. Though fear may not be an intended impact of policy or lack thereof, it does impact health. Immigrants, trans people, and those seeking abortion are already afraid of seeking care, whether or not we see concrete examples in this state. People, and especially children, don't necessarily look up if a school or a hospital in their state was affected. And they don't even need to be scared by a teacher or a doctor. I don't know if you have the same social media algorithm as me, but all people are, especially children, need to do or see the horrific videos on social media of people who look just like them experiencing violence to experience fear. In an ever-changing federal climate that has repeatedly harmed their communities and spoken about stripping their rights, people, and especially children, need to be reminded and told specifically that they are safe, that ICE can't come into their schools, that their data is private, that they're not being tracked. This has already shown health consequences across the country, with parents calling the hospitals to ask if it's safe to come in for their babies who are close to death. Additionally, as a disabled person, I know the complex process that goes into receiving a diagnosis, which requires many medical visits, which means that we are denying services and diagnosis to people who would otherwise be afraid of seeking healthcare. And I've also heard stories of parents not coming in for their special education and disability services for their children out of fear of ICE presence or being tracked. And that's where I figured we would end. So thank you so much, and please pass this legislation and have a good night.
Seemed like a really good point to end, given the bell. Question or comment, Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, sir. Thank you for coming and testifying here. You know, I was listening very intently. One of the things that you talked about was people fearing calling a hospital when their child was dying. Is that, you say something?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But I can cite that
I don't
article.
know if you need to look at your written remarks. That was a little stunning to me. Can you just read what you said?
Yeah, hold on. I can read part of this article, but Parents have called hospitals asking whether they should risk coming in for their babies having trouble breathing, and patients' appendix have burst because care was delayed. There's more in this article that I can that is linked in my written testimony that I'm going to submit.
No, I think you specifically used the word death. So
I said I don't remember the exact words, but in terms of infant care, these conditions, which I don't think is super relevant because the point being that parents are scared to come in when their children are experiencing severe, life-threatening conditions, maybe is better terms, is putting people's health and lives at risk.
okay, you reference that you're reading an article. So is this a personal experience or you're reading somebody's article?
This is from reports from other healthcare providers that have been that I'm reading from an article that again I will cite in my written testimony.
Okay, so you did submit written testimony for us to review?
I'm going to after this, yes.
Okay. The article that you're referencing, can you just tell us what that is?
Sure. Let's see. I honestly, it is really late. I'm just going to send this to you guys. I'm happy to email it to you. But I'm here mostly to
Email it
speak
to
about
our
the points
staff.
today.
I don't know if you have their email address. That would be
I should. I can email it to your aid if you'd like.
okay. I mean, I can give you my email address if that would help you.
Sure. Whatever works. My email is in my written testimony, so you're welcome to email me or whatever you'd like.
Yeah, I don't know that written test, you said it's going to get filed. I don't know that it's going to get filed, but my
I'm
email
telling you that I
address.
will send it tonight.
Okay.
Mhm.
If you could attach a copy of that article, it would be helpful.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you for testifying. Don't see any other questions, so thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
We have Benjamin Haracha, followed by Manuel Estrada.
Hello.
Yes, hello. You may testify. Your
Awesome.
camera's not on. If you could put it on, please do. If not, just proceed.
All right. I see on my Zoom meeting that I do not have the option for the camera, and I will proceed with voice recording only.
Yep.
But all right. Thank you, everybody, for staying up at this late. And starting off, dear chairs and members of the Appropriation Human Service Subcommittee, my name is Benjamin, and I am a college freshman from Bridgeport and member of Make the Road C team. I'm speaking in support of SB 91, an act enhancing the investigative authority of the Inspector General and establishing protected areas. HB 449, an act concerning automated license plate readers. SB 397, an act concerning democracy and government accountability. I believe Connecticut should clearly protect students, families, and communities, ensuring that spaces are truly safe and accessible. Now, protected areas aren't just a place where people of the community live, but resort to in order to change their lives or save their lives. When hospitals and schools, or even just places of worship are mentioned, these are all buildings that allow people to seek a better life. It is detrimental to a person's rights in the United States when legislation allows federal officers to circumvent current laws and mark their actions as an emergency to evaluate statutes. Immigration enforcement has crossed the line many times. It's not just the immigrant community that is fearful to go outside, but the kids of American parents, friends of friends, most emphasize, children who don't look American. To be more specific, not too long ago, I was in high school where there were many days where my friends would just not show up to school, and it wasn't to protest or prove a point, but because they and their parents were genuinely scared that the place they were going to receive an education had the potential to be the same place where they would be kidnapped. When people are profiled and persecuted for just walking outside or fitting the profile of not looking American enough, ICE presents themselves as a group of people cowering behind a face covering, cornering a member of the community, and restraining them without reason. All it takes is one member of the community to have been profiled at a church or school for the community to not feel comfortable or safe to go there again for a while. If the community does go outside, it has shown to be a day of mourning, such as 5-year-old Liam Ramos in Minnesota. Along with federal enforcement and the growth of technology within, HB 449 would impose limitations on how long ALPR data can be stored, and this ties back into community safety. It doesn't have to be a physical interaction. Digital presence can be misrepresented, if not misused and abused. Added on, SB 397 enhances police accountability and strengthens civil rights. This ties to the overall safety of the community. I urge the Judiciary Committee to ensure that SB 91 explicitly protects immigrant communities and reinforces Connecticut's commitment to safe access to schools, places of worship, healthcare facilities, government buildings, and all protected areas listed in SB 91, HB 449, SB 397. I also urge this committee to require clear written policies so that the staff of these locations know how to respond if enforcement occurs. And with that, thank you for your time. My name is Benjamin.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for joining us this evening. Manuel Estrada.
Yes, my name is Manuel Estrada. Being a member of the CIU 32 VJ for more than or around 20 years. I also work at the Capitol complex. I am proud to be a member of my union where many of our members are from many countries. There are immigrants. Also, immigrants play an essential role to keeping Connecticut afloat. We take on some of the most difficult and hard to fill positions as cleaners, security guards, airport workers, and many others, without any complaint. But as we see now, immigrants all over the Connecticut are retreating into the shadows as the federal government continue to target immigrants to no matter our status, they cause harm. Workers are scared to come forward and share stories of trouble at work, fear retaliation because of their status or background. They hear about of ICE signing on their cities and stay home to be safe. This makes it more difficult for our union to help workers who are being taken advantage by the employers. That is why we call for Connecticut to pass the necessary legislation to protect immigrants and ensure we are doing all that is possible to safeguard them. Holding government officials accountable when our constitutional rights are violated. Preventing, sorry, as a union member, I am proud immigrant from South America and a father of two daughters. I live in Connecticut for many years and hopefully everything goes better for all the immigrants. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you. I know you tried to get in earlier, so thank you for sticking around and provide your testimony. Is there a comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Sina, thank you very much for sticking around to provide your testimony and the work you've done here at the Capitol. I don't see anyone else signed up, so I believe that is the end of this hearing.